Maigret's First Case by Georges Simenon. Chapter 1. The Flautist's Statement. The room was divided in two by a black railing. In the section reserved for the public, there was only one bench, also painted black, against the whitewashed wall plastered with official notices. On the other side were desks, inkstands, and pigeonholes, bulging with fat black files so that everything was black and white. Standing on a metal base was a cast-iron stove of the kind now only found in provincial railway stations, with a flue that rose up to the ceiling and then formed an elbow to cross the entire room before disappearing into the wall. A chubby-faced officer called Le Coeur had unbuttoned his uniform and was trying to sleep. The hands on the black-rimmed clock showed 1:25. Every now and then the single gas lamp would sputter. Every now and then, too, the stove, for no apparent reason, would begin to hum. Outside, the quiet of the night was disturbed occasionally by the sound of firecrackers at growing intervals, the singing of a drunkard or a cab clattering down the sloping street. Sitting at the desk on the left, the secretary of the Saint-Georges district police station, his lips moving silently like a schoolboy, was poring over a newly published little manual. Guide to Official Reports, Verbal Descriptions for the Use of Police Officers and Inspectors. On the flyleaf, handwritten in capital letters in purple ink, was the name J. Maigret. 3 times already that night the young police secretary had got up to go over and poke the stove, and for the rest of his life he would feel nostalgic for that particular stove. It was identical, or almost, to the one he would find one day at Quai des Orfèvres, and later on, when central heating was installed at the headquarters of the police judiciaire, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, head of the crime squad, would manage to keep that stove in his office. This was the 15th of April, 1913. In those days, the police judiciaire was still called the Sûreté. That morning, a foreign head of state had arrived at Longchamp station amid great pomp, and the president had been there to welcome him. The official carriages, flanked by the Republican Guard in full-dress uniform, had marched down Avenue du Bois and along the Champs-Élysées, lined with flags and people. There had been a gala performance at the opera, fireworks and parades, and only now was the noise of the boisterous crowds beginning to die down. The police were overwhelmed. Despite all the precautions taken, the preventative arrests, the deals made with certain reputedly dangerous individuals, there had been fears of an anarchist bomb up until the last minute. Maigret and Le Coeur were alone at 1:30 in the morning at the Saint-Georges district police station in the quiet rue La Rochefoucauld. They both looked up on hearing hurried footsteps outside. The door opened. A breathless young man stood dancing about him, dazzled by the gaslight. The chief inspector," he panted. "I'm his secretary," said Maigret without getting up. He didn't yet know that this was the start of his first case. The man was fair-haired and slight, with blue eyes and a pink complexion. He wore a beige coat over his black suit and was holding a bowler hat, while his other hand kept gingerly touching his swollen nose. "Were you attacked by some ruffian?" "No, I was trying to go to the assistance of a woman who was shouting for help." "In the street?" "No, in a big house, in Rue Chaptal. I think you'd better come straight away. They threw me out." "Who?" A sort of butler or concierge." "Don't you think you'd better begin at the beginning? What were you doing in Rue Chaptal?" "I was on my way home from work. My name is Justin Minard. I'm second flautist at the Concert Lamoureux, but at night I play at the Brasserie Clichy, Boulevard de Clichy. I live in Rue d'Enghien, just opposite the Petit Parisien. As usual, I walk down Rue Balou, then Rue Chaptal." Ever the conscientious secretary, Maigret took notes. "About halfway down the street, which is nearly always empty, I noticed a parked motor car, a de Dion Mouton, with its engine running. At the wheel there was a man wearing a grey goatskin jacket, his face almost entirely hidden behind enormous goggles. As I drew level with him, a second-floor window opened." "Did you take note of the house number?" 17A. It's a private mansion with a carriage entrance. There were no lights in any other windows. Only the second from the left, the one that opened. I looked up and saw the shape of a woman trying to lean out, and she shouted, "Help!" What do? Wait, someone in the room must have dragged her away from the window. At the same time, a shot rang out. I turned round to look at the car I'd just passed, and it sped off. Are you certain it wasn't the sound of the engine backfiring that you heard? Absolutely positive. I went up to the door and rang the bell. Were you alone? Yes. Armed? No. What do you intend to do? Well, the flautist was so thrown by the question that he was stumped for a reply. Had it not been for his blonde moustache and a few wisps on his chin, he would have looked barely more than 16. Didn't the neighbours hear anything? Apparently not. Did they open the door to you? Not right away. I rang at least 3 times, then I started kicking the door. Eventually I heard footsteps, then a chain being removed and a bolt pulled back. There was no light in the porch, but there's a gas lamp just outside the house. 1:47. From time to time the flautist glanced anxiously at the clock. A tall fellow in a butler's black suit asked what I wanted. Was he fully dressed? Of course. With his trousers and tie? Yes. And yet there were no lights on in the house, except in the second-floor bedroom. What did you say? I don't know. I tried to get inside. Why? To go and see for myself. He barred my path. I told him about the woman who shouted from the window. Did he seem flustered? He glared at me and pushed me away with all his weight. Then what? He muttered that I'd been imagining things, that I was drunk and things like that. Then there was a voice in the darkness. It sounded as if it was coming from a first-floor landing. What did the voice say? Hurry up, Louis. Then what? He gave me a violent shove, and when I resisted, he punched me in the face. I ended up sprawled on the ground in front of the closed door. Was the second-floor light still on? No. Did the car come back? No. Hadn't we better go there right away? We? Are you planning to come with me? It was both comic and touching, the contrast between the flautist's almost feminine delicateness and his determined air. I'm the one who was punched in the face, aren't I? At any rate, I'm going to make a complaint. As you have every right to do. But it would be better if we left that till later, don't you think? Did you tell me the number of the house? 17A. Maigret frowned, as that address vaguely rang a bell. He pulled one of the files from its pigeonhole, leafed through it, and read a name that made him frown even harder. He was wearing a tailcoat that night, his first ever tailcoat. A memo had been sent round a few days earlier, instructing all police auxiliaries to wear ceremonial dress for the duration of the royal visit, since any one of them could be summoned to join the dignitaries at any moment. His beige overcoat, bought off the peg, was identical to Justin Minas's. Come on. Oh, look here. If anyone asks for me, tell them I'll be back soon. He was slightly intimidated. The name he had just read in the register did not exactly put him at ease. He was 26 and had been married just 5 months. Since he had joined the police 4 years earlier, he had worked in the lowliest departments, street duty, railway stations, department stores, and he had been secretary at the Saint-Georges district police station for less than a year. Now the most distinguished name in the entire neighborhood was that of the inhabitants of 17A, Rue Chaptal. Gendreau Balthazar. Balthazar Coffee. That name ran in big brown letters along the corridors of the metro, while in the streets the Balthazar vans, drawn by 4 magnificent horses, were part of the Paris landscape. Maigret drank Balthazar coffee, and whenever he walked along Avenue de l'Opéra, on reaching a certain point next to a gunsmith's, he never failed to stop to inhale the delicious smell of coffee being roasted in the window of the Balthazar shop. The night was cold and clear. There wasn't a soul in the steep street, not a cab in the vicinity. In those days, Maigret was almost as thin as the flautist, so skinny that as they walked up the road they looked like 2 raw-boned adolescents. I presume you haven't been drinking? I never drink. Doctor's orders. Are you certain you saw a window opening? I'm absolutely positive. This was the first time that Maigret was standing on his own 2 feet. Until now, he had merely accompanied his boss, Monsieur Lebray, the most urbane detective chief inspector in Paris, on various raids, 4 of them to establish proof of adultery. Rue Chaptal was as deserted as Rue La Rochefoucauld. There were no lights on in the Gendreau Balthazar residence, one of the finest mansions in the neighborhood. You said there was a parked motor car. Yes, right here. Not quite outside the door, a little higher up the street. Maigret, whose head was buzzing with fresh theories about Mina's testimony, lit a candle match and bent over to examine the woodblock paving. You see, exclaimed the musician triumphantly, pointing to a large puddle of blackish oil. Come on. I think it's highly irregular for you to be with me. But I'm the one who got punched in the face. The situation was actually rather alarming. As he raised his hand to ring the bell, Maigret felt his chest tighten, and he wondered which regulation he could invoke. He had no warrant. Besides, it was the middle of the night. Could he really claim a crime had been committed when his only evidence was the flautist's swollen nose? Like the musician, he had to ring 3 times, but he did not have to kick the door. At length, a voice called out, "What is it?" "Police," he said in a slightly tremulous voice. "1 moment, please, I'll get the key." There was a click inside the porch. The house already had electricity. Then they had to wait for ages. "It's him," said the musician, who had recognized the voice. At last, the chain was removed and the bolt drawn back to reveal a sleepy face with eyes that slid over Maigret and stared at Georges Simenon. "Oh, you've caught him," said the man. "I suppose he tried his little prank on you. May we come in?" "If you must. Please keep quiet so as not to wake the entire household. Come this way." To the left, up 3 marble steps, was a glazed double door that led to a colonnaded hall. It was the first time that Maigret had ever been inside such an opulent residence, whose proportions reminded him of the splendor of a ministerial building. "Is your name Louis?" "How do you know?" All the same, Louis opened a door that led not into the drawing-room, but into a sort of butler's pantry. He looked as if he'd just got out of bed, and he wasn't wearing his livery, but a white nightshirt with a red embroidered collar and a hastily pulled-on pair of trousers. "Is Monsieur Jean Balthazar at home?" "Which one, the father or the son?" "The father. Monsieur Felicien has not come home yet, and Monsieur Richard, the son, probably retired hours ago. Now, about half an hour ago, this drunkard—" Louis was tall and burly. He must have been around 45. His shaved chin had a 5 o'clock shadow, his eyes were very dark, his eyebrows black and unusually bushy. With a feeling that he was jumping in at the deep end, Maigret took a big breath and said, "I should like to speak to Monsieur Richard." "Do you want me to wake him up?" "Yes, please." "Would you show me your photo ID?" Maigret held out his prefecture card. "Have you been in this neighborhood long?" 10 months. "And you are based at Saint-Georges?" "That's right." "Then you must know Monsieur Lebray." "He's my boss." Then Louis said with a casual air that barely concealed a threat, "I know him too. I have the honor of waiting on him each time he comes here to lunch or dinner." He let a few seconds tick by, his gaze elsewhere. "Do you still want me to wake Monsieur Richard?" "Yes." "Do you have a warrant?" "No." "Very good. Please wait here." Before leaving the room, he took from a cupboard a starched shirt front, a collar, and a black tie. Then he put on his morning coat, which was hanging up. There was only 1 chair in the butler's pantry. Neither Maigret nor Georges Simenon sat down. They were enveloped by silence. The entire house was in semi-darkness. It was all very solemn, very daunting. Twice, Maigret took out his fob watch. 20 minutes went by before Louis reappeared, still as frosty. "If you would be so good as to step this way." Mina attempted to follow Maigret, but the butler turned to him. "Not you, unless you are also a police officer." Maigret had a ridiculous thought. It seemed cowardly to leave the pallid flautist behind. The butler's pantry with dark wood panelling fleetingly made him think of a sort of dungeon, and he had a vision of the butler with his stubble-covered chin coming back to beat up his victim. He followed Louis across the colonnaded hall and up the red-carpeted stairs. A few solitary lamps with yellowish filaments gave out a wan glow, leaving vast areas of darkness. A door onto the first-floor landing was open. A man in a dressing gown stood framed in the light. "I understand you wish to speak to me. Do come in. That'll be all, Louis." The room was a sitting-room-cum-study with leather-covered walls. A smell of Havana cigar and a fragrance that Maigret could not identify hung in the air. A half-open door led into a bedroom where there was a rumpled four-poster bed. Richard Gendreau Balthazar was wearing pajamas beneath his dressing gown, and on his feet were Russian leather slippers. He appeared to be around 30 years old. He was dark-haired, and his face would have been quite ordinary, were it not for his crooked nose. "Louis tells me you're from the local police station." He opened a carved cigarette box and pushed it towards his visitor, who refused. "You don't smoke?" "Only a pipe." "I shan't invite you to smoking here, as I can't stand the smell of pipe tobacco. I presume you telephoned my friend Maigret before coming here?" "No." "Ah, forgive me, if I'm not familiar with the ways of the police. Maigret is a regular visitor to our house, not, I must emphasize, in a professional capacity. One would never guess he's a police chief. He really is a very charming man, but his wife is delightful. Now, let's get to the point. What time is it?" He made a show of looking for his watch, and it was Maigret who pulled his fat silver turnip watch out of his pocket. 2:25. "And it gets light around 5 o'clock at this time of year, doesn't it? I know, because I often go riding in the Bois de Boulogne very early. I thought that during the hours between sunset and sunrise, the citizen's privacy was sacrosanct." "That is correct, but—" he interrupted Maigret. "Mind you, I only mention it by way of a reminder. You are young and probably new in the job. You're lucky to have come across a friend of your chief's. I imagine you have good reason to enter this house as you've done? Louis told me about it. No doubt the individual he threw out is dangerous. Even so, young man, you could have waited until morning, don't you think? Do please sit down." He himself remained on his feet, pacing up and down, and exhaling the smoke from his gold-tipped Egyptian cigarette. "Now that I've taught you the little lesson you deserved, tell me what it is you wanted to know. Whose is the bedroom upstairs?" "I beg your pardon." "I'm sorry, I know you're under no obligation to reply, at least for the time being." "Obligation to—" echoed Richard in utter amazement, and Maigret, his ears beetroot. "A short while ago, a shot was fired in the bedroom." "What? What? You are in your right mind, I hope. Even though it's been a night of street celebrations, I assume you haven't been drinking excessively?" Footsteps could be heard on the stairs. The door had remained ajar, and Maigret glimpsed a new figure on the landing, a silhouette straight off the cover of La Vie Parisienne. The man was wearing a tailcoat, a cape, and an opera hat. He was bony and elderly, and his thin moustache, curling up at the ends, was visibly dyed. He hovered in the doorway, hesitant, surprised, perhaps afraid. "Come in, father. Listen to this. It'll make you laugh. Monsieur here is one of Maigret's men." It was strange. Félicien Gendreau Balthazar, the father, couldn't have been drunk, and yet there was something vague about him, something insubstantial, fluttery. "Have you seen Louis?" his son continued. "He's downstairs with someone." "Exactly. Earlier, a drunkard, unless he's a madman escaped from Villejuif, practically kicked the door down. Louis went down and had a terrible job getting him out, and now Monsieur—" He paused with an inquiring look. "Maigret. Monsieur Maigret, who is the secretary to our friend Maigret, is here to ask me— What was it exactly that you wanted to know?" "Whose bedroom is above us, the one that has the second window on the left?" He sensed that the father was worried, but it was a strange disquiet. For example, since his arrival, the old man had been gazing at his son with a sort of fear, almost submissiveness. He didn't dare open his mouth. It was as if he were waiting for Richard's permission. "It's my sister's," Richard said at length. "Now you know." "Is she in the house at the moment?" And Maigret looked not at the son but at the father. But once again it was the son who replied. "No, she's at Onceval." "I'm sorry?" "Our chateau, the Chateau d'Onceval, near Puy-sur-Loire, in the Nièvre." "So the room is empty?" "I have every reason to believe so." He added sarcastically, "I imagine you'd like to see for yourself. I'll show you up. Then tomorrow I shall be able to congratulate our friend Maigret on the zeal of his subordinate. Please, come this way." To Maigret's surprise, the father followed too, somewhat timorously. "This is the room you mentioned. Fortunately, it's not locked." He switched on the light. The The furniture was of white lacquered wood, the walls covered in blue silk. A side door opened into a boudoir, and everything was in order. Each object seemed to be in its rightful place. "Carry out your search, I beg you. My sister will be delighted to know that the police have been poking their noses into her things." Unfazed, Maigret walked over to the window. The heavy silk curtains were of a darker blue than the walls. He opened them to find net curtains designed to soften daylight, and noticed that a corner of the netting was caught in the window. "I don't suppose anyone has been in here this evening?" he asked. "Unless one of the maids." "Are there several in the house?" "Naturally," sneered Richard. "There are two, Germain and Marie. There's also Louis's wife, who's our cook, and there's even a laundress, but she's married and only comes in during the day." Félicien Jeannot, the father, kept glancing from one to the other. "What is this about?" he asked eventually, after clearing his throat. "I don't know exactly. Ask Monsieur Maigret." "Someone who was walking past the house just before 1:30 heard this window opening. He looked up and saw a distraught woman who was shouting for help." Maigret noticed the father clench the gilt knob of his cane. "And then what?" asked Richard. "The woman was pulled backwards and a gunshot rang out." "Really?" The younger Gendreau looked about him with an expression of mock concern, pretending to try to find traces of a bullet on the silk walls. "What I find surprising, Monsieur Maigret, it is Maigret, isn't it, is that, given the seriousness of the accusation, you didn't take the elementary precaution of informing your superiors. You rushed straight here, rather rashly, it seems to me. Did you take the trouble to find out anything about this passer-by who has such a fertile imagination?" "He's downstairs. I'm happy to hear that he's under my roof. In short, not only did you come in here in the middle of the night, in defiance of the law protecting civil liberties, but you have brought with you an individual whom I consider somewhat dubious, to say the least. But now you are here, please proceed with your routine search, so that you can make a full report to our friend Maigret tomorrow. I presume you want to ascertain that the bed hasn't been slept in tonight?" He pulled back the satin bedspread to reveal sheets without a single crease. A pristine pillow. "Take your time, please. Search every nook and cranny. I presume you have a magnifying glass?" "I don't need one. I'm sorry. Apart from Maigret, my only acquaintance with the police is through novels." "A shot was fired, you say? Maybe there's a body somewhere. Follow me. Let's hunt for it together. In this wardrobe, perhaps? Who knows?" He flung open the doors, but it contained nothing but dresses on hangers. "In here. These are Lise's shoes. She's crazy about shoes, as you can see. Let's go into her boudoir." He was tense, becoming more and more sarcastic. "This door? It has been boarded up since Mother's death, but we can enter the apartment from a corridor. Come. Oh, yes. I insist." Maigret spent a nightmare half-hour. He had no option but to obey, for Richard was literally ordering him about. There was something spooky about the whole scene as they combed through the house, followed closely by old Gendreau Balthazar, who still had his opera hat on his head, his cape around his shoulders, and his cane with its gilt knob in his hand. "Oh, no, we're not going downstairs yet. You're forgetting that there's a floor above us, an attic floor, where the servants sleep." The light bulbs in the corridor were bare, and the ceiling was slanted. Richard knocked on each door. "Open the door, Germain." "Yes, please. It doesn't matter if you're in your nightdress. It's the police." A plumpish girl who was half asleep and gave off a musty smell, a damp bed, a comb clotted with hair on her dressing table. "Did you hear a gunshot?" "A what?" "What time did you go to bed?" "I came upstairs at 10 o'clock. "And you didn't hear anything?" Richard was asking all the questions. "Next." "Open up, Marie." "No, no, dear, it's not important." A girl of 16 who had slipped a coat over her nightdress and was trembling from head to toe. "Did you hear a gunshot?" She stared at Richard and Maigret with a sort of terror. "Have you been asleep long?" I don't know." "Did you hear anything?" "No. Why? What's going on?" "Any questions, Monsieur Maigret?" "I'd like to ask her where she comes from." "Where do you come from, Marie?" "From Anceva." "What about Germain?" "Also from Anceva." "And Louis?" "From Anceva, Monsieur Maigret," replied Richard with disdain. "You're clearly unaware of the fact that people who own a chateau tend to hire their servants from the village." The next door? Madame Louis's room. Does her husband sleep there too? He sleeps downstairs, in the lodge. It took Madame Louis longer to open the door. She was short, swarthy, and very fat, and had weary eyes. Have you finished making a racket? Where's Louis? Downstairs. Tell me, did you hear a gunshot? She almost threw them out, muttering furiously, and Richard carried on opening more doors into empty rooms, junk closets, garret rooms. Maigret wasn't spared the attic, and then he had to go down to the first floor and visit the apartments of the father and son. There are still the drawing rooms. Oh yes, I absolutely insist. Richard switched on the great chandelier with tinkling crystal droplets. No dead body. No one wounded. Have you seen the whole house? Don't you want to go down into the cellar? You'll note that it is now 3:15. He opened the pantry door, and they saw Georges Simenon sitting on a chair, with Louis standing in a corner, guarding him as if he were a prisoner. Is this the young man who heard the shot? Delighted to have seen his interesting face. I presume now, Monsieur Maigret, that I am entitled to file a complaint for slander and attempted forced entry? You are indeed within your rights to do so. I wish you good night. Louis, show these gentlemen out. Old Gendreau opened his mouth, but said nothing. As for Maigret, he managed to say, Thank you very much. Louis walked close behind and shut the heavy door after them. Disconcerted and slightly anxious, they were all alone on the left-hand pavement of Rue Chaptal. Maigret turned round automatically towards the patch of oil on the wooden paving, as if to grasp at something tangible in spite of everything. I swear I haven't been drinking. I believe you. And I'm not mad. Most certainly not. Do you think this is going to get you into trouble? I vaguely heard. That night, Maigret's brand-new tailcoat was a little tight under the arms. Chapter 2. Richard's Lie. At 9:50, a smiling Madame Maigret, smelling fragrant and fresh, drew back the bedroom curtains to let in the bright sunlight. Newly married, she was not yet used to seeing a man asleep, with the tips of his reddish moustache quivering, his forehead creasing when a fly landed on it, and his thick hair tousled. She laughed. She always laughed when she brought him a cup of coffee in the morning, and he looked at her with hazy, slightly childlike eyes. She was a plump, cheerful young woman, bursting with energy, the kind you see in bakeries or behind the marble counter of a dairy. He could leave her alone for days on end in their little apartment on Boulevard Michel-Lenoir, and she wouldn't be bored for a second. What are you thinking about, Jules? In those days, she didn't call him Maigret, but she already had for him the sort of respect that he automatically inspired, the same respect she must have had for her father, the same she would have for her son, were she to have one. I'm thinking. And he recited the words that had come into his head on opening his eyes after only 2 hours' sleep. They were extracts from a police manual. It is a hard and fast rule that agents of the Sûreté must devote all their time to their duties. Any investigation or surveillance operation undertaken must, in principle, be conducted continually. Leave cannot be guaranteed at fixed hours, or even on fixed days. He had left the police station at 6 in the morning, when the deputy secretary, Albert Luce, had come on duty. The air outside was chilly, and the streets of Paris so filled with aromas that he had walked home and had been tempted to make a detour via Les Halles to relish the smell of spring vegetables and fruits. At present, there were hundreds, thousands of people in Paris who had not had much more sleep than him. Although the foreign sovereign's visit was to last only 3 days, the police were under a lot of pressure, and some squads, like those in charge of security, the railway stations, aliens, and traffic duty, had been on high alert for weeks. Men were seconded from various departments and from local police stations. The King's strictly scheduled comings and goings did not affect the Saint-Georges district, so all available men had been sent to the Opera police station. It wasn't just the anarchists who were giving the police a headache. There were the madmen who invariably went berserk during this sort of grand occasion. There were the pickpockets and swindlers who were having a field day with the provincials flocking to the capital to watch the parades. "Is it Balthazar coffee?" he asked. "Why do you ask? Don't you like it?" "I want you to know what made you buy this coffee rather than another one. Is it because it's better?" "It's not bad at any rate." And there are the picture cards." He had forgotten about the albums into which she carefully pasted the pictures of all the different species of flowers that came inside the packets of coffee. When you have 3 complete sets, you win a walnut bedroom suite. Since they didn't have a bathroom in the apartment yet, Maigret had a sponge bath, then he ate some soup for breakfast, as he had always done at home in the country. "I don't suppose you know what time you'll be back?" And he repeated, smiling, "Leave cannot be guaranteed at fixed hours, or even on fixed days." She knew it by heart. She already had her hat on. She liked walking with him to his office, as if taking a child to school, but she didn't go all the way, as he would have been embarrassed to run into a colleague. On the dot of 10, the chief inspector's gig drew up in Rue de la Rochefoucauld, the horse pawing at the ground as the coachman took over the reins from his master. Maxime Lebray was probably the only police inspector in Paris to have his own carriage and live in the Plaine Monceau neighborhood, in one of the new apartment buildings on Boulevard de Courcelles. By the time he arrived in style at the police station, he had already dropped into the Osh Club for a bout of fencing, a swim in the pool, and a relaxing massage. Maigret's report was on his desk, and Maigret thought about it with annoying anxiety. This was his first important report, and he had painstakingly worked on it until dawn, trying not to leave out any of the hypotheses still fresh in his mind. The flautist, Georges Simenon, had walked back from Rue Chaptal to the police station with him. They passed outside the door. "Are you married?" asked Maigret. "Yes." "Don't you think your wife will be worried?" "It doesn't matter." And Justin had come in. Maigret had taken his statement, which the musician had signed. He still wouldn't leave. "Don't you think your wife will make a scene?" And again Minon said softly, "It doesn't matter." Why was Maigret remembering this now? He had almost had to show him the door at daybreak. And again the flautist had asked with a mixture of shyness and assurance, "May I come and see you?" He had fired a complaint against the man named Louis. He had insisted. All the paperwork was in order on the chief inspector's desk, on top of less important daily reports. Maigret never saw Maxime Lebray come in, because he went down the corridor straight into his office, but he could hear him, and this time his heart skipped a beat. On the bench sat the usual motley assortment of regular customers, mainly sad souls and poor bedraggled wretches. He called out their names one by one, provided them with certificates of residence or of hardship, made a note of items that had been lost or found, and sent the vagrants and hawkers who had been picked up on the streets down to the lockup. Just below the black-rimmed clock, there was an electric bell, and when that bell rang, he had calculated that it would take Lebray about 12 minutes to read his report and Minon's statement. 20 minutes went by, and Lebray still hadn't called him in, but a soft click told him that his boss was making a telephone call. There was a baize door between Lebray's office and the main office. A murmur from the other side was faintly audible. Was Lebray already speaking to Richard Gendreau, who so frequently invited him to dine at his house? No bell, but the door opened. "Maigret." A good sign or a bad sign. "Come in, my boy." The chief inspector paced up and down the room, smoking a cigarette before sitting down at his desk. Eventually he placed his hand on the file and appeared to be casting around for the right words. "I've read that thing of yours," he sighed. "Yes, sir." "You did what you believed was right. Your report is very clear, very detailed." "Thank you, sir." "It even mentions me." He raised a hand to silence Maigret, who had opened his mouth to speak. "I am not criticizing you at all. On the contrary. I did my best to transcribe faithfully everything that was said. In short, you were able to look around the entire house at your leisure. They showed me every room. You were able to ascertain there was nothing untoward. In the bedroom mentioned by Georges Simenon, the net curtain was caught in the window as if it had been closed hastily. That can happen at any time, can't it? Nothing proves that the curtain hadn't been like that for several days. The father, Monsieur Félicien Gendreau Balthazar, seemed very perturbed by my presence in the house. You wrote, frightened. That was the feeling I had. I know Gendreau personally. I meet him several times a week in my club. I know, sir. The chief inspector was a handsome man with a patrician manner. He was to be found at all the society gatherings, having married a wealthy Parisian heiress. That was probably why, despite his lifestyle, he insisted on having a regular job. His eyelids had fine creases, and there were deep crow's feet around his eyes. He had probably had no more sleep than Maigret the previous night, or any other night. "Call Besson in, would you?" Besson was an inspector, the only one who had remained at the station during the royal visit. "I have a little job for you, Besson, my man." He copied out the name and address of Georges Simenon, the flautist, onto a loose sheet of paper. "I want to make some discreet inquiries about this gentleman. The sooner the better." Besson looked at the address, was pleased to see that it was in Paris, and promised, "Right away, sir." And when Maigret was alone again with Maigret, he smiled very faintly and said, "Right, I think that's all there is to be done, for the time being." Sitting at his black desk, Maigret spent the most furious hours of his life examining grubby documents, listening to concierges' complaints and street hawkers' excuses. He thought of various extreme options, such as handing in his notice immediately. So according to the chief inspector, all that needed to be done was to make inquiries about the flautist. Why not arrest him and give him a going-over? Maigret could also have telephoned the big chief, Xavier Guichard, or gone to see him, since he knew the head of the Sûreté personally. The latter had often spent his holidays near their home in the Allier, and he had once been a friend of his father's. He hadn't exactly taken Maigret under his wing, but he kept an avuncular eye on him from a distance, or rather from on high, and it was probably thanks to him that over the past 4 years Maigret had constantly been transferred between departments so that he could become acquainted with all the workings of the police within a short space of time. "Mina isn't mad, he wasn't drunk, he saw a window open, he heard a shot, and I saw those patches of oil on the road for myself." That's what he would say, outraged. He would insist. That gave him an idea, and he left the room, going down 3 steps into the duty office where uniformed officers were playing cards. "Tell me, Sergeant, have all the men who were on duty last night already made their reports?" "Not all." "Would you ask them something? I'd like to know whether any of them noticed a de Dion Bouton in the neighborhood between midnight and 2 in the morning. The driver was wearing a grey goatskin jacket and huge goggles. I don't know if there are any passengers." Too bad for the chief inspector. Any investigation or surveillance undertaken? He knew his theory. Ordinarily, this would be his case, Balthazar or no Balthazar. At around midday, he began to feel sleepy, but it wasn't his turn to go for lunch yet. His eyelids were pricking. He caught himself repeating the same question twice while interrogating his customers. Besson came back, the smell of absinthe clinging to his moustache, and that made Maigret hanker for the coolness of a café or the subdued light of a terrace on the boulevard. "Is the chief still here?" He had left, and Besson sat down to write his report. "Poor fellow," he sighed. "Who?" "The musician." And Besson, who exuded health with his soft, glowing skin, went on, "To start with, he's consumptive, which is no fun. They've been trying to send him to the mountains for 2 years, but he won't hear of it." Horses clattered across Place Saint-Georges. That morning there had been a military parade at Les Invalides, and the troops from the various barracks were on their way back to their quarters. The city was still in ferment, with flags, uniforms, music and parades, dignitaries in colourful outfits hastening to the Élysée, where there was a big state banquet. "They live in a 2-room apartment overlooking the courtyard on the 5th floor, with no lift." "Did you go up?" "I talked to the coal merchant who lives in the building, then to the concierge who's from my part of the world. Every month she gets complaints from the residents because he plays the flute all day long with the windows wide open. The concierge is fond of him, so is the coal merchant, even though Mina owes him for 2 or 3 months' worth of coal. As for his missus—" "Did you see her?" "She walked past when I was in the concierge's lodge. A big brunette on the heavy side, with flashing eyes, a sort of Carmen. Always in her dressing gown and slippers, hanging around in the local shops. She has her cards read. She yells at him. The concierge claims she even beats him. Poor fellow." Besson laboriously penned a few lines. Writing reports wasn't his strong point. "I took the metro and went to see Minard's boss at the Brasserie Clichy. Nothing to report. He doesn't drink. He always arrives 5 minutes early. He's nice to everybody, and the girl on Matilda adores him. Where was he this morning? I don't know. Not at home. The concierge would have told me if he had been. Maigret left the office to go and eat 2 hard-boiled eggs and drink a beer in a little café on Place Saint-Georges. When he came back, he found a note from the sergeant on his desk. Officer Julien noticed the presence of a de Dion-Bouton motor car at 1:30 a.m. It was parked in Rue Montsaint, outside number 28. The only occupant was the driver, who matches the description given. The vehicle remained in Rue Montsaint for approximately 10 minutes and drove off in the direction of Rue Blanche. The bell under the clock rang, and Maigret leapt up to open the baize door. Lebray was already back, and Maigret could see the pages of his report spread over the desk, with annotations in red pencil. "Come in, dear boy. Have a seat." This was a rare favour, as the chief inspector usually left his men standing. "I imagine you've spent all morning cursing me." He too was in a tailcoat, but his came from the best tailor on Place Vendôme, and his waistcoats were always in the softest colours. "I've reread your report thoroughly. A very good report, by the way, as I think I already told you. I also had a conversation with Besson about your friend, the flautist." Maigret felt emboldened. "Have the Gendreau Balthazars telephoned you?" "They have indeed, but not to complain, if that's what you think. Richard Gendreau was perfectly amicable. Actually, he was rather amused by you and your zeal. No doubt you were expecting recriminations from him. It was quite the opposite. I don't suppose you'll be surprised that he considers you to be young and impetuous. That is precisely why he took a perverse pleasure in opening every door of his house to you." Maigret was frowning, and his boss watched him with a slight smile, the blasé smile that was the hallmark of the fast set, as they were called. "Now tell me, my boy, if you were in my shoes, what would you have done this morning?" And since Maigret said nothing, he went on, "Apply for a search warrant? First of all, on what grounds? Has a complaint been filed? Not against the Gendreaus in any case. Has a crime been committed? None. Has anyone been injured? Is there a body? Not as far as we know. And you visited the house last night and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. You saw everyone who lives there, some of them in their night-clothes. Don't get me wrong, I'm perfectly aware of what must have been going through your mind all day. I am a friend of the Gendreaus. I am a regular guest at their home. I belong to the same social circle as they do. Admit that you've been cursing me. There is Minard's statement and complaint. The flautist, I'm coming to him. At around 1:30 this morning, he tried to force his way into a private residence, claiming that he had heard a woman cry for help. He saw, don't forget that he is the only person to have seen anything, that no neighbours were disturbed. Put yourself in the place of the butler, who was woken up by someone trying to kick the door down. Excuse me, the butler Louis was fully dressed, tie and all, at 1:30 this morning, even though at the hour Minard rang the bell, the house is in total darkness. Be that as it may, note that it's your flautist again who stated that the butler was fully dressed. But is that a crime? Minard was thrown out very violently, but what would you do if a dubious individual were to burst in on you in the middle of the night, claiming that you were murdering your wife? He proffered a gold cigarette case, and Maigret had to remind him for the umpteenth time that he didn't smoke cigarettes. It was a mannerism of Lebray's, a gesture of aristocratic condescension. Let us look at the matter from a strictly administrative point of view. You have written a report which must go through the usual channels. That is, it will be passed on to the commissioner, who will decide whether to pass it on to the prosecutor. The flautist's complaint against the butler will also be processed in the usual way. Maigret glared at him steadily, and once again considered handing in his notice. He guessed what was coming next. The Gendreau Balthazars are one of the most prominent Paris families. If the slightest indiscretion were committed, every sordid blackmailing scandal sheet would jump at the opportunity. Maigret snapped, I understand. And you hate me, isn't that so? You think I'm protecting these people because they're powerful, or because they're my friends? Maigret made to gather the papers on the desk and tear them up, as was expected of him. Then he would go back to the main office and write his letter of resignation in a handwriting that was as firm as possible. Now, young Maigret, I have some news for you." It was odd. Lebray's mocking tone had become affectionate. "This morning, while I was reading your report, and then again while I was talking to you, something was niggling me, like a vague memory. I don't know if you ever experienced that. The harder you try to pin it down, the hazier it becomes. But I knew it was important, that it could even shed an entirely new light on things. And then I finally put my finger on it, just before going to lunch. Contrary to my usual habit, I ate lunch at home because we had guests. As I looked at my wife, I found one of the links. The thing that had been niggling me all morning was something she had said. But what? Suddenly, in the middle of lunch, it came back to me. Yesterday, before leaving Boulevard de Courcelles, I asked, as I often do, "What are you doing this afternoon?" And my wife replied, "I'm going to have tea in Faubourg Saint-Honoré with Lise and Bernadette. Bernadette is the Countess d'Estiraux, and Lise is Lise Gendreau Balthazar." He stopped and looked at Maigret, a twinkle in his eyes. "There, my boy. All I needed to do was check whether Lise Gendreau really did have tea with my wife at 5 o'clock at the Pihat Tea Rooms. She did, my wife confirmed. At no point did she say she was going to Enseval. When I got back to the office, I reread your report carefully." Maigret's face lit up, and he had already opened his mouth to speak. "Just a moment, not so fast. Last night, you found this same Lise Gendreau's bedroom empty. Her brother told you she had gone to the Nièvre. So that proves nothing. Richard Gendreau wasn't speaking under oath. You had no search warrant, no grounds for questioning him. But now, none now either. That is why I'm advising you." Maigret was at a loss to understand. His heart sank, and he wasn't sure what to do or say. He was hot. He felt humiliated by being treated like a child. "Have you already made your holiday plans?" He nearly gave a rude reply. "I know the public servants are in the habit of arranging their days off and annual leave well in advance. However, you may take your holiday as of today, if you wish. I think that will even ease my conscience, especially if you are not intending to leave Paris. A police officer on leave is no longer a police officer, and there are steps he can permit himself to take that it would be difficult to sanction, officially." Hope again, but Maigret was still afraid. He was expecting another volte-face. "Of course, I hope I won't receive any complaints about you. But should you have something to tell me, or should you need any information, you can call me at home, Boulevard de Courcelles. You'll find my number in the telephone directory." Maigret opened his mouth once again, this time to say thank you, but the chief inspector, who was gently shooing him towards the door, suddenly recalled a minor detail and added, "Actually, 6 or 7 years ago, Félicien Gendreau, the father, appointed a board of trustees, as if he were some harebrained young man. And it's Richard who, since his mother's death, has effectively been in control of the family's affairs. Is your wife well? Is she becoming accustomed to living in Paris and her new apartment?" A dry handshake, and Maigret found himself on the other side of the baize door. Still dazed, he was making his way mechanically over to his black desk when his gaze fell on one of the figures sitting on the bench on the other side of what they called the counter. It was Georges Simenon, the flautist, all in black, though not evening dress this time, and minus his beige overcoat. He was sitting quietly, sandwiched between a tramp and a fat woman with a green shawl, who was breastfeeding her baby. The musician winked at him, as if to ask if he could come up to the barrier. Maigret gave him a little nod of recognition, tidied away his papers, and briefed one of his colleagues on various cases in hand. "I'm on leave," he announced. "Leave? In April? With a visiting monarch to deal with?" "Leave." And the colleague, who knew that Maigret had recently married. "Baby?" "No baby." "Ill?" "Not ill." That was more than worrying, and the colleague shook his head. "Well, it's none of my business. Have a good holiday anyway. Some people have all the luck." Maigret picked up his hat, put on his cuffs, which he had removed on arriving at the office, and went through the gate that separated the police officers from the public. Georges Simenon rose quite naturally, and just as naturally he followed Maigret outside, without saying a word. Had he received a thrashing from his wife, as Besson had suggested? He stood there, fair-haired and frail, with rosy cheeks and blue eyes, keeping close to Maigret like a stray dog who latches on to a passer-by. The sun was streaming down, and there were flags in every window. The air seemed to reverberate with the sound of drums and bugles. The crowds were exuberant, and most of the men held themselves upright like soldiers, inspired by the military parades. When at last Minou drew level with Maigret and walked alongside him, he asked him nervously, "Have you been fired?" He thought, of course, that a public servant could be fired as easily as a flautist, and he was distressed to think that he was the cause. "I haven't been fired. I'm on leave." Oh? His O was uneasy. It contained an anxiety, already almost a reproach. "They'd rather you weren't there for the time being, is that it? I assume they're going to drop the case and my complaint." His tone hardened. "They're not going to ignore my complaint, I hope. I'm telling you now that I won't let them walk all over me. The complaint will go through the usual channels." "Good, especially since I've got some news for you. Well, one piece of news." They had reached Place Saint-Georges, a quiet provincial little square with a café that smelled of white wine. Maigret, unable to resist, pushed open the door. There was a festive atmosphere that afternoon. The pewter counter had been freshly polished, and the Vouvray shimmered pale green in the glasses, making Maigret feel thirsty. "You saw 2 maids in the house, didn't you? That's what you told me, right?" "Germaine and Marie," Maigret reeled off, "as well as Madame Louis the cook." "Well, in fact, there was only one." The musician's eyes lit up with childlike glee, making him look even more like an affectionate dog who had retrieved a stick for its master. "I had a chat with a woman at the dairy where the Gendreaus buy their milk, just next to the tobacconists on the corner of Rue Fontaine." Maigret stared at him in amazement, slightly embarrassed, and he couldn't help thinking of him being thrashed by that Carmen creature. "Since Saturday, Germaine, the eldest maid, has been in the Oise, where her sister is about to give birth. I'm completely free during the day, you see." "What about your wife?" It doesn't matter," he repeated in a slightly distant voice. "I said to myself that if you're carrying on with the investigation, I could perhaps help you out a little. People are generally nice to me. I don't know why." And Maigret thought, except for Carmen. "Now it's my round. Yes, I insist. Just because I drink strawberry cordial, it doesn't mean I can't buy a round. You're not really on leave, are you? That was a joke, wasn't it?" Was it breaking professional secrecy to wink? "I'd have been disappointed if you'd said you were. I don't know these people. I've nothing against them personally, but the fact is that Louis is a thug, and they lied." A little girl in red was selling mimosa freshly arrived from Nice, and Maigret bought a bunch for his wife, who only knew the Riviera from a colour picture postcard of the Baie des Anges. "Tell me what I have to do. And please, don't be afraid that I'll bring you trouble. I'm used to shutting up and keeping quiet." His eyes were beseeching. He would have liked to buy Maigret another Vouvray to convince him, but he didn't dare. "Those houses always conceal dark secrets. Only there are some who are in the know. The servants usually talk too much, and the tradesmen are a mine of information." Without thinking, unaware that in a way he was sealing his partnership with the flautist, Maigret muttered, "Mademoiselle Gendreau is not at Ancevin, as her brother claimed." "So where is she?" "Since Germaine was away, it was probably Lise Gendreau that I saw in the maid's room in her nightdress." That made Maigret uneasy. He had spent his childhood in the shadow of a chateau where his father had been the estate manager. As a result, he had acquired a respect for people in high places, the rich. And strangest of all was that the flautist shared his embarrassment. He said nothing for a good while, but sat staring at his strawberry cordial. "Do you think so?" he asked at length, troubled. In any case, there was a woman in a nightdress in the maid's room, a plump girl with a stale smell. And that also troubled him, as if young ladies from good families, whose names are plastered all over the corridors of the metro in capital letters, weren't capable of smelling stale, like farm girls. The 2 men, sitting in front of their drinks, the scented mimosa mingling with that of white wine and strawberries, the sun on the backs of their necks, were both lost in a vague dream, and Maigret started when his companion's voice brought him back down to earth. Justin Minou was saying, his voice completely guileless, "Now, what do we do?" Chapter 3. A few rounds with old Paumelle. Police officers are advised to own a black dress suit, a dinner jacket, and a morning coat, without which it is not possible to gain admission to some society gatherings. This was one of the instructions that were as fresh in his memory as the catechism is in the mind of a boy making his first communion. But the recommendations were rather over-optimistic, or otherwise the word "some" needed further qualification. He had tried on his dress suit the previous evening, with the idea of gaining entry to the circles frequented by the Gendros, the Osh Club, for example, or the Haussmann, but one little comment from his wife had been enough to bring him back down to earth. "You're so handsome, Jules," she had exclaimed as he inspected his reflection in the wardrobe mirror. She would never have taken the liberty of laughing at him. She was certainly speaking in earnest. All the same, there was something indefinable in her tone, in her smile, that warned him not to try to pass himself off as a young clubman. Resting their elbows on the window ledge, they could hear the sounds of a torchlight retreat coming from Place de la Bastille. As the coolness of the night enveloped them, Maigret was finding it hard to remain positive. "You see, if I crack this case, it's almost a guaranteed passport to Quai des Orfèvres. Once I'm there..." What more could he want? To be part of the Sûreté, perhaps the famous murder squad, dubbed the Chief's Squad. But to get there, he had to bring this case to a successful conclusion, in other words, without drawing attention to himself, and uncover the darkest secrets of a wealthy household in Rue Chaptal. He spent a restless night, and on waking at 6 o'clock in the morning, he was once again presented with an ironic reminder of his police manual. A cap, a scarf, and a worn jacket proved to be a very effective disguise. This time, as he inspected his reflection in the mirror, Madame Maigret hadn't laughed, but said affectionately, "Next month you really must buy yourself a suit." She was tactfully trying to say that his tatty old jacket was hardly more tired than his so-called best suit. In other words, he had no need for a disguise. So he ended up putting on his collar and tie, as well as his bowler hat. The weather was still magnificent, as if in honor of the visiting sovereign who would be driven to Versailles later that day. Nearly 200,000 Parisians were already on their way to the royal town, whose parks by evening would be strewn with greasy wrappers and empty bottles. Meanwhile, Justin Minard would be taking the train to Conflans, where he planned to track down the famous Germaine, the Gendros' maid. "If I can just find her," he had said with his disarming gentleness, "I'm sure she'll tell me everything she knows. I've no idea why, but people always seem to want to tell me their life story." It was 7 o'clock when Maigret took possession, as it were, of Rue Chaptal, and he was glad he hadn't worn a cap and scarf, since the first person he met was an officer from his station, who greeted him by name. There are bustling streets full of shops and cafes where it's easy to blend in, but Rue Chaptal is not one of them. Short and wide, it has no shops and very few people use it. All the curtains of the Gendreau Balthazar mansion were tightly drawn, as in most of the other houses in the street. Maigret loitered on one corner and then another, feeling rather conspicuous. When a maid came out of one of the buildings to go and fetch the milk from the dairy in Rue Fontaine, next to the tobacconist's, he had the impression that she was looking at him with suspicion, and that she hastened her step. It was the worst time of day. Despite the sunshine, there was still a nip in the air, and he had not worn his overcoat, as it would be hot later. The pavements were absolutely empty. The tobacconist's on the corner didn't open until 7:30, when Maigret went in and drank a foul cup of coffee that made his stomach heave. Another maid with her milk can, then another. They looked as if they'd just got out of bed and hadn't washed yet. Then shutters opened here and there, and women with their hair in curling papers gazed out into the street, invariably eyeing him with suspicion. But there was no movement of the Gendros. It wasn't until 8:30 that a chauffeur in a very tight-fitting black uniform arrived from Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette and rang the bell. Luckily, the Vieux Calvados, on the corner of Rue Aînée, almost opposite the Gendros, had just opened. It was the only place in the street that offered Maigret a refuge. He stepped inside in the nick of time. Louis, wearing a striped waistcoat, opened the door, then exchanged a few words with the driver. The door stayed open as it would do all day. Beyond the porch, Maigret glimpsed a sun-drenched courtyard, some foliage, a garage, and the sound of hooves, suggesting that there were also stables. "Are you wanting to eat?" A very fat man, with a very ruddy face and beady little eyes, was calmly eyeing Maigret, who jumped. "What do you say to a few slices of andouille with a bowl of cider? It's the best way to start the day." And that was how Maigret's day began, one that was typical of many that he would experience during his career, but which at this early stage felt like a dream. The place itself was rather extraordinary. In this street of private mansions and expensive apartment buildings, the Vieux Calvados looked like a country inn that had been forgotten when Paris had spread. The building was low and narrow, with a little step down into a rather dark, very cool room with a dull pewter counter. The bottles looked as if they'd been standing there forever. There was a special smell, too. It came perhaps from the open trapdoor in the floor that led down to the cellar. A sort of acidic cloud wafted up from below, cider mingled with Calvados, old barrels, and must, while cooking aromas came from the kitchen. At the back of the room, a spiral staircase led up to the mezzanine, and the whole effect was that of a stage set. The owner, stubby-legged, very broad, with an obstinate forehead and a glint in his eyes, paced up and down like an actor. Did Maigret have any alternative but to accept what was put in front of him? He had never drunk cider at breakfast. This was his first experience, and contrary to his expectations, he felt a warm glow in his chest. "I'm waiting for someone," he ventured by way of an explanation. "It's no business of mine." But the shrug of his massive shoulders said, "I don't believe you." There was a cynical glint in his eyes, so cynical that after a while Maigret began to feel uncomfortable. The owner had, too, at the bar, thick slices of andouille, and after a quarter of an hour he had drained the jug of cider drawn from the barrel in the cellar. Over the road at the Gendreau's, Maigret caught an occasional glimpse of the chauffeur in the courtyard. He had removed his jacket and was busy hosing down a car of which only the front wheels were visible. But it wasn't a Dion-Bouton. It was a black limousine with huge copper headlamps. There were still a few passers-by in the street, a handful of workers heading towards the metro, maids or housewives hurrying to the shops in Rue Fontaine. Nobody came into the Vieux Calvados, where an enormous woman appeared on the spiral staircase, her feet coming into view first, encased in red slippers. Without saying a word, she went into the kitchen. Officers on a surveillance operation are no longer their own masters. Their actions are determined by the behavior of the individual under surveillance. Curtains opened on the first floor, those of Richard Gendreau's bedroom. It was 9 o'clock. The owner of the Vieux Calvados pottered about, a cloth in his hand, and seemed deliberately to be avoiding making conversation. "It looks as if my friend's been delayed," said Maigret, anxious to keep up appearances. The Vieux Calvados wasn't a bar, but a restaurant with a regular clientele. The red gingham tablecloths matched the curtains. Cooking aromas were already drifting through the doorway at the back, and potatoes could be heard plopping into a bucket, one at a time, as they were peeled. Why did the owner and his wife not speak to one another? Since the woman had come downstairs, the two of them, or rather the three of them, seemed to be acting out a strange pantomime. The owner carried on wiping his bottles and glasses and polishing the pewter counter. He lingered for a moment in front of a row of earthenware jugs and eventually chose one. Then he promptly filled 2 glasses, jerked his head in the direction of the wall clock next to a promotional calendar, and said simply, "Time for a drink." His beady eyes on Maigret to see how he would react to the Calvados, he clicked his tongue and picked up his cloth, which he looped through his braces when he wasn't using it. At 9:30, the chauffeur over the road put on his jacket and the engine could be heard spluttering into action. The car pulled up beneath the porch, and a few minutes later, Richard Gendreau, in a grey suit with a carnation in his buttonhole, clambered in. Was the restaurant owner simply a mischievous fool? Or, on the contrary, had he already guessed everything? He glanced at the car as it drove past, then at Maigret, and then gave a gentle sigh, and went back to work. A quarter of an hour later, he resumed his place behind the bar, selected another jug, filled 2 little glasses without saying a word, and nudged one towards his customer. It was only later that Maigret gathered that this was a ritual, a kind of foible. Every half hour there was a little glass of Calvados, which explained the man's blotchy complexion and rheumy eyes. Thank you, but too bad." It was impossible to say no. There was such authority in the insistent gaze fixed on him that he preferred to knock back the drink. He was beginning to feel tipsy. At 10 o'clock he asked, "Do you have a telephone?" "Upstairs, opposite the WC." Maigret went up the spiral staircase into a little low-ceilinged room where there were only 4 tables with gingham cloths. The windows began at floor level. Balthazar Coffee, Avenue de l'Opéra. Warehouses, Quai de Valmy, Head Office, Rue Aubert. He called Head Office. "May I speak to Monsieur Richard Gendreau?" "Who's calling?" "Tell him that it's Louis." Almost immediately he recognized Gendreau's voice on the other end. "Hello, Louis?" He sounded anxious. Maigret hung up. Through the window he could see the butler in his striped waistcoat stationed on the pavement, where he was calmly smoking a cigarette. He didn't stay there for long. He must have heard the telephone ring. Alarmed, his boss was calling him. Good. So Richard Gendreau was at his office, where he probably spent the greater part of his time. Louis did not come back outside, but the main door stayed open. A very young face appeared at a second-floor window where the curtains had just been drawn back. It was Marie, the little maid with a pointed nose, a neck like a plucked bird's, and dishevelled hair beneath a pretty lace cap. She was wearing a soubrette's black dress and white apron. He was afraid of staying upstairs too long and arousing the owner's suspicions. He came down just in time for the 3rd Calvados, which the owner poured with the same authority as before. As he gave him the glass, he pushed towards him a saucer on which there were slices of enduit, stating, "I'm from Pontarcy." He pronounced the word with such solemnity that it must have contained some mysterious significance. Did that explain the enduit? Were people from Pontarcy in the habit of knocking back a glass of Calvados every half hour? He added, "Dear Veer. May I make another telephone call?" It wasn't yet 10:30, and Maigret was already familiar with the place. He was beginning to feel at home, and his mood was even fairly cheerful. The floor-to-ceiling window was entertaining, as it allowed passers-by in the street below to peer in and see the diners. "Hello, is that Monsieur Gendreau Balthazar's residence?" This time it was Louis's lugubrious voice that answered. "May I speak to Mademoiselle Gendreau, please?" "Mademoiselle is not at home. Who's calling?" Maigret hung up, as he had done before, and went back downstairs, where the owner, concentrating hard, was writing out the day's menu on a slate, thinking carefully about each word. There were a lot of open windows now, with rugs being beaten above the empty street. An elderly lady in black, wearing a hat with a purple veil, was walking a little dog, which stopped at every doorway to raise its hind leg, in vain. "I'm beginning to wonder," mumbled Maigret with a forced laugh, "whether my friend has forgotten that we're meeting." Did the owner believe him? Had he guessed that Maigret was from the police? At 11 o'clock he watched a coachman hitch a bay horse to a broom in the courtyard of the Gendreau's residence. But this coachman had not come in through the carriage entrance. He was unlikely to have slept in the house, which suggested that there was another way out of the property. At 11:15, Félicien Gendreau, the father, came down dressed in a morning coat, yellow gloves, beige hat, cane in hand, his moustache neatly waxed. The coachman helped him clamber into the carriage, which set off in the direction of Rue Blanche. The elderly gentleman was probably going for a ride in the Bois de Boulogne before having lunch at his club. Police officers are advised to own a black dress suit, a dinner jacket, and a morning coat. And Maigret, looking at himself in the mirror, surrounded by bottles, had a wry smile. "And yellow gloves, too, I suppose, and a cane with a gold knob, and light-coloured spats, and patent leather shoes." Just his luck for his first investigation. He could have been required to infiltrate any milieu. Petty bourgeois, shopkeepers, ragmen, vagrants, Any of those would have been easy, but not this private mansion, its carriage entrance more imposing than a church door with its marble peristyle, and even its courtyard, where a driver was polishing a limousine for one of the masters before harnessing a pedigree horse for the other. Calvados. He had no choice. He would hold out until the end and remain at his post in the Vieux Calvados for as long as was necessary. He hadn't caught sight of Madame Louis. Maybe she didn't do her shopping every morning. She probably had provisions at home, and the gentleman must be having luncheon out. Georges Simenon was lucky. He was in the country now, tracking down Germaine Babouf. He'd found out her surname from the dairywoman, who was at her sister's, probably in a humble little shack with a garden and chickens. "Don't you think your wife—" "It doesn't matter." And Madame Maigret, who had decided to give the apartment a thorough spring clean today. "Do you think it's worth it?" he had asked her. "We won't be staying here for long. We're bound to find a place in a nicer neighborhood soon." He couldn't know that 30 years later they would still be living in the same home on Boulevard Michel-Lenoir, having acquired the next-door apartment too. At 11:30, some customers walked into the Vieux Calvados at last. Painters in white overalls, who were clearly regulars, since one of them greeted the owner with a familiar "Salut, Pommel." For them, this was an aperitif which they drank as they stood reading the menu slate before going to sit at a window table. By midday, all the tables were full. Every so often, Madame Pommel would emerge from her kitchen carrying plates, while her husband served the drinks, going up and down the stairs from the cellar to the ground floor and from the ground floor to the mezzanine. Most of the customers were workers from the nearby building sites, but there were also 2 cabmen whose carriages stood outside the restaurant. Maigret would have liked to telephone Monsieur Lebray to ask his advice. He had eaten and drunk too much. He felt sluggish, and if he had been in Noir's, in the flautist's shoes, he would probably have indulged in a little nap in a field under a tree with a newspaper spread over his face. His self-confidence was beginning to dwindle, as was his faith in his profession, which at times felt futile. Was it a manly job, idling the day away in a cafe, watching a house where nothing was happening? The other people there all had a specific job. All over Paris, people were coming and going like ants, but at least they knew where they were going. No one was forced, for example, to drink a glass of Calvados every half hour with a man whose eyes were growing increasingly unfocused, his smile increasingly sinister. Pommel was laughing at him, he was certain of it. But what else could he do? Go and stand outside in the bright sunlight, in full view of the many windows overlooking the street? The thought brought back an unpleasant memory, a stupid episode barely 2 years earlier that had almost made him leave the police. He had been put on patrol with specific responsibility for pickpockets in the metro. A cap, a scarf, and a worn jacket are— In those days, he believed in his job. Deep down, he still did. The incident had happened opposite La Samaritaine. He'd been coming up the stairs from the metro. Just in front of him, a man in a bowler hat deftly sliced the strap of an elderly lady's reticule. Maigret leapt at him, grabbed the black velvet bag, and tried to hold on to the man, who started yelling, "Stop, thief!" And the crowd had set upon Maigret with fists flying, while the man in the bowler hat discreetly slipped away. Now he was beginning to have doubts about his friend, Georges Simenon. Maybe the second-floor window had been opened, but so what? Everybody was entitled to open their window in the middle of the night. There are people who sleepwalk, who start shouting. The Vieux Calvados had emptied. The owner and his wife hadn't exchanged a single word all day. They each went about their jobs in silence, as in a perfectly choreographed ballet. And then, at last, at 2:20, something happened. A car came cruising leisurely down the street, and it was a grey de Dion-Bouton. The man at the wheel was wearing a grey goatskin jacket and goggles. The car did not stop in front of the Gendreau residence, but drove slowly past, and Maigret could see that there were no passengers. He rushed over to the window and managed to make a note of the registration number, B780. He couldn't possibly run after the car, which turned into Rue Fontaine. He stood there, his heart racing, and less than 5 minutes later, the same car cruised past again. When he returned to the bar, Paumelle stared fixedly at him, giving no indication of what he was thinking. He merely filled 2 glasses and pushed one towards his customer. The car did not reappear. It was the hour when the opera's nymph-like corps de ballet was performing in the gardens of Versailles, all those gentlemen in full dress. 100,000 people crammed together, children hoisted onto shoulders amid red balloons, hawkers selling coconuts and little paper flags. Meanwhile, Rue Chaptal dozed. The occasional cab went by, and now and again came the dull tip-clop of hooves on the wooden paving blocks. At 10 to 4, Louis appeared. He had slipped a black jacket over his striped waistcoat and wore a black bowler hat. He stood framed in the entrance arch for a moment, lit a cigarette, blowing the smoke out defiantly. Then he walked slowly to the corner of Rue Fontaine. Maigret watched him go into the tobacconist's. He soon came out again and returned to the house. For a second his gaze rested on the Vieux Calvados sign. It was too light outside and too dark inside for him to be able to recognize the secretary from the Saint-Georges police station. Was he expecting someone? Was he trying to make up his mind? He walked to the corner of Rue Blanche, and there he seemed to spot someone who was outside Maigret's field of vision. Then he hastened off and disappeared. Maigret almost followed him. It was a sort of human respect that stopped him. He could feel the owner's bleary eyes on him. He would have to find an explanation, ask for the bill, wait for change, and then by the time he reached Rue Blanche, the butler would probably be far away. He thought of another plan. Calmly pay his bill, and take advantage of Louis's absence to go and ring the doorbell of the house over the road, ask to speak to Mademoiselle Gendreau, or simply to young Marie. On second thoughts, he did neither. A horse-drawn cab was approaching from Rue Blanche. The driver, with the boiled leather hat, carefully scrutinized the numbers on the houses, and pulled up just past the Gendreau residence. He did not leave his seat. He seemed to have received orders. His meter flag was down. 2 or 3 minutes at most went by. Marie's mouse-like face appeared under the arch. She was still wearing her apron and lace cap. Then she vanished, came back with a travel bag, looked up and down the street, and walked up to the cab. Maigret couldn't hear what she said to the driver, who, without leaving his perch, lifted up the bag, which couldn't have been heavy, and set it down beside him. Marie returned to the house with a jaunty step. Her waist was as slender as that of the legendary Polaires, and she was so tiny that her mass of hair made her look as if she might overbalance. She disappeared, and a moment later someone else appeared, a tall, curvaceous young woman, wearing a navy blue suit and a blue hat with a white veil decorated with large polka dots. Why did Maigret turn red? Because he had seen her in her nightdress, in a cluttered maid's room? The woman was no maid, that was clear. She could only be Lise Gendreau. She walked over to the cab, very dignified despite her hurry, wiggling her hips a little, and clambered inside. Maigret was so flustered that he almost forgot to make a note of the number of the cab. 48. He wrote it down straight away, and reddened again under Paumel's stare. "And there it is," sighed the owner, wondering which jug to choose. "There what is?" "There's how it is with these so-called good featherlies." He sounded jubilant, although he did not go so far as to smile. "That's what you were waiting for, isn't it?" "What do you mean?" He became contemptuous and nudged a glass towards Maigret, scowling. He appeared to be signaling, "Since you are acting so secretively." And Maigret, to redeem himself, as if to curry the owner's favour, "That's Mademoiselle Gendreau, isn't it?" "Balthazar Coffey, yes, sir. And I don't think we'll be seeing her again in our street for a while." "Do you think she's gone travelling?" The man's expression became crushing. He intimidated his young customer with the full weight of his 50 or 60 years, with all the little drinks he'd had with people of all kinds, with his knowledge of all the neighbourhood secrets. "Who are you working for?" he asked, suddenly cagey. "But I'm not working for anyone." A mere look, which said more bluntly than words, "You're lying." Then, with a shrug, "Too bad. What did you think?" "Go on. Admit that you've already been sniffing around this area." "Me? I swear." It was true. He felt the need to prove his good faith. And the owner studied him calmly, seeming hesitant, and finally sighed, "I taken you for a friend of a count's." "What count?" "It doesn't matter, since you aren't. You have the same walk at times, the same way of hunching your shoulders. Do you think that Mademoiselle Gendreau went off to meet a count?" Paumelle didn't reply, as he had his eye on Louis, who had just reappeared at the corner of Rue Fontaine. Since setting off down Rue Blanche, he had walked around the block. He looked brighter than before. He really did appear to be out for a stroll, thinking of nothing other than enjoying the sunshine. He glanced up and down the empty street. Then, like a man allaying himself a glass of well-earned white wine, he entered the tobacconist's on the corner. "Does he sometimes come in here?" A sharp, categorical "No." "He's an ugly-looking character." "There are a lot of ugly-looking people, but they can't do anything about it." Was he alluding to Maigret? He went on as if talking to himself, while a clatter of crockery came from the kitchen. "And there are some people who are honest, and others who aren't." Maigret sensed that he was on the verge of an important revelation. But first he needed to win the trust of this heavy man drunk on Calvados. Was it too late? He had probably not helped his cause by saying that he wasn't a friend of the Count's. He had the distinct feeling that the entire morning had been fraught with misunderstandings. "I work for a private detective agency," he ventured on impulse. Well, well, well. Hadn't his boss told him not to bring the police into the case? He was using deception to get to the truth. At that moment, he would have given a great deal to have been 20 years older and have the owner's bulk and build. "I knew something would happen." "And so it has, you see." "So you reckon she won't be coming back?" He kept missing the mark, as Paumelle merely shrugged, not without a trace of pity. Then he tried another tactic. "It's my round," he announced, pointing to the earthenware flagons. Would Paumelle refuse a drink with him? He shrugged again and muttered, "At this hour, we do better to drink a bottle of cider." He went out of the cellar to fetch one. While Maigret felt groggy after all the Calvados he had drunk, Paumelle still walked with a sure step, and was unfazed by the staircase with no handrail, which was more like a ladder. "You see, young man, you have to be an old dog in order to lie." "Do you think that I—" Paumelle filled the glasses. "Who would hire a private detective agency to deal with something like this? Not a count, right? Even less the Gendreau gentleman, father or son. As for Monsieur Hubert—" "Who's Hubert?" "You see, you don't even know the family." "Is there another son?" "How many houses are there in the street?" "I don't know, 40, 50? "Well, count them. They go and knock on every door. Perhaps you'll find someone who could tell you. In the meantime, excuse me, I'm not throwing you out. You can stay as long as you like. Only it's time for my nap, and that's sacred." There was a straw-bottomed chair behind the bar, and Paumelle sat down in it, his back to the window, folded his hands over his belly, closed his eyes, and appeared to fall asleep instantly. Now that everything had gone quiet, his wife poked her head around the kitchen door, a tea-towel in one hand, a plate in the other, and, reassured, returned to her washing up without a glance at Maigret, who sheepishly went over and sat by the window. Chapter 4. The Old Gentleman in Avenue du Bois. Maigret and Minard had agreed that when the latter returned from Conflans, he would leave a note at Maigret's apartment on Boulevard Vichel-Lemoire to let him know he was back. "But it's out of your way," Maigret had protested. Minard's reply had been the usual, "It doesn't matter." Maigret had asked him a question, tentatively, because he was loath to discourage the flautist. "How are you going to introduce yourself? What do you intend to tell them?" It was only now, with hindsight, as Maigret was walking home amid the bright lights of the boulevard after an exhausting day, that the musician's reply alarmed him somewhat. "Don't worry, I'll think of something. Then after a moment of gloom during the afternoon, perhaps because of the formidable owner of the Vieux Calvados, perhaps because he was having trouble digesting all the little glasses of Calvados he'd drunk, Maigret now felt more cheerful. Something was happening inside him which he had never experienced before. He couldn't have imagined that one day this sensation would become so familiar that it would become legendary at Quai des Orfèvres. Up until that point, it had only been a pleasant warmth pervading his body, a more confident stride and way of looking at people, shadows and lights, and at the cabs and trams all around him. Earlier, in Rue Chaptal, he had resented his boss for allowing him to continue with this case, and he half suspected that Lebray was deliberately playing a mean trick on him. Can a man attack a fortress like the Balthazar's residence single-handed? Is that how the big boys in the chief squad worked? They had endless resources at their disposal, files, records, colleagues everywhere, informers. If they needed to have 10 people followed, they put 10 men on the job. But now, Maigret was suddenly happy to be working alone, snooping around as he pleased. Neither did he foresee that one day he would be famous for this method, and that when he became head of a crime squad, with a small army of officers under his command, he would sometimes stake out a suspect in person, tail him in the street, and sit in a cafe, waiting for hours on end. Before leaving the Vieux Calvados, where Paumelle was now showing him only the utmost indifference, he had made 2 more telephone calls. First of all, to the Urbain Cab Company, because Lise Gendreau's cab had borne its emblem. He was kept waiting for a long time. "Number 48 belongs to the depot at La Villette. The cab driver's name is Eugène Cornille. He went on duty at midday today. It's unlikely he'll be back at the depot before midnight." "You don't happen to know where I might find him in the meantime?" "He usually waits at Place Saint-Augustin, but that of course depends on whether or not he picks up any customers. There's a little restaurant nearby called Au Rendezvous du Massif Central. I believe he goes there for a bite to eat when he can." The other telephone call was to the vehicle registration department at the prefecture. It took even longer to find the car registration number in the files. Since Maigret was supposedly calling from the police station, the clerk offered to call him back. "I'd rather hold on." At long last he was given a name and an address. The Marquis de Bazancourt, 3, Avenue Gabriel. Another affluent neighborhood, probably a mansion overlooking the Champs-Élysées. A haughty voice answered, "Is it personal?" And when he replied yes, "Monsieur le Marquis passed away 3 months ago." Then he asked a rather naive question. "Does he have an heir?" "I'm sorry, I don't understand. All his possessions have been sold, and only the house is still waiting for a buyer." "You don't know who purchased the de Dion-Bouton?" "A mechanic from Rue des Acacias, off Avenue de la Grande Armée. I don't recall his name, but I think it's the only garage in the street." At 5 o'clock, Maigret took the métro to Étoile and found the garage in Rue des Acacias. But it was closed, and there was a notice on the door saying, "Please inquire next door." There was a shoemender on one side and a barn on the other. The notice meant people to inquire at the bar. Unfortunately, the wine merchant knew nothing. "Day hasn't been in today. He does a bit of this and a bit of that, you know. Sometimes he goes on trips for his customers." "You wouldn't have his home address?" "He lives in lodgings near Place de Terme, but I don't know the exact address." "Is he married?" Maigret couldn't be sure, because he didn't dare appear too inquisitive, but he had the sense that Dédé was a rather particular kind of gentleman, and that if he did have a companion, then he would be most likely to run into her in the street between Étoile and Place de Terme. He spent the rest of the afternoon trying to track down the cab driver, Cornille. He found Au Rendezvous du Massif Central. It's rare for him not to drop in for a bite to eat. Annoyingly, today was one of those rare days. Not one of his fares had happened to finish up in the vicinity of Cornille's haunt in Place Saint-Augustin. Maigret finally went home and walked under the archway. The concierge slid back the hatch in the glazed door. "Monsieur Maigret! Monsieur Maigret, I have something important for you." It was a note which he was advised to read before going up to his apartment. "Don't go upstairs right away. I have to speak to you first. I waited as long as I could. Come and find me at the Brasserie Clichy. The young lady is upstairs, with your wife. Your devoted servant, Georges Simenon. By that time, it was completely dark. Standing on the pavement, Maigret looked up, saw the curtains drawn in their apartment, and pictured the two women in the little dining room that doubled as a sitting room. What on earth could they be talking about? Madame Maigret would most likely have laid the table, perhaps even served dinner. He took the metro to Place Blanche and entered the vast brasserie, where the air was thick with the smell of beer and sauerkraut. The little band of 5 musicians was playing. Justin wasn't playing the flute, but the double bass. Dwarfed by the huge instrument, he looked even scrawnier. Maigret sat down at one of the marble tables, couldn't make up his mind, and eventually ordered sauerkraut and a beer. When the piece was over, Mina joined him. "I'm sorry to drag you all the way here, but I absolutely had to speak to you before you saw her." He was very agitated, perhaps a little worried, and that made Maigret anxious too. It hadn't occurred to me that her sister, being married, would have a different name from her. That made me lose time in my search for her. Her husband works for the railway on the freight trains and is often away for 2 or 3 days. They live in a house in the country, on a hillside, with a white goat tethered to a stake and a vegetable garden surrounded by a fence. Was Germaine there? When I arrived, the two of them were sitting at the table in front of a huge dish of black pudding, and there was a strong smell of onions. The sister hasn't given birth. Not yet, they're waiting. Apparently it would still be a few more days. I told them I was an insurance salesman, that I'd heard that the young lady was about to have a baby, and that it was the perfect time to take out a policy. The violinist, who was also the band leader, hung a card with a number on it from a rail, struck his rostrum with the tip of his bow, and Justin excused himself and went up onto the podium. When he came back, he said hurriedly, "Don't worry, I'm sure everything will turn out fine. I'm quite well up on the subject because my wife has a bee in her bonnet about insurance. She claims I've only got about 3 years to live and that... But it doesn't matter. Germaine is good-looking. She's plump, with a heavy chignon which she's always having to pin up again, and a penetrating gaze. You'll see. She stared at me continuously. She asked me point-blank which company I worked for. I gave her a name off the top of my head, and then she wanted to know who my boss was. She fired a whole lot of questions at me, and then she said, I had a friend who worked in the same company for 3 months. Then, suddenly changing the subject, she asked, Did Louis send you? Georges Simenon had to go back on stage. As the band struck up a Viennese waltz, he darted little glances at Maigret as if to reassure him. He seemed to be saying, Don't worry, just wait for what's coming next. Next came. I told her that it wasn't Louis who'd sent me. It's not the Count either, she retorted. No. As for Monsieur Richard, tell me you wouldn't be one of Monsieur Richard's men, would you? You see the type of girl? I had to make a decision. Her sister is younger than her and has been married for just a year. She was a housemaid in the Saint-Lazare neighborhood, where she met her husband. Germaine rather enjoyed shocking her. If you want my opinion, she enjoys shocking people. She needs to be the center of attention at any price, if you see what I mean. She probably dreamed of being an actress. After eating, she lit a cigarette, but she has no idea how to smoke. The house only has 1 room, with a big bed and an enlarged print of the wedding photo in an oval frame. Are you sure you're not one of Monsieur Richard's men? She asked me again. She has bulging eyes, and sometimes when she's talking to you, she stares fixedly. It makes you squirm. It's as if all of a sudden she's no longer herself. But that's only an impression, because she's certainly got her head screwed on. You see how complicated life is in that world, Olga, she said to her sister indignantly. I told you it would end badly. I asked her when she planned to return to work. I don't think I'll ever set foot in that place again. And she still wanted to know, so... Music. The flautist's eyes entreated Maigret to be patient, not to worry. So there you are. Too bad if I did the wrong thing. I told her the truth. What truth? That the young lady had called for help. That Louis had hit me, that you had come, and they'd shown you a girl in a nightdress passing herself off as Germaine. That infuriated her. I made it clear that there was no official investigation, that you were handling the case in a private capacity, that you'd be pleased to meet her, and before I'd finished talking, she started to get dressed. I can still see her in her lace-trimmed drawers and camisole, rummaging in her suitcase, apologizing to her sister. You do understand, she said to her, a baby always comes sooner or later, whereas for me, this is a matter of life or death. I felt awkward, but I thought it would be useful for you to hear it. I didn't know what to do with her. So I took her to your place. I managed to have a word with your wife on the landing. My goodness, what a kind wife you have. I told her not to let your men escape. Are you angry with me?" How could he be angry? Maigret wasn't exactly reassured, but all the same he sighed. "Perhaps it's a good thing. When will I see you?" He remembered that he had to meet Cornille, the cab driver, at midnight. "Maybe tonight. If I don't see you, I'll take the liberty of dropping into your place tomorrow morning, now that I know where it is. Oh, one more thing." Embarrassed, he faltered. "She asked me who would pay her expenses, and I told her, I didn't know what to say. I told her not to worry, but, you know, if it's a problem, Maigret left, while the band was playing, and hurried towards the metro. He felt a certain emotion on seeing the light under his door. He had no need to take his key out of his pocket, because Madame Maigret always recognized his footsteps. She gave him a knowing look, saying cheerfully, "There's a charming young lady waiting for you." Dear Madame Maigret. She wasn't being sarcastic. She wanted to be hospitable. The creature was there, a dirty plate before her, elbows on the table, a cigarette in her mouth. Her huge eyes bored into Maigret as if she wanted to devour him, and yet there was still something hesitant about her. "Are you really a policeman?" He showed her his ID, and from then on she did not take her eyes off him. In front of her was a small glass. Madame Maigret had brought out the kirsch she kept for special occasions. "I don't suppose you've eaten?" "Yes, I have." "In that case, I'll leave you. I must do the washing up." She cleared the table and went into the kitchen, not sure whether she should close the door. "Is your friend a policeman too?" "No, not exactly. It was by chance. Is he married?" "Yes, I think so." He felt slightly uncomfortable in his own home with this strange girl who was behaving as if this were her place, getting up, rearranging her chignon in front of the mirror on the chimney breast, then sitting down in Madame Maigret's armchair, muttering, "May I?" He asked her, "Have you known Mademoiselle Gendreau long?" "We were at school together." "I presume you are from Onceval, is that right? Did you both go to the school in Onceval?" He was surprised that the Balthazar coffee heiress had attended a little village school. "I mean that we're the same age, give or take a couple of months. She'll be 21 next year, and I turned 21 a couple of weeks ago." "And you both went to school in Onceval?" he repeated. "She didn't. She went to a convent in Nevers. But it was at the same time." He understood, and from then on he was cautious, taking care to separate the false from the true and the true from the partially true or the plausible. "Were you expecting something to happen at Rue Chaptal?" "I've always thought that things would turn nasty." "Why?" "Because they hate one another." "Who?" "Mademoiselle and her brother. I've worked at the house for 4 years. I started immediately after Madame's death. You know, don't you, that she died in a railway accident when she was on the way to take the waters at Littel. It was terrible." She said that, as if he had been present when they had recovered the 100 or so bodies from under the debris of the carriages. "You see, while Madame was alive, the will wasn't important." "You know the family well." "I was born in Onceval. My father was born there. My grandfather was one of the Count's farmers. He used to play marbles with the old gentleman when they were boys." "Which old gentleman?" "That's how they still refer to him in the village. Don't you know anything? I thought the police knew everyone's business." "Presumably you're talking about old Monsieur Balthazar." "Monsieur Hector, yes. His father was the village saddler. He was also the church bell ringer. At the age of 12, Monsieur Hector was a peddler. He used to go from farm to farm with his box on his back." "Was it he who founded Balthazar Coffee?" "Yes, which didn't stop my grandfather being on familiar terms with him until the end. He didn't come back to the village for a very long time. When we saw him again, he was already rich, and we heard he'd bought the chateau." "Who would the chateau belong to?" "To the Count d'Ortzeval, of course." And is there no longer a Count d'Anceval? There is still one, Mademoiselle's friend. Won't you pour me another glass of liqueur? Is it from your region? From my wife's. When I think that little shrew, I don't mean your wife, had the cheek to pretend she was me and sleep in my bed. Did you really see her in a nightdress? She's fatter than me. I could say a lot more about her body, her breast. So, old Balthazar, the owner of Balthazar Coffee, bought the Chateau d'Anceval. Was he married? He had been married, but his wife was already dead by then. He had a daughter, beautiful woman, much too stuck up. He also had a son, Monsieur Hubert, who's always been a good-for-nothing. He was as easy-going as his sister was tough. He travelled overseas a lot. All that was before you were born? Of course, but it's still going on. Maigret had automatically taken a notebook out of his pocket and was writing down names, rather as he would have drawn a family tree. He sensed that with a girl like Germaine, it was important to get things straight. So, first of all, there was Hector Balthazar, whom you call the old gentleman. When did he die? 5 years ago, only 1 year before his daughter. And Maigret, thinking of Félicien Gendreau, who was elderly himself, said in surprise, "He must have been very old." He was 88. He lived alone in a huge house on Avenue du Bois de Boulogne. He still ran the business with the help of his daughter. Not his son. You must be kidding. His son wasn't even allowed to set foot in the offices. He was given an allowance. He lives on the banks of the Seine, not far from Pont-Neuf. He's some sort of artist. Just a minute. Avenue du Bois. Hector's daughter was married to Félicien Gendreau. That's right. But Monsieur Félicien wasn't allowed to be involved in the business either. Why not? They tried, apparently, a long time ago. He was a gambler. Even now he spends his afternoons at the races. He's rumoured to have done something shady with bank drafts or cheques. His father-in-law wouldn't even speak to him anymore. Later, Maigret would become acquainted with a mansion on Avenue du Bois de Boulogne, one of the ugliest, most pretentious houses in Paris, with medieval turrets and stained-glass windows. He would also see a photograph of the old man, with his chiselled features, chalky complexion, and long white side whiskers, wearing a frock coat open to reveal 2 slim strips of shirt front, either side of his black cravat. If he had been better acquainted with Paris life, he would have known that the elderly Balthazar had bequeathed his mansion to the state with his entire collection of paintings, on condition that it be turned into a museum. The newspapers had been full of it when he died. For over a year, the experts had argued, and the government had ended up refusing the legacy, having discovered that most of the paintings were forgeries. One day, Maigret would see the portrait of the daughter, too, her hair drawn back at the nape, reminiscent of the Empress Eugénie, her face as cold as that of the founder of the Balthazar dynasty. As for Félicien Gendreau, he had met him with his dyed moustache, light-coloured spats, and his cane with its gold knob. Apparently, the old man hated everyone, including his son, then his son-in-law, and finally Monsieur Richard, whom he knew well. The only exceptions were his daughter and his granddaughter, Mademoiselle Lise. They used to say that they alone were of his stock, and he left a complicated will. Monsieur Braquemont will be able to tell you about it. Who is Monsieur Braquemont? His lawyer. He's in his 80s. All the others are afraid of him because he's the only person who knows. Who knows what? I was never told. All will be revealed when Mademoiselle Lise turns 21, and that's why they're all so worked up at the moment. As for me, I don't take any sides. If I'd wanted to— He had a sudden hunch. Monsieur Richard? He asked, egging her on. He was always after me. I told him that he was barking up the wrong tree, and that he'd do better to go after Marie. She's stupid enough to fall for your nonsense, I said to his face. Did he take her advice? I have no idea. With those people, you never can tell. As far as I'm concerned, and I know them well, they're all a bit crazy. As she said this, her eyes bulged more than ever, and her fixed stare was disconcerting. She leaned towards Maigret, as if about to grab his knees. Is Louis also from Anceval? He's the son of the former schoolmaster. Some people say that he's actually the priest's son. Is he on Monsieur Richard's side? What are you saying? Quite the opposite. He spends his life running around after Mademoiselle. He stayed with the old man until his death. He's the one who cared for him during his illness, and he probably knows more than anyone else. Perhaps even more than Monsieur Brackmore. He never made a pass at you? Him? She hooted. He'd have a hard job. He looks like a man, with all that black hair. But first of all, he's much older than people think. He's at least 55. And he's not a real man, if you understand my meaning. That's why Madame Louis and Albert... who is Albert? The manservant. He comes from Roncesvalles too. He was a jockey until he was 21. Excuse me, I was shown around the entire house, but I didn't see a bedroom because he sleeps above the stables with Jérôme. Jérôme? Monsieur Felicien's coachman. Arsène, the chauffeur, is the only one who doesn't sleep in the house because he's married and has a child. Maigret had scribbled down the names higgledy-piggledy in his notebook. If someone shot Mademoiselle, and that wouldn't surprise me, it's bound to be Monsieur Richard during one of their arguments. Do they often argue? Pretty much every day. Once he grabbed her wrist so hard that she had 2 blue rings around them for a week. But she fights back, and she's given him some vicious kicks to his legs, and even a bit higher. But I'll bet that the shot wasn't aimed at Mademoiselle. Who was it aimed at, then? At the Count. What Count? Don't you understand anything? The Count d'Oncesvalles. Really? There's still a Count d'Oncesvalles? The grandson of the one who sold the chateau to Earl Balthazar. It's Mademoiselle who found him. I've no idea where. Is he wealthy? Him? He hasn't got a bean. And he's a visitor to the house. He visits Mademoiselle. I mean, are you asking me if he sleeps with her? I don't think he wants to. Now do you understand? They're all balmy. They fight like dogs. Monsieur Hubert's the only one who minds his own business, but the other two, the brother and the sister, try to drag him into things. Are you talking about Hubert Balthazar, the old man's son? How old is he? 50, maybe. Perhaps a bit older. He's very elegant, very distinguished. When he comes, he always stops and has a chat with me. Oh, goodness, it's so late there are no more trains for Conflans, and I have to sleep somewhere. Do you have a bed here? There was something so provocative in her eyes that Maigret cleared his throat and glanced instinctively towards the kitchen door. I'm afraid we don't have a spare room. We've only just moved in. Are you newlyweds? In her mouth the word sounded almost lewd. I'll find you a room in a nearby hotel. Are you going to bed already? I have another appointment in town. It's true that you police officers probably don't sleep in your own beds that often. It's funny, you don't look one bit like a policeman. I once knew a local policeman, tall, very dark-haired, Léonard. Maigret didn't want to hear about Léonard. She seemed to have known a lot of men, including the insurance agent. I expect you'll be needing me again. The best way would be for me to go back to their place as if nothing were amiss, and then I could report to you every morning. A clatter of saucepans came from the kitchen, but that was not why Maigret declined Germain's offer. She literally terrified him. I'll see you tomorrow, if you'd like to come with me. Before putting on her hat and coat, she rearranged her hair again in front of the mirror and grabbed the bottle of kirsch. May I? I've talked so much, thought so much. Aren't you drinking? There was no point telling her how many small glasses of Calvados he'd downed earlier in the day, willingly or not. I'm sure I've got lots more to tell you. There are people who write novels who haven't experienced a fraction of the things I have. Now, if I were to start writing... He went into the kitchen and kissed his wife on the forehead. She gave him a cheerful look with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. I may not be back until fairly late, and she teased, Take your time, Jules. There was a lodging-house just before Boulevard Voltaire. In the street, Germain deliberately grabbed hold of her companion's arm. It's my Louis heels. Indeed, she was more used to wearing clogs. I think your wife's very nice. She's a very good cook. He didn't dare give her the money for her room. He went into the office and blushed when the night duty clerk asked him, Is it for the night or for a couple of hours? For the night, just for the lady. While the clerk looked at his keyboard, Germaine leaned even more heavily on Maigret's arm, with no excuse now that she wasn't walking. Number 18, second floor on the left. Wait, and I'll fetch you some towels. Maigret would rather forget how he took leave of her. There was a strip of red carpet on the stairs. She was holding her 2 towels in one hand and her key dangling from a copper tag in the other. The clerk had gone back to reading his newspaper. "Are you sure you don't have any more questions for me?" She stood on the first stair. Her eyes were bulging, staring more intently than ever. What was it about her that reminded him of the praying mantis which devours the male after mating? No, not today," he must have stuttered. "I was forgetting that you had an appointment." Her moist lips curled in a mocking smile. "So, see you tomorrow." "Tomorrow, yes." At least, that is how it must have gone. Maigret wasn't used to such things yet. He only recalled the smell of fresh laundry as he raced down the steps to the metro. The click of the automatic turnstiles, a long ride in the subterranean greyness, with human shapes swaying with each jolt of the train, glazed eyes, faces gnawed by shadow under the wan electric lights. He lost his way in the ill-lit empty streets around Porte de la Villette. Eventually, he came across a vast open depot, cluttered with stationary carriages, shafts pointing upwards, and behind it, on the other side of a courtyard, the warmth of stables. "Cornel? Oh, no, he's not back yet. Do I wait for him?" It wasn't until midnight that a completely drunk cab driver looked at him in amazement. "The little lady from Rue Chapsal, hold on. She was the one who gave me a 1 franc tip. And the tall dark-haired fellow." "What tall dark-haired fellow?" "I mean the one who hailed me in Rue Blanche and told me to go and wait in Rue Chaptal opposite number... That's funny, I can never remember numbers, even though in my job..." "Did you drive her to the station?" "To the station? Which station?" His eyes were swimming, and the juice from the tobacco he was chewing nearly landed on Maigret's trousers when he spat it out in a long stream. "First of all, it wasn't a station, and then it must have been..." Maigret slipped him a franc. "It was to the hotel opposite the Tuileries in a little square. Hold on, it's named after a monument. Always muddle up the names of monuments. The Hotel du Louvre. Gee up." There were no more metros or omnibuses or trams, and Maigret had to walk back down the interminable Rue de Flandre before he reached the bright lights of a livelier neighborhood. The Brasserie Clichy would be closed by now, and Georges Simenon had probably gone home to his apartment in Rue d'Angiers, where he would be giving an account of himself to his wife. Chapter 5. Maigret's Earliest Ambition. Maigret was shaving in front of his mirror, which he had hooked over the window catch in the dining room. He was in the habit of following his wife around the apartment every morning, washing and shaving in whichever room she happened to be in, perhaps because it was their best moment together. Madame Maigret had one particularly pleasing quality. She was as fresh and cheerful on waking as she was in the middle of the afternoon. They opened the windows and breathed in the morning air. They could hear hammering from a smithy, the rumble of lorries, horses whinnying, and they even caught warm whiffs of manure when the stables of the removals company next door were being cleaned out. "Do you think she really is mad?" If she'd stayed in her village, got married and had 10 children, probably no one would have noticed. They might not all have been from the same father, that's all. "Look, isn't that your friend pacing up and down the street?" He leaned out, one cheek covered in lather, and spotted Georges Simenon waiting patiently for him. "Aren't you going to invite him up?" "There's no point. I'd be ready in 5 minutes. Were you planning to go out today?" Maigret rarely inquired about her plans, and she guessed at once. "You want me to chaperone the young lady?" "It's highly likely that I will ask you. I can't let her loose in Paris, given that she simply can't keep her mouth shut. Goodness knows who she'll speak to or what she'll tell them." "Are you going to see her now?" "Right away." "She'll still be in bed." Probably. I bet you'll have a job getting away from her. As he emerged from under the arch, Minard stopped him and began to walk alongside him completely at ease, asking, "What are we doing today, Chief?" Years later, Maigret would remember that the little flautist had been the first person to call him Chief. "Did you see her? Do you have any leads? I hardly slept. Just as I was about to doze off, a question came into my mind." Their footsteps echoed on the pavement of Boulevard Richelieu-Lenoir. From a distance, they could see the crowds on Boulevard Voltaire. If a shot was fired, it must have been aimed at someone. So I was wondering whether it had hit home. Am I boring you? On the contrary, since the same question had occurred to Maigret. Supposing the shot didn't hit anyone. Of course, it's difficult to imagine yourself in the shoes of people like that, but it seems to me that if no one was wounded or killed, they wouldn't have put on such an elaborate performance. Do you follow me? As soon as they'd thrown me out, they hurriedly tidied the room to make it look as if no one had set foot inside. There's another detail. Do you remember, while the butler was trying to get rid of me, a voice from the landing said, "Hurry up, Louis," as if there was some trouble up there. And if they had to stick the young lady in the maid's room, it's probably because she was too upset to play her part. I'm free all day. You can send me anywhere you like. Next to the lodging-house where Germaine had spent the night, there was a café with a terrace, pedestal tables with white marble tops, a waiter with side whiskers straight out of a promotional calendar who was cleaning the windows with whiting. "Wait here for me." He had hesitated. He had almost sent Minard upstairs in his place. Had anyone asked him why he needed to see Germaine, he would probably have found it hard to reply. That morning, he wished he could be in several places at once. He was feeling almost nostalgic for the Vieux Calvados, and was sorry not to be sitting by the window, watching the comings and goings of the house in Rue Chaptal. Now that he was better acquainted with all the people who lived there, it seemed to him that the sight of Richard Gendreau getting into his motor car, or his father walking towards his carriage, or Louis coming out into the street for a breath of air, would have had a precise significance. He also wished he could be at the Hôtel du Louvre, Avenue du Bois, or even in Alceval. But only one of these characters, all of them unknown to him 2 days earlier, was accessible to him, and he instinctively clung to him. Curiously, that feeling was rooted in the dreams of his childhood and adolescent years. His father's premature death had put an end to his medical studies after 2 years, but the fact was that he had never intended to become a real doctor treating patients. The profession he had always yearned for did not actually exist. As he grew up, he had the sense that many people in his village were out of place, that they'd followed a path that was not theirs purely because they didn't know what else to do. And he imagined a very clever, above all very understanding man, a cross between a doctor and a priest, a man capable of understanding another's destiny at first glance. His reply to his wife on the subject of Germaine fitted that image. If she'd stayed in Onceval, people would have come to see him the way they consulted a doctor. He would have been a sort of mender of destinies, not only because he was clever. Perhaps he didn't need to have an exceptional mind, but simply to be able to live the life of every man, to put himself in anyone's shoes. Maigret had never spoken of this to a soul. He didn't dare think about it too much, because he would have laughed at himself. Prevented from completing his medical studies, he had joined the police by chance. But was it really chance, and aren't the police sometimes menders of destinies? He had spent the entire night, sometimes awake, sometimes asleep, among those people whom he barely knew, starting with the elderly Balthazar, who had died 5 years earlier. Now, as he knocked on Germaine's door, he had the entire clan with him. "Come in," replied a husky voice. Then immediately after, "Hold on, I forgot the door's locked." She was barefoot in her nightdress, her hair cascading down her back, her plump breasts heaving with vitality. But she had clearly been awake for a while, because on the bedside table was a tray with some leftover hot chocolate and croissant crumbs. "Are we going out? Do I need to get dressed?" "You can either get back into bed or put on some clothes. I simply want to have a chat with you." "Don't you feel awkward standing there fully clothed while I'm in my nightdress?" "No." "Doesn't your wife get jealous?" "No. I'd like you to talk to me about Count d'Onceval. Or rather, you know the house, the people who live in it, and the regular visitors. Imagine that it's 1 o'clock in the morning. 1 o'clock in the morning. An argument breaks out in Mademoiselle Gendreau's room. Think hard. Who, in your opinion, might be in her room? She had started to comb her hair in front of a mirror, displaying the auburn tufts under her arms, her rosy flesh visible through her nightdress. She racked her brains. Louis? He prompted. No, Louis wouldn't have gone upstairs so late. Wait a minute. There's a detail I forgot to mention. Louis was fully dressed with his tailcoat, his starched white shirt front and his black tie. Does he generally go to bed late? Sometimes, but he doesn't keep his butler's uniform on. That means there was a visitor in the house. Could Hubert Balthazar, Mademoiselle Gendreau's uncle, have been in his niece's bedroom, for example? I don't think he'd have come at 1 o'clock in the morning. If he had, where would she have entertained him? In one of the downstairs drawing rooms, I imagine. Definitely not. That's not how they do things in Rue Chaptal. They all lead separate lives. The drawing rooms are only for receptions. The rest of the time they all stay shut away in their own rooms. Could Richard Gendreau have gone up to his sister's room? Definitely. He often did, especially when he was angry. Did he sometimes carry a pistol? Have you ever seen him with a gun in his hand? No. What about Mademoiselle Gendreau? Oh, just a minute. Monsieur Richard owns 2 guns, a big one and a little one, but they're in his desk. Mademoiselle has one too, with a mother-of-pearl grip. She keeps it in a bedside table drawer. Every night she takes it out and puts it on the table. Is she afraid? No, she's weary. Like all shrews, she always reckons someone's got it in for her. Supposing I told you that she's already a miser, even at her age. She leaves small change lying around on purpose, having counted it to see if anyone will steal a few sous. The maid before Marie got caught and was fired. Has she ever entertained the Count in her bedroom? Maybe not exactly in her bedroom, but in the boudoir next door. At 1 o'clock in the morning? Probably. I read a book about that English queen, Elizabeth I. Have you heard of her? I know it's a novel, but it must be true. She was a cold woman who couldn't make love. I wouldn't be surprised if Mademoiselle was like that too. The comb rasped through her hair, and she arched her back, glancing occasionally at Maigret in the mirror. I'm glad I'm not like that. Is it possible that on hearing a noise coming from the 2nd floor, Monsieur Richard could have rushed upstairs with his pistol? She shrugged. What for? To catch his sister's lover. That wouldn't bother him. The only thing those people care about is money. She continued to flaunt herself in front of him, oblivious of the fact that he was miles away, his thoughts on the bedroom in Rue Chaptal, trying to position all the main actors like a theatre director. Has Count d'Onceval ever brought a friend with him? It's possible, but then she would have entertained him downstairs, and I hardly ever went down. Did Mademoiselle Lise telephone him sometimes? I don't think he has a telephone. She didn't call him. Now and then he called her, probably from a cafe. How did she address him? Jacques, of course. How old is he? 25, perhaps. He's a handsome fellow, but there's something faggish about him. He always looks as if he's making fun of people. Is he the sort of man who'd carry a gun in his pocket? Definitely. Why are you so sure? Because he's that sort of fellow. Have you read the Fantomas books? Monsieur Félicien, the father, does he side with his daughter or with his son? He doesn't side with anyone. Or rather, he's on my side, if you really want to know. He sometimes shuffles into my room in his slippers at 8 in the morning, saying he needs a button sewing on. The others pretty much ignore him. The servants call him the old boy or mutton chops. Apart from Albert, who's his personal manservant, no one takes any notice of what he says. They know it's of no importance. Once I said to him bluntly, if you keep getting all excited like this, you'll have a heart attack, and that won't do you any good. I didn't stop him. Now it's Marie's turn, and I don't know whether she gave in. By the way, aren't you embarrassed watching a woman getting dressed? Maigret rose and looked for his hat. Where are you off to? You're not going to leave me all on my own? I have some important meetings to attend. In a moment, my friend who brought you here will come and keep you company. Where is he? Downstairs. Why didn't you bring him up? Admit that you had something in mind. Are you scared? Because of your wife?" She'd already poured water into the bowl to wash, and Maigret could see she was about to slip off her nightdress, the straps of which slid down a little further every time she moved. "I'll probably see you at some point during the day," he said, opening the door. He found Georges Simenon enjoying a café crème on the terrace of the café, illuminated by a slanting ray of sunshine. "Your wife was here a moment ago." "What?" "Just after you left. An urgent letter arrived. She ran to try and catch up with you. When I saw her, I realized that she was looking for you." Maigret sat down, ordered a beer without thinking, oblivious of the time of day, and opened the letter delivered by pneumatic tube. It was signed Maxime Lepré. "I should like you to come into the office this morning. Regards." It had definitely been written from his home on Boulevard de Courcelles, because if he had sent it from the office, Lepré would have used headed notepaper. He was a stickler for etiquette. He had at least 4 different visiting cards for different purposes. Monsieur and Madame Maigret de Prunec, Maxime Maigret de Prunec, Maxime Maigret, Officer of the Legion of Honor, Maxime Maigret, Detective Chief Inspector. This handwritten note marked a new intimacy between him and his secretary, and he must have thought carefully about how to begin. Dearest Maigret? Dear Jules? Monsieur? In the end, he had resolved the problem by putting nothing. "Tell me, Mina, do you really have some time on your hands?" "As much time as you need." "The young lady is upstairs. I don't know when I'll be free. I'm worried that if we allow her to wander around on her own, she might go to Rue Chaptal and blab." I understand." "If you go out with her, leave me a note telling me where you are. If you need to get away, leave her with my wife." A quarter of an hour later, Maigret walked into the police station, and his colleagues looked at him with that slightly envious admiration reserved for officers on leave or on a special mission, those lucky enough to escape the daily grind. "Has the chief inspector arrived?" "Ages ago." There was the same hint of friendliness in Lebré's voice as in his note. He even proffered his hand, which he did not usually do. "I shan't ask you how your investigation is progressing, as I imagine it's still early days. I asked you to come and see me. I'd like to make one thing clear, because this is a delicate matter. Although anything I find out when I'm at home in Boulevard de Courcelles is certainly no business of the chief inspector, on the other hand—" He paced up and down the office, his face fresh and rested, puffing on his gold-tipped cigarette. "I don't want to leave you to stew for want of a piece of information. Yesterday evening, Mademoiselle Gendreau telephoned my wife." "Did she telephone from the Hôtel du Louvre?" "You know. She took a cab there in the afternoon." "In that case, that's all. I'm aware of how hard it is to find out what goes on in some houses." He sounded anxious, as if he was wondering what else Maigret might have discovered. "She has no intention of returning to Rue Chaptal, and she plans to restore her grandfather's house." "Avenue du Bois de Boulogne." "Yes. I see that you already know a great deal." Emboldened, Maigret asked, "May I take the liberty of asking whether you know Count d'Anceville?" Surprised, Lebré frowned, as if trying to understand. He racked his brains for a moment. "Oh, yes. The Balthazars bought the Château d'Anceville. That's right, isn't it? But I don't see the connection." "Mademoiselle Gendreau and Count d'Anceville used to meet each other regularly." "Are you sure? That's rather strange." "Do you know the Count?" "Not personally, and I prefer not to. But I have heard about him. What I find surprising, unless they're old childhood friends or she's not aware, Bob d'Anceville has gone off the rails. All doors are closed to him. He's not a member of any club, and I think has been in trouble with the drug squad on several occasions. Do you happen to have his address?" "He's said to hang around certain disreputable little bars in Avenue de Wagram and around Place des Termes. Perhaps the drug squad will be able to help you." "May I ask them?" "On condition you don't mention the Gendreau Balthazars." He was visibly anxious. He muttered to himself a couple of times, "How strange." And bolder still, Maigret asked, Do you think that Mademoiselle Gendreau is a normal person?" This time, Lebray gave a start and shot his secretary an unintentionally stern look. "Pardon. I'm sorry if I phrased my question awkwardly. I'm convinced that it was Lise Gendreau I saw in the maid's room on the night in question, which means that something had happened in her room that was serious enough to require a cover-up. And I have no reason to doubt the testimony of the musician who heard a gunshot as he was walking down the street." "Go on." "It is probable that Mademoiselle Gendreau was not alone with her brother in her room that night." "What are you saying?" "That in all likelihood the third person was Count d'Onceval. If a shot was fired, if there really were 3 people in the room, if one of them was hit—" Maigret glowed inwardly at Lebray's astonished expression. "Have you found out anything else?" "Not a lot. I thought you were shown around the entire house, apart from the bedrooms above the stables and the garage." For a moment, and for the first time, the drama took on substance. Lebray had accepted the possibility that a violent event had taken place, a murder or an assault, and it had taken place in his world, among people who belonged to his social circle, people he met at his club, in the room of a young lady who was a close friend of his own wife. It was strange to see his boss flummoxed, and Maigret was aware of the tension. No longer was there simply a problem to be resolved, but there was a human life, perhaps several human lives, at stake. "Mademoiselle Gendreau is very wealthy," sighed Lebray at length with regret. "She is probably the sole heiress to one of the 5 or 6 biggest fortunes in Paris." "Probably." His superior knew more than he was letting on, but his society gentleman self was clearly struggling to come to the aid of his chief inspector self. "You see, Maigret, there are huge interests at stake, and Lise Gendreau has known all her life that she is at the centre of these. She was never an ordinary little girl. She always knew that she was the Balthazar coffee heiress, and furthermore, that she was Hector Balthazar's spiritual heiress." He added wistfully, "Poor girl." Then, becoming alert, "Are you certain of what you told me about d'Onceval?" It was Lebray, the man of the world, who was intrigued by this question, and who, despite everything, was still incredulous. He would often visit Mademoiselle Gendreau late at night, if not in her bedroom, then in her boudoir on the 2nd floor. "That's different." Was this distinction between the boudoir and the bedroom enough to reassure him? "I'd like to ask you another question, if I may, sir. Has Mademoiselle Gendreau ever intended to marry? Is she interested in men? Do you think she might be what's described as frigid?" Lebray couldn't believe his ears. He stared, dumbstruck, at his young secretary, who had suddenly come out with such language, moreover in connection with people he'd never even met. Lebray's expression was a mixture of reluctant admiration and slight concern, as if he had unexpectedly come face to face with a wizard. "There's a lot of gossip about her. She certainly turned down the most dazzling offers." "Is she reputed to have lovers?" The chief inspector was obviously lying when he replied, "I don't know." Then he added sharply, "I confess that I don't take the liberty of speculating on such matters where my wife's friends are concerned. You see, my young friend," he was almost brusque, as he probably would have been had they been at his home on Boulevard de Courcelles, but he checked himself in time. "Our profession requires extreme caution and tact. I even wonder—" Maigret felt a shiver run down his spine. He was going to be told to drop the case and to go back to being a pen-pusher at his black desk, copying statements into registers and writing out certificates of hardship. For a few seconds, the sentence hung in the air. Fortunately, the police chief gained the upper hand over the society gentleman. "Listen to me. Be very, very careful. If you run into any trouble, telephone me at home if necessary. I think I've already said that to you. Do you have my number?" He wrote it down on a scrap of paper. "I asked you to come and see me this morning because I didn't want to leave you floundering. I had no idea that you'd already made such good progress." However, he did not extend his hand. Maigret had become a police officer again, and a police officer who was about to bumble into a world where the visiting card, Monsieur and Madame Lebray de Prunec, alone had currency. Maigret walked through the arch of Quai des Orfèvres just before midday. He passed the room whose walls were plastered with criminal record cards. He climbed up the wide, dusty staircase, not as the bearer of a message from a police station, but in pursuit of his own ends. He took in the doors along the corridor with the names of the detective chief inspectors on them, the glassed-in waiting room, an inspector who walked past escorting a man in handcuffs. Now he was in an office whose open windows overlooked the Seine, an office that was a far cry from that of his neighborhood police station. Men were sitting in front of telephones or report sheets. An inspector, one leg resting on his desk, was calmly smoking his pipe. The place was alive, buzzing, the atmosphere one of relaxed camaraderie. "Look, kid, you can always try going up to records to see if there's a file on him, but I don't think there is, because he's never been sentenced as far as I know." A sergeant in his 40s treated him affably as if he were a choir boy. This was the drug squad. These people knew Count d'Ensemar's milieu inside out. "Tell me, Vanel, how long is it since you've seen the Count?" "Bob?" "Yes. The last time I bumped into him was at the races, and he was with Day-Day," they explained. "Day-Day's the fellow who has a garage in Rue des Acacias, a garage where there are never more than 1 or 2 cars. Get it, kid? Cocaine? Most likely, and probably other little rackets on the side, not to mention the women. The Count, as he's called, is in it up to his neck. We could have picked him up for a couple of minor offences, but we prefer to keep an eye on him in the hope that eventually he'll lead us to bigger fish. Do you have his most recent address?" "Don't you think your boss is treading on our toes? Watch it, kid. Don't put the wind up, Bob. Not that we have any particular interest in him, but a depraved fellow like him can often be very useful to us. Is this case of yours a big one? I really need to find him. Have you got the address, Vanel?" And a surly Vanel, with the contempt of those at Quai des Orfèvres for lowly local police officers, said, "Hôtel du Centre, Rue Bouet, just behind Étoile." "When was he last there?" 4 days ago. I saw him in the cafe on the corner of Roubray with his tart." "May I ask her name?" "Lucille. She's easy to spot. She has a scar on her left cheek." A harassed inspector came in with a bundle of papers in his hand. "Tell me, boys." He stopped at the sight of an outsider in his inspector's office and looked inquiringly at his men. "The secretary from the Saint-Georges station." "Ah." And that "ah" made Maigret long all the more fervently to be one of the boys at Quai des Orfèvres. He was a nobody, less than a nobody. No one paid him any further attention. Leaning towards the sergeant, the chief inspector was discussing a raid planned for the following night in the vicinity of Rue de la Roquette. Since he wasn't far from République, he decided to go home for lunch before going to the Étoile neighborhood in search of the Count or Lucille. He was about to turn into Boulevard Richelieu-Lenoir when he spotted a couple in the brasserie sitting at a table set for 2. It was Justin Minard and Germaine. He had to hurry past to avoid being waylaid by them. He had the feeling that the flautist had seen him and was pretending to look elsewhere. But Mademoiselle Gendreau's maid tapped on the window, and he had no option but to go inside. "I was worried you'd go to the lodging-house and find no one there," said Germaine. "Have you been very busy?" Minard looked shamefaced as he scrutinized the menu. Germaine, on the other hand, was radiant. Her skin looked clearer, her cheeks pinker, her eyes brighter, and even her breasts were fuller. "Do you need us this afternoon? Because if you don't, I saw there's a matinee at the Théâtre de l'Ambigu." They were both sitting on the imitation leather banquette, and Maigret noticed Germaine's hand resting on the musician's knee with a calm assurance. The 2 men's eyes eventually met. The flautist said, "I had no choice," and Maigret forced himself to keep a straight face. He was going to have a cosy lunch with Madame Maigret in their little dining room on the 4th floor, from where they had a foreshortened view of the passers-by in the street. Madame Maigret suddenly blurted out while they were in the middle of talking about something else, "I bet she had him," without suspecting for a moment that the buxom girl Might have had her husband, too. Chapter 6. A Little Family Party. It wasn't until 8 o'clock that evening, when it was dark and the avenues radiating from the Arc de Triomphe were outlined by the pearly glow from the gas lamps, that Maigret, who was beginning to lose hope, finally found what he was looking for. He had a golden memory of his afternoon, Paris at its most beautiful. The spring air so mild and fragrant that people stopped to inhale it. Women had probably been going out without a jacket during the warmest hours for the past few days, but it was only now that he noticed. He felt as if he were witnessing a blossoming of flimsy dresses, and there were already daisies, poppies, and cornflowers on their hats, while the men ventured out in boaters. That afternoon he had combed a narrow sector between Étoile, Place des Ternes, and Port Maillot for hours on end. On turning the corner into Rue Bray, he ran into 3 tightly corseted women teetering on high-heeled boots, who were not talking or standing together, but would rush over as soon as a passing man appeared. Their home base was the hotel where the Count lived. Just inside the doorway stood another woman, much fatter and more placid than the others, not bothering to cast her net wide. Why was Maigret struck by the laundry opposite, where fresh-faced girls were ironing? Was it because of the contrast? "Is the Count upstairs?" he asked at the desk. The receptionist looked him up and down. The people he was to meet that day would all have the same way of sizing him up, as if in slow motion, looking bored rather than contemptuous. The reluctant answer came, "Go up and see." He believed he had already cleared the first hurdle. "Can you tell me his room number?" A hesitation. He had just let slip that he was not one of the Count's friends. 32. He went up the stairs, where the smell of human life and cooking hung in the air. At the far end of the corridor, a chambermaid was collecting up bed-sheets, which still seemed damp with sweat. He knocked at the door in vain. "Is it to see Lucille?" asked the maid from a distance. "No, the Count." "He's not there. No one's in. Do you happen to know where I might find him?" The question must have sounded so ridiculous that she didn't take the trouble to reply. "What about Lucille?" "Isn't she at Lecoq?" There again he had given himself away, instantly arousing suspicion. If he didn't even know where to find Lucille, what was he doing there? Lecoq was one of the 2 cafes on the corner of Avenue de Wagram, with a wide terrace. A few lone women were sitting at tables, and Maigret suspected there was a slight difference between them and the women soliciting on the corner of Rue Bray. There was yet another type, the women who walked slowly up to Étoile, then back down to Place des Ternes, pausing to look in the shop windows. Some of them could have been mistaken for wealthy women out for a stroll. Maigret looked for a girl with a scar. He spoke to the waiter. "Is Lucille not here?" A quick glance around the room. "I haven't seen her today." "Do you think she'll be coming? Have you not seen the Count either?" "He hasn't been in for at least 3 days." He reached Rue des Acacias. The garage was still closed. The shoe mender, chewing tobacco, also seemed to find Maigret's questions pointless. "I think I saw him take the car out this morning." "A grey car? A de Dior-Bouton?" For the man chewing quid, a car was a car, and he paid no attention to the model. "You don't happen to know where I might find him?" And the man sitting in his gloomy shop looked at him with something bordering on pity. "I just mend shoes." Maigret returned to Rue Bray, went upstairs, and knocked at number 32, but there was no reply. For over an hour he continued his search, from Lecoq to Place des Ternes, turning his head to stare at every woman, looking for a face with a scar. They thought he was a punter who couldn't make up his mind. He felt the occasional twinge of anguish, and berated himself for wasting his time when something more important might be happening elsewhere. He had promised himself, if he had the leisure, to go and sniff around the offices of Balthazar Coffee, check whether Lise Gendreau was still at the Hôtel de Louvre, and he would also like to have kept an eye on the comings and goings in Rue Chaptal. Why did he persist? He saw solemn-looking men enter the hotel in Rue Bray with their heads lowered, as if they were being pulled by an invisible leash. He saw men come out, even more shamefaced, their expressions anxious, who quickly strode over the empty space between them and the crowd, regaining their confidence as they melted into it. He saw women signaling to each other, sharing out silver coins. He went into every bar. He decided to copy the flautist's example and ordered strawberry cordial, but it tasted foul, and at around 5 o'clock he went back to drinking beer. Haven't seen Day-Day either, no. Who's supposed to be meeting him? From one end of the neighborhood to the other, he came up against the same wall of silence. Eventually, at around 7 o'clock, someone said to him, "Wasn't he at the races?" No sign of Lucille either. He ended up questioning the woman who looked least surly. "Most likely that she's gone to the country." At first he was baffled. "Does she often go to the country?" They looked at him and laughed. "She does, like all women. So, best to make the most of it and take a break." 3 or 4 times he almost gave up. He had even wavered at the entrance to the metro and descended several steps. And now, just after 7:30, as he walked along, staring at every woman he passed, he happened to look down the quiet Rue de Tilsit. Horse-drawn cabs and a chauffeur-driven car lined the curb. At the very front stood a grey car, the model and registration number instantly familiar. It was Day-Day's car. There was no one in it. A patrol officer was standing on the corner of the street. "I'm from the Saint-Georges District Police Station. I'd like you to do me a favor. If the owner of this car comes back and tries to drive off, could you detain him on some pretext?" "Do you have your ID?" Even the police officers in this neighborhood were suspicious. It was the hour when all the restaurants were full. Since Day-Day wasn't at Le Coq, he had just checked, he was probably eating somewhere else. Maigret went into a working-class eatery where people pushed past him, and he was sent away with a flea in his ear. Day-Day? Never heard of him. Neither had anyone heard of him in the brasserie close to the Salle Wagram concert hall. Twice, Maigret went to check that the car was still there. He was tempted to puncture one of the tires with a penknife as a precaution, but was deterred by the presence of a patrol officer who had many more years than him under his belt. And now he was pushing open the door of a little Italian restaurant. He asked the usual question. "You wouldn't happen to have seen the Count?" "Bob? No, not yesterday or today." "What about Day-Day?" The room was small and fairly elegant, with red plush banquettes. At the back, a partition, which almost reached the ceiling, screened off a sort of private dining room from the main restaurant, and a man in a check suit appeared in the doorway. He had a ruddy face and very blonde hair with a centre parting. "What is it?" he asked, addressing not Maigret but the owner, who was behind the bar. "He's asking for the Count, or Day-Day." The man in the check suit started moving towards him, his mouth full, his napkin in his hand. He came right up to Maigret calmly, pausing to look him up and down. "Well?" he asked. And while Maigret was trying to think of an answer, "I'm Day-Day." Maigret had rehearsed a number of scenarios in case he found himself face to face with a man, but he improvised a new one. I arrived yesterday," he stated awkwardly. "Arrived from where?" "From Lyon. I live in Lyon." "Now that's interesting." "I'm looking for a friend, someone I was at school with." "If it's a school friend, it's not me you want." "It's Count d'Enceval, Bob." "Well, well, well." He was not smiling. He ran his tongue over his teeth, thinking. "And where have you been looking for Bob?" "Everywhere. He wasn't at his hotel." "Because when you two were at school, he gave you the address of his hotel, did he?" "A friend gave me the address." Day-Day signalled imperceptibly to the barman. "Well, since you're a friend of Bob's, you must have a drink with us. It just so happens that this evening we're having a little family party." He beckoned Maigret to follow him into the private dining room. There was food and wine on the table, champagne in a silver bucket, flute glasses. The other guests, or a woman in black, her elbows on the table, and a man with a broken nose and a bovine expression who rose slowly, with the air of a boxer about to enter the ring. "This is Albert, a friend." And he gave Albert a peculiar look, the same look he had given the owner. He did not raise his voice, still did not smile, and yet Maigret had the feeling that he was mocking him somehow. "Lucille, Bob's girl." Maigret noticed the scar on her very beautiful, very expressive face. As he leaned over to say good evening, the young woman's eyes filled with tears, which she wiped away with a handkerchief. "Take no notice. She's just lost her father, so she's crying into the champagne. Angelino, another glass and a plate." This frosty cordiality was creepy, ominous, sinister even. Maigret turned around and had the distinct feeling that there was no escape without the permission of the little man in the check suit. "So you've come from Lyon to meet up with your old friend Bob?" "Well, that's not the only reason. I had business in Paris. A friend told me that Bob was here. I lost touch with him years ago." "Years, eh? Well, to your health. A friend of Bob's is a friend of ours. Drink up, Lucille." She obeyed, her hand trembling so badly that the glass knocked against her teeth. "She received a telegram this afternoon telling her that her father had died. It's always upsetting. Show us the telegram, Lucille." She looked at him in surprise. "Show the gentleman." She rummaged in her bag. "I must have left it in my room." "Do you like ravioli? The owner is making his special dish. What's your name, by the way?" "Jules." "I like that. Jules. It sounds good. So, Jules, my friend, what do you have to say for yourself?" "I'd like to have seen Bob before leaving." "Because you're going back to Bordeaux soon?" "Lyon. Oh, yes, Lyon. Lovely city. I'm sure Bob will be very sorry to have missed you, especially as he's very fond of his old school friends. Put yourself in his shoes. School friends are decent people. I bet you're a decent person. What do you reckon this gentleman does for a living, Lucille?" "I don't know." "Think." "Me? I'll bet he's a pig farmer." Was it an idle guess? Why that word pig, a derogatory word in some circles for the police? Was he sending the others a warning? "I work in insurance," muttered Maigret, playing the part to the hilt, for he had no other option. The next course was served. The waiter brought another bottle, which Dédé must have ordered with a gesture. "It's strange how people bump into one another. You arrive in Paris out of the blue, you vaguely remember an old school friend, and you run into someone who gives you his address. Anyone else might have searched for 10 years, especially as there isn't a soul in the neighborhood who knows the name Donceval. Take me, for example. Angelino and the owner have known me for years. Ask them my name, and they'll tell you I'm Dédé. Just Dédé. Stop bawling, Lucille. The gentleman will think you don't know how to behave up at table." The other man, the one with the boxer's nose, said nothing. He ate and drank with a mulish expression, now and then giving a sort of silent snigger, as if he found the garage owner's jokes very entertaining. Lucille checked the time on a little gold watch that dangled from her belt on a chain, and Dédé reassured her. "You'll catch a train, don't worry." He explained to Maigret. "I'm taking her to the local train later to make sure she gets there in time for the funeral. Funny thing, life. Today her old man snuffs it, and I back the winner at Longchamp. I'm rolling in dough, so I'm putting on a little party. But Bob's not here to raise a glass." "Has he gone away?" "Like you say, Jules, he's gone away. But we'll try and arrange for you to see him later anyway." Lucille began sobbing again. "Drink up, sweetheart, drown your sorrows. Who'd have thought that she was such a sensitive creature? For 2 hours I've been doing everything I can to cheer her up. Fathers have to die sooner or later, don't they? How long is it since you last saw him, Lucille?" "Shut up." "Same again, Angelino. What about the souffle? Tell the boss not to ruin the souffle." "To your good health, Jules." No matter how much Maigret drank, his glass was always full, and Dédé had an almost menacing way of filling it and clinking glasses. "What's the name of your friend who gave you Bob's address?" "Bertrand. He must be pretty well informed. Not only did he give you the lowdown on old Bob, but he sent you to the garage." So we already knew that someone had been prowling around Rue des Acacias asking questions about him. He must have dropped by in the late afternoon. "What garage?" mumbled Maigret. "I thought you said something about a garage. Wasn't it me you were asking for when you came in here? I knew that you and Bob were friends. You Lyon boys are clever. To your good health, Jules. Let's drink Russian style, trying a glass in one. Come on. Don't you like that?" The boxer in his corner seemed jubilant, whereas Lucille, forgetting her grief for a moment, seemed to be increasingly anxious. 2 or 3 times Maigret thought he caught her flashing Dédé a questioning look. What were they going to do with him? Dédé clearly had something in mind. He was growing more and more jovial, in his own way, without smiling and with a strange glint in his eye. Sometimes he sought approval from the other two, like an actor who feels on top form. "Whatever happens, I must keep a cool head," Maigret said to himself, as he was forced to drink one glass of champagne after another. He wasn't armed. He was strong, but he couldn't take on 2 men like Dédé and the boxer in particular. He was distinctly aware of an icy resolve in the pair of them. Did they know he was from the police? Probably. Perhaps Lucille had dropped into Rue Bray and heard about the insistent visitor who had been there earlier. Perhaps they'd even been expecting him. And yet there was a good reason for this celebration. Dédé had declared that he was feeling flush, and it was clearly true. He had that excited air of those of his kind who suddenly find their wallets bulging. The races? Dédé must be a regular, but Maigret would have sworn that he hadn't been anywhere near Longchamp that day. As for Lucille's tears, it wasn't because of her father's death that she kept bursting into sobs. Why did she well up every time Bob's name was mentioned? It was 10 o'clock and they were still at the table, the champagne still flowing, and Maigret continued to fight off the drunkenness. "Do you mind if I make a telephone call, Jules?" The telephone booth was to the left, in the main dining room, and from where he sat, Maigret could see him. Dédé had to request 2 or 3 numbers before getting through to the person he was calling. His lips could be seen moving, but it was impossible to guess what he was saying. Lucille looked worried, while the boxer, who had lit a huge cigar, was smiling blissfully and giving Maigret the occasional wink. Inside the glass booth, Dédé appeared to be giving orders, emphasizing certain words. There was no trace of merriment on his face now. "Apologies, but I didn't want you to miss seeing your friend Bob." Lucille, at the end of her tether, burst into tears, burying her face in her handkerchief. "Was it Bob you were telephoning?" "Not exactly, but as good as. I've arranged for the 2 of you to meet up. That's the main thing, isn't it? You're very keen to see him, aren't you?" His words must have been very witty, for the boxer looked ecstatic and even let out a sort of chuckle of admiration. Did they imagine that Maigret didn't understand what they meant? The Count was dead, or almost, so when Dédé promised Maigret he would get the 2 of them together, "I also needs to make a telephone call," he said, sounding as casual as possible. Despite Maxime Nobret's advice, he had just decided to inform his station. He didn't dare talk to the police from a different neighborhood. It would be Besson on duty, or Colombani playing cards with Sergeant Dufieux. He simply needed to drag things out to give his colleagues the time to get there and position themselves near the car. They wouldn't dare do anything to it inside the restaurant. They were still customers whose voices could be heard on the other side of the partition, and while a lot of them were from the underworld, there must be some who weren't. "Who do you need to telephone?" My wife." "So your wife's here with you, married, eh? Do you hear that, Lucille? Jules is spoken for. He's not for you. No point playing footsie under the table. To your health, Jules. No need to get up. Angelino will make the call for you." "Angelino? Which hotel is your missus staying at?" The waiter stood waiting for Maigret's reply, and he too seemed to be relishing the situation. "It's not urgent." "Are you sure? Won't she be worried? She might think that something's happened to you and have the police out looking for you." "A bottle, Angelino? Or rather, no, let's have cognac now. It's time. In balloon snifters. I'm sure our friend Jules loves cognac." For a second, Maigret thought of jumping up and making a beeline for the door, but he realized that they'd block his path. More than likely, the two men were armed. They probably had friends, if not accomplices, in the restaurant, and Angelino, the waiter, would have no hesitation in tripping him up. Then Maigret felt a calmness, a clear-headed calmness, extremely clear-headed, despite all the champagne and the cognac he had been forced to drink. From time to time he too checked his watch. It was not long since he had been policing the railway stations, and he knew the timetables of the main trains by heart. Dede had not been speaking idly when he had talked of a train. They really were leaving, possibly all three of them. They must already have their tickets, and each half hour that passed reduced the possibilities. The Le Havre train, which might have been taking them to some ocean liner, left Saint-Lazare 10 minutes ago. At Gare de l'Est, the Strasbourg train would be leaving in around 20 minutes. Dede was not a man to go and lie low in some rural hidey-hole where he would eventually be tracked down. He had his car outside, parked by the curb in Rue de Tirsit. They were leaving with no luggage. They probably planned to abandon the car, too. "Don't drink any more, Lucille. If I know you, you'll end up throwing up all over the tablecloth, and that's not nice. Angelino, the bill." And pretending to believe that Maigret had made as if to take his wallet from his pocket. "No way. I told you that this was a little family party." He proudly opened a wallet, stuffed with 1,000-franc notes. He didn't even look at the bill, and pressed one of the notes into Angelino's hand, saying, "Keep the change." He must have been very sure of himself. "And now, folks, let's go. We'll drive Lucille to the station, then we'll go and find Bob. Are you happy, Jules? Can you stand up? Our friend Albert will help you." "Yes, he will. Take his arm, Albert, while I look after the young lady." It was 11:30. That end of Avenue de Wagram was poorly lit. The bright lights were further down towards Place des Ternes. The owner watched them leave with a strange expression, and before they'd taken 10 steps, he hastily pulled the shutters down, even though there were still 2 or 3 customers inside. "Hold on to him, Albert. We don't want him falling on his face. Otherwise his friend Bob won't recognize him. This way, ladies and gentlemen." If there had been a police officer on the corner, Maigret would have called for help, because he knew only too well what lay in store. He had heard too much, seen too much. He realized that his fate had been sealed from the moment he'd set foot inside the Italian restaurant. There was no patrol officer in sight. He noticed 2 or 3 girls silhouetted in the dark on the other side of the road. At the end of the avenue, an empty tram stood at the terminus, its windows casting a syrupy, yellowish light. Maigret dared to hope that his companions would not shoot. They needed time to jump into the car and get out of the neighborhood before the alarm was raised. Knife? Probably. It was the fashion, and Albert the boxer had pinned his right arm to his side under the pretense of helping him to keep upright. A pity that Maigret hadn't been able to puncture one of the tires earlier. Had he waited a few minutes until the police officer had his back turned, the situation would have been different. It was almost midnight. There were 2 more trains that night, one for Belgium from Gare du Nord, and the Ventimiglia train from Gare de Lyon. But Ventimiglia was a long way away. Madame Maigret must be waiting up for him, sewing. Justin Minard would be playing the double bass at the Brasserie Clichy, where the number of the piece was written on a card. Had he managed to shake off Germaine? Maigret would have sworn that she was there, in the brasserie, and that the musician would be wondering what to do with her. There wasn't a soul, not a cab to be seen in Rue de Tilsit. Only the grey car parked by the curb. After settling Lucille in the rear seat, Dede slid behind the wheel and started up the engine. Perhaps they wanted to drive him to an even more deserted spot by the Seine or the Saint-Martin Canal so they could throw his body into the water. Maigret had no wish to die, and yet he was somehow resigned. He would do his utmost to defend himself, but that was not much. His left hand in his pocket clutched a bunch of keys. If only the engine had refused to start, but after a few splutters it was ticking over and the car was quivering on its wheels. The goatskin jacket was on the seat, but Dede didn't bother to put it on. Was he going to beat Maigret up, or would it be the boxer who was standing behind Maigret and still gripping his right arm? The moment had come, and it is just possible that Maigret inwardly prayed, "Please God, let me." As if by chance, they suddenly heard voices. Two fairly drunk men in evening dress were weaving down Avenue de Wagram, the knobs of their canes protruding from the pockets of their black cloaks. They were humming the chorus that was all the rage in the cabarets. "Come on, Jules," said Dede, with a haste that Maigret just managed to detect. Then, as Maigret lifted his right foot to clamber into the car, he received a violent blow to the head. He was quick-witted enough to duck, and that cushioned the shock. He thought he heard footsteps approaching, voices, an engine backfiring, before he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes, first of all he saw legs, patent leather shoes, then pallid faces in the dark. There seemed to be a lot of them, a whole crowd, and yet, a little later, he was surprised to see that there were only 5 people surrounding him. One of the faces was that of a plump, flabby, placid girl who had probably been soliciting on the other side of the avenue and been drawn over by the commotion. He had seen her 2 or 3 times that afternoon at her station, and she probably hadn't had much luck if she was still looking for custom at that hour. The 2 revellers were also there, and one of them, leaning over him, was stubbornly questioning him, most likely still drunk. "Feeling better, my friend? Tell me, you feeling better now?" Why was there a basket, and why was there a smell of violets? He tried to raise himself up on one elbow. The reveller helped him. Then he spotted an elderly flower seller who was complaining, "Those sacks again, if this carries on," and a hotel bellboy in a red uniform rushed over, saying, "I'll go and fetch the police." "I'm fine, thank you." Maigret asked as if in a trance, "What time is it?" "5 past midnight. I have to make a telephone call." "Of course, my friend, in a minute. Someone's bringing you a telephone? They're just getting it." He had lost his hat, and his hair was plastered to the top of his head. That thug Albert must have delivered his punch with a knuckle-duster. If it hadn't been for the 2 night owls, he would most likely have finished him off, and if Maigret hadn't ducked... Again he said, "I have to make a telephone call." He managed to raise himself onto all 4s, and blood dripped from his head onto the pavement, while one of the revellers exclaimed, "He is drunk. It's priceless. He's still drunk." "I assure you, I have to make a telephone call. Yes, my friend. Do you hear, more? Go and get him a telephone." And the girl, becoming indignant, "Can't you see he's delirious? You'd do better to call a doctor." "Do you know one around here?" "There's one in Rue de l'Étoile." But the bellboy was already back, all excited, showing 2 police officers on bicycles the way. The others stood aside. The officers leaned over. "I have to make a telephone call," repeated Maigret. It was funny, he hadn't felt drunk all evening, but now his words were slurred and his thoughts muddled. Only one remained clear, imperative. He stuttered, annoyed at being there on the ground, in that ludicrous position, unable to stand up. "Police. Look in my wallet. Saint-Georges district. Telephone Gare du Nord immediately. The Brussels train. In a few minutes. They have a car." One of the officers had gone over to stand beneath the gas lamp to examine the contents of Maigret's wallet. "It's true, Germain." "Listen. Hurry. They've got their tickets. A woman in black, with a scar on her cheek. One of the men is wearing a check suit. The other one has a broken nose. Will you go, Germain?" The police station was in Rue de l'Étoile, not far away. One of the officers jumped onto his bicycle. The bellboy, who hadn't heard much of what they'd said, asked, "Is he a cop?" Maigret lost consciousness again, while one of the revellers struggled to form the words, "I tell you, he's as drunk as a skunk." Chapter 7. Madame Maigret's Laughter. He was still trying to push them away, but his hand was limp, with no strength. He wished they would just leave him alone. Had he asked them to? He couldn't remember. There were so many things in his head that it hurt a little. Above all, he was certain of one thing. He absolutely must be allowed to see this thing through to the end. The end of what? Good Lord, how difficult people found it to understand him. To the end. But they were treating him like a child, or an invalid. No one asked his opinion. The most annoying thing was that they were talking about his case in front of him, as if he were incapable of understanding, because he was still lying on the ground like a giant crushed insect. There had been legs around him, then the ambulance. He had been perfectly aware that it was an ambulance, and he had struggled. Can't a person receive a blow to the head without being carried off to hospital? He had also recognized the dark gates of Beaujon Hospital, the arch with a very powerful electric light that hurt his eyes. People were calmly coming and going. A tall young man in a white coat seemed to be laughing at everyone. Maigret knew that he was the junior doctor, didn't he? A nurse was cutting the hair on top of his head, and the doctor was whispering sweet nothings. She was very pretty in her uniform. From the way they were looking at each other, they must have been making love just before Maigret's arrival. He didn't want to vomit, but he did, because of the ether. That'll teach him, he said to himself. What were they giving him to drink? He refused to drink. He needed to think. Hadn't the officer on the bicycle told them that he was a policeman in charge of an important case, a confidential case? No one believed him. It was the chief inspector's fault. He didn't want to be carried, and why did Madame Maigret burst out laughing as she yanked back the sheets? He was sure she had laughed, with a nervous laugh that he'd never heard before. Then, for a long time, he heard her coming in and out of the bedroom, making as little noise as possible. Could he have acted differently? If only they would let him think. If only they'd give him a pencil and paper, any old scrap of paper, yes. Good. Now, if this line is Rue Chaptal, it's very short. Good. It's just after 1 o'clock in the morning, and there's no one in the street. Wrong. There is someone. There's Dédé at the wheel of his car. And Dédé has kept the engine running. There could be 2 reasons for that. The first, that he has only stopped for a few minutes. The second, that he's expecting to have to make a quick getaway, and it's difficult to start cars up again, especially when it's chilly, and April nights are chilly. No one must interrupt him. A line, then, a little square for the Balthazar's house. He called it the Balthazar's residence, because it rang truer than the Gendreau's. Ultimately, it's all the Balthazar family, Balthazar money, the Balthazar saga. If Dédé's car is there, there's a reason, and that reason is that it has probably dropped the count off and is waiting to pick him up when he leaves. This is very serious. Don't interrupt. There's no need to put things on his head or boil water in the kitchen. He can hear water being boiled. People are always boiling water, and it's very annoying. It stops you thinking. On other occasions, when the Count had visited Lise, had Dédé driven him there? It's crucial to find out. Otherwise, that nocturnal visit was a one-off call with a specific purpose. Why had Madame Maigret burst out laughing? What was so funny about him? Did she also think that he'd been larking around with girls? Justin Mina was the one who'd slept with Germaine. She certainly didn't intend to let go of him, and would probably make his life a misery for a long time. What about Carmen? He'd never met her. There were lots of people he'd never met. It wasn't fair. When you're conducting a confidential investigation, you should be allowed to see everyone, to see them from inside. They must give him back his pencil. This square was a bedroom. Lise's bedroom, of course. The furniture wasn't important. There's no point drawing furniture. It would only confuse things. Only the bedside table, because there was a pistol either on top of it or in the drawer. Now, the crucial question, was Lise in bed or wasn't she? Was she expecting the Count or not? If she was in bed, she must have taken the pistol out of the drawer. If only they'd stop squeezing his head, damn it. You can't think when someone's pressing down on your head with some heavy object. How come it was broad daylight? Who's this? There's a man in the room, a short, bald man, someone he knows but whose name eludes him. Madame Maigret whispers. A cold object has slipped into his mouth. For pity's sake, gentlemen. In a while, he's going to have to go into the witness box, and if he babbles incoherently, Lise Gendreau will burst out laughing, saying that he can't possibly understand because he's not a member of the Osh Club. He must concentrate on the square. The little circle is Lise. Remember, it's only the women in the family who have inherited the character of old Balthazar, the recluse who lived in Avenue du Bois. He's the one who said it, and he should know. So why does she rush over to the window, draw back the curtains, and cry for help? Hold on, Inspector. Don't forget Mina, the flautist, because he has just changed everything. There wasn't time for anyone to leave the house when Mina rang the doorbell, and while he was arguing with Louis, a man's voice on the stairs shouted, "Hurry up, Louis!" And Dédé's car drove off. But hold on, it didn't disappear altogether. It drove around the block, so Dédé was definitely waiting for someone. When he came back, was he content to just cruise down the street to have a look? Or did he stop? Did the person he was waiting for get into the car? Hell and damnation, why couldn't they leave him alone? He doesn't want to drink any more. He's had enough. He's working, do you hear? I'm working. I'm reconstructing. He feels hot. He struggles. He will not allow anyone to laugh at him, no one, not even his wife. It's enough to make you cry. He really feels like crying. It's pointless humiliating him like this. Just because he's sitting on the pavement, that's no reason to treat him with disdain and laugh at everything he says. He won't be put in charge of any more cases. Already they were uncertain about this one. Is it his fault if you sometimes have to drink with people to find out what makes them tick? Jules. He shakes his head. Jules, wake up. He'll punish them by refusing to open his eyes. He clenches his jaw. He must look fierce. Jules, it's... And another voice says, "Well, Maigret, my boy." He has forgotten his vow. He sits up abruptly and feels as if he has banged his head on the ceiling. He automatically raises his hand to his head and finds that it is encased in a thick bandage. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry I woke you. I wasn't asleep." His wife is there, smiling at him, and is making unintelligible signs behind Monsieur Aubre's back. Oof. What time is it? 10:30. I heard what had happened when I arrived at the office. Have they written a report? A report on him? How humiliating. Usually he's the one who writes reports, and he knows the formula. Last night, at 11:45 p.m., while on patrol in Avenue de Wagram, we were hailed by something along the lines of an individual lying on the ground, stating that his name was Maigret, Jules Amédée François. As for the chief inspector, he was looking dapper in pearl grey from head to toe, a flower in his buttonhole. His breath smelled of his early morning tipple of port. The guard and law police arrested them in the nick of time. Goodness, he'd almost forgotten that lot. He was tempted to say, like the flautist, "It doesn't matter." And it was true. It wasn't Dédé who mattered, or Lucille, or even less the boxer who hit him over the head with a blunt instrument, as the report probably said. It was the embarrassment of being in bed in front of his boss. He poked a leg out. "Don't get out of bed." "I'm fine, I assure you." "That's what the doctor said, too. All the same, you need a few days' rest." "Never." He knew they wanted to take his case away from him, but he wasn't going to let them trample all over him. "Calm down, Maigret." "I am calm, perfectly calm, and I know what I'm saying. There's no reason why I can't walk or go outside." "There's no rush. I understand your hurry, but as far as your case is concerned, we'll do whatever you feel is necessary." He had said, "your case," because he was a man of the world. Without thinking, he lit a cigarette, then glanced at Madame Maigret in embarrassment. "Don't worry. My husband smokes a pipe all day long, and even in bed." "That's a good idea. Oh, give me a pipe. Are you sure? Did the doctor say I mustn't smoke? He didn't mention it. So? She had put everything she'd found in his pockets on top of the dressing table, and she began to fill a pipe for him. She held it out to him along with a match. "I'll leave you to it," she said, making her exit and retreating to the kitchen. Maigret tried to recall everything he had thought of during the night. He only had a vague recollection, and yet he had the feeling he'd been close to the truth. Maxime Lebray sat down on a chair. He was clearly worried. He became even more so when his secretary announced slowly between two puffs, "Count d'Encemal is dead." "Are you certain?" "I don't have any evidence, but I'd swear to it." "Dead? How?" "He's the one who got shot." "Rue Chaptal?" Maigret nodded. "Do you think that it's Richard Gendreau who—" "The question is too specific. Maigret hasn't reached that point yet. He remembers his square with the little crosses. There was a pistol on the bedside table, or in the drawer. Lise Gendreau cried for help from the window, then she was dragged backwards, and then a shot was heard." "What's Dédé doing mixed up in all this?" "He was in the street, at the wheel of the Dion-Bouton." "Has he admitted it?" "There's no need for him to admit it." "What about the woman?" "She's the mistress of the Count, who's generally known as Bob. Anyway, you know that as well as I do." Maigret would have liked to be rid of the ridiculous turban that was making his head feel heavy. "What's been done with them?" he asked. "They've been taken to headquarters for the time being." "Until when?" "For the moment, they've simply been charged with carrying out an armed attack on a public thoroughfare. They could probably be charged with robbery, too." "Why?" "This Dédé had 49 1,000-franc notes in his pockets." "He didn't steal them." The inspector must have read his thoughts, for he became increasingly glum. "Do you mean they were given to him?" "Yes." "To keep him quiet?" "Yes. Dédé disappeared for the whole of yesterday afternoon. When he resurfaced, so to speak, he was jubilant, impatient to spend some of the money swelling his pockets. While Lucille was crying over the death of her lover, he was celebrating his newfound fortune. I was with them." Poor Lebray. He could not get used to Maigret's transformation. He was like those parents who treat their child like a baby and then suddenly see before them a man, reasoning like an adult. Who knew? Watching him, Maigret had a vague suspicion. Gradually, this suspicion turned into a conviction. If Lebray had entrusted him with the case, it was in the certainty, the hope, that he would find nothing. This is what had happened. Monsieur Lebray Courcelles, the socialite, had absolutely no desire to see one of his circle, a friend from his club, being inconvenienced, even less a close friend of his wife's, a Balthazar coffee heiress. That damned flautist who'd come poking his nose into something that was none of his business. Were the goings-on in an upstairs bedroom in a private house in Rue Chaptal of any interest to the papers, the public, or even juries, made up chiefly of small shopkeepers and bank clerks? That, on the other hand, Chief Inspector Lebray couldn't very well tear up a statement in front of his secretary. "You understand, Maigret, my boy? Discretion, no scandal, extreme caution. The best way to ensure that Maigret found out nothing. Then, after a few days, he would have been greeted with smiling condescension. Come, come, it's not important. You mustn't lose heart. You did all you could. It's not your fault if that flautist is a madman who dreamed the whole thing up. Back to work, my boy. I promise you that the next big case will be yours." Right now he was worried, naturally. He might even be wishing that Maigret hadn't softened the blow by ducking in time. If he hadn't, he would have been out of action for days, if not weeks. How the devil had the fellow found out so much? He cleared his throat and murmured in as detached a tone as possible. "In other words, you're accusing Richard Gendreau of murder." "Not necessarily him. It could have been his sister who fired. It's also possible that it was Louis. Don't forget that the flautist must have rung the bell, then stood knocking on the door for ages before Louis opened it, and when he did, He was fully dressed. It was a ray of hope. What a relief that it was the butler who had done it. Don't you think that the last hypothesis sounds the most plausible? He blushed, because Maigret couldn't help staring at him insistently. He began to speak volubly. As far as I'm concerned, that's how I gladly see things. He said gladly, and the word was delicious. Maigret acknowledged it in passing. I don't know precisely what business brought the Count to the house. It wasn't the first time, as you've already said, and I was surprised. He was a desperado. His father still retained a certain dignity, even though he'd lost all his money. He lived in a little apartment in the Latin Quarter and carefully avoided the people he'd known in his youth. Did he work? No, not exactly. What did he live on? He sold items that he'd salvaged from a disaster as and when he needed to. Paintings, a snuff-box, a family jewel. Perhaps some people who had known his father and used to hunt at the chateau discreetly sent him a little money. Bob, on the other hand, became a sort of anarchist. He flaunted himself in the seediest places. At one point he got a job as a bellboy at the Voisin restaurant just to embarrass his family's friends by accepting tips from them. He went off the rails in the end, mixing with the likes of Lucille and Dédé. Now, where was I? Maigret said nothing. Oh, yes. He was bound to have gone to the Gendreaus that night with dishonorable intentions. Why? The fact that he was driven there by Dédé, who waited for him in the street without even turning off his engine, suggests that was the case. But he was expected. How do you know? Do you think he'd have been allowed up to a young lady's bedroom otherwise? And why was Louis fully dressed at 1 o'clock in the morning? Let's suppose he was expected, which doesn't mean he was welcome. Perhaps he had indeed announced his visit. To the bedroom, remember? Very well. I'll admit, too, that Lise behaved recklessly with him. We should not judge her. Well, well. It is possible that the two of them had an affair. After all, he is still heir to the Orsevin name, and his grandparents were the masters of the chateau bought by old Balthazar, who is merely one of their peasant farmers. That might impress the peddler's granddaughter. Why not? Mind you, it's also plausible that on discovering the kind of life he was leading, she wanted to save him. Why was Maigret becoming furious? He had the feeling that his entire investigation was being reflected back to him in a distortion mirror. Nor did he like the insinuating tone of the chief inspector, who sounded as if he was giving a lecture. There's another possibility, he said quietly. What's that? That Mademoiselle Gendreau Balthazar wanted to add a title to her fortune. It's all very well having acquired the Château d'Orsevin, but perhaps she felt a little like an interloper. I, too, spent my childhood in the shadow of a chateau where my father was the estate manager. I remember how desperate some of the nouveau riches were to be invited for the hunt. Are you insinuating that she wanted to marry Bob d'Orsevin? Why not? I do not wish to discuss this question, but that sounds to me like a very audacious supposition. That's not what the maid thinks. You question the maid, even though— he nearly added, even though I advised against it, which was tantamount to saying, against my orders. But he didn't, and Maigret went on, I even sort of kidnapped her. She's just around the corner from here. Did she disclose anything to you? She doesn't know anything for certain, other than that Mademoiselle Gendreau had got it into her head to become a countess. Lebray gave a resigned shrug. It clearly weighed heavily on his heart to see people of his world throwing their dignity to the winds. Supposing you're right, that still doesn't alter the facts. Will you admit that Bob might have behaved like a swine? We know nothing of what happened in that bedroom, except that a shot was fired. You have reached the same conclusions as I have. A man behaves in the way that we know he was capable of behaving. The young lady's brother is in the house, and so is the butler. She shouts for help. One of them hears, rushes upstairs, and in his indignation grabs the pistol which you yourself say is on the bedside table. Maigret now appeared to be in agreement, but he retorted, softly puffing on his pipe, one of the most enjoyable he had ever smoked. What would you have done in that man's shoes? Supposing that you were still holding the gun, the smoking gun as it's called in the papers. On the floor there's a dead or seriously wounded man. Assuming he was wounded, I'd have called a doctor. They didn't. So you infer that he was dead? Maigret patiently pursued his train of thought, and he too seemed to be groping in the dark. Just then, there's a knock on the door. It's a passer-by who heard a cry for help. Admit it, dear Maigret, that it is disagreeable to have some passer-by meddling in your business. Someone shouted from the staircase, "Hurry up, Louis." What does that mean? He was barely aware that he was steering the conversation now. Their roles were in a way reversed, and his superior was increasingly uncomfortable. The man could not be completely dead, or again, Lise was having hysterics. I don't know. I suppose that in a crisis people tend to panic somewhat. Louis punched the intruder in the face and shoved him out into the street. He shouldn't have. And nobody should have panicked. Naturally, they realized that the fellow they'd just thrashed would go to the police, and the police would be bound to come round asking for an explanation. Which you did. They only had a few minutes before them. They could have telephoned the authorities and said, "This is what happened. It's not a murder but an accident. We had no option but to shoot a maniac who was threatening us." I think that's how you would have acted, Inspector, wouldn't you? How it changed the situation being here in his room, in his bed, instead of at the office. Behind the baize door of a police station, he would not have dared say a quarter of the things he had just said. He had a thumping headache, but that was secondary. Madame Maigret in the kitchen must have been terrified hearing him talk with such assurance. He even became aggressive. "Well, sir, that is what they didn't do, but this is what they did do. First of all, they moved the body, or the wounded man, to goodness knows where. They probably took him to one of the rooms above the stables, since they're the only ones I wasn't shown. That's only a supposition, based on the fact that the body was no longer there when I arrived. And what if Bob had left under his own steam? His friend Dede would not have had 50,000 francs in his pocket yesterday, and what's more, he certainly wouldn't have decided to leave for Belgium with Lucille. Perhaps you're right. So our people in Rue Chaptal had around half an hour. That gave them enough time to clean up the place and remove every trace of what had happened. And they had an idea that was almost a stroke of genius. Wasn't the best way to dismiss the flautist's testimony to claim it was the ramblings of a drunkard, and to show that the room he was pointing to was unoccupied? That had another advantage. Perhaps, despite everything, Lise Gendreau was a bundle of nerves, as they say. Show her in bed and claim that she was asleep. Better to show her on her feet and assert that she hadn't heard anything? That was just as risky. They bundled her into a maid's room that was miraculously empty. Would a nobody from the local police station know the difference? They simply needed to claim that she was away at her chateau in the Nièvre. Didn't hear a thing, didn't see a thing. A shot? Where? People who roam the streets at 1 o'clock in the morning are often not in their right minds. Next morning in broad daylight, who would dare accuse the Gendreau Balthazars? You are harsh, Maigret. He sighed and stood up. But perhaps you're right. I'm going to confer with the head of the Sûreté. Do you think that's necessary? If a murder really has taken place, and you have finally convinced me— Sir, said Maigret in a softer, almost imploring voice. Yes? Could you possibly wait 24 hours? Earlier you almost accused me of not acting fast enough. I assure you that I can get up. Look. And despite Debre's gesture of protest, he emerged from the sheets, a little dazed, and managed to stand up, rather embarrassed all the same to be in his nightshirt in front of his boss. This is my first case, and I congratulate you on your zeal. If you inform the Sûreté right away, the cheat squad will take over the case. Probably. First of all, if Bob has been killed, we have to find the body. If it's a question of a dead body, it can wait, can't it? The roles were reversed once again, and the inspector turned his head away to hide a smile. Maigret, so passionate earlier in his nightshirt with its collar embroidered in red, suddenly looked like an overgrown child, deprived of a treat he had been promised. I don't need this thing on my head. He tried to rip off his dressing. I can wind up this case on my own. Just give me permission to go and question Dede and Lucille, especially Lucille. What did they say? This morning, when the duty officer questioned him, he asked, "Is Jules dead?" I presume he was talking about you. If I haven't succeeded by this time tomorrow, you can hand the case over to the Sûreté." Alarmed, Madame Maigret had opened the door a fraction and remained there standing guard, staring at her husband on his feet. There was a ring at the door. She crossed the room to go and open it, and whispering could be heard coming from the landing. When she came back alone, Maigret asked, "Who is it?" She gestured to him, but he didn't understand, and since he insisted, she finally admitted, "The musician." "I'm off," said Lebray. "I can't in all decency refuse your request. Excuse me, sir. I'd also like to, given the way the situation has developed, and given that the Sûreté would do so, may I speak to Mademoiselle Gendreau if necessary?" "I imagine that you'll be tactful, but do be careful." Maigret was delighted. He heard the door close. Then, while he was hunting around for his trousers, Georges Simenon came into the room, followed by Madame Maigret. The musician looked woeful, worried. "Are you hurt?" "Not really." "I have some bad news for you." "Go on." "She's gone." The flautist's crestfallen expression was so funny that Maigret nearly burst out laughing. "When?" "Yesterday evening, or rather, last night. She insisted on coming with me to the Brasserie Clichy, claiming that she was crazy about music and that she wanted to hear me play." Madame Maigret's presence made it even more difficult for him to own up. She understood and disappeared back into her kitchen. "She was sitting in the seat that you occupied when you came to see me. I was uncomfortable. Since I hadn't been home for dinner and hadn't set foot in my place all day, I was expecting to see my wife appear at any moment." "Did she come?" "Yes." "Did they have an argument?" "I was sitting at the table having a break between numbers. My wife started it by yanking off Germain's hat. Then she grabbed her chignon." "Were they thrown out?" "Both of them. I was back on stage. The band was playing to keep up appearances, like when a ship's going down, you know. We could hear them fighting outside. When we finished the piece, the owner came to fetch me and asked me to go and sort out my harem, as he called it." "Were they waiting for you in the street?" "Only one. My wife. She dragged me home. She locked up my shoes, so I couldn't go out. I came out anyway an hour ago, and I borrowed the concierge's shoes. Germaine has left the hotel. She came to pick up her suitcase." He finished. "Now what do we do?" Chapter 8. One says nothing, the other says too much. "Please put on your heavy overcoat at least," Madame Maigret had insisted. In those days, he had two overcoats. A heavy black one with a velvet collar, which he had been trailing around for 3 years, and a short beige one which he had been hankering after since his youth, and had recently splashed out on. As the two of them left the apartment, he suspected his wife of having whispered in Minard's ear, "Don't let him out of your sight, whatever you do." Although she made fun of him a little, she was fond of the flautist, who was so gentle, polite, and self-effacing. The sky was overcast, and the beautiful pale grey fluffy clouds promised rain for the first time in 10 days or so. Showers or sheets, long hatchings of warm rain that would make Maigret all damp beneath his overcoat and leave him smelling like a wet animal. He carried his bowler hat in his hand, since it wouldn't fit over the bulky dressing on his head. Minard went with him to the doctor's on Boulevard Voltaire to have the bandages changed for a more discreet dressing. "Do you absolutely have to go into town?" The doctor gave him a packet containing pills rolled in yellow powder. "In case you feel dizzy." "How many can I take?" 4 or 5 between now and this evening, no more. I'd rather you stayed in bed." Maigret wasn't sure what to do with the musician, but he didn't want to upset him by sending him home now he no longer needed him. So he sent him to Rue Chaptal, letting him think that he was on a very important mission. "More or less opposite the Gendreau's house, there's a little restaurant called the Vieux Calvados. I want you to sit at a table and watch what's happening in the house." "But suppose you start feeling unwell?" "I won't be alone." Minard stayed with him until they arrived at the gate of police headquarters, Quai d'Horloge. At that point, Maigret was still full of self-confidence. He even sniffed the odor of the dark arch with delight. Everything was dirty, seedy. This was where each night the officers brought in all the suspicious individuals they'd picked up on the streets, and where the meat wagons discharged the lowlife rounded up during raids. He entered the guardroom that smelled of barracks and asked if the chief inspector would see him. People seemed to be staring at him oddly, but he didn't dwell on that impression. He said to himself that of course the men here looked down on a humble secretary from a district police station. "Have a seat." There were 3 officers. One of them was writing while the others were doing nothing. The chief inspector's office was next door, but no one went to inform him, and no one took any notice of Maigret. They treated him as if he were an outsider. It was so embarrassing that he didn't dare fill his pipe. After a quarter of an hour, he ventured to ask, "Is the chief inspector not here?" "Busy." "Where are the people who were picked up last night?" He hadn't seen anyone in the vast room where they normally herded their victims. "Upstairs." He didn't dare ask permission to go up to criminal records. The men were made to go up in a crocodile, like schoolchildren, then forced to strip and stand in a line. They were examined one by one, and any tattoos and distinguishing marks were noted. Then they were allowed to put their clothes back on before being measured and photographed, and lastly having their fingerprints taken. Was Day-Day in the queue among the vagrants and tramps as cocksure as ever? In years to come, when he was part of the chief's squad, Maigret would be able to come and go as he pleased anywhere in the building. Meanwhile, a doctor was examining the women in another room, and the sick were sent to the Saint-Mazar infirmary. "Are you certain that the chief inspector is still busy?" He had been waiting for more than half an hour. He thought he caught the 3 men exchanging amused glances. "You'll have to wait until he rings." "But he doesn't know I'm here. I'm working on an important case. He must be informed." "You're from Saint-Georges, aren't you?" And one of the officers, the one who was writing, glanced at a piece of paper on his desk. "Jules Maigret?" "Yes." "You'll have to wait, I'm afraid. There's nothing I can do about it." There wasn't the slightest sound from the adjacent room where the chief inspector was supposed to be. After Maigret had been waiting for over an hour, he came in, not from his office, but from outside. "Are you Lebray's secretary?" At last he was being taken care of instead of being left to twiddle his thumbs like a supplicant. "You look as if you've been in the wars." "It's nothing. I know. You want to question a man named Day-Day. I think he's come back down. Would you check, Gerard? If he's here, have him brought into my office." And to Maigret, "Come in, please. You may use my office for a while." "I also need to question the woman." "Fine. Just have the sergeant bring her in." Somehow this didn't feel quite right. Maigret had imagined that things would happen differently, but he wasn't worried yet. He wasn't acquainted with the habits of the place, and he felt intimidated. An officer brought Day-Day in, then left, and so did the chief inspector, shutting the door behind him. "Well, Jules." The garage owner from Rue des Acacias was wearing the same suit as the night before. Only his tie and bootlaces had been removed in accordance with the rules, which made him look a little dishevelled. Maigret gingerly sat down at the chief inspector's desk. "I'm glad we didn't do too much damage," declared Day-Day. "These gentlemen will tell you the first thing I said when they brought me here was to ask after you." "You knew who I was, didn't you?" "Of course. And I knew you knew," said Maigret simply. "So you suspected that we were going to beat you up? And supposing we'd finish you off completely?" "Sit down." "All right. You can call me Day-Day." Maigret wasn't used to the lack of formality, but he knew that was how his colleagues spoke to people here. "I know a lot of other things too, and I'm sure we'll be able to come to an understanding." "I very much doubt it." "The Count is dead." "Do you think so?" "On the night of the 15th of April, you drove the Count in your car to Rue Chaptal, and you waited for him without switching off the engine." "I don't remember." A window opened. A woman screamed, and there was a shot. Then you drove off towards Rue Fontaine. You drove round the block. You stopped for quite a while in Rue Victor Massé. Then you cruised down Rue Chaptal one more time to see if Bob had come out. Day-Day watched him, smiling calmly. "Go on," he said. "You wouldn't have a cigarette, would you? Low swine took everything I had in my pockets." "I only smoke a pipe." "You knew why the Count had gone to the house?" "Tell me anyway." "You knew that something ugly had happened." The next day you didn't see anything in the papers. The Count didn't return. The day after that, still no news. Now this is getting interesting. You drove over and hung around the street again. Then, guessing what must have occurred, you went to see Richard Gendreau, not at his house, but at his office. And what did I say to that gentleman? That you would keep quiet in exchange for a sum of money. 50,000 francs, probably, because knowing why Bob went to Rue Chaptal, you knew why he was killed. Is that all? That's all. What are you offering me? Nothing. I'm asking you to talk. What do you expect me to say? The Count knew the Gendreau family. He had visited the young lady several times. Was he a lover? Did you ever see him? No. If you'd seen him, you wouldn't be asking me that question. He wasn't the sort of fellow to let slip an opportunity. There was talk of marriage, wasn't there? You know, I like you. I was actually saying to Lucille, pity he's a fool. How stupid to become a cop when you're built like that and you're not afraid of hard work. Do you prefer prison? To what? If you talk, it's likely that we'll drop the charge of blackmailing Richard Gendreau. Do you think he'll file a complaint? We'll also drop a charge of attempted murder, of which I was the victim. Listen, Jules, you're on a losing streak. Don't waste your breath. It makes my heart ache. You're a good kid. Perhaps one day we'll bump into one another and have a couple of drinks, but here we're not on equal terms. You're as innocent as a choir boy. They'll make mincemeat out of you. Who? It doesn't matter. But let me tell you one thing. Bob was a decent fellow. He had his own ideas about how to behave in the world. He couldn't stand the sight of some people, but he was incapable of foul play. Get that clear. He's dead. He could be. I have no idea. Or if I do know something, it's no one else's business. Now I'm telling you as a friend, drop it. Do you get it? Drop it, Jules. I've nothing to say. I'll say nothing. You're out of your depth. Let's say we're both out of our depth. I know nothing, I saw nothing, I heard nothing. The 50 grand? I'll carry on repeating till the cows come home that I won it at the races. As for getting out of here, we'll see, won't we? And so saying, he gave a strange little smirk. Now, be a nice fellow and don't give poor Lucille a hard time. She really loved her, Bob. Do you get that? A girl can be on the game and love her man. Don't torment her, and perhaps one day I'll thank you. That's all. He had stood up, and of his own accord was heading for the door. Dede, called Maigret, also rising. That's it. I'm keeping mum. You ain't get another word out of me. Dede opened the door and called the officers. We're done, he said with a leer. The sergeant asked Maigret, Shall I bring you the woman? Lucille refused to sit down, but insisted on standing in front of the desk. Do you know how Bob died? She sighed. I have no idea. He was murdered in a house in Rue Chaptal. Do you think so? He was the lover of another girl. I'm not jealous. Why won't you talk? Because I have nothing to say. If you'd known that Bob was alive, you wouldn't have been on your way to Belgium. She clammed up. Why don't you want Bob to be avenged? She bit her lip and looked away. You prefer a fistful of money to seeing his killer put away? You have no right to say that. Then talk. I don't know anything. What have I helped you? I wouldn't say anything. Who have you seen since you've been here? At last, Maigret understood. The reason he had been kept waiting was not because the inspector was busy. The criminal records department upstairs had been in touch with Quai des Orfèvres. Had Dede been photographed and his fingerprints taken? Had Lucille been given a medical examination? It was unlikely. But it was almost certain that someone had questioned them. Someone from the Sûreté. By the time Maigret had arrived, at least an hour had elapsed since Lebray had left Boulevard Michel-Lenoir. It was hard to believe, and yet hadn't Dede himself hinted that Maigret was being taken for a ride? He left the room and had the feeling that they were laughing at him behind his back. The chief inspector returned just at that moment as if by chance. Well, my friend, success? Did they talk? What are you planning to do with them? I don't know yet. I'm awaiting orders. From whom? From on high, as usual. Thank you. Maigret stepped into the street just as the skies opened. He felt so disillusioned that he was on the verge of handing in his notice. "You're as innocent as a choir boy," Dede had said to him with a touch of pity. He had so wanted to belong to this establishment, and now he was leaving, demoralized, a feeling of disgust in the pit of his stomach. He walked into the Brasserie Dauphine, where there were a few officers from Quai des Orfèvres having a drink. He knew them by sight, but for them, he was a nobody. First, he took one of the pills the doctor had given him, in the hope that it would give him a boost. Then he drank a large glass of spirits. He saw them sitting around a table looking rather unkempt, very much at ease. Those men were entitled to go anywhere. They knew everything. They exchanged information on the cases they were working on. Did Maigret still want to be one of the boys? Was he not beginning to discover that his idea of the police was completely mistaken? After the second glass, he was on the point of going to see his protector, the big boss, Xavier Guichard, to tell him what was on his mind. They had made a fool of him. When Lebray had come to visit him, he'd wormed information out of him. His car was waiting at the door. Most likely, he told the driver to go straight to Quai des Orfèvres, where he would certainly not have been kept waiting. "My secretary's overzealous. He's going to put his foot in it and bring us trouble." Who knows whether he went to his superiors, to the commissioner, for example, or even the Minister of the Interior. Perhaps the Minister of the Interior was also a regular dinner guest at Rue Chaptal. By now, Maigret was convinced they had only allowed him to handle the case, warning him to be cautious, so that he would fall at the first hurdle. "You want to question Dede? Why not? Go ahead, my boy." Only beforehand, they'd had a word with the garage owner. Who knows what they'd promised him in exchange for keeping his mouth shut? It was easy. This wasn't the first time he'd been in trouble. As for Lucille, if she didn't keep quiet, they could always put her away for a spell in Saint-Lazare. "You're as innocent as a choir boy." He laughed nervously, because he really had been a choir boy back in his village. Everything had been tainted. His police force was tainted. He wasn't just vexed that he'd been robbed of his little success. It was something deeper. He felt more like a jilted lover. Wait up. He almost ordered a third drink, changed his mind, paid, and left with a feeling that the four others at their table were laughing at him behind his back. He realized that from now on everything would be rigged. What could he do? Go and find the flautist. Georges Simenon was his only trump card, a flautist. It was because of him that Lebray had launched an investigation in the first place. If Maigret got angry, they would claim that the blow to his head had affected his mind. He clambered onto a passing omnibus and stood sullenly on the platform, breathing in the wet dog smell coming from his overcoat. He felt hot. Was he perhaps running a slight temperature? On reaching Rue Chaptal, he nearly turned back at the thought of Pommel, the owner of Vivier Calvados, who had been so patronizing towards him. Perhaps they were right after all. Perhaps he'd been mistaken and wasn't made of the right stuff for a career in the police. And yet he was so certain of what he would have done had he had a free hand. He would have searched every nook and cranny of that house, which he could see from the street. He would also have got to know the people who lived there. He would have discovered all their secrets, starting with the late elderly Balthazar and finishing with Lise Gendreau and Louis. The main thing was not to find out precisely what had happened on the night of the 15th. That was only an end. It would be easy to piece together their comings and goings once he knew each person's inner thoughts. But the house was a stronghold whose gates were closed to him, just like the one on Avenue du Bois. People came racing to the rescue at the slightest alert. Dede had suddenly clammed up, and Lucille was resisting the urge to avenge her Bob. He realized that he'd been talking to himself as he walked. He shrugged and flung open the door of the little restaurant. Justin was there, standing at the bar, holding a glass. He had taken Maigret's place and was chatting to Pommel, who showed no surprise at the sight of a newcomer. "The same for me," Maigret ordered. The main door was wide open. The downpour was petering out, and there was sunshine between the raindrops. The glistening pavement would be dry in no time. "I thought you'd be back," said Pommel. "What baffles me is that you're not with the other gentlemen." Maigret wheeled round to look at Georges Simenon, who hesitated. Eventually he said, There are a lot of people in the house. They arrived around half an hour ago. There were no cars in the street. The visitors had probably arrived in cabs. Who are they? I don't know. It looks like a raid by the prosecutor's office. There's a gentleman with a white beard, accompanied by a young man, maybe the prosecutor and his clerk. Clenching his glass, Maigret asked, Then what? People I've never seen. Justin tactfully did not say what he thought, and it was Pommel who grumbled, Colleagues of yours, not from the local police station, from Quai des Orfèvres. I recognized one of them. Poor Minard. He didn't know where to look. He too felt as if he'd been duped. Maigret had let him think that he was in charge of the case, and the flautist had thrown himself body and soul into helping him. And now it transpired that Maigret was a nobody, and that he wasn't even being kept abreast of developments. Once again, Maigret was tempted to go home, to write his furious letter of resignation, then retire to bed. His head was burning and hurting with a stabbing pain. The owner was brandishing a bottle of Calvados in mid-air, and Maigret nodded. Too bad. He'd been made a fool of from the start. They were right. He was an innocent. Germaine is in the house, muttered Minard. I spotted her at a window. Naturally. Her too. She might not be very bright, but she had a certain intuition, like all women. She had realized that she'd chosen the wrong side, that Maigret and his flautist were just pawns. I'm going over there, Maigret suddenly decided, putting his glass down on the bar. He was so afraid that his courage would fail him that he rushed across the road. From the archway he saw two men digging in a corner of the garden. To the left, in front of the main door into the hall, a police officer stood guard. I'm from the local police station, said Maigret. You'll have to wait. Wait for what? For these gentlemen to finish. But I'm in charge of this case. Maybe, but I have my orders. Another one from Quai des Orfèvres. If ever I work for the Sûreté, Maigret promised himself, already forgetting his firm resolve to leave the police, I swear I'll never show contempt for the poor fellows from the local police stations. The prosecutor? Or those gentlemen? Is the chief with them? I don't know. What does he look like? He's wearing a grey tailcoat. He's tall and thin with a blonde pencil moustache. I haven't seen him. Who's here from Quai des Orfèvres? Detective Chief Inspector Bordet. His name was forever appearing in the newspapers. In Maigret's eyes, he was perhaps the most distinguished man in the world, with his clean-shaven face that made him look like a butler and prying, beady little eyes that always seemed to be looking elsewhere. The body? The police officer was reluctant to reply to Maigret's questions, and did so condescendingly. Is Richard Gendreau in the house? What does he look like? Dark hair and a long crooked nose. He is. So either Gendreau hadn't gone to his office as usual, or he had hurried back. Just then a cab drew up outside. A young woman alighted and hurried towards the door where the two men stood talking. She couldn't have seen Maigret. Mademoiselle Gendreau, she said tentatively, and the officer opened the door to her at once, saying to Maigret, I had orders. Were they expecting her? I was simply told to let her in. Have you seen the butler? He's with a gentleman from Quai des Orfèvres right now. Are you familiar with the case? A little, replied Maigret, swallowing his pride. Apparently it was a nasty piece of work. Who? The fellow who was shot by the servant. Maigret stared at him, open-mouthed. Are you certain? Of what? That Louis. Look, I don't even know who Louis is. I just overheard snatches of conversation. What I do know is that it's best to avoid attracting a crowd. One of the men who was digging, and who was definitely a police officer, entered the porch. The one who remained in the garden must be the manservant. The officer had mud on his hands and on his shoes, and wore an expression of disgust. He's not a pretty sight, he said in passing. A door opened, and he vanished into the house. In the split second the door was ajar. Maigret caught a glimpse of Lise Gendreau and her brother, who stood talking in the entrance hall. The men from the prosecutor's office must be in one of the drawing rooms behind closed doors. Do you have an appointment? The police officer asked Maigret, whose impatience was visible. I don't know. It was enough to make him cry. Never had he been so humiliated. "I think they're more afraid of the press than anyone else. That's why they're taking so many precautions. The funny thing is that at home we drink Balthazar coffee. I had no idea that one day—" They must be making a lot of telephone calls in the house, for they could hear frequent clicks and ringing. "If your chief inspector sent you, I can go and tell them that you're out here waiting." "There's no point." The officer shrugged. He didn't understand what Maigret meant and watched him take a pill. "Are you not well? Do you have any idea how it all started?" "How what started?" "Were you at Quai des Orfèvres?" "Yes, I was just off on a stakeout in La Villette. Chief Inspector Baraday was giving a guy a roasting." A short fellow in a check suit?" "Yes, a brash fellow." "Did someone telephone the inspector?" "No. The chief called him in. While he was gone, he asked me to keep an eye on the fellow. A funny one. He asked me for a cigarette, but I didn't have any." "Then what?" "When Monsieur Baraday came back, he shut himself away with the fellow in the check suit for a moment, after telling us to be at the ready." "Who?" "The men in the squad. There are 3 of us here, plus the chief inspector. The other 2 are inside. The one who was digging, that's Barrère. He got a bullet in his body a month ago, as he was arresting the Pole of Rue Colincourt." Every word was loaded. Maigret pictured the inspector's office, the amiable authority of Baraday, who called them "my boys." Why had they done this to him? Had he made a mistake? Had he gone about things the wrong way? Had he not been of the utmost discretion? When Chief Inspector Lebray had visited Maigret's apartment on Boulevard Richard-Lenoir, he seemed to be giving him carte blanche. But then Lebray had raced over to Quai des Orfèvres. Then perhaps he'd come here. "So the butler admits he did it." "That's my understanding. He looks like a thug at any rate." "I'm at a loss to understand." "Because you like to think you can understand." It was perhaps Maigret's first true lesson in modesty. The police officer was older than him. He was over 30. He had the calm air, the sort of indifference of those who have seen many things. He puffed gently on his pipe without craning to hear what was being said inside. "It's still better than hiding out for hours on end in some alley in La Villette." Now a car was pulling up outside the house. A young doctor with a dark beard jumped out, touching his bag. And Maigret recognized him from the photographs in the newspapers. He was Dr. Paul, the coroner, who was already quite famous. "Where are the gentlemen from headquarters?" "This way, doctor. The body's in the garden, but I presume you'd like to see the prosecutor first." They all went into the inner sanctum, apart from Maigret, who was left to champ at the bit under the arch. "You'll see," said the officer. "There will only be 3 lines in the papers about it." "Why?" "Because—" And true enough, that evening there was a paragraph in La Presse saying, "During the night of the 15th of this month, a burglar broke into the private residence of the Gendreau Balthazar family in Rue Chaptal. The butler, Louis Vieux, age 56, born in Anseval-Nièvre, killed him with a bullet to the chest." That night, Maigret was lying in bed with a temperature of 39, while Madame Maigret wondered how to get rid of the flautist, who refused to leave the room and seemed more like a lost dog than ever. Chapter 9. Lunch in the Country. It lasted 3 days. At first, he'd hoped that he would really be ill, and that would infuriate them. But on the first morning, when he cautiously opened his eyes, the only thing wrong with him seemed to be a nasty cold in the head. So he was shamming, trying to fool even his wife. It was ridiculous to have nothing more serious than a cold in the head, so he groaned, coughed, and complained of chest pains. "I'm going to give you a mustard poultice, Jules. That'll stop you getting bronchitis." Madame Maigret was as cheerful as ever. She nursed him tenderly, you could say she pampered him, and yet he had the feeling that she wasn't taken in. "Come in, Monsieur Minard," he heard her saying in the adjacent room. "No, he's no worse, only please don't tire him out." That meant that she was playing along. "His temperature?" asked the flautist anxiously. "No cause for concern." And she took care not to say what it was, because if anything it was subnormal. She loved concocting herbal teas and poultices and making broth or egg custard. She also liked to draw the curtains gently and walk around on tiptoe, half open the door sometimes, and peek in to make sure he was asleep. Poor Mina had already become a nuisance. Maigret was annoyed with himself. He was fond of the flautist and wished he could be kind to him. He would turn up at around 9 or 10 in the morning. He didn't ring the bell, but discreetly scratched at the door in case Maigret had fallen asleep. Then he would whisper, come into the room, brushing the doorpost, and walk over to the bed. "No, don't move. I simply come to find out how you are. Do you need me to do anything? I'd be so happy to help you out." It was no longer a matter of playing detective. Anything to help. He also offered Madame Maigret his services. "Why don't you let me go to the market for you? I'm very good at shopping, you know." He ended up perching by the window for a moment on one buttock and would stay for hours. If they asked after his wife, he answered sharply, "It doesn't matter." He came back in the late afternoon, in evening dress, on his way to work. Now he was playing in a dance hall on Boulevard Saint-Michel, no longer the double bass, but the cornet, which must be hard for him. It left a pink ring in the center of his lips. Every morning Maigret also sent over an orderly from the police station for news. The concierge had been disappointed. She knew that her tenant was an official, but he had never told her that he was a police officer. "The chief inspector says to take good care of yourself and not to worry. Everything's fine." He snuggled under the covers of his damp bed, which smelled strongly of sweat. It was a way of withdrawing into himself. He didn't know yet that this would become a quirk, that he would often resort to this behavior in his moments of despondency or confusion. The shift happened almost to order. Instead of his ideas becoming clear, they became scrambled, as they do when a person is feverish. He slipped gently into a half-sleep, and reality took on new forms, merging with childhood memories. The light and shadows of the room also played a part, and even the flowers on the wallpaper, the aromas from the kitchen, and Madame Maigret's muffled footsteps. He always went back to the same point, picking up his characters like chess pieces. Old Balthazar, the Gendros, the father, Lise and Richard, the Château d'Ancevin, Louis, Germaine, the little maid, Marie. He moved them around, distorted them. Then came the turn of Maigret, leaving the Maigret's apartment on Boulevard Richard-Lenoir, getting into his gig and saying to his coachman, "Quai des Orfèvres." Was he on first-name terms with the big chief, Xavier Guichard? This was where it became harrowing. What was Maigret saying to him in the vast office which Maigret had been inside twice and which he thought was the most awe-inspiring place in the world? "My secretary, that young man you recommended to me, is handling a case. I had no alternative but to give it to him, but I fear he's going to put his foot in it." Was that what he was saying? Possibly. Above all, Maigret was a man of the world. He fenced every morning at the Orche Club, frequented the salons, attended all the premieres, and appeared at the races in a light grey top hat. But what about Xavier Guichard? He'd been a friend of Maigret's father and was from the same social class. He didn't live in the exclusive Morceau district, but in a little apartment in the Latin Quarter, surrounded by his books, rather than by beautiful women. No, he wasn't capable of playing a dirty trick or of compromise. And yet he had called Barraudais. What orders had he given him? And if that were true, did that mean that Maigret was wrong? He hadn't concluded his investigation, granted. He didn't know who had shot the Count, nor did he know why, but he would have got to the bottom of it. He was conscious of having done a good job in a very short time, as was proved by the fact that Maigret had been alarmed. So why had he been? There was no more mention of the case in the newspapers. It had been hushed up. Bob's body must have been taken to the morgue for the autopsy. He saw himself back in the courtyard in Rue Chaptal, behind the others, the high-ups who ignored him. Barraudais, who didn't know him personally, must have taken him for one of the servants. The prosecutor, the examining magistrate, and the clerk of the court thought he was one of Barraudais' men. Only Louis had shot him a smug look. He had probably been told of Maigret's activities by Germaine. All that was humiliating, discouraging. There were moments when, his eyes closed, his body clammy, he formed a plan for the perfect investigation. "Next time I'll go about it like this." Then, abruptly on the fourth morning, he had enough of being ill, and before the arrival of the flautist, he got up, had a thorough wash, carefully shaved, and removed the dressing from his head. "Are you going to the office?" He wanted to get back to the smell of the police station, his black desk, and the seedy-looking customers on their bench against the white wall. What should I tell Justin? Now they called him Justin, like a family friend or kinsman. If he wants to come and meet me at 1 o'clock, we can have lunch together. He hadn't slept with his moustache net on, and he had to straighten the tips with a hot curling iron. He walked most of the way to soak up the atmosphere of the boulevard, and his resentment melted away in the spring sunshine. What's the point of my worrying about those people? The Gendreaus in their stronghold, the old man's character that was passed on through the female line, their battles over the will, the question of who would inherit the Balthazar coffee empire. Because it dawned on him that this wasn't just about money. Once people have a considerable fortune, it is no longer money that matters, but power. It was about deciding who would have the biggest pile of shares, who would be the chairman of the board, Lise or Richard. It had to be deeply ingrained for a young woman to forget her 21 years and only think of taking up the director's role, as her mother had done before her, to be the big boss. Let them fight it out between them. That was it. That was exactly what they'd done. And a man had been killed, who nobody grieved for except for a girl who walked the streets around Avenue de Wagram. He went into the police station and shook hands with his colleagues. "Bertrand's gone over to your place to find out how you are." He didn't let Labray know he was there, but went and sat at his desk without a word. It wasn't until 10:30 that on half-opening the baize door, his boss spotted him. "Are you here, Maigret? Come in and see me." He was trying to sound offhand. "Have a seat. I wonder whether you're doing the right thing in coming back to work so soon. I was planning to offer you convalescence leave. Don't you think that a few days in the country would do you good?" "I feel perfectly fit." "Good, good. By the way, as you'll have seen, this whole business is resolved now, and I congratulate you, for actually you weren't so far from the truth. On the same day that I visited you, Louis telephoned the police." "Of his own accord?" "I really have no idea. Besides, it makes no difference. The main thing is that he confessed to the crime. He must have got wind of your investigation and realized that you would uncover the truth." Maigret stared fixedly at the desk, and his face showed no emotion. Ill at ease, Labray continued, "He went over our heads and contacted the prefecture directly." "Have you read the papers?" "Yes." "Naturally, the truth has been slightly rearranged. Sometimes it's a necessity, as you'll understand one day. There are cases when there's no point in creating a scandal, where the harsh truth does more harm than good. Let me explain. We both know that the Count didn't break into the house as a burglar. Perhaps he was expected. Lise Gendreau was very nice to him. I use the word in the best sense. Don't forget that she was born at the Château d'Onceval and that there are ties between her family and his. Bob was a hothead. He was on a downward spiral. Why would she not have tried to help him back onto the straight and narrow? That's the opinion of my wife, who knows her well. Anyway, it's of little importance. Was he drunk that night, as he often was? Did he behave in a scandalous manner? Louis gave few details. He heard screams when he entered the room. Bob and Richard Gendreau were fighting, and he thought he saw the gleam of a knife in the Count's hand. "Has the knife been found?" Maigret asked quietly without looking up. He seemed to be gazing obstinately at a little stain on the mahogany desk. "I don't know. It's Baraday who questioned him. The fact remains that there was a pistol on the bedside table and that Louis, fearing for his master's life, fired it. Now, my young friend, tell me, who would have benefited from a scandal? The public wouldn't have accepted the truth. We live in times when certain social classes are constantly being targeted. Mademoiselle Gendreau's honor was at stake because it is her reputation that would have suffered. In any case, we are dealing with a case of self-defense. Are you certain that it was the butler who fired? We have his confession. Think about it, Maigret. Ask yourself how a certain section of the press would have reacted. and what the repercussions would have been for the young woman who could be accused of nothing other than imprudence. I understand. Mademoiselle Gendreau has left for Switzerland. Her nerves are shattered, and she will probably rest for a few months. Louis has been released, and it's likely that the case will be dismissed. His only crime was to have panicked and buried the body in the garden instead of owning up immediately. Did he do it alone? Put yourself in Richard Gendreau's position. I see that you don't yet understand, but you will. There are cases where we have no right. And while he struggled to find the right words, Maigret looked up and said in a neutral, almost naive tone, "To do as our conscience dictates." Then abruptly, Maigret became curt again, loftier than ever. "My conscience is clear," he snapped, "and I would claim that it is as sensitive as anyone else's. You are young, Maigret, very young, and that is the only reason why I can't hold it against you." It was midday when the telephone rang in the big main office. Inspector Besson, who had picked it up, shouted, "For you, Maigret, it's that fellow who's already called 3 times, always at the same time." Maigret grabbed the receiver. "Hello, Jules?" He recognized Dédé's voice. "Are you feeling better? Are you back at work? Tell me, are you free for lunch?" "Why?" "A little idea of mine. Ever since the other night I've been wanting to take you out to lunch in the country. Don't be scared, I'll come and pick you up in the car. Not outside the police station, because I'm not very fond of those places, but at the corner of Rue Fontaine, all right?" Poor old Georges Simenon was going to be left high and dry once again. "Tell him that I had to go out on important business, that I'll see him tonight, or tomorrow." A quarter of an hour later, he clambered into the Grey de Dion-Bouton. Dédé was alone. "What do you fancy? Do you like fried gudgeon? First, we're going to stop at Port Mayo for a quick drink." They went into a bar, and Dédé ordered 2 stiff absinthes, letting the water drip onto the sugar lump balanced on the perforated spoon and watching it slowly dissolve. He was cheerful, with a hint of earnestness in his expression. He was wearing a check suit, greenish-yellow shoes, and a splendid red tie. "Another?" "No, as you wish. I've no reason to get you drunk this time." Then he was back on the road, the banks of the Seine, with fishermen in their boats, and finally a little riverside inn with leafy arbours dotted around the garden. "A slap-up meal, Gustave, for starters fried fish, only gudgeon. And to Maigret, he's going to net some for us and cook 'em live." Then to the owner, "What will you serve us for the main course?" "A coq au vin made with the Beaujolais rosé." "Let's go for the coq au vin." Dédé was very much at home here. He sniffed around in the kitchen and went down to the cellar, returning with a bottle of white Loire wine. "It's better than all the aperitifs in the world. Now, while we're waiting for our fish, fill your pipe. We can talk." He had an urge to explain. "I insisted on seeing you because deep down I like you. You're not corrupt, yet, like most of the boys in your outfit." He too embroidered the truth a little, Maigret knew. People of Dédé's sort are blabbermouths, and that's often how they get caught. They're so proud of themselves that they can't resist the desire to boast. "Where's Lucille?" asked Maigret, who had expected her to be with them. "She really is ill, believe it or not. That girl really was mad about Bob, you see. She'd have put her head on the block for him. She was completely devastated. First of all, she wouldn't leave Roubray, saying that every step would remind her of him. Yesterday, I persuaded her to go away to the country. I drove her there, and I'll go and pick her up again. Bad enough. Maybe we'll talk about her later." He lit a cigarette and blew the smoke out slowly through his nostrils. The wine sparkled in the glasses. The breeze made the young leaves of the bower quiver. They could see the owner, standing in his skiff, peering into the water before casting his net. "I presume you were curious enough to have a look at my file, and you will have seen that I never take risks. Little jobs, yes. Twice I copped 6 months, and I swore that was enough." He drank to keep up his spirits. "Have you read the papers?" And when Maigret nodded, "Clever, very clever, that lot. You should have seen Lucille. She turned as white as a ghost. She was determined to go and find him and squawk. I calmed her down. I kept saying to her, what would be the point? They sullied his name all right, didn't they? I'll swear to you, if I could get the guy with a broken nose, Richard his name is, in a corner where there are no cops, I'd happily smash his face in. He coughed up 50 grand and he thinks that's the end of it. Well, between you and me, even though you're a cop, I'll tell you that's not the end of it. We'll meet again one day, sooner or later. There are bastards and bastards. That type of bastard I can't stand. What about you? I was taken off the case, mumbled Maigret. I know. I'm paid to know. Did they order you to keep quiet? They told me that all I needed to do was keep mum and I'd have my deal. Which meant that the police would turn a blind eye to Dédé's peccadillos. They'd forget the blow to Maigret's head, and they wouldn't investigate where the 49,000 francs found in his wallet had come from. What bowled me over was the butler story. Do you believe that? No. Right. Otherwise you'd have gone down in my esteem. Since someone had to have pulled the trigger, it might as well be a servant. Who do you reckon fired the shot? We can talk here, can't we? Mind you, if you try and use what I've told you, I'll swear I kept my mouth shut. I think it was the girl. So do I. The difference being that I have good reason to believe so. I'd also add that if she shot Bob, it was by mistake. It was the brother she was trying to kill, because those two loathe each other the way people in those families do. It's a pity you never met Bob. He was the most decent fellow on earth. Boy, he could drive them all round the bend. But not out of spite. He didn't have a mean bone in his body. It was something else. He despised them so much that he found them laughable. When the girls started hanging around him— How long ago? Oh, it was last autumn. I don't know who told her. Everyone knew that after the races at around 5:30 you could always find Bob in a bar in Avenue de Valbrun. She went there? She did too. And without avail. She told him who she was, that she lived at the Château d'Enceval, that she was interested in him, and he'd be welcome to visit her at her house. Did he sleep with her? You can say that again. He even took her to the hotel in Rue Bray that you've been to see how far she'd go, you know. He was a good-looking kid, but she wasn't the kind of doll to go into a hotel like that just for the pleasure of being screwed. Besides, she had no more feelings than a brick wall. He didn't keep it secret for Lucille's sake. If she was going to be jealous of all the girls that passed through his hands— Oh, here's the fish. Tell me how you find it. He could eat and talk at the same time, and he continued to indulge in both, caressing the second bottle that had been placed in front of them. Don't try to understand. It took Bob himself a while to see clearly, and— no offence, he was cleverer than the two of us put together. What surprised him the most was that she wanted to marry him. She offered him a deal. He would no longer need to work and would receive an allowance every month for his day-to-day expenses and everything. He strung her along. He said to himself that she was desperate to be called the Countess d'Enceval. There are people like that. They buy themselves a chateau, then they want a title to buy a set of ancestors. That's what Bob explained to me. He looked Maigret in the eye and announced, pleased at catching him off balance, Well, that wasn't it. He crunched the crisp gudgeon, glancing from time to time at the Seine where barges glided slowly past, sounding their sirens as they approached the lock. Don't try. You'll never guess. When Bob found out, he was staggered. And yet he knew the family history inside out. Do you know whose idea the marriage was? The old man's. He was triumphant. Admit that it was worth coming out to Bougival for lunch. You've heard about the shriveled-up old boy who wanted to leave his house and his paintings to the state to be turned into a museum. If you want to laugh, listen to what comes next. I don't know the full story, mind you, neither did Bob. Apparently the old boy who had started out as a country peddler dreamed of having grandchildren of true noble blood. Do you want to know what I think? That for him it was a sort of revenge, because it appears that the Encevals weren't very nice to him. They sold him the chateau and the farms, then they discreetly withdrew. They wouldn't once invite him to dinner or even to lunch. So he put clauses in his will that riled the entire family. His daughter was still alive when he died, but those people with their millions plan a long way ahead. On the death of the daughter, the shares were to be split between two parties, 51% for the young lady and 49% for Crooked Nose. Apparently it was very important that the majority vote, as they call it, went to the young lady. Me, I don't know much about these things. Anyway, it was to happen when she turned 21. "Next month," said Maigret. "I'd have some more. Too bad if I'm too full for the coq au vin." Where were we? Right. Only there was another little problem. If the young lady married an Roncesvalles, then she would receive all the shares, and it would be left to her discretion to give her brother an allowance equivalent to his holding. That means that he would no longer have had anything to do with the coffee company, the chateau, etc. The Balthazars and the Gendreaus would have become Roncesvalles, their lineage going back to the Crusades. Bob was well up on these things, and you have no idea how it made him laugh. Did he agree to the deal? What do you take him for? How did he find out? Through the brother. And you'll see how a man can stupidly lose his life. The Gendreau with a broken nose is no fool. He doesn't want to end up like his father, spending all his time in clubs and chasing errand girls in Rue de la Paix. He wants to be the boss, too. I'm beginning to see. No, you can't possibly see, because Bob didn't see at first. Richard asked him to come to his office. Apparently it's like a sacristy, with carved wood on the walls, Gothic furniture, a floor-to-ceiling portrait of the old man, who seems to be laughing at you. To be honest, out of a lot of them, that old man is still the one I'd find easiest to get on with. Bob used to say that he was the most mischievous devil he'd ever come across, so to speak, because he was dead. Anyhow, so the brother comes out with his spiel. He asked Bob if he's decided whether to marry his sister. Bob replies that he never had any intention of doing so. The brother tells him that he's making a mistake, that it would be a good deal for everyone. And why would it be a good deal? Because he, Richard Gendreau, would hand over a pile of dough to his sister's husband. As much dough as he wanted, on the sole condition that he promised to show his sister a good time, entertain her, and get her to give up her love of business. Do you see now? Bob replied that he didn't feel cut out for that job, so the bastard with the crooked nose declared that that was just too bad for him, and he would end up paying a high price. When I think that you'd have had me thrown in jail for having got that fellow to cough up 50,000, I don't hold it against you. You couldn't have known. Now they basked in a wonderful aroma of coq au vin, and despite what Daddy had said earlier, he still had a healthy appetite. Try this Beaujolais, and admit that it would have been a pity to deprive me of such a feast and put me on a diet of beans. Do you know what he had in his bag, that idiot? I said that Bob was a decent guy, but I didn't claim he was a saint. It happened, as it does to everyone, that he found himself a bit short. All his life he'd known loads of swanky people, so sometimes, for a laugh, he'd imitate their signature on bankers' drafts or other bank forms. He didn't mean any harm. The proof is that no one ever filed a complaint, and things always worked out in the end. Well, Jules, the idiot had got hold of a whole pile of those forms from God knows where. If you don't marry my sister, I'll have you locked up. If, when you have married her, you don't toe the line, I'll have you locked up. Harsh, even harsher than the old man. I swear Bob was sorry he got mixed up with the girl and that old business. Meanwhile, the young lady was in a hurry. She wanted the wedding right away before she turned 21. She sent him letters by pneumatic tube at dispatches. She arranged to meet him time and time again. Sometimes he came, sometimes he didn't. And she'd turn up at Roubray looking for him. She'd wait on the corner of the avenue, not caring whether she was mistaken for something else. Lucille knew her well. When you drove Bob to Rue Chaptal on the night of the 15th, he decided to finish it, to come clean, and tell her that he would not be bought, either by her or her brother. Did he ask you to wait for him? Not exactly, but he didn't expect to be long. Oh, breast or leg? We'll share more mushrooms. Gustave picks them himself and preserves them. Maigret felt perfectly relaxed, possibly thanks to the Beaujolais on top of the dry white wine. You're wondering why I'm telling you all this? No. You know? Yes. Or at least he intuited it. Dede needed to get it off his chest, or spit it out, as he would have said, and could no longer keep quiet. Here there was no danger. Besides, he had his deal. But he wasn't proud of that. This lunch was a way for him to salve his conscience, Revealing others' dirty doings made him appear in a relatively virtuous light. Maigret would remember that lunch at Bougival for a long time to come, and that memory possibly helped him avoid making rash judgments. I know nothing about what happened up there. Neither did Maigret, but it was already becoming easier to reconstruct. What they needed to know was whether Richard Gendreau was supposed to be in the house. Perhaps that night he should have been at his club or elsewhere. And again, perhaps, as it was in his nature, it was Bob himself who had asked him to go upstairs. Why not? In order to tell the pair of them what he thought of their scheming. First of all, I'm not getting married. Maigret, who had never seen him, was beginning to have a sense of his character, and even of his appearance. I have no desire to sell a name that I don't even bother to use. Because although around Place des Ternes and on the racecourses some called him the Count, most of his acquaintances were convinced it was a nickname and were unaware of his real name. Did Lise Gendreau throw a tantrum and talk about her reputation? Did her brother lose his temper? And you can shut up. Besides, I'm going to tell your little sister about the little deal you cooked up. Did he have the chance? Or did Richard go for him straight away? Hundreds of thousands of people who drank Balthazar coffee and stuck flower cards in albums like Madame Maigret had no idea that their morning coffee had been at stake in the bedroom battle in Rue Chaptal. A vicious battle which a servant listening at the keyhole had probably overheard. The two men must have grabbed hold of each other. Perhaps they'd rolled on the floor. Was Richard Gendreau armed? He was definitely the sort to stab someone in the back. I reckon it was the bitch that killed him. Not intentionally. She genuinely panicked. The proof is that the first thing she did, which she must later have regretted, was to open the window and call for help. Unless the window was open, I must say I hadn't looked. You see, I wonder whether she hadn't ended up being truly in love with Bob. These things happen. She began because it suited her purpose. Then she fell for him. Not physically, I've already told you that she's made of wood, but he was so different from the fossils she was used to meeting. I reckon that when she saw that Bob had the upper hand, or that her brother was trying to do the dirty on her, she lost her head. She fired. Unfortunately, she's a lousy shot, and it was Bob she hit in the belly. Shall we ask for another bottle? This little wine's not bad for 2 sous. So, there you have it, Jules, my friend. When I saw the guy hammering on the door to be let in, I skedaddled. Then I came back. But there was nothing more to be seen. I decided to make myself scarce. We thought about it, Lucille and me. We still hoped that Bob would come back, or that we'd hear he was in hospital. In the end, I went to see Gendreau in his office. That's how I know what the old man looked like. Would it have been better if no one had profited from this? He coughed up almost immediately, and I wished I'd asked for 100 grand instead of 50. Bunch of crooks. You turned up just as we were about to scram. It would have been too dumb to get caught, you got to admit. Cheers, my friend. They settle things in their own way. I'm beginning to get used to it. It makes me sick every time I see one of their delivery vehicles with their neatly harnessed horses and a well-groomed coachman in the driver's seat. Petrol, coffee, but not Balthazar. But there was no other choice. That's annoying, he grumbled under his breath. I'm glad we're going to live in the country. You and Lucille? She didn't say no. We got 50,000 or near enough. I've always dreamed of running a little restaurant by the river, something like this, with customers who are pals. It's hard to find a place because it would need to be not too far from a racecourse. Tomorrow I'm going to hunt around Maison Lafitte. That's where I've taken Lucille. He looked a little sheepish and added hastily, Don't you go thinking that we become law-abiding. It lasted for a week. Each morning the bell summoned Maigret into the chief inspector's office, where he presented his daily reports. Each morning Lebray opened his mouth as if he were about to say something, and then looked away. They did not exchange a word other than for strictly office matters. Maigret was more earnest than before, as if heavier, even though he had not yet put on weight. He didn't bother to smile, and he was perfectly conscious that for Lebray he was like a living rebuke. Tell me, my boy, that was in early May, when are you due to take your exam? The famous course he had been studying for the night the flautist had burst into his office, into his life. "Next week." "Do you expect to pass?" "I hope so." He remained cool, almost terse. "Guichard tells me that your ambition was to work at Quai des Orfèvres." "Yes, sir." "Is it no longer so?" "I don't know. I think you would be more at home there, and even though you are invaluable to me here, I think I'm going to intercede to have you transferred." Maigret, a lump in his throat, didn't breathe a word. He was sulking. Deep down, he still resented them, all of them, his boss, the Gendreaus, the men from the Sûreté, perhaps even Guichard, who was a father figure for him. But if Guichard... It was inevitably they who were right, he vaguely realized. A scandal would have been pointless. In any case, Lise Gendreau would have been acquitted. Well, was it not life itself that he was angry at, and was it not he who was in the wrong not to understand it? He had no intention of being bought. He refused to be indebted in any way to Chief Inspector Lebray. "I'll wait my turn," he managed to mutter. The very next day, he was summoned to Quai des Orfèvres. "Still angry, my boy?" asked the big chief, tapping him on the shoulder. He couldn't help blurting out almost furiously like a child, "It was Lise Gendreau who killed Bob." "Probably." "You knew?" "I suspected as much. If it had been our brother, Louis wouldn't have sacrificed himself." The windows were open onto the Seine. Tugs, trailing their strings of barges, sounded their sirens before passing under the bridge and lowering their funnels. A constant stream of trams, omnibuses, carriages, and taxis crossed Pont Saint-Michel, and the streets were alive with women in pastel frocks. "Have a seat, my friend." The lesson he learned that day, given in a paternal voice, wasn't in his technical police manuals. Try to do as little damage as possible. You understand? What would it have achieved? The truth. What truth? And the big chief concluded, "You can relight your pipe. On Monday you will start here as an inspector, under Detective Chief Inspector Barodet." Maigret did not yet know that one day, 22 years later, he would come across Lise again, under a different name, an aristocratic Italian name, that of her husband. Or that she would receive him in the unchanged office of Balthazar Coffee, which he had only heard about from a certain Dédé, where he would finally see the portrait of the old man, still gracing the wall. Inspector. That was him. "I don't need to ask you to exercise discretion." By that time, the Sûreté had changed its name to the Police Judiciaire, and it handled investigations undertaken on behalf of private families, as they were called in official jargon. "Unfortunately, my daughter has her father's character." She, on the other hand, was cool and calm, like old Balthazar, whose full-length portrait hung behind her chair. She allowed herself to become involved with an unscrupulous individual who has taken her to England, where he obtained a marriage license. They must not, at all costs. No, he did not yet know that once again the honor of the Balthazars would be in his hands. He was 26 years old. He couldn't wait to go and tell his wife the news. "I'm being transferred to the chief's squad." But he couldn't do so straight away. Georges Simenon was waiting for him in the street. "Bad news?" "Good news. I've been promoted." The flautist looked more excited than he did. "Are you leaving the police station?" "As of tomorrow." "Shall we celebrate?" At the Brasserie Dauphine, a stone's throw from Quai des Orfèvres, inspectors from headquarters were having a drink, taking no notice of the two men celebrating over a bottle of sparkling wine. In a few days' time, they would know at least one of them. Maigret would be their equal. He would be at home in this cafe. The waiter would greet him by his name and know what his favorite drink was. When he got home that evening, he was drunk. 10 times he and Georges Simenon had walked to and fro from one corner of the street to the other. "Your wife," protested Maigret. "It doesn't matter." "Shouldn't you be at your dance hall?" What dance hall? Maigret stumbled noisily up the stairs to his apartment. Flinging open the door, he announced solemnly, "Say hello to the newest inspector in the chief squad. Where's your hat?" Running his hand over his head, he realized he must have left his hat somewhere. "That's women for you. And take note, be sure to take note, because it's very important. Very important, you hear? It's not because of the chief inspector. They had their eye on me, but I wasn't aware. Do you know what he said to me, the big chief? He said, I can't repeat everything he said, but he's a father. He's a father to me, you know." Then she brought him his slippers and made a cup of strong coffee. Maigret's Revolver, Chapter 1, in which Maigret arrives late for lunch and a guest fails to turn up for dinner. When in later years Maigret looked back on this particular investigation, it would always strike him as something a little out of the ordinary, associated in his mind with the kind of illness that does not declare itself clearly, but begins with vague twinges, feelings of unease, symptoms too mild to take seriously. The first sign had been neither a complaint to the police judiciaire, nor an emergency appeal for help, or anonymous tip-off, but instead, to go back to the very beginning, an innocuous phone call from Madame Maigret. The black marble clock on the office mantelpiece was showing 20 to 12. He could clearly recall the angle of the hands on its face. The window was wide open, since it was a June day, and under the warm sunshine Paris was already smelling of summer. "Is that you?" His wife had, of course, recognized his voice, but she always asked if it was him on the other end, not out of distrust, but because she had always been awkward on the phone. In Boulevard Michel-Lenoir, too, the windows would be wide open, and by now Madame Maigret would have finished most of her household tasks. It was unusual for her to telephone. "Yes, it's me. I wanted to ask you if you would be home for lunch." It was even more unusual for her to call with such a question. He frowned, not from irritation, but in surprise. "Why?" "Oh, nothing. Or rather, there's someone here to see you." He could sense she was feeling embarrassed, almost at fault. "Who?" "Nobody you know. It's nothing. Just that if you won't be home for lunch, I'll tell him not to wait." "A man, then?" A young man." She had no doubt taken the visitor into the front room, which they hardly ever used. The telephone was in the dining room, where they usually sat, and where they received guests they knew well. It was where Maigret kept his pipes, and had his armchair, and Madame Maigret her sewing machine. From the awkward way she was talking, he understood that she'd not dared close the door between the two rooms. "Who is he?" "I don't know." "What does he want?" "I don't know that either. He says it's personal." He didn't attach much importance to the call. If he was asking questions, it was only because of his wife's hesitation, and also because it seemed to him that she had already taken the visitor under her wing. "I should be leaving the office at about 12, he said in the end. There was only one more person to see, a woman who had already come 3 or 4 times to complain about threatening letters from her neighbor. He pressed the buzzer for the office boy. "Show her in." He lit a pipe and leaned back in his chair with an air of resignation. "So, madame, you've received another letter." "2, Inspector. I brought them along. In one of them, you'll see she admits she was the person who poisoned my cat, and she says that if I don't move out, I'll be next." The hands moved slowly round the clock face. He had to pretend to be taking this matter seriously. It lasted a little under a quarter an hour. Then, just as he was getting up to fetch his hat from the cupboard, there was a knock at the door. "Are you busy?" "Hello. What are you doing in Paris?" Lortie, one of his former inspectors, had recently transferred to the flying squad in Nice. "Just passing through. I thought I'd pop in, sniff the air of headquarters, and shake hands with you. Do we have time for a pastis in the Brasserie Dauphine?" "Yes, but it'll have to be a quick one." He liked Lortie, a tall, lanky fellow with the voice of a church cantor. In the brasserie, where they stood at the counter, there were already several other inspectors. They chatted about this and that. A pastis was exactly what was needed on a day like today. They had one, then another, then a third. "I've got to go. I'm expected back home." "I'll walk along with you, shall I?" The two men had crossed the Pont Neuf together, then walked to Rue de Rivoli, where it took Maigret a good 5 minutes to find a taxi. It was 10 to 1 by the time he had finally climbed the 3 floors to the apartment on Boulevard Michel-Lenoir, and as usual, the door opened before he had a chance to take the key out of his pocket. He had immediately noticed that his wife was looking preoccupied. Speaking in a low voice, since the doors were open, he asked her, "Is he still here?" "No, he's gone." "And you don't know what he wanted?" "He didn't say." Had it not been for Madame Maigret's anxious expression, he would have shrugged his shoulders and muttered, "Good riddance." But instead of going back into the kitchen and serving lunch, she followed him into the dining room, looking like someone who had a confession to make. "Did you go into the front room this morning?" she asked him eventually. "Me? No. Why?" Why, indeed, would he have gone in there before setting off for the office, since he detested the room? "I thought not." "So what's the matter?" "Nothing. I'm trying to remember. I looked in the drawer." "Which drawer?" "The one you keep your American revolver in." It was only now that he began to suspect the truth. He had spent several weeks in the United States as a guest of the FBI, and the question of firearms had come up a great deal while he was there. When he left, the Americans had presented him with an automatic of which they were very proud, a Smith & Wesson .45 Special, with a short barrel and a very sensitive trigger. It was engraved with his name, to J. Maigret from his FBI friends. He had never used it, but the day before it just so happened that he'd taken it out of the drawer to show someone, a former school friend whom he'd invited round for a drink after dinner, and he had taken the visitor into the front room. "Why does it say J. Maigret?" the guest had asked. He too had asked that question when he had been given the gun during a cocktail party in his honor. The Americans, who usually have 2 first names, had found out his own, only the first 2, fortunately, Jules Joseph. In fact, he had a third name, Antelme. "Do you mean my revolver isn't there now?" "I'll explain." Before letting her speak, he went into the front room, which still smelled of cigarette smoke, and glanced at the mantelpiece where he remembered having placed the gun the night before. It wasn't there, but he was sure he hadn't put it away. "What's all this about?" "Sit down first and let me serve the food, or the roast will be overdone. Please, don't be cross." He was already cross. "I do think it's going a bit far to let a stranger in," and she left the room and returned with a dish for their midday meal. "If you'd seen him—" "How old?" "Very young, 19, 20 perhaps."
"And what did he want?"
"He rang the bell. I was in the kitchen and I thought he was the gas man. I opened the door. He asked if this was the right address for Chief Inspector Maigret. I gathered from the way he behaved that he thought I was the maid. He looked nervous, scared almost."
"And you showed him into the front room?"
"Because he said he absolutely needed to see you to ask your advice. I told him he should go to your office, but apparently it was too personal."
Maigret still looked irritated, but began to feel like smiling. He could imagine a young man in a state of panic, and Madame Maigret immediately taking pity on him. What was he like?"
"A very nice boy. I don't quite know what to say. Not rich, but well brought up. I'm sure he'd been crying. He took out a packet of cigarettes, then apologized at once, so I said, 'It's all right, I'm used to it. You can smoke if you like.' Then I promised to phone you to check whether you'd be coming home."
"And the revolver was still on the mantelpiece?"
"Yes, I'm sure it was. I didn't notice it just then, but I remember it was there when I was dusting at about 9 o'clock, and nobody else has been in here." If she had not put the revolver back in its drawer, it was, he knew, because she'd never been able to get used to firearms. Even if she had been assured it wasn't loaded, she wouldn't have touched it for anything in the world. He could imagine the scene, his wife going into the dining room and talking to him in a low voice on the phone, then returning to say, "He'll be back in half an hour at the latest."
Maigret asked, "Did you leave him on his own in here?"
"Well, yes, I had the lunch to see to."
"When did he leave?"
"That's just it, I don't know. There was a moment when I was frying the onions, and I closed the kitchen door for the smell not to spread. Then I went into the bedroom to freshen up. I thought he was still there, or perhaps he was. I didn't want to embarrass him by going into the front room again. It was only a little after 12:30, and I thought I'd go and tell him to be patient, and then I realized he wasn't there. Are you angry with me?"
"Angry with her for what?"
"What do you think this is about? He really didn't look like a thief." No, he couldn't have been one, for heaven's sake. How would a thief ever have guessed that very morning there would be an automatic on the mantelpiece in the Maigret's front room? You look anxious. Was the gun loaded? No. Well then, not worth replying. Someone who takes the trouble to get hold of a revolver intends sooner or later to use it. Maigret wiped his lips, stood up, and went to look at the drawer where he found the cartridges in their place. Before sitting down again, he telephoned the office. Torrance, is that you? Can you call up all the gunsmiths in the city? Hello? Yes, I said gunsmiths. Ask whether anyone has come in, want you to buy cartridges for a Smith & Wesson 45 special. What? Yes, a 45 special. In case nobody's turned up yet, tell them that if someone does come in this afternoon or tomorrow, they should keep them waiting somehow or other, and contact the nearest police station. Yes, that's all. I'll be in the office as usual. When he arrived back at Kitty's affair at about 2:30, Torrance already had the answer. A young man had walked into a gunsmith's on Boulevard Bondebelle, but they didn't have the caliber he asked for, and had sent him on to the well-known firm of Gaston Vanette. And there, they had sold him a box full. Did the boy show the gun to anyone? No, he just gave him a piece of paper with the make and caliber written on it. Maigret had various matters to see to that afternoon. At about 5 o'clock he went upstairs to the laboratory. Jussieu, the director, asked him, "Are you going to Pardon's this evening?" "It's pawned out of cod," Maigret replied. "Pardon phoned me the day before yesterday." "Me too. But I don't think Dr. Paul will be able to come." In the life of married couples, there are times when you see a great deal of another couple, then lose touch for no reason. For about a year now, once a month, the Maigrets had been regularly visiting the Pardons for what they called the doctor's dinner. It was this same Jussieu, the director of the forensic service, who had first taken Maigret to Dr. Pardon's apartment on Boulevard Voltaire. "You'll see you'll like him. He's a very competent chap, who could have become a leading consultant in any field, I could almost say, since after being a houseman on the Val de Grace and assistant to Leparaz, he was at the Saint-Anne Institute for 5 years. And now he's in general practice by choice. He works 12 to 15 hours a day without caring whether the patients can afford to pay him, and he often forgets to send them his bill. Apart from that, his only passion is cooking." 2 days later, Jussieu had telephoned. "Do you like cassoulet?" "Why?" "Pardon has invited us for tomorrow. When you dine at his house, you just have one main dish, usually some regional speciality, and he likes to know in advance whether his guests will like it." "Cassoulet will do very well." Since then, there had been more dinners, coq au vin, couscous, sole d'Ipoise, and other dishes. This time it was bombed out of cod. Now, who was it that Maigret was going to meet tonight? He tried to recall. Pardon had telephoned him 2 days before. "Will you be free the day after tomorrow? Do you like fish? Are you for or against truffles?" "For." They had got into the habit of addressing each other as Maigret and Pardon, although their wives are on first-name terms. The two couples were near enough in age. Jussieu was 10 years younger, and Dr. Paul, the pathologist, too often joined them, older. "Tell me, Maigret, you wouldn't mind meeting one of my old school friends, would you?" "Why should I mind?" "I don't know. To tell you the truth, I wouldn't have invited him except that he asked me to find a way of introducing him to you. He came to see me at the practice just now, because he's also one of my patients, and he was very insistent to know whether you would definitely be there." At 7:30 that evening, Madame Maigret, who had changed into a flowered dress and a fetching straw hat, was putting on her white cotton gloves. "Are you coming?" "I'm right behind you." "Are you still worrying about that young man?" "No, not at all." One of the agreeable things about these dinners was that the Pardons lived only 5 minutes' walk away. The sun was reflecting off the upper windows. The streets smelled warm and dusty. Children were still playing out of doors, and families had brought chairs onto the pavement to take the air. "Don't walk so fast." He always walked too quickly for her. "Are you sure that was him buying the cartridges?" Since that morning, and especially after he told her about the visit to Gaston Annette, there'd been a weight on her mind. "You don't think he means to kill himself, do you?" "Let's change the subject, shall we?" "It's just that he was so nervous. His cigarette ends in the ashtray were in shreds." The air felt mild, and Maigret held his hat in his hand as he walked, as if out on a Sunday stroll. They reached Boulevard Voltaire and arrived at the building where the Pardons lived, near the square. They took the lift, which made its usual squeak on starting up, and Madame Maigret gave her usual little jump. "Come in. My husband will be back in a few minutes. He was called out urgently, but it's just round the corner." It was rare for one of their dinners to take place without the doctor being summoned. He would say, "Oh, don't wait for me," and they would often indeed leave without seeing him again. Jussieu was already there, alone in the drawing-room, where there was a grand piano and embroidered covers on all the furniture. Pardon came bustling in a few minutes later, and disappeared straight into the kitchen. "Hasn't Lagrange arrived?" Pardon was a small man, quite portly, with a large head and prominent eyes. "Oh, now wait, I want to try something out on you, and I'd like your opinion on it." There was invariably a surprise at Pardon's dinners, perhaps a special wine or liqueur, or in this case, a Pinot de Chant, which a vineyard owner in Jonzac had sent him. "None for me," protested Madame Maigret, who was usually tipsy after a single glass. They chatted over the wine. Here, too, the windows are open. Life was going on at a leisurely pace on the boulevard. The air was golden, and the light gradually faded into a rosy glow. "Well, I wonder what's become of Lagrange." "Who is he?" "I know him from when we were both at the Lycée Henri IV. If I remember rightly, he had to leave after the 4th year. He was living in Haut-Coulier then, just by the Jardin des Plantes, and I was impressed by his father because he was a baron. At least he claimed to be. I lost touch with Lagrange for a long time, more than 20 years, and it was just a few months ago that he showed up at my surgery, waiting for his turn to see me like everyone else. But I recognized him at once." He looked at his watch, then at the clock. "What surprises me is that he was so insistent about coming, and now he isn't here. If he doesn't come in the next 5 minutes, we'll start eating." He refilled the glasses. Madame Maigret and Madame Pardon said nothing. While Madame Pardon was slim and Maigret's wife a little on the plump side, they both displayed the same self-effacing attitude vis-à-vis their husbands. It was unusual for either of them to speak up during dinner, and it was only afterwards that they went into a corner of the room to talk quietly. Madame Pardon had a very long nose, excessively long indeed, and you had to get used to it. At first it was actually embarrassing to look at her face. Was it because of this nose, which must have made her the target of much mockery from her classmates, that she was so modest, and looked at her husband as if she was thanking him for having married her? "I'm prepared to bet," Pardon was saying, "that all of us here had a friend at school who was like Lagrange. Out of 20 or 30 boys, there's always at least one who's already fat at 13, with a podgy face and big pink legs." "Well, in my class it was me," Madame Maigret ventured to say, and Pardon gallantly replied, "In the case of girls, it sorts itself out, and they're often the prettiest ones in the end. We used to call François Lagrange Baby Canon, and there must have been thousands like him all over France nicknamed that at the time, because of the advertisements for Canon baby soap, with that huge pink baby on them." "And he hasn't changed?" "The proportions have changed, of course, but he's still a podge. Never mind, let's start eating." "Why not telephone him?" "Because he doesn't have a phone." "Does he live nearby?" "Not far away, au Popincourt. I wonder what it is he wants exactly. The other day in my waiting room there happened to be a newspaper with your photo on the front page." Pardon was looking at Maigret. "Oh, forgive me, my friend. I don't quite know how it happened, but I mentioned that I knew you. I may even have added that you were a friend of mine. And is he really like they say?" Lagrange asked me. I said, "Yes, you were a man who—" "Who what?" "Oh, never mind. I just said what I thought while I was examining him. He has diabetes and some glandular problems. He comes in a couple of times a week because he's very anxious about his health. The next time he was there, he talked about you again, wanted to know if I saw you often, and I said we had dinner together once a month. And that's when he pressed me to invite him, which surprised me, since we hadn't seen each other since Henri IV, and my only contact with him was at the surgery. Oh, let's eat." The brandade of cod was delicious, and Pardon had managed to track down a dry white wine from the Nice region that made a perfect accompaniment. After the mention of overweight people, the conversation turned to redheads. Yes, there's always one redhead in every class at school." This led to the topic of genetic theory. They usually ended up talking about medicine, and Madame Maigret knew that her husband enjoyed that. "Married, is he?" With their coffee, they had returned to the subject of Lagrange for some reason. The blue of the evening, a deep velvety blue, had gradually taken over from the crimson sunset, but they had not yet lit the lamps, and through the French windows they could see the wrought-iron curlicues of the balcony balustrade outlined in black. From a corner of a nearby street came the strains of an accordion, and on a neighbouring balcony the low voices of a couple in conversation. "He was, he told me, but his wife died long ago." "What does he do?" "He's in business, rather vague business, probably. His visiting card says Financial Administrator and gives an address in Rue Tronchet. I rang the number one day to cancel an appointment, and I was told that those offices had not existed for many years." "Children?" "2 or 3. A daughter, notably, if I remember correctly, and a boy for whom he was hoping to find a steady job." The talk returned to medicine. Jussieu, who had also worked at the Saint-Anne Institute, recalled memories of the celebrated Dr. Charcot. Madame Pardon was knitting and explaining some tricky stitch to Madame Maigret. They lit the lamps. There were a few mosquitoes, and it was 11 o'clock when Maigret rose to leave. They left Jussieu at the corner of the boulevard, since he was taking the metro from Place Voltaire. Maigret was feeling a little full because of the Grand Vin, or perhaps because of the southern wine. His wife had taken his arm, something she hardly ever did unless they were walking home, and she wanted to say something. How could he tell? She hadn't opened her mouth, but he was nevertheless waiting for her to. "What are you thinking about?" he finally grunted. "You won't be angry?" He shrugged his shoulders. "I'm thinking about that young man this morning. I was wondering whether when we get home you might telephone to check in case anything has happened." She was expressing herself obliquely, but he understood. She meant to check he hasn't killed himself. Curiously enough, that was not what Maigret thought might have occurred. It was just a feeling without any firm basis, but he'd not been imagining a suicide. He was vaguely anxious, but reluctant to let it show. What was he wearing? I didn't pay attention to his clothes, but I think he was wearing something dark, navy blue perhaps. His hair? Fairish. Or blonde? Thin? Yes. Nice-looking boy? Yes, I think so. He would have sworn that she was blushing. Oh, I didn't look closely at him, you know. But I remember his hands most of all, because he was so nervous, fiddling with the brim of his hat. He didn't dare sit down. I had to push a chair forward for him. He seemed to expect me to throw him out any minute. Once they were back home, Maigret telephoned the night desk of the city police, where all emergency calls were logged. "Maigret here. Anything to report?" "Just the usual at Bercy, Chief," which meant the drunks outside the wine depot at Bercy. "Nothing else?" "Bit of a fight on Quai de Charenton. Oh, wait a bit. Yes. In the late afternoon, a woman's corpse was pulled out of the Saint-Martin Canal." "Identified?" "Yes. Local prostitute." "And no suicides?" This was to reassure his wife, who was listening hat in hand in the bedroom doorway. "No, nothing like that. Shall I call you if there's anything new?" He hesitated. It troubled him to seem interested in this business, even, or perhaps especially, in front of his wife. "If you like." There were no calls that night. Madame Maigret woke him in the morning with his coffee, and the bedroom windows are already open. They could hear workmen loading crates onto a truck in front of the warehouse opposite. "You see, he hasn't killed himself," he said, as if taking his revenge. "Perhaps they don't know about it yet." He arrived at Quai des Orfèvres at 9 and met up with colleagues for the daily report in the commissioner's office. Routine matters only. Paris was quiet. They had a description of the man who had killed the woman pulled out of the canal. His arrest was only a matter of time. They would no doubt find him dead drunk in some bar before the day was out. At about 11, there was a call for Maigret. Who is it?" "Dr. Pardon." At the other end of the line, the doctor seemed hesitant. "Oh, forgive me for troubling you at the office. Last night I was telling you about Lagrange, who had asked to come to dine with us. Well, this morning on my rounds, I was going past the place he lives, au Papacore. So I went in, thinking that he had perhaps been taken ill. Hello, are you there?" "Yes, I'm listening." "I wouldn't have called you, only after you left last night, my wife told me the story of the young man." "Which young man?" "The young man of the revolver. It seems Madame Maigret told my wife that yesterday morning—" "Yes, so? What is it?" "Lagrange would be furious if he knew I was alerting you. I found him in a queer state. In the first place, he let me knock several times at the door without answering. I was getting concerned because the concierge had said he was at home. In the end, he opened the door barefoot, in his nightshirt, looking haggard, and he seemed relieved to see that it was me.
"I apologize about last night," he said, going back to bed. "I felt ill. I'm still not feeling well." "Did you mention me to the chief inspector?"
"And what did you say?" Maigret asked.
"Oh, I don't know. I took his pulse and his blood pressure. He was looking very poorly. He looked, in fact, as if he was in shock. The lodgings were very untidy. He hadn't had anything to eat, nor even had a cup of coffee. I asked him if he was alone, and he immediately took fright. 'Are you afraid I might have had a heart attack? Is that it?' he asked. 'No, I was just a bit surprised.' 'At what?' 'Well, don't your children live with you?' 'Only my youngest son. My daughter left home when she was 21, and the older boy's married.' 'The younger one is at work, is he?' Then he began to cry, and I got the impression that this big fat man was crumpling up like a pricked balloon. 'I don't know,' he sobbed. 'He's not here. He didn't come home.' 'Since when?' 'I don't know. I'm alone. I'm going to die on my own.' 'Where does your son work?' 'I don't even know if he has a job. He never tells me anything. He went out.' Maigret was listening with a serious expression. 'And that's all?' 'But more or less.' I tried to reassure him. He was pathetic. As a rule, he keeps up appearances, or tries to. Seeing him in these sordid lodgings, lying sick in a bed that hadn't been made for days. Is his son in the habit of spending the night away from home? No, from what I gathered. It would be a coincidence, of course, if it turned out to be this young man who— Yes. What do you think? Nothing for a moment. Is the father genuinely sick? As I said, he looks as if he's in shock. His heart's not too good. He's lying there in bed, sweating away, and terrified he's going to die. You did the right thing, phoning me, pardon. I was rather afraid you'd laugh at me. I didn't know my wife had told anyone about the revolver. Have I put my foot in it? Not at all. He buzzed the office boy. Nobody waiting to see me? No, sir, apart from the madman. Oh, send him to Lucca. This was a regular visitor, a harmless madman who came along every week to offer his services to the police. Maigret still hesitated. Out of human respect, truth be told, the story, if you looked at it one way, might indeed seem rather ridiculous. Once on the embankment, he was on the point of borrowing one of the police drivers, then, still out of a kind of modesty, decided to go to Rue Pourbancourt by taxi. That made it less official, and that way there wouldn't be anyone to laugh at him. Chapter 2. Concerning a concierge who shows no curiosity, and a gentleman of a certain age who peeps through the keyhole. The concierge's lodge, to the left of the archway, was like a hole in the wall, lit all day long by a yellowish lamp dangling from a wire. Its entire area was taken up with things that seemed to have been fitted together from a construction kit. A stove, a very high bed topped with a red eiderdown, a round table covered with an oilcloth, and an armchair occupied by a large ginger cat. The concierge did not open the door, but observed Maigret through the glass window, and since he did not go away, resigned herself to opening it. Her head then appeared framed by the panel, like an enlarged photograph, faded and out of focus, the kind they take at fairgrounds. Her black hair looked dyed, and her face was colourless and without contours. She waited. He said, "Monsieur Lagrange, please." She did not reply at once, so he thought she might be deaf. Finally she let fall, in a desperately bored tone, "Across the courtyard, 3rd floor left. Is he at home?" It was not so much boredom as indifference, and perhaps contempt or even hatred for anything outside her aquarium. She had a whining voice. "If the doctor came to see him this morning, he's probably in." "Nobody else has called since Dr. Pardon." Mentioning the name made it seem as if he was well informed. "He wanted me to go over there." "Who did?" "The doctor. He wanted to give me a bit of money to go and do some cleaning and make a meal." "Did you go?" She shook her head without explaining. "Why not?" She shrugged her shoulders. "Don't you get on with Monsieur Lagrange?" "I've only been here 2 months. "Does the previous concierge live around here?" "She's dead." It would be useless, he knew, to try to get any more out of her. To this woman, the entire property, a 6-story apartment block facing the street and a 3-story building at the far end of the courtyard, with its tenants, artisans' workshops, children, comings and goings, all represented the enemy, whose sole reason for existing was to disturb her peace and quiet. As he came out of the dark, cool entrance, the courtyard looked almost cheerful. There was even grass growing between the cobblestones,
and the sun was striking directly onto the facade of the rear building with its cream-covered plasterwork. A joiner was sawing wood in his workshop, which gave off an agreeable smell, and a baby was asleep in a pram, its mother peering from time to time out of a first-floor window. Maigret knew the neighbourhood, which was not far from his own, and where there were many similar buildings. In the courtyard at his place in Boulevard Michel-Lenoir, there was still an outdoor lavatory without a seat, but with the door always ajar, as if in the country. He went up the 3 floors, slowly, pressed an electric bell, and heard it ring inside. Like Pardon, he had to wait, and like him, he finally heard some faint sounds, the slap of bare feet on the floor as someone approached cautiously. Then, finally, he could have sworn some laboured breathing, very close to him, behind the door. Nobody opened it. He rang the bell again. Nothing moved this time, and stooping down, he could see an eye shining through the keyhole. He coughed, wondering whether to announce his name. Then, just as he was opening his mouth, a voice said, "Just a moment, please." More footsteps coming and going, and at last the click of a lock, followed by a bolt being drawn back. In the half-open doorway, a large man in a dressing gown was looking at him. "Was it Pardon who told you?" he stammered. The dressing gown was old and shabby, as were the bedroom slippers. The man was unshaven, and his hair was dishevelled. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. The other man made a sign, indicating that he'd recognized him. "Oh, come in. My apologies." He did not say what the apologies were for. They stepped directly into a cluttered sitting room, in which Lagrange seemed hesitant to remain, and Maigret, pointing to the open door of the bedroom, said, "You can go back to bed if you like." "Oh, yes, I will. Thank you." The sunlight was shining into this apartment, very different from others of its kind, and rather resembling an encampment, without Maigret being able to think quite why. "I do apologize," the man repeated, slipping into the rumpled bed. He was breathing with difficulty. His face was shining with sweat, and his large eyes darted here and there. Maigret was not really at ease either. Do sit down, or that chair." Then, seeing that there was a pair of trousers lying on it, Lagrange once more apologized. "I'm so sorry." Maigret wondered what to do with the trousers, finally dropping them at the end of the bed, then began to speak in a deliberately firm voice. "Dr. Pardon had told us last night that we would be having the pleasure of meeting you." "Yes, I did think—" "But you were in bed." He saw that the other man was hesitating. "In bed, yes." "When did you begin to feel unwell?" "I don't know. Yesterday." "Yesterday morning?" "Yes, maybe. Your heart. Oh, everything. Pardon's been treating me for a long time, but yes, the heart as well." "Are you worried about your son?" Lagrange looked at him, as the fat schoolboy once must have looked at a teacher when he did not know what to answer. "Didn't he come home?" Another hesitation. "No, not this time." "You wanted to see me?" Maigret was trying to adopt the casual tones of a man who has just dropped in for a visit. Lagrange, for his part, hazarded a would-be polite smile. "Yes, I had said to Pardon." "Was it because of your son?" He seemed astonished all at once and repeated, "Because of my son?" Then immediately he shook his head. "No, I didn't know then that—" "You didn't know that he was going away?" Lagrange corrected him, as if the expression was too categorical. "He hasn't come home." "Since when?" "Has he been gone for a few days?" "No." "So since yesterday morning, then?" "Yes." "Had you quarrelled?" Lagrange was suffering, yet Maigret wanted to push the questions as far as he could. "No, Anna and I have never had a quarrel." He said that with a kind of pride, something Maigret did not miss. "What about your other children?" "They don't live here any more. But before they left, it wasn't the same thing with them." "I presume you would be glad if we could trace your son." Signs of panic again. "What are you proposing to do?" the other man asked. Every now and again, he seemed to have spurts of energy that made him seem almost normal. Then he would suddenly collapse limply back on the bed. He went on, "No, it's not necessary. I think it's better if you don't." "But you're worried." "I don't know." "You're afraid of dying?" "I'm a sick man. I can't go on. I—" He put his hand to his heart and appeared to be feeling for its beating with anxiety. Do you know where your son works?
Not just recently. I didn't want the doctor to tell you about all this.
And yet a couple of days ago you were insisting that he arrange for you to meet me.
I insisted?
You wanted to talk to me about something, then. Is that right?
I was, curious to meet you.
And that was all.
I'm so sorry. This was the 5th time at least that he'd apologized. I'm a sick man, very sick. That's all, nothing else.
But your son has disappeared. Maigret looked impatient.
Perhaps he just did the same as his sister.
And what did she do?
As soon as she reached 21, the very same day, she left home without a word, taking all her belongings with her.
With a man?
No, she works in a lingerie shop in the Arcade des Champs-Élysées, and she lodges with a woman friend.
Why?
I don't know.
And you had another son? Older?
Philippe, yes. He's married.
And you don't think that Alain might have gone to him?
They don't see each other. There's nothing of any concern here, as I said. It's just that I'm ill and alone, and I'm ashamed that you've been put to trouble. Pardon, shouldn't have told you. I wondered now why I ever said anything to him about Anna. I expect it was because I was feverish. Perhaps I still am. Don't stay here, please. The place is a mess, and it must reek of sickness. I can't even offer you a drink.
You don't have anyone who comes in to do the housework? Georges was evidently lying when he replied,
She hasn't turned up.
Maigret did not dare ask if he had any money. It was very warm in the bedroom, and there was a stale and unpleasant smell. Would you like me to open a window?
No, that would make it too noisy. I've got a headache. In fact, I'm aching all over.
Perhaps it would be best if you were transferred to hospital. This word alarmed him.
No, absolutely not. I want to stay here.
Waiting for your son?
Oh, I don't know.
It was curious. At one moment, Maigret felt pity for this man. The next, he felt only irritation, and had a sense that the whole thing was an act. Perhaps the man really was ill, but not, it seemed to the inspector, to the extent that he needed to huddle into his bed like a huge caterpillar. Not to the extent that his eyes were full of tears and his lips quivering like a baby who was about to start crying. Tell me, Lagrange. And as he paused, he intercepted a sudden, more determined expression, one of those sharp looks that women in particular dart at you covertly when they think you found them out. What? Are you sure that when you asked Parlant to invite you round to meet me, you didn't have something you wanted to tell me?
No, I swear. It was just a sort of passing remark.
He was lying. That was why he felt the need to swear to it, like a woman again. And you have nothing you can tell me that would help us find your son? There was a chest of drawers in the corner, and Maigret, standing up, went over to it, feeling the other man's eyes glued to him. Still, I'm just going to ask you to let me borrow a photograph of him. Lagrange was about to reply that he didn't have one. Maigret was so sure of himself that with an almost reflex movement he opened one of the drawers. In here, there was a bit of everything in there. Keys, an old wallet, a cardboard box full of buttons, some papers in disorder, gas and electricity bills.
Give me that.
What?
The wallet.
Fearing that the inspector would look inside it himself, Lagrange summoned up the strength to lean on his elbow.
Pass it to me. I think there's a photo from last year.
He was looking frantic. His thick fingers fumbled. From a little pocket where he clearly knew he would find it, he pulled out a photograph.
You're the one who's insisting. I'm sure there's nothing wrong. There is no need to announce anything in the newspapers. I don't want anything done.
I'll bring it back to you this evening, or tomorrow. That frightened him again.
There's no hurry.
How will you manage your food?
I'm not hungry. I don't need anything.
What about this evening?
I'll probably feel better by then, so I'll be able to go out.
What if you don't feel better? The man was on the brink of bursting into tears from stress and impatience, and Maigret hadn't the heart to impose on him any longer. Yet, just one question. Where was the last workplace of your son, Anna?
I don't know the name. It was some office in Rue Réaumur.
What kind of office?
Advertising. Yes, that's it. It must be an advertising agency.
He made as if to get up to see his visitor at the door. Don't trouble yourself. Good day, Monsieur Lagrange.
Goodbye, Inspector. Please don't hold this against me.
Maigret almost asked, "Hold what against you?" But what was the point? He stood still for a moment on the landing, relighting his pipe, and heard the bare feet on the floor, the key turning in the lock, and the bolt being shot. And perhaps, too, a sigh of relief. As he was passing the concierge's lodge, he saw her head framed in the window, hesitated, then stopped. "It might be a good idea if, as the doctor suggested, you were to go up now and then to see if he needs anything." "He really is ill." "Well, he wasn't ill last night when I thought he was doing a moonlight flit." It had been the merest of chances. Maigret, who had been on the point of walking away, frowned and moved closer. "He went out last night. He was even strong enough to carry out a big trunk with the help of a taxi driver." "And you spoke to him?" "No." "What time was this?" "About 10 o'clock. I hoped he really was moving out so the apartment would be free." "And you heard him come back?" She shrugged her shoulders. "Of course. He's up there now, isn't he?" "With his trunk?" "No." Maigret was too near home to take a taxi. Passing in front of a cafe, he remembered yesterday's pastis, which had seemed to chime so well with the warmth of early summer. So he had a glass at the counter, gazing without seeing them at the workmen in white overalls drinking alongside him. As he crossed his own boulevard, he looked up and saw Madame Maigret coming and going in their apartment with the windows open. She must have seen him as well. At any rate, she recognized his step on the stairs, since the door opened as he reached it. "Nothing's happened to him, has it?" She was still thinking about the young man of the day before, and her husband took the photo from his pocket and showed it to her. "Is that him?" "How did you manage that?" "Is it him?" "Yes, of course it's him. Is he—" She must already be imagining the young man was dead, and she looked devastated. No. He's on the loose somewhere. I've just been visiting his father." "Is that the man the doctor was talking about yesterday?" "Lagrange, yes." "And what did he have to say?" "Nothing." "So you still don't know why he took your revolver?" "To use it, probably." He telephoned the police judiciaire, but there'd been no report of anything that might concern Alain Lagrange. He ate his lunch quickly, took a taxi to Quai des Orfèvres, and went straight up to the photographic department. "Print me off as many copies as we need to circulate to the whole of the Paris police." He almost changed his mind and considered circulating the photo throughout France, but wasn't that to give too much importance to this case? What troubled him was that nothing had actually happened except that his automatic had been taken. A little later, he called Lucas into his office. Maigret had taken off his jacket and was smoking his largest pipe. "I want you to check out the taxi drivers who work nights in the Pauvarcourt neighborhood. There's a rank on Place Voltaire. It must be that one. At this time of day, the nighttime drivers will mostly be at home." "Oh, what do I ask them?" "Whether last night at about 10 p.m. any of them loaded a large trunk from a building in Rue Pauvarcourt. I want to know where it was taken." "And that's all?" "Ask as well if he took his fare back again to Rue Pauvarcourt." "Okay, Chief." By 3 o'clock, the radio cars were already in possession of the photograph of Alain Lagrange. By 4 o'clock, it arrived at the police stations and substations with a comment, "Caution, this man is armed." By 6 o'clock, all the Parisian officers coming on shift would have copies in their pockets. As for Maigret, he was not sure what to do next. Some kind of inhibition was preventing him from taking this matter seriously, and yet at the same time he was ill at ease in his office. It seemed to him that he was wasting time when he ought to have been taking action. He would have liked to have a long conversation with Pardon about the Lagrange family, but at this time of day the doctor's waiting room would be full of patients. He would feel awkward at interrupting a consultation, nor did he really know what questions he would ask. He leafed through the telephone directory and found 3 advertising agencies in Rue Réaumur, noting them down almost automatically in his jotter. "Nothing for me, Chief," Doros came to ask him a little later. If it hadn't been for that, he wouldn't have asked him to check the agencies. "Telephone these 3 places to ask which one has employed a young man called Alain Lagrange. If one of them says they have, go over there and find out anything you can about him. Not from the directors, they never know much, but from the other employees." He hung about for another half-hour in his office, finishing off trivial tasks. Then he had a visit from a priest who complained that someone was stealing from the poor box in his church. To receive the priest, he had put his jacket back on, and once alone again, he went out as well and took one of the police cars waiting on the embankment. "Take me to the Arcade des Champs-Élysées." The pavements were crowded with shoppers. At the entrance to the arcade, there were more tourists speaking foreign languages and French people. He rarely came here, and was surprised to find that in a stretch of less than 100 meters there were no fewer than 5 lingerie shops. He was embarrassed about going in. He had the impression that the salesgirls were eyeing him quizzically. Do you have a Mademoiselle Lagrange working here? Is this personal? Yes, I mean, we have a Lejeune, Berthe Lejeune, but she's on holiday. In the third shop, a pretty girl raised her head at once and said, already on the defensive, That's me. What do you want? She looked nothing like her father. Possibly she resembled her brother, Anna, though with a very different expression, and without knowing why, Maigret felt sorry for any man who might fall in love with her. At first sight, admittedly, she had a pleasant enough manner, especially when wearing her salesgirl smile. But behind this surface amiability, he guessed that this was a hard woman, possessed of astonishing sang-froid. Have you seen your brother lately? Why do you want to know that? She glanced towards the back of the shop, where her boss was in a fitting room with a customer. Dispensing with the niceties, he preferred to show her his badge. Has he done anything wrong? She asked, lowering her voice. You mean Anna? Maigret asked. Who told you I work here? Your father. She did not take long to think. If you really need to talk to me, wait for me somewhere for half an hour. I'll wait on the terrace of the Café de Francais. She watched him leave, without moving, but with a furrowed brow, and Maigret spent the next 35 minutes gazing at the passers-by and shifting his legs every time a waiter or a customer needed to get past. She arrived, wearing a light-coloured two-piece outfit and a determined expression. He had been sure she would come. She was not the kind of girl to run away, nor, once she had arrived, to betray any awkwardness. She sat on the chair he had saved for her. What'll you have? A glass of port. She smoothed her hair back either side of the little hat she was wearing and crossed her shapely legs. You know your father is ill. He's been ill forever. There was no pity or emotion in her voice. He's in bed. I dare say. And your brother has disappeared. He noted that she gave a start, since this news had taken her aback more than she wanted to admit. It doesn't surprise you? Nothing surprises me anymore. Why not? I've seen too much. What is it exactly you want from me? It was hard to reply straight away to such a direct question, as she calmly took a cigarette out of a case and said, Have you got a light? He held out a lit match. I'm waiting. How old are you? I don't suppose you took the trouble to come here to find out my age. From your badge, you're not an ordinary inspector, but a chief. Someone important. Then as she looked at him more closely, You're not the famous Maigret, are you? I am Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, yes. Has Alain killed someone? What makes you think that? Because if you're handling this affair, I presume it's something serious. Your brother might be a victim. He's really been killed, you mean? Still no emotion. It was true that she did not seem to believe it. He's wandering around Paris somewhere with a loaded revolver. There could be quite a few people doing that, don't you think? He stole this revolver yesterday morning. Where from? From me. He came to see you, to home? Yes. When there was nobody in. You mean he burgled your place? This seemed to amuse her. An ironic expression passed across her face. And you feel no more affection for Anna than you do for your father? I feel no affection for anybody, myself included. How old are you? 21 and 7 months. So it's 7 months since you left your father's home. Call that a home? Have you been there? Do you think your brother is capable of killing someone? Was it to sound intriguing that she replied with a mocking air, Why not? Everyone's capable of it, don't you think? If they'd been anywhere but on this café terrace, where a nearby couple was beginning to eavesdrop, he might have shaken her with exasperation. Mademoiselle, did you know your mother? Hardly. I was 3 years old when she died, just after Anna was born. So, who brought you up? My father. He looked after 3 children, on his own, when he had to. What do you mean? When he didn't have enough money to pay a nursemaid. There was a time when we had 2 maids, but it didn't last. Sometimes a housekeeper took care of us, sometimes a neighbour. You don't seem to know much about the family. Did you always live in Old Popancourt? We've lived anywhere and everywhere, even up by the Bois de Boulogne. We would go up in the world, then down, then back up a bit, until we were really on a downward slope. And now, if you haven't anything more important to tell me, it's time I was going, because I'm meeting my friend." "Where do you live?" "Just round the corner. Où de Berry." "In a hotel?" "No, we each have a room in a private house." "I suppose you'll be wanting the exact address." She gave it to him. "Well, it was interesting to meet you all the same. You get these ideas about people." He dared not ask what idea she had about him, let alone what she thought now. She stood up in her figure-hugging suit, and the other customers looked at her, then at Maigret, probably thinking he was a lucky man. He got up in turn and said goodbye to her on the pavement. Thank you," he said reluctantly. "You're welcome. Don't worry about Anna." "Why not?" She shrugged her shoulders. "Oh, just a notion. I get the feeling that although you're the famous Maigret, you've got a lot to learn." And with that she walked off briskly towards the nearby Rue de Berry, without a backward glance. He had not retained the police car. He took the metro, which was crowded, allowing him to go on nursing his bad mood. He was out of sorts with everyone, including himself. If he had bumped into Pardon, he would have reproached him for ever having mentioned this Lagrange character, with his look of a fat ghost inflated with air. He was still feeling sore at his wife over the incident with the revolver, and not far off holding her responsible for it. But none of this should really be concerning him. The metro smelled of disinfectant. The advertisements, always the same in every station, disgusted him. Outside, the sun was almost baking hot, and he was irritated by the sun as well for making him sweat. Seeing him come in, the office boy understood that he was in a bad mood and merely nodded discreetly. On his desk, in a prominent position, and protected from drafts by one of his pipes acting as a paperweight, was a note. "Please telephone the Garden or Transport Police as soon as possible." It was signed Luca. He picked up the phone, asked for the number, his hat still on his head, and in order to light his pipe he cradled the receiver against his shoulder. "Is Luca still there?" Maigret had spent the 2 most tedious years of his life in that police station, and knew it inside out. He heard an inspector saying, "It's for you, your boss." And Luca, "Hello, I wondered if you'd be back at the office. I phoned you home as well." "Did you find the taxi driver?" "Stroke of luck. He told me he was in this bar on Place Voltaire last night when a customer rolled up, asking him to take his cab out again, a big fat man looking important, and he wanted to go to the Gare du Nord." "To put a trunk in the left luggage?" "That's right, you got it. The trunk's still here." "Have you opened it?" "They won't let me." "Who?" "The staff at the station. They want the ticket or else a warrant." "Anything special about it?" "Yes, there is. It stinks." "You mean—" "What you think, yes. If it isn't a corpse, the trunk must be full of rotten meat. Shall I wait?" "I'll be there in half an hour." Maigret went to the chief's office. The latter telephoned the law courts. The examining magistrate had just left, but one of his deputies eventually agreed to take responsibility. When Maigret came back into the inspector's office, Torrance had not yet returned. Janvier was writing a report. "Take someone with you. Go to 37A, Rue Popincourt. It's to do with a certain François Lagrange, who lives on the 3rd floor left across the courtyard. But don't let him see you. He's a big fat man, looks unhealthy. Take a photo of the son with you." "What do we do about him?" "Nothing. If the son should happen to come in and leave again, follow him discreetly. He's armed. If the father goes out, though I'd be surprised if he does, follow him too." A few minutes later, Maigret was being driven to Gare du Nord. He recalled what Lagrange's daughter had said on the café terrace on the Champs-Élysées. "Everyone's capable of it, don't you think?" Or something like that. And now it seemed someone had indeed been killed. He threaded his way through the crowds and found Luca chatting casually to an inspector from the transport police. "Got a warrant, Chief? I warn you, the man in charge of left luggage is a stubborn fellow, and the police don't cut any ice with him." That turned out to be true. The clerk fingered the document, turning it this way and that, and put on his glasses to examine the signature and the seals. "Well, as long as it's clear it's not my responsibility." With a resigned but disapproving gesture, he pointed to a large old-fashioned grey trunk, its canvas torn in places, tied up with rope. Luca had exaggerated, saying it stank, but there was a stale smell coming from it which Maigret well recognized. "I suppose you're not going to open it here." It was rush hour and people were thronging to the ticket barriers. "Do you have someone here who can help us?" Maigret asked the clerk. "There are porters on the station. You don't expect me to carry it myself, do you?" The trunk wouldn't go into the small police car from headquarters. Luca had it put in a taxi. It was all rather irregular. Maigret wanted to move fast. "Where'll we take it, Chief?" "To the lab. That'll be the most practical thing. Jussier's probably still there." He met Torrance on the stairs. "Chief, something—" "You found him?" "Who?" "The young man." "No, but then it can wait." Jussier was indeed still there. There were 4 or 5 people around the trunk, taking photographs from every angle and trying out different approaches before opening it. Half an hour later, Maigret telephoned the commissioner's office. "He's just left," he was told. Maigret called his home number and learned that he was due to dine at a restaurant on the left bank. The restaurant reported that he had not yet arrived. They had to wait another 10 minutes. "Forgive me for disturbing you, sir. Maigret here. It's about the business I mentioned to you. Look, I was right. I think you should come over because it's someone important, and it might cause a stir." He paused. "It's André Deltaille, the politician." "Yes, I'm sure." "Very well. Yes, I'll wait for you." Chapter 3. Concerning someone as inconvenient in death as in life, and Maigret's sleepless night. The Paris prefect of police was attending a dinner for foreign journalists in a grand hotel on Avenue Montaigne, when the head of the police judiciaire managed to track him down by telephone. His immediate reaction was one word: "Shit." Then there was a silence. "I hope the press isn't onto it yet," he finally muttered. "Not yet, no. There's a reporter prowling around our corridors. He knows something's up. We won't be able to hide from him much longer what it's about." The journalist, Gérard Lombard, a hack reporter who specialized in minor scoops, always came round to Quai des Orfèvres in the evenings and was sitting on the top step of the staircase, just opposite the door of the laboratory, patiently smoking his pipe. "Don't say a word and don't do anything until you hear from me," the prefect ordered. Then, from one of the telephone cabins in the hotel, he in turn called the Minister of the Interior. This was going to be a night of interrupted dinners, and yet it was a beautiful warm evening with the streets of Paris full of strollers. Some of those walking along the embankments must have wondered why there were so many lights on in the offices of the old Palais de Justice building, although it was not yet dark. The Minister of the Interior, who was from the Cantal region and still retained his regional accent and blunt speech, had exclaimed on hearing the news, "Even when he's dead, this one's a pain in the ass." The Deltailles lived in a large townhouse on Boulevard Suchet at the edge of the Bois de Boulogne. When Maigret finally obtained permission to telephone the residence, a valet told him that Madame was not in Paris. "Any idea when she'll be back?" "Not before the autumn. She's in Miami. Monsieur isn't here either." Maigret asked on the off chance. "You don't know where he is, do you?" "No." "Was he in Paris yesterday?" A hesitation. "I'm not sure." "What do you mean?" "Well, Monsieur went out." "When?" "I don't know." "The night before last?" "Yes, I think so. Who is this, please?" "I'm calling from Paris Police Headquarters." "I don't know anything. Monsieur's not here." "Does he have any family in Paris?" "Yes, his brother, Monsieur Pierre." "Can you give me his address?" "I think he lives near Place de l'Étoile. I can give you his telephone number. Wait a minute. Balzac 5102. "And you weren't surprised when your employer did not come home?" "No, sir." "Had he told you he wouldn't be home?" "No, sir." Some new faces were turning up at the lab. The examining magistrate, Watteau, summoned from a friend's house where he'd been playing bridge, had just arrived, as had the public prosecutor, and they were talking to each other in low voices. Dr. Paul, the pathologist, who had also been dining out, was one of the last to appear, his eternal cigarette in his mouth. "Should I take him away?" he asked, pointing to the trunk in which the corpse still lay curled up. "As soon as you've noted your initial findings." "Well, I can tell you for a start this isn't a fresh one from today." "Oh, good Lord. It's Deltaille." "Yes, indeed." A yes, indeed, that spoke volumes. 10 years earlier, none of those present would have been able to recognize the dead man. In those days, he had been a young lawyer, more likely to be found at the Roland-Garros tennis courts or in a café on the Champs-Élysées than in the Palais de Justice, and he looked more like a film star than a member of the Paris bar. A little later, he had married a wealthy American woman, moved into a house on Boulevard Suchet, and 3 years after that had stood for election to the National Assembly. Even his opponents during the electoral campaign had not taken him seriously. But he had been elected by a slim majority, and overnight had started to make waves. He did not belong to any political party, but had become the scourge of them all, forever challenging people, revealing corruption, shady deals, scandals, without anyone being able to discover exactly what his motives were. At the beginning of any important debate, deputies and ministers would be asking, "Is Deltay here?" And their faces would cloud over. If he was there with his Hollywood tan and film star looks, his slim dark moustache curled up at the ends, it meant there would be a lively session. Maigret was looking grumpy. He had called the brothers' number, a furnished townhouse on Rue de Ponthieu, and had been told to try Fouquet's. Fouquet's sent him to Maxime's. "Is Monsieur Pierre Deltay there?" "Who wants to know?" "Tell him it's about his brother." He finally got the other man on the line. The message must have reached him in garbled form. "That you, André?" "No, this is the Balise Judiciaire. Can you take a taxi and come over here at once?" "I've got my car outside. What's this about?" "Your brother." "Has something happened to him?" "Don't speak to anyone until you've seen me." "But—" Maigret hung up and looked irritably at the groups of men who had gathered in the large room. Then, since he was not needed immediately, went back down to his office. The journalist, Lombra, followed closely on his heels. "You won't forget me, Inspector?" "No. In another hour it'll be too late for my audition." "I'll see you before that." "Who is it? A bigwig?" "Yes." Torrance was waiting, but before speaking to him, Maigret telephoned his wife. "Don't count on me for this evening, or probably all night." "I thought so, since you didn't come home." A silence. He knew what, or rather who, she was thinking about. "Is it him?" "Well, at any rate he hasn't killed himself. Yet." "Has he shot someone?" "That I don't know." He had not told them the whole story upstairs. He had no wish to tell it. He would have to spend perhaps another hour having to deal with his tedious superiors before he could get on with his investigation in peace. He turned to Torrance. "Find a kid?" "No, I saw his former boss and colleagues. He only left there 3 weeks ago." "Why?" "He got the sack." "For some misdemeanor?" "No, it seemed dishonest all right, that recently he was always calling it absent. At first they didn't hold it against him. Everyone seemed to like him. But as he started taking more and more time off—" "And you didn't find out anything about where he was going? The company he was keeping?" "No, nothing." "No girlfriend?" "He never talked about his private life." "And no little dalliance with one of the typists?" "One of them, not especially pretty, blushed when she mentioned him, but I got the impression he hadn't noticed her." Maigret picked up the telephone. "Madame Pardon, hello, Maigret speaking. Is your husband there?" "Oh, busy day. Would you mind asking him to come to the phone?" He was wondering whether the doctor had by chance returned later on to Rue Poupincourt. "Oh, that you, Pardon. Sorry to bother you, old man. Do you have patients to see tonight? Listen. Something serious has come up in connection with your friend Lagrange." "Yes, I saw him, but since I was over there, there's been a new development. I need your help." That's right. I'd prefer it if you could pick me up from here." When he went back upstairs, still pursued by Lombra, he saw in the corridor Pierre Deltay, whom he recognized because of his resemblance to his brother. "Was it you that asked me to come?" "Hush," he indicated the reporter. "Follow me." He took the other man up to the laboratory and pushed open the door, just as Dr. Paul, who had been conducting a preliminary examination of the body, was straightening up. "Do you recognize him?" Everyone fell silent. The scene was the more painful because of the resemblance between the two men. "Who did this?" "Is it your brother?" No tears, but he clenched his fists and tightened his jaw, and his eyes stared fiercely. "Who did this?" asked Pierre Deltay again. "He was 3 or 4 years younger than the politician." "We don't know yet." Dr. Paul explained. "The bullet entered the right eye and lodged in the brain without exiting. As far as I could see, it must have been a small caliber bullet." The commissioner was using one of the telephones to call the prefect of police. When he returned to the waiting group, he passed on the instructions from the minister. "The press release must be as simple as we can make it. We announce that the politician, André Deltay, has been found dead inside a trunk left at Gare du Nord. As few details as possible. There'll be time for that tomorrow. Investigating Magistrate Watteau took Maigret aside. Do you think this is a political crime? No. Woman involved, perhaps? That I don't know. Do you have a suspect? I'll have a better idea tomorrow. I'm counting on you to keep me briefed. Phone me, even late at night, if there's anything new. I'll be in my office from 9 a.m. tomorrow. Maigret nodded vaguely and went over to exchange a few words with Dr. Paul. Yes, of course, Inspector. Paul was preparing to go to the mortuary to proceed with a post-mortem. All this had taken time. It was 10 in the evening when the dark shapes all filed one after the other into the dimly lit staircase. The journalist was sticking close to Maigret. Come into my office a moment. You are right. It is a bigwig. The politician, André Deltaille, has been murdered. When? We don't know that yet. He was shot in the head. His body was found in a trunk which had been deposited in the left luggage at Gare du Nord. Why was the trunk opened? The reporter had immediately caught on. I have nothing else to say for today. Have you got any leads? I have nothing else to say for today. Are you going to be working all night on this? Possibly. What if I follow you around? In that case, I'll have you arrested on the first pretext, and you'll be cooling off in the cells till tomorrow morning. Understood. Just as well. Pardon knocked at the door, then came in. The reporter asked, Who's this? A friend. You won't tell me his name? No. They were alone at last, and Maigret began by taking off his jacket and lighting his pipe. Oh, sit down. Before we go over there, I'd like us to have a little chat, and it'll better be here. Lagrange? Yes. A question for you, first of all. Is he really ill? And if so, how bad is it? I was expecting that, and I've been thinking about it on the way, because it's not easy to give you a straight answer. He's certainly a sick man. He's had diabetes for 10 years. But that doesn't stop him leading a normal life. More or less. I've been treating him with insulin. I've taught him to do his own injections. When he eats out, he always takes pocket scales with him to weigh certain foods. With insulin, that's important. Yes, I know. Anything else? Do you want a diagnosis in technical terms? No. He's always had some glandular deficiency, which is common in most people of his physical build. He's weak-willed, impressionable, easily depressed. And his present condition. That's when it gets more tricky. I was very surprised this morning to find him in the state you saw him in. I examined him thoroughly. Although he's under strain, his heart isn't in too bad shape. Certainly no worse than a week or two back, when he was going about normally. And have you considered the possibility he might be shamming? Pardon had indeed thought of it, as could be seen from his embarrassment. A scrupulous man, he searched for the right words. I imagine you have some good reason for considering these questions. I have very serious reasons. His son? I don't know. I'd better give you the facts. 48 hours ago, possibly a little earlier or later, we'll know soon, a man was killed, more than likely in Lagrange's apartment in Rue Pavancourt. Have they identified him? Yes. It's Deltaille, the politician. Do they know each other? Investigation will tell us that. But last night, while we were dining at your place and talking about him, François Lagrange fetched the taxi driver to come round to his door, and with the driver's help, he carried down a trunk containing the corpse, which he then deposited in the left luggage at Gare du Nord. Does that surprise you? That kind of thing is always surprising. So, now you understand why I need to know whether this morning, when you examined him, François Lagrange was genuinely as ill as he wanted to appear, or whether he was play-acting. Pardon stood up. Before giving your answer, I'd like to examine him again. Where is he? The doctor was expecting that Lagrange had been brought into one of the offices in the police judiciaire. Still at home, in bed. He doesn't know? He doesn't know yet that we found the body. What are you going to do? Go over there with you if you're willing to accompany me. Did you consider him to be a friend? Pardon hesitated, then replied with frankness. No. You felt sympathy for him. More like pity. I really didn't enjoy seeing him walk into my surgery.
I felt embarrassed, as I always do when I'm faced with someone so weak-willed, but I can't forget that he had to bring up his 3 children on his own, and when he mentioned his younger son, his voice would shake with emotion. Would you say that was just skin-deep sentimentality? I wondered about it. I don't like men who cry. He has cried in front of you. Yes, in particular after his daughter walked out without even giving him her address. I've seen her. What did she say? Nothing. She isn't the crying type. Will you come with me? I suppose this will take some time. It could. Oh, then, do you mind if I ring my wife? It was dark by the time they were seated in one of the prefecture's police cars. During the drive, both men remained silent, each plunged in thought, and each, no doubt, feeling apprehensive about the scene they would soon be witnessing. Stop at the corner, Maigret told the driver. He recognized Janvier standing opposite number 37A. Where's your colleague? I took the precaution of posting him inside the courtyard. And the concierge? She's taking no notice of us. Maigret rang the bell and let Pardon go in first. There was no light on in the lodge by now. The concierge did not ask for their names, but the inspector thought he glimpsed her pale face through the window. On the 3rd floor, a light was showing in one of the bedrooms. Let's go up. He knocked, being unable to find the doorbell in the dark, since the landing light wasn't working. Less time than in the morning passed before a voice called, "Oh, who is it?" "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "Oh, just a minute, please." Lagrange must be putting on his dressing gown. His hands were trembling since he had difficulty turning the key in the lock. "Have you found Alain?" Then he saw the doctor in the semi-darkness. His expression changed, and he became even paler than usual. He stood there, not moving, without knowing what to do or say. "May we come in?" Maigret sniffed, and recognized the smell that had struck his nostrils, a smell of burned paper. Lagrange's beard had grown since the morning, and the pouches under his eyes were puffier. "Because of your state of health," the inspector began at last, "I didn't want to see you without being accompanied by your doctor. Pardon has agreed to come with me. I presume you've no objection to his examining you." "He examined me this morning. He knows I'm sick." "If you would go back to bed, he will check you over again." Lagrange was on the point of protesting, as could be seen from his face, but he finally resigned himself, went back into the bedroom, took off his dressing gown, and lay down. "Oh, let me listen to your chest, please," said Pardon gently. While the doctor was applying his stethoscope, the man stared up at the ceiling. Maigret was walking up and down in the room. The fireplace had a black metal shutter in front, and pulling it up, he saw in the grate the charred remains of some papers which had been forcibly reduced almost to ash with a poker. From time to time, Pardon murmured professional remarks. "Turn over. Breathe in. Deep breath, please. Cough." There was a door not far from the bed, and Maigret pushed it open to find an unoccupied bedroom, which must have been for one of the children, with a brass bedstead now lacking a mattress. He switched on the light. It had become a kind of lumber room. A pile of magazines was stacked in one corner with some tattered volumes, including old schoolbooks and a leather suitcase covered in dust. On the right, near the window, one patch of the wooden floor, the shape of a trunk at Gare du Nord, was lighter in colour than the rest. When Maigret returned to the next room, Pardon was standing up, with a preoccupied expression. "Well?" He did not reply at once, and avoided the eyes of Lagrange, who was staring at him. "In all conscience, I believe he is fit enough to answer your questions." "Hear that, Lagrange?" The sick man looked at them in turn without speaking, and his eyes made an impression like those of a wounded animal gazing up at men bending over it and trying to understand. "You know why I'm here." Lagrange must have made up his mind, no doubt, during the examination, since he remained silent, and not a feature of his face moved. "Own up. You know perfectly well you've been expecting this since this morning, and you've made yourself ill with fright." Pardon had gone to sit in a corner, elbow on the back of the chair, chin in hand. "We've found the trunk." There was no reaction of shock. Nothing happened. Maigret could not even have sworn to a more intense expression appearing briefly in the other man's eyes. "I'm not suggesting that you killed Henri Deltaille. You may be innocent of the crime. I know nothing, I fully admit, about whatever happened here, but what I do know is that you transported the corpse in the trunk to the left luggage department.
In your own interests, it would be best if you talked now. Still silence, no movement. Maigret turned towards Pardon and glanced at him in discouragement. I am even willing to believe that you are very sick, that the effort you made last night and the accompanying emotions have seriously upset you, but that's all the more reason why you should tell me frankly what happened. Lagrange shut his eyes and opened them again, but his lips did not tremble. Your son has run away. If he was the killer, we'll soon find him, and your silence won't help him in any way. If it wasn't him, it would be preferable in the interests of his own safety that we should know that to be the case. He's armed, and the police are on the alert for him. Maigret had stepped closer to the bed, and had perhaps leaned forward a little without realizing it. The man's lips finally moved. He was stammering something. What did you say?
Don't hit me. You haven't any right to hit me.
I have no intention of hitting you, as you know full well.
Don't hit me, don't.
Suddenly, he threw back the covers and thrashed about, looking as if he were fending off an attack.
Please don't hit me.
It was unpleasant and pathetic to watch. Maigret turned to Pardon again, as if asking for advice. But what advice could the doctor give him? Listen to me, Lagrange. You're quite lucid. You're not a child. You understand perfectly well what I'm talking about, and you can't have been as sick as all that earlier on, since we had the energy to burn some compromising papers. There was a moment of calm, as if the man was getting his breath back, before he started to throw himself about more frantically, screaming this time,
Help me! They're hitting me! Don't hit me! Let me go!
Maigret took hold of one of his wrists. Stop this now, won't you?
No! Oh, no!
Will you stop shouting? Pardon had stood up and approached the bed as well, looking searchingly at the sick man.
I don't want to. Leave me alone. I'll wake everyone in the house. I'll tell them.
Pardon murmured in Maigret's ear. You're not going to get anything out of it. As soon as they moved away from the bed, Lagrange became still again and fell into silence. They conferred in a corner. You think his mind is really deranged?
I can't be certain of that, but it's a possibility. It's always a possibility. We need to keep him under observation.
Lagrange had slightly shifted his head so as to keep them in sight, and was obviously listening. He must have understood the last few words. He seemed reassured. But Maigret returned to the attack, although feeling unhopeful. Before you take any decision, Lagrange, I must warn you of something. I have an arrest warrant made out in your name. Downstairs there are 2 of my men waiting. Unless I have some satisfactory answers to my questions, they will take you to the special infirmary attached to police cells. No reaction. Lagrange stared up at the ceiling with such an absent air that they wondered if he'd heard. Dr. Pardon will confirm that there are procedures for detecting deception, and they're virtually infallible. You were not insane this morning, nor when you burned those papers, and you're not insane at this moment, I'm sure of that. Was that really a vague smile on the man's lips? I did not strike you, nor will I. I will just repeat that this attitude will get you nowhere, and will only attract hostility, if not worse. Now, will you answer my questions?
Don't hit me. Don't hit me,
the man repeated in a blank voice, like one muttering his prayers. Maigret, his shoulders drooping despondently, went over to open the window and called down to the inspector waiting in the courtyard. Come up here with Janvier. He closed the window and went on pacing the room. They heard steps on the stairs. If you wish to get dressed, you may do so. If not, we'll have you removed as you are, wrapped in a blanket. Lagrange merely kept muttering the same syllables, which became meaningless.
Don't hit me. Don't let them hit me.
Come in, Janvier. And you, Sergeant. You're going to take this man to the special infirmary. No point trying to dress him, because he might well start thrashing about again. I'd better put the handcuffs on him just in case, and wrap him up in a blanket. A door had opened on another floor. A light appeared in the window on the far side of the courtyard, and a woman in her nightdress could be seen leaning out of her window as a man climbed out of bed behind her.
Don't let them hit me.
Maigret did not watch, but heard the click of the handcuffs, then heavy breathing, footsteps, thuds.
Don't let them hit me. Help! Help!
One of the inspectors must have put his hand over his mouth or gagged him, since the voice became muffled, then stopped, and the footsteps could be heard going towards the stairs. The following silence was an awkward one. Maigret's first move was to light his pipe. Then he looked at the unmade bed, one of its sheets dragged into the middle of the room. The old bedroom slippers were still there, and the dressing gown was lying on the floor. What do you think, pardon? You're going to have a hard job. I'm sorry to have got you involved with this. It was an ugly sight. As if a detail had come back to him, the doctor murmured, He's always been terribly afraid of dying. Ah. Every week he would complain of some new symptom and would ask me a lot of questions about whether it was serious. He bought medical textbooks. They must be about here somewhere. And Maigret did indeed find them in one of the drawers in the chest, with bookmarks at certain pages. What will you do? The first thing is that the special infirmary will take charge of him. I'll continue with my investigation. What I want most of all is to find his son. You think it might have been him? No. If Alain had already killed someone, he wouldn't have needed to steal my automatic. In fact, the crime had already been committed before he turned up at my place. The death took place at least 48 hours ago, so it must have been on Tuesday night. Are you going to stay here? For a few minutes. I'm waiting for the inspectors I asked Janvier to send over, and in an hour I'll have Dr. Paul's report. It was Toros who arrived a little later, with 2 colleagues and men from the crime scene squad, armed with their equipment. Maigret gave them their instructions while Pardon stood to one side, still looking preoccupied. Are you coming? I'm following you. Shall I drop you off? I just wanted to ask your permission to go to the special infirmary, but perhaps my colleagues over there wouldn't be too happy about that. On the contrary. Have you got some idea about all this? No, I'd simply like to see him again, and perhaps have another try. It's a worrying case. It did them good to be out in the fresh air of the street. The 2 men arrived at Quai des Orfèvres, where Maigret knew there would be more lighted windows than usual. The powerful sports car belonging to Pierre Deltaille was still parked alongside. The inspector frowned as he discovered the journalist Lombard on guard in the corridor. The brothers waited for you. Still nothing for me? No, still nothing, sonny boy. He had spoken without thinking, since Lombard was almost the same age as himself. Chapter 4. The remainder of the sleepless night and some unpleasant interviews. Pierre Deltaille became aggressive straight away. For instance, while Maigret was giving instructions to young Lapointe, who had just come on duty, Deltaille stood by the desk, resting his buttocks against it and drumming with his well-manicured fingers on a silver cigarette case. Then, when Maigret called Lapointe back as he reached the door to ask him to order some beer and sandwiches, he stretched his face into a deliberately ironic smile. It was true that he had a bad shock, and that since then he had become even more agitated, to the point that it was tiring to watch him. At last, he cried when the door shut and Maigret sat down behind his desk. And as the latter was staring at him as if seeing him for the first time, I presume you're going to conclude that this was some sleazy crime or some affair connected with a woman. They must have given you orders from on high to hush up the affair as much as possible. So let me tell you. Please, sit down, Monsieur Deltaille. He did not sit down at once. I hate talking to a man who's standing up. Maigret sounded tired, and his voice was rather gruff. The overhead light was not switched on, and the desk lamp gave only a greenish glow. Pierre Deltaille eventually sat down on the chair indicated, crossed and uncrossed his legs, and opened his mouth to say something else of a disobliging nature, but did not have time to begin. Just as a simple formality, Maigret interposed, holding his hand out without looking at him directly. Would you show me your identity card? He examined it carefully, like a border police, turning it over and over in his fingers. Film producer, he read out finally under the heading Occupation. And have you produced many films, Monsieur Deltaille? Well, perhaps you have produced one. It's not in production yet, but so, if I understand you correctly, you haven't produced anything at all yet. But you were dining at Maxime's when I reached you by phone, and a little earlier you'd been at Fouquet's. You live in a furnished apartment in a rather expensive house in Rue de Ponthieu, and you own a very splendid car. He now looked at the other man from head to toe, as if to appreciate the cut of his suit, the silk shirt, and the handmade shoes. Do you have a private income, Monsieur Deltaille? I don't see the point of these questions. Maigret finished the sentence calmly. No point. What did you do before your brother was elected to the assembly? I worked with his electoral campaign. And before that? I see. In short, for the last few years you've been more or less running things for your brother behind the scenes. In exchange, he was taking care of your financial needs. Are you trying to humiliate me? Are those the instructions you've been given? Come clean. Your superiors know perfectly well this was a political crime, and they've ordered you to keep it under wraps at all costs. It's because I understood that when I was upstairs that I waited for you. And let me tell you, you know who the killer was, do you? Not necessarily, but my brother was becoming a nuisance, and someone arranged to have him. You may smoke, if you wish. There was a silence at that. I suppose that as far as you're concerned, a political crime is the only possibility. Do you know who killed him? Here, Monsieur Delteuil, I am the one who asks the questions. Did your brother have mistresses? Everyone knew that. He didn't keep it a secret. Not even from his wife. No great need to keep it a secret because they were in the process of divorcing. That's one of the reasons Pat is in the States. Was she the one who asked for the divorce? Pierre Delteuil hesitated. On what grounds? Probably because it didn't amuse her anymore. You mean your brother didn't? Do you know what American women are like? I've met a few in my time. Rich ones? Among others. Well, in that case, you'll know that getting married is a kind of game with them. Pat came on a visit to Paris 8 years ago. It was her first trip to Europe. She thought it fun to stay, have her own townhouse in Paris, and lead the Parisian high life. And to have a husband who had a starring role in that Parisian life. Did she persuade your brother to go in for politics? He'd always intended to. So, he simply took advantage of the means that his wealthy marriage put at his disposal. You're telling me that fairly recently his wife decided she'd had enough, and now she's returned to the United States to sue for divorce. What would have happened to your brother, then? He would have continued with his career. What about money? As a rule, American women take the precaution of making prenuptial agreements. Andre wouldn't have accepted her money, and I don't see where these questions. Do you know this young man? Maigret held out the photo of Alain Lagrange. Pierre Delteuil looked at it uncomprehendingly and raised his head. Is this the killer? I'm asking you if you've ever seen him. No, never. Do you know a man called Lagrange? François Lagrange? Delteuil searched his memory as if the name meant something to him and he was trying to place it. I think in certain circles, Maigret added, he is known as Baron Lagrange. Oh, now I know you mean. Most of the time it's just called the Baron. Do you know him well? I meet him from time to time in Fouquet's, that kind of place. No, we've shaken hands. I may have had the odd drink with him. Have you had any business dealings with him? No, thank God. Your brother knew him? Same way I did, I expect. More or less everyone knows the Baron. So, what do you know about him? Practically nothing. He's an imbecile, a flabby fellow who tries to ingratiate himself with people. What's his profession? And Delteuil, more naively than he would have wished to look, asked, He has a profession. I suppose he must have private means. Maigret almost added, Not everyone is lucky enough to have a politician as his brother. But he did not, because it was no longer necessary. The younger Delteuil was now cooperating fully, without being aware of his change in attitude. He dabbles in various businesses. At least I presume so. He's not the only one. He's the kind of man who takes you by the lapels and says he's about to launch some venture worth hundreds of millions of francs, then ends up asking you to lend him the money for his dinner, or for the taxi home. He tried to extract money from your brother. He tried to extract money from everyone. You don't think your brother could have used him for something? Certainly not. Why not? Because my brother didn't suffer fools gladly. I don't see what you're getting at. I think you got information you don't want to tell me, and I still don't understand how anyone knew there was a trunk sitting in left luggage at Gare du Nord with Andre's body inside it. We didn't know. So it was just chance? Delteuil started to laugh again. Almost by chance? One more question. What reason could there be for a man like your brother to visit a man like the Baron? He visited him. You didn't answer my question. It doesn't seem at all likely. At the start of an investigation, a crime never looks likely. And as there was a knock at the door, Maigret called out, Come in. It was the waiter from a Brasserie Dauphine with beer and sandwiches. Would you like some, Monsieur Deltaille?
No, thank you. I was just having dinner when—
I won't keep you any longer. I have your telephone number. Tomorrow or later I may need you again.
So, you're ruling out the possibility of a political crime?
I'm not ruling anything out, as you can see. I'm working on it.
He picked up the phone to indicate more clearly that the interview was at an end.
Hello, Paul, is that you?
Deltaille hesitated, but finally seized his hat and headed for the door. Well, anyway, let me tell you that I won't allow— Waving him away, Maigret said,
Good night, good night.
The door closed.
Maigret here.
Well, yes, I thought so.
And according to you, he was killed sometime on Tuesday evening or perhaps during the night.
Yes, that fits.
More or less.
It had been on Tuesday too, but in the afternoon, that François Lagrange had telephoned the doctor one last time to check that Maigret would be at dinner the next day. At that point, he still wanted to meet the inspector, and more than likely his motive was not mere curiosity. So he had not been anticipating the politician's visit, but might he perhaps have been expecting it in the coming days? On Wednesday morning, his son Anna had turned up at Boulevard Richelieu-Lenoir looking so nervous and terrified, according to Madame Maigret, that she had felt sorry for him and taken him under her wing. But what had brought the young man there? Did he want advice? Had he been present at the murder? Had he discovered the body, which might not yet have been inside the trunk? What was clear was that the sight of Maigret's automatic had made him change his mind. He had taken the revolver and tiptoed out of the apartment, then hurried to the first gunsmith he could find to get cartridges. So he must have had some intention in mind. Then, that same evening, his father had failed to turn up at the pardon. Instead, he had sought out a taxi driver, and with his help had deposited the corpse at Gare du Nord, after which he had gone to bed and declared himself sick. What about the bullet, Paul? As he expected, it had not come from his American automatic, which would indeed have been impossible, since at the time of the crime the weapon was still in his apartment, but from a small caliber gun, a 6.35, which might have done no great harm had it not been that the bullet went in through the left eye and lodged in the brain. Nothing else to report? Stomach? This had contained the remains of a copious dinner, and digestion was not very far advanced. According to Dr. Paul, that placed the crime at about 11 in the evening, since Deltaille was not a man to dine early. Thanks, Paul. No, the matters I'll be dealing with next won't concern you. He started to eat the sandwiches alone in his office, which was still lit only by the greenish glow from the lamp. He felt harassed, ill at ease. The beer tasted warm. He had not thought to order coffee, and wiping his lips he went to fetch the bottle of cognac he kept in the cupboard and poured himself a glass. Hello, special infirmary, please. He was surprised to hear Georges' voice. The professor had turned out in person. Have you had time to examine my customer? What do you think of him? A clear reply would have relieved him somewhat, but old Georges was not a man to provide clear answers. He launched into a long speech at the other end of the line, full of technical terms, the upshot of which was that it was 60% likely that Lagrange was play-acting, but unless he slipped up, it might be a few weeks before they would be able to prove this scientifically. Is Dr. Pardon still there? He's about to leave. What's Lagrange doing now? He's quite meek and mild. He allowed himself to be put to bed and started talking to the nurse in a childish voice. He burst into tears and told her people had threatened to hit him, that everyone was against him, and it had been like this all his life. Can I see him tomorrow? Yes, whenever you like. I'd just like a quick word with Pardon. And to the latter, so, what do you think? Well, nothing new to report. Not entirely of the same mind as the professor, but he's more competent than me, and it's years since I practiced psychiatry. But you have your own idea. I prefer to wait a few hours before talking about it. The case is too serious to give a snap judgment. Aren't you going home to bed now? Not yet. I don't think I'll be getting any sleep tonight. You don't need me any more? No, my friend. And thank you. Please give my apologies to your wife for keeping you up. She's used to it. So's mine, luckily. Maigret got to his feet with the idea of taking a stroll to Rue Popincourt to see how his men were getting on. Because of the burned papers in the fireplace, he doubted they would find any clues, but he wanted to have a poke around the apartment. Just as he was picking up his hat, the telephone rang. Hello, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret.
This is the Faubourg Saint-Denis police station. I was told to ring on the off chance this might interest you. Officer Lecoeur speaking." He could tell the policeman was excited. "It's about the young man whose photo we was sent. I've got here this fellow," he corrected himself, "this person who was robbed of his wallet in Rue Maubeuge." The victim of the theft must have been standing nearby listening, so Lecoeur tried to choose his words carefully. "He's a businessman up from the provinces. Wait a minute. From Clermont-Ferrand. He was walking down Rue Maubeuge about half an hour ago when a man jumped out of the dark at him brandishing a big automatic, more precisely a young man." Lecoeur spoke again to someone behind him. "He says a very young man, almost a kid. He said his lips were trembling and he could hardly get the words out to say, 'Give me your wallet, please.'" Maigret frowned. 99 times out of 100, a street thief would just say, "wallet." And simply by that difference you could tell an amateur or a beginner from a professional. "When this gentleman told me about the young man," Lecoeur went on, not without a hint of pride, "I thought at once about the photo we were sent yesterday, and I showed it to him. He recognized him at once." "What did you say?" It was the Clermont-Ferrand businessman who was saying forcefully, "I'm absolutely sure of that." "What did he do next?" Maigret asked. "Who?" "The attacker." Two voices came across again, sounding like a poorly tuned radio. Two voices saying the same thing. "He ran away." "Which way did he go?" "Towards Boulevard de la Chapelle." "How much money was there in the wallet?" "About 30,000 francs. What should I do? Do you want to see him?" "The victim?" "No. Take his statement. Just a moment." "Put him on the line." The man started talking at once. "My name is Grimal, Gaston Grimal, but look, I'd rather it—" "No, of course not. I just wanted to ask you whether anything particular struck you about the attitude of the person who attacked you. Take your time to think." "I've been thinking for half an hour. All my papers—" "You'll almost certainly get them back, in my opinion. So, this attacker, he seemed like a young man of good background. Not a ruffian." "Were you near a street lamp?" "Not far. About the same as from where I'm standing to the other office. He seemed as terrified as me, in fact. I almost tried to resist. Yes. Then I thought an accident could easily happen." "Nothing else?" "What sort of suit was he wearing?" "Dark, navy blue, I think." "Shabby?" "I don't know." "Thank you, Monsieur Grimal. I'd be very surprised if one of our patrols doesn't find your wallet on the pavement by the morning. Without the cash, of course." This was a detail Maigret overlooked, and he kicked himself. Alain Lagrange had got hold of a revolver, but he must have had very little money in his pocket, judging by the general circumstances in the Rue Popincourt apartment. He left his office abruptly to go to the radio room, where there were just two men on duty. Put out a general call to stations and cars. Less than half an hour later, all the police stations in Paris received the message. "Report to Detective Chief Inspector Maigret any armed robbery or attempts at such in the last 24 hours. Urgent." He repeated the message and gave a description of Alain Lagrange. "Probably still someone in the district around Gare du Nord and Boulevard de la Chapelle." He did not go straight back to his office, but went to the hotel surveillance department. "See if you haven't got an Alain Lagrange registered somewhere. Probably in a cheap hotel." That might be the case. Alain had not given his name to Madame Maigret, so there was a good chance he had checked in to sleep somewhere the previous night. Since no one knew his identity, he might well have written his real name on the card the authorities would collect from his hotel. "Do you want to wait, sir?" "No. Let me know if anything turns up. I'll be upstairs." The crime scene squad had returned from Rue Popincourt with their equipment, but his inspectors had stayed there. At midnight, Maigret received a phone call from the prefect of police. "Any new developments?" "No positive leads so far, sir." "What about the newspapers?" "They'll only publish the press release, but once the first edition's on the streets, I expect the reporters will be round here in force." "So what do you think, Maigret?" "Nothing for now. The Delta brother badly wanted it to be classified as a political crime. I've tried gently to dissuade him." The chief of the police judiciaire also phoned, as did examining magistrate Watteau. Everyone was getting a bad night's sleep. As for Maigret, he did not intend to go to bed at all. It was 1:15 when he received a more surprising call. Not from the Gare du Nord neighborhood or even from the city center, but from the police station in the western suburb of Neuilly. Someone out there had told an officer coming in off patrol about Maigret's message, and the officer had scratched his head and said,
Perhaps I'd better call this one in." He had told his story to the duty officer at the police judiciaire, who had advised him to speak directly to Maigret. He was a young policeman, and had only been in uniform for a few months. "I don't know if this will really interest you," he began, speaking too close to the receiver so that his voice boomed. "It was this morning, or perhaps I mean yesterday morning, since it's gone midnight now. I was on patrol on Boulevard Richard Wallace, at the edge of the Bois de Boulogne, almost opposite the Bagatelle Gardens. Tonight's my first evening on night duty, you see. There's a row of buildings all looking the same. It was about 10 a.m. I'd stopped to look at a big foreign car parked there with unfamiliar number plates, and a young man came out of the house behind me, number 7A. I didn't really pay much attention because he was walking quite normally towards the end of the street. Then I saw the concierge come out of the building too, and she had this odd expression on her face. Well, I happen to know her slightly. We've exchanged a few words now and then. If I'd been delivering a summons to someone in the building, so she recognized me. I said, 'You're looking worried.' What she said back was, 'I just wonder what he was doing in this house.' She was looking at the young man who was just turning the corner. 'He came past my lodge without asking for anyone,' she said. 'He headed for the lift first of all, then he hesitated, then he took the stairs, and as I'd never seen him before, I ran after him.' 'Who did you want?' I asked him. He'd already gone up a few steps. He turned round, looking surprised and almost frightened, and he took a good moment before answering, and then all he could find to say was, 'I must have got the wrong house.'" And the policeman went on, "The concierge claims he looked at her so strangely that she didn't dare argue, that when he came out, she followed him onto the street. Now, I was intrigued by her story, so I went along to the corner of Rue de Longchamp myself, but there was no one in sight there any longer. The young man must have run off, and I've only just been shown the photo now this evening. Although I'm not sure, I could almost swear it was him. But perhaps I was wrong to call you. The officer told me—" "No, you did the right thing." And the young officer, who had his wits about him, added, "My name is Lebras, Émile Lebras." Maigret called Zapointe. "Tired?" "No, Chief." "Can you stay in my office and take all the calls? I'll be back in 3/4 of an hour. Anything urgent, ring me at number 7A, Boulevard Richard Wallace. I'll be with the concierge. She have a telephone. In fact, it would save time if you were to phone her now. Tell her I need to talk to her. That way she'll have a bit of notice so she can get up and put on her dressing gown before I get there." His drive through the deserted streets did not take long, and when he rang the bell, he found the lights on in the lodge and the concierge not in her dressing gown, but fully dressed, waiting for him. The building was an elegant one, and the lodge was furnished like a parlour. In the neighbouring room, through the open door, a sleeping child could be seen. "Monsieur Maigret," whispered the woman, visibly excited to be visited by him in person. "I'm so sorry to have woken you up. I just wanted you to examine these photographs and tell me whether the young man you startled yesterday morning on the stairs looks like any of them." He had taken the precaution of bringing a set of photos of young men of about the same age. The concierge did not hesitate, any more than the businessman from Termont had earlier on. "That's him," she exclaimed, pointing to Alain Lagrange. "You're quite sure?" "No doubt about it." "And when you caught up with him, he didn't threaten you in any way?" "No. It's odd you should ask me that, because I thought he might. Just an impression, you understand. I wouldn't want to say something when I'm not sure. When he turned round, he didn't move, but I got this funny feeling in my chest. What I mean is, it seemed as if he was considering going for me." "How many tenants live here?" "There are 2 apartments on each landing, 7 floors, so 14 apartments. That 2 of them are empty at the moment. One family left from Brazil 3 weeks ago. Well, the Brazilian, he works at the embassy, and the gentleman on the 5th floor died 12 days ago." "Can you give me a list?" "Yes, that's easy. I've got one here." Some water was coming to the boil on a gas cooker, and after handing the inspector a sheet of typed paper, the concierge said about making a coffee. "I thought you might like a cup at this time of night. My late husband, who passed away last year, wasn't exactly in the police. He was in the Republican Guard." "I see 2 names for the ground floor, Delval and Trello." She laughed. "Oh, yes, for Delvals. They're import-export people. They have offices over at Place de Victoire. But Monsieur Trello lives alone. You don't know him? Always in films. He's a comic actor." "Anyway, it can't have been them the young man was after, if he was going first for the lift, then up the stairs." "First floor left. That's Monsieur Desquin. There on the list, but he's away just now. He's on holiday with his children who live in the south."
"What does he do?"
"Nothing. He's rich. A widower. A nice, quiet, polite man."
"And on the right, Rossetti."
"Italians. She's very beautiful. They had 3 maids, plus a nanny for the baby who's just over a year old.
What do they do?
Monsieur Rossetti's in the motor trade. It was his car the policeman was staring at when I came out after the young man.
And on the second floor, I'm sorry to keep you standing all this time.
Not at all. 2 sugars? Milk?
No milk. Thank you. Medita. Who's that?
They're rich too, but they can't keep any of their domestic help because Madame Medita, who's in poor health, finds fault with everyone. Maigret scribbled notes in the margin of the list.
And on the same floor I see Beaumont.
Diamond brokers. They're travelling. It's the season. I'm forwarding their mail to Switzerland.
Then third floor right, Jeanne Debulle. A single woman?
Single woman? Yes.
The concierge had pronounced these words in the tone women generally use to refer to another woman of whom they disapprove. What kind of woman?
Hard to call her any kind exactly. She went off to England around midday. I was surprised she hadn't mentioned it before.
Who would she have told?
Her maid, a good girl who tells me everything.
And the maid's there now?
Yes, she was down here in the lodge some of the evening. She didn't want to go back up because she's scared of sleeping on her own in the apartment.
And you said she was surprised?
The maid, yes. The night before that, Madame Debulle came back in the small hours, as she often does. Note, I say Madame, but I don't believe she's ever been married.
How old is she?
Do you want to know her real age, or the one she claims to be?
Both.
I know what the real one is because I saw her papers when she took the apartment.
When was that?
About 2 years ago. Before that, she lived in Rue Notre-Dame-de-Lorette. Well, she's 49, and she pretends she's 40. In the morning, she looks her age, but at night, well...
Does she have a lover?
Oh, don't get me wrong. She's not what you're thinking. She wouldn't be allowed to stay here if so. The agent's very strict about things like that. I don't know quite how to put it. Try. She's not from the same kind of background as the other tenants. On the other hand, she's not disreputable either, if you follow me. She's not a kept woman, for instance. She has money of her own. She gets letters from the bank and her stockbroker. She might be a widow or a divorcee who's living it up a bit.
She has visitors?
Not gigolos, if that's what you've got in mind. Her financial advisor comes sometimes, and women friends, and sometimes couples. But she's more the kind of woman who goes out, not one who has people round. Mornings she stays in bed until midday. Afternoons she might go into town, always very well dressed. Quite tastefully, I must say. Then she comes home, gets dolled up in her evening gown, and I pull the latch for her when she gets back. Oh, well after midnight. It's an odd thing, too, what Georgette says, that's her maid. She spends a lot of money. Her furs alone must cost a fortune, and she's always wearing a diamond ring this big. But at the same time, Georgette says she's close with her cash and spends a lot of time going over her household accounts.
When did she leave?
About 11:30. That's what surprised Georgette, because at that time of day, Madame would normally be in bed. She was asleep when she got a phone call, and right away she asked for the railway timetable.
And that was quite soon after the young man had tried to enter the building.
A little later, yes. She didn't wait for breakfast. She just started packing.
A lot of luggage?
No, just some suitcases. No trunk. She's travelled around a lot.
Why do you say that?
Because of the labels on her cases. Big hotels in Deauville, Nice, Naples, Rome, foreign places.
And she didn't say when she'd be back?
She didn't tell me. Georgette doesn't know either.
She didn't ask to have her mail forwarded?
No, she just telephoned Gare du Nord to book a seat on the express to Calais.
Maigret was struck by the way the words Gare du Nord kept turning up in this investigation. It was in Gare du Nord's left luggage that François Lagrange had deposited the trunk containing the politician's body. And it was in that neighbourhood that his son had robbed the businessman from Clermont-Ferrand. And the same Alain had tried to sneak up the stairs of a building on Boulevard Richard Wallace, shortly after which one of the tenants had left for Gare du Nord. Was it merely coincidence?
You know, if you want to ask Georgette any questions, she'll be only too pleased. She's so afraid of being alone at night that she'd love to have some company. And the concierge added, especially your company. But Maigret's priority was to finish going through the list of tenants, and he patiently pointed to them one after the other. On the 4th floor, there was a film producer, a genuine one this time, whose name could be seen on posters all over Paris. Above him lived a director who was also well known, and as if by chance,
A screenwriter lived on the 7th floor and did his fitness exercises on the balcony every morning. Should I go and tell Georgette? I need to make a phone call first. He called Gare du Nord. Maigret here from the police judiciaire. Tell me, is there a train that leaves for Calais around midnight? It was at about 11:30 that the businessman had been threatened in Rue Maubeuge. At midnight 13, yes. The express. It connects with the Dover ferry at 5:30 a.m. It's non-stop to Calais. Do you remember whether a ticket for that train was sold to a young man travelling alone? The clerks who were at the ticket office then have all gone home to bed. Thank you. He called the harbour police at Calais and gave them Alain Lagrange's description. He's armed, he added, just in case. Then after finishing his cup of coffee, he announced without too much hope, I'll go up and see Georgette then. To which the concierge replied with a knowing smile, Watch out, she's a pretty girl. And she added, Who likes good-looking gentlemen? Chapter 5, in which the little housemaid is pleased with herself, but Maigret by 6 in the morning is less so. She was rosy-complexioned, with full breasts, and was wearing candy-pink crepe pyjamas, which had been washed so often that her outlines could be seen through the transparent fabric. Her body, with bouncing curves in every direction, had an unfinished look. Too fresh-faced for Paris, she made you think of a duckling that had not yet lost its fluffy down. When she opened the door, he caught a whiff of bed and armpits. He had let the concierge telephone ahead to wake her and let her know that he was on his way up. It must have been difficult to get through at once, since when he had arrived on the 3rd floor, the telephone was still ringing inside the apartment. He had waited. The phone was too far from the landing for him to hear the maid's voice. Then came footsteps on the carpeted floor, and she opened the door, showing no embarrassment and without having trouble to put on a dressing gown. Perhaps she didn't own one. When she got up in the morning, it was to start work, and when she undressed at night, it was to go to sleep. Her blonde hair was tousled, and there were traces of lipstick on her lips. You can sit down in here. They had gone through the entrance hall, and she had lit just the tall standard lamp in the drawing-room. For herself, she'd chosen a large pale green sofa on which she was half reclining. The breeze coming through the tall French windows ruffled the curtains. She stared at Maigret with the solemn expression of a child looking at an adult about whom they have heard a great deal. I didn't imagine you like this, she said eventually. How did you imagine me? I don't know, but you're better looking. The concierge said you wouldn't mind my coming up to ask you a few questions. About Madame? That's right. It didn't surprise her. Nothing seemed to surprise her. How old are you? 22, and I've been in Paris 6 years. You can go ahead. He began by showing her the photograph of Alain Lagrange. Do you know this man? No, never seen him. You're sure? He's never visited your employer? Not since I've been with her, anyway. Young men aren't her type, whatever people might think. And why would they think that? Because of her age. Have you worked for her long? Since she came here, nearly 2 years. So you didn't work for her when she lived in Rue Notre-Dame-de-Lorette? No, I started work the day she moved in. And she still had her previous maid? I never met her. Seemed like Madame wanted to begin again from scratch. Furniture, ornaments, all brand new. This seemed to have a meaning for her, and Maigret thought he could guess what was behind it. You don't like her? She's not the kind of woman you can like. Anyway, she doesn't care. What do you mean? She just lives for herself. She doesn't bother to be nice. When she's talking, it's not for you. It's because she wants to talk. And you don't know who telephoned when she suddenly decided to leave for London? No, she picked up herself. She didn't say any name. Did she sound surprised? Annoyed? If you knew her, you'd know she never gives away what she's feeling. And you don't know anything about her past? Just that she lived in Rue Notre-Dame-de-Lorette. The way she talks to me, she's very familiar. And that she's fussy about the accounts. To hear her speak, this explained everything, and once again he had the feeling he understood what she meant. So you don't think she's a real lady? No, definitely not. I worked for a real society lady once, I can tell the difference. And I worked once in the Place Saint-Georges neighbourhood for a kept woman. And Jeanne de Breu used to be a kept woman. If she was once, she isn't any more. She's rich, that's for sure. Did any men come to visit her? A masseur every other day.
She's very familiar with him, too. She calls him by his first name. They have nest. Nothing between them? That doesn't interest her. Georgette's pyjama top was very short, and the kind that goes on over the head. Since she was lounging back amongst the cushions, a band of pink flesh appeared above her waist. Mind if I smoke? I'm sorry, he said. I don't have any cigarettes. There is some over on the table. She found it quite natural that he should stand up and offer her a packet of Egyptian cigarettes belonging to Jeanne de Bulle. While he struck a match, she held the cigarette awkwardly and puffed out smoke like a beginner. She was pleased with herself, pleased to have been woken up by as important a man as Maigret, and to have him listen attentively to what she had to say. She has plenty of friends, men and women, but they don't often come here. She rings them up. She usually calls them by their first names. She sees them in the evenings at cocktail parties or in restaurants and nightclubs. I've often wondered whether she mightn't have run a house in the past. Know what I mean? And the people who come here? Her financial adviser's the main one. She has him come into her office. He's a lawyer, très gibon. He doesn't live round here. He's in the 9th arrondissement. So she must know from before when she lived over there. And then there's another man a bit younger who works for a bank, and she talks to him about her savings. He's the one she telephones if she wants to buy anything on the stock exchange. Have you ever seen a man called François Lagrange? The bad penny. She corrected herself with a laugh. Oh, it's not me that calls him that. She does. When I announce him, she mutters, "Oh, the bad old penny turning up again." That tells you something, don't you think? He always says when he arrives, "Ask Madame de Bulle if she's willing to receive Baron Lagrange." And she does? Asked Maigret. Almost always. And is that often? Maybe once a week. Some weeks he doesn't come, and others he comes twice. Last week he came round here twice on the same day. What time? Always in the morning, about 11. Apart from Ernest, her masseur, he's the only one she receives in her bedroom. And as Maigret registered this, it's not what you think. Even for the lawyer she gets dressed. She dresses very well, mind you, very discreetly. That's what struck me about her right away. The way she is when she's in bed, and the way she is when she's up and dressed, is like two different people. She doesn't talk the same way. Her voice is kind of different. She talks in a more vulgar way when she's in bed. Yes, and not just vulgar. I don't know how to put it. Is François Lagrange the only person she talks to like that? Yes, she'll call out to him, whatever she happens to be wearing, "Come on in, you," as if they were old friends. Or old accomplices. If you say so. Until I leave the room, they don't talk about anything important. He's timid. He sits right on the edge of one of her fancy armchairs, as if he's afraid of creasing the satin. Does he bring any papers with him? A briefcase? No. He looks distinguished. Not my type. But he has presence, I'd say. And you've never overheard their conversation? That's impossible with her. She guesses everything. She got sharp ears, all right. She's the one who listens outside doors in this house. If I use the phone, I can be sure she's somewhere spying on me. If I take a letter out to post, she'll say, "Now who are you writing to?" And I know she looks at the address. See the kind of person she is? Yes. I see. There's something else you haven't seen, and this'll really give you a surprise. She sprang to her feet and tossed the cigarette end into the ashtray. Come with me. You've seen the drawing room. It's furnished the same way all the drawing rooms are in this building. One of the best decorators in Paris did the work. This is the dining room, modern style too. Wait when I put the light on. She pushed open another door and switched on the light, then stood aside so that he could see the bedroom, entirely furnished in white satin. And these are her evening clothes. In an adjoining dressing room, she opened a cupboard and fondled the silky material of the dresses hanging there in perfect order. So, now, come with me. She went ahead of him down a corridor, and the crepe pyjamas had managed to get themselves wedged in the cleft between her buttocks. She opened another door and switched on another light. There! This was a small office at the back of the apartment, an office that could have belonged to an accountant. No trace of a woman's presence, a metal filing cabinet, painted olive green, and behind the swivel chair, a huge safe of a very recent model. This is where she spends part of her afternoons, and this is where she has the lawyer and the banker come. Look. And she pointed out to him a pile of newspapers, Stock Exchange Journal. Maigret did also notice alongside it a racing gazette. She wears glasses? Just in this room. A pair of large, round, horn-rimmed spectacles
was sitting on a blotter with leather corners. He automatically tried the filing cabinet, but it was locked. Every night when she comes in, she shuts her jewels up in the safe. What else is in there? Have you ever seen inside it? Deeds and things, papers mostly, and a little red notebook that she often looks things up in. From the desk, Maigret picked up a telephone pad, the kind on which people note down frequently called numbers, and started to leaf through the pages. He read out the names under his breath. Georgette explained, "Milkman, butcher, ironmonger on the Avenue de Neuilly, Madam's shoemaker." When instead of a surname he read out a first name, she would smile in satisfaction. Olga, Nadine, Marcel. What did I tell you? There were some men's first names too, but not as many. Then there were some that the maid did not recognize. Under banks, there were no fewer than 5 establishments listed, including an American bank in Place Vendôme. He looked for Deltoy's name, but he wasn't there. Although an André and a Pierre figured somewhere in the list, could they be the politician and his brother? When you'd seen the rest of this apartment, did you expect to find this? To please her, he said no. Aren't you thirsty? Would you like a drink? The concierge kindly made some coffee for me. You don't want to drop her something stronger? She led him back to the drawing room, switching off lights as they went, and as if their conversation was going to last longer, took up her position on the sofa since he had refused the offer of a drink. Does your employer drink alcohol? Like a man. You mean she drinks a lot? I've never seen her drunk, except once or twice when she got in very late. But she pours herself a whiskey after a morning coffee, and has another 3 or 4 in the afternoon. That's why I said she drinks like a man. She takes her whiskey almost neat. And she didn't tell you which London hotel she was going to stay in? No. Or how long she meant to stay? She didn't tell me anything. She just took half an hour to pack her bags and get dressed. What was she wearing when she left? Her grey 2-piece suit. Did she take any evening dresses? 2. I don't think I have any more questions for you, so I'll let you get back to bed. Already? Are you in a hurry? She deliberately allowed a little more flesh to appear between the pyjama top and trousers, and provocatively crossed her legs in a certain way. Do you often follow up cases at night? Sometimes. You really don't want to drink? She sighed. Now I'm awake, I won't be able to go back to sleep. What's the time? It is nearly 3 o'clock. At 4, it'll be getting light and the birds will start singing. He stood up, feeling awkward at having to disappoint her, and perhaps she was still hoping that he didn't want to leave, that he intended to approach her. It was only when she saw him heading for the door that she got up from the sofa. Will you be coming back? Possibly. It'll never be a nuisance. Just ring the bell with 2 shorts and a long. I'll know it's you and I'll open the door. But I'm here on my own. I don't always answer the door. Thank you, mademoiselle. The smell of bed and underarm sweat reached him once more. One of her large breasts brushed against his sleeve with a certain insistence. Good luck, she whispered as he reached the stairs, and she leaned over the banister to watch him go down. At the police judiciaire, Janvier was waiting for him, having spent several hours in Rue Popincourt. He looked exhausted. How was it, Chief? Has he said anything yet? Maigret shook his head. I left Ouar back there just in case. We turned the place upside down, but we didn't find anything much. I just thought I'd show you this. Maigret first poured himself a glass of cognac and passed the bottle to the inspector. You see, it's a bit odd. Collected in a cardboard folder, apparently the former cover of a school exercise book, was a pile of press cuttings, some with photographs. Maigret, frowning, read the headlines and glanced through the articles while Janvier watched him with a quizzical air. All the articles, without exception, concerned himself, and some dated back 7 years. Reports of cases from day to day, sometimes containing a copy of the trial. Did you notice anything, Chief? While I was waiting for you, I read right through them. Maigret did notice something, on which he was reluctant to comment. It looks as if someone has picked out cases where you seem to be sort of on the side of the accused, doesn't it? One of the articles was even headed, Chief Inspector Maigret has a kind heart. Another was devoted to evidence given by Maigret as witness in a High Court trial, in which all his replies had shown his sympathy for the young man in the dock. Even clearer was another article published in a weekly magazine a year earlier, which concerned not one particular case, but the question of crime in general, and was entitled Maigret's Humanity. What do you think of all this? The whole folder proves this fellow's been stalking you for a long time. He's interested in all your sayings and doings, and in your character." Some words were underlined in blue pencil, among others the words indulgence and understanding. And finally, one whole passage was outlined, in which a journalist reported the last morning of a criminal sentenced to death, revealing that after having refused a priest, the condemned man had asked as a favor a final conversation with Chief Inspector Maigret. "You're not amused?" And indeed Maigret was looking more solemn, more weighed down, as if this discovery had opened up new perspectives. "You didn't find anything else?" "Just bills, unpaid of course. The baron owes money right and left. His coal merchant hasn't been paid for this past winter. Here's a photo of his wife with their first child." It was a poor print. The dress and hairstyle were no longer fashionable. The young woman posing for the photograph had a melancholy smile. Perhaps that was the look of the period, in order to seem distinguished. But Maigret could have sworn that just from seeing the photograph anyone would realize this woman was not destined to have a happy life. In a wardrobe I found one of her dresses, pale blue satin, and a cardboard box stuffed full of baby clothes. Janvier had 3 children, the youngest not yet a year old. My wife only keeps their first pair of shoes. Maigret picked up the telephone. "Special infirmary," he requested in a low voice. "Hello, who's that speaking?" It was the head nurse, a red-haired woman whom he knew. "Maigret here. How's Lagrange?" "What did you say?" I can hardly hear you." She told him that the patient who had been given an injection had gone to sleep almost immediately after the professor had left. Half an hour later she'd heard a slight noise and had tiptoed in to see him. "He was crying." "He didn't say anything to you?" "He heard me come in and I put the light on. There were still tears running down his cheeks. He looked at me without saying anything for a moment or two, and I had the feeling he was going to tell me something in confidence." "Did he seem in his right mind?" She hesitated. "It's not for me to say," she replied, beating a retreat. "And after that?" "He reached out as if he wanted to hold my hand." "And did he?" "No, he began to groan and repeated the same thing over and over. 'You won't let them hit me, will you? Please don't let them hit me.'" "And that's all?" "In the end he started to get agitated. I thought he was going to jump out of bed. He was shouting, 'I don't want to die, I don't want to die. They can't let me die.'" Maigret hung up and turned to Janvier, who was fighting off sleep. "You can go home to bed." "What about you?" "I have to wait till 5:30. I need to know whether that boy took the Calais train." "Why would he do that?" "To follow someone to England." On the Wednesday morning, Anna had stolen a revolver and obtained ammunition. On Thursday, he had turned up at Boulevard Richard Wallace, and half an hour later Jean Debulle, who knew his father, had received a phone call and left in a hurry for Gare du Nord. What had the young man done that afternoon? Why hadn't he left at once? One might reasonably suppose it was for lack of money. To get hold of some cash by the only method open to him, he needed to wait for darkness to fall. As if by chance, he had attacked the businessman from Clermont-Ferrand in a street near Gare du Nord shortly before a train left for Calais. "By the way, I forgot to tell you they telephoned about the wallet. It was found in the street." "Which street?" "Rue de Dunkerque." "Still near the station." "Without the cash, naturally." Before you go, can you put a call through the passport office? Ask them if they've ever issued a passport in the name of Alain Lagrange." While he waited, he went over to stand by the window. It was not yet light, just that cold grey hour before sunrise. In a kind of dusty penumbra, the Seine was flowing darkly, and a boatman was washing down the deck of his vessel moored to the embankment. The tug was sliding downstream silently, going somewhere to collect a string of barges. "He applied for a passport 11 months ago, Chief. He wanted to go to Austria." "So, his passport is still valid. You don't need a visa for England. You didn't find one when you looked through his things?" "No, nothing." "Spare clothes?" "He's probably only got one presentable suit, and he's wearing that. There's another in his wardrobe, but it's threadbare, and all the socks we found were in holes." "Get off to bed now." "Sure you don't need me any more?" "Quite sure. Anyway, there are 2 inspectors in the office." Maigret did not realize he was dropping off to sleep himself in his armchair when he suddenly opened his eyes, because the tugboat was now coming back upstream and hooting before going under the bridge with its 7 barges. The dawn sky was pink, and rays of sunlight were touching the rooftops. He looked at his watch and picked up the telephone. "Give me the harbour police. In Calais." It took a while. The harbour police weren't answering. The inspector who finally came to the phone was out of breath. "This is Maigret from the police judiciaire in Paris." "Yes, I know what it's about." "And?" "We've just finished checking the passports. The ferry's still in the harbour. My colleagues are still there." Maigret could hear the ship's sirens sounding as if he was about to leave. "And young Lagrange?" "Didn't find him. Nobody matching his description. There were only a handful of passengers. It was easy to check." "Have you still got the list of people who went over yesterday?" "I can't get it. It's in the next office. If you can hang on." When he came back, it was to announce, "I can't see any Lagrange in the people leaving yesterday either." "I'm not talking about Lagrange now. Have you got someone called Jean de Bulle?" "De Bulle. De Bulle. Let's see. Demain, Desert, de Bulle. Jean-Louise Clementine, age 49, resident in Neuilly-sur-Seine, 7A Boulevard." "Yes, I know." "What address did she give as their destination?" "London, the Savoy Hotel." "Thank you. And you're sure that Lagrange—" "Yes, you can be quite sure of that, sir." Maigret felt overheated, perhaps because he'd not slept. He was in a bad mood, and as if in revenge, he reached out for the cognac bottle. Then he suddenly grabbed the phone again and snapped, "Get me to Bourget." "I beg your pardon?" "I'm asking you to put me through to Le Bourget Airport." He sounded irritable. The switchboard operator hurried, putting a face. "This is Detective Chief Inspector Maigret of the Police Judiciaire." "Inspector Mathieu speaking." "Are there any night flights to London?" "There's one at 10 p.m., another after midnight at midnight 45, and the first morning plane went off a few minutes ago. I can still hear it making its ascent." "Can you get hold of the passenger list?" "Which one?" "The midnight one, the midnight 45. "Just a moment." It was unusual for Maigret to be so brusque. "Got it?" "Yes." "Look for a Lagrange." "Yes, here we are. Lagrange, Alain Francois May." "Thank you." "That's all?" But Maigret had already hung up. Because of the wretched Gare du Nord on which he had been fixated, he hadn't thought of air travel. So by now, Alain Lagrange with his loaded automatic had been in London for a while. His hand hovered over the desk before picking up the receiver again. "The Savoy Hotel, London." He was put through almost at once. "This is the Savoy Hotel reception desk." He was tired of repeating his request, giving his name and title. "Can you tell me if a certain Jean de Bulle checked into your hotel last night?" It took less time than with the police. The reception clerk had an up-to-date list of all the guests to hand. "Yes, sir. Room 605. Do you wish to speak to her?" He hesitated. "No, but can you check whether you also have an Alain Lagrange staying?" It took hardly any longer. "No one of that name, sir." "I presume you asked people for their passports when they arrived?" "Yes, of course. We follow the regulations." "So Alain Lagrange couldn't have checked in under a false identity?" "Not unless he's got a false passport. The police come and examine them every night, of course." "Thank you." He had one more call to make, one he particularly dreaded, since he would have to rely on his halting schoolboy English. "Get me Scotland Yard." It would have been a miracle if his friend Inspector Pike, whom he had welcomed to France in the past, was at his desk at this hour. He had to make do with an anonymous official who took a long time to understand who he was, and who spoke in a nasal voice. "A French woman, Jean de Bulle, age 49, is staying at the Savoy Hotel, room 605. I would be obliged if for the next few hours you could keep a discreet watch on her." His distant colleague had the infuriating habit of repeating Maigret's last words, but with the right accent, as if correcting him. "It's possible that a young man may try to see her or to waylay her. I'll give you his description." Once he had done so, he added, "He's armed, with a Smith & Wesson special, which means you can arrest him. I'll wire you his photograph in a few minutes." But the Englishman was not ready to accept this, and Maigret had to give more details and repeat the same thing 3 or 4 times. "What exactly do you want us to do?" Faced with such obstinacy, Maigret regretted having taken the precaution of phoning a yard, and felt like saying nothing at all. He was damp with sweat. I'll be over there myself as soon as possible, he said finally.
You mean you're coming to Scotland Yard?
I'm coming to London, yes. When? I don't know exactly. I don't have the times of the flights in front of me.
You're taking the plane?
He hung up in exasperation, cursing this civil servant whom he didn't know, and who was no doubt a conscientious fellow. What would Luca have replied to an inspector from Scotland Yard, telephoning at 6 in the morning with the same kind of story, conveyed in poor French? Me again. Give me Le Bourget again, please. There was a flight at 8:15. That gave him time to go back to Boulevard Michel-Lenoir, change, shave, and even to grab a bite of breakfast. Madame Maigret was careful not to question him. I don't know when I'll be back, he muttered grumpily, vaguely intending to irritate her so as to pass on his anxiety to someone else. I'm going to London. Ah, can you get my small suitcase packed with a change of clothes and my shaving things? There should be a few English pounds still in the drawer. The telephone rang. He was just tying his tie.
Maigret, whereto here?
It was the examining magistrate, of course, who had spent the night in his comfortable bed, who was no doubt delighted to be woken by bright sunlight, and who, as he tucked into his croissant, was asking for the latest news.
What did you say?
I said I don't have time to talk now. I'm getting a plane to London in 35 minutes.
To London?
Yes.
But what is it that you found to...
Excuse me, I have to go. The plane won't wait. And he was in such a state of it, he added, I'll send you a postcard. Upon which, needless to say, the phone was slammed down at the other end. Chapter 6, in which Maigret goes so far as to wear a carnation in his buttonhole, but has very little success. They ran into cloud cover as they approached the French coast, and flew up above it. Through a break in the clouds a little later, Maigret caught a lucky glimpse of the sea, sparkling as if covered in silvery scales, and of fishing boats trailing a wake of foam. His neighbour leaned across amicably to point out the white cliffs, explaining, That's Dover. Douvres. He thanked the man with a smile, and soon there was only a thin haze between the aeroplane and the earth beneath. Occasionally they came to a large luminous cloud, and emerged from it to see green fields down below, dotted with miniature cows. Finally, the horizon tilted, and Croydon Airport came into view. And so, once they'd landed, did Mr. Pike. Because Mr. Pike was waiting to greet his French colleague, not on the airfield itself, as he would no doubt have been entitled to do, and not standing apart from the crowd either, but with all the other people behind the barriers, separating passengers from their waiting friends and relations. He did not make conspicuous signs or wave a handkerchief. When Maigret looked in his direction, he simply gave a little nod of the head, as he probably did every morning to greet colleagues at the office. They had not seen each other for some time, and it was 12 or 13 years since Maigret had set foot in England. He followed the queue, suitcase in hand, entered the building for customs and immigration, and Mr. Pike was still there, behind a glass partition, wearing his dark grey, rather too tight-fitting suit, and his black trilby, and sporting a carnation in his buttonhole. The Englishman could easily have entered the building and told the passport control officer, "This is a VIP, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, who is visiting us." That was what Maigret would have done for him at Le Bourget, but he took no offence, understanding that it was, on the contrary, an example of his colleague's tact. Now he felt a little ashamed at his own irritation that morning towards the official at the yard, because if Pike was here, it meant that the man he had spoken to had not done his job badly. Indeed, he had shown initiative. It was only 10:30. To reach Croydon in time, Pike must have left London almost as soon as he walked into his office. Maigret emerged through the doors. A dry, horny hand was thrust towards him. "Comment allez-vous?" And Pike continued, still in French, a sacrifice for him since he spoke it with difficulty and was ashamed of making mistakes. "I hope you, enjoy, do you say that? Yes, enjoy this beautiful day." In fact, it was the first time Maigret had visited England in summer, and he wondered whether he'd ever seen London bathed in sunlight. "I thought you might prefer to travel by car rather than in the airport bus." He did not broach the subject of the investigation, or even refer to it, and that too was an indication of his personal kind of tact. They took their seats in a Bentley belonging to the yard, driven by a uniformed chauffeur, who observed the highway code scrupulously and did not once jump a red light. "Pretty, don't you think?" And Pike pointed to the rows of little pink brick houses which might have looked sad on a grey day, but made a charming picture in the sunshine, each with a square of lawn hardly larger than a double bedsheet between gate and front door. You could sense that he loved the sight of the London suburbs, in one of which he lived himself. The pink brick houses were succeeded by yellow brick ones, then brown, then pink again. It was getting warmer, and in some of the little gardens automatic hoses had been turned on. I almost forgot to give you this, and he handed Maigret a sheet of paper on which was written in French, Alain Lagrange, 19 years old, office clerk, checked in at 4 a.m. at the Gilmore Hotel opposite Victoria Station, without luggage. Slept until 8, then went out. Walked into the Astoria Hotel and inquired after a Madame Jeanne de Bulle. Then he went to the Continental and Claridge's asking the same question. Seems to be approaching hotels in alphabetical order. He has never been to London before. Speaks no English. Maigret acknowledged this with a brief nod of thanks, and more than ever regretted his hostility to the official earlier that morning. After a long silence and several more streets of similar houses, Pike spoke. I took the liberty of booking you into the hotel because there are a lot of tourists in town at the moment. He passed his companion a card with the name Savoy Hotel and the number of the suite. Maigret almost failed to notice it. His room number was 604. So they had lodged him directly opposite Jeanne de Bulle. Is that person still there? He asked. She was when we left Croydon. I got a phone call as your plane was on approach. Nothing else. Pike was looking pleased, not so much because he could prove to Maigret that the British police force was efficient, as because he could show off England to him on an indisputably fine summer's day. As they reached central London with its red double-decker buses and its pavements thronged with women in summer dresses, he could not stop himself murmuring, Fine sight, eh? And as they approached the Savoy, If you're not too busy, I could come and pick you up for lunch at about 1. I'll be in the office until then, and you could always phone me. And that was all. He let Maigret go into the hotel on his own, while the chauffeur handed his suitcase to one of the porters. Did the clerk at reception recognize him after 12 years? Did he know him only from photographs? Or was it simple professional courtesy? Or the fact that his room had been booked by Scotland Yard? Without waiting for him to speak, the clerk handed him a key. Did you have a good journey, Monsieur Maigret? Very good, thank you. The large front hall, where at any hour of the day or night there would be people relaxing in spacious armchairs, always impressed him a little. On the right was a flower stall. Every other man in the hall had one in his buttonhole, and no doubt because of Pike's happy mood, Maigret bought himself a red carnation. He remembered that the bar was on the left. Feeling thirsty, he moved towards the glass door and tried to open it. In vain. Not before 11:30, sir. He scowled. It was always like that when he travelled abroad. Some details that enchanted him, then others that irritated him. Why the devil had he no right to drink a glass of something before 11:30? He had not slept all night. He felt a rush of blood to the head, and the sunshine was making him slightly dizzy. Perhaps it was also an effect of the motion of the airplane. As he made for the lift, an unfamiliar man approached him. The lady has just had her breakfast sent up. Mr. Pike told me to keep you informed. Should I stay on watch for you, sir? It was an officer from the Yard. Maigret thought he looked elegant, not at all out of place in this luxury hotel, and he too was wearing a flower in his buttonhole, a white one in his case. The young man hasn't shown up. Not yet, sir. Can you keep an eye on the hall and let me know the minute he arrives? It'll be a while before he gets to the letter S, sir. I think Inspector Pike has one of my colleagues on duty at the Lancaster. His bedroom was huge, leading off a pearl grey sitting room, and the windows looked out onto the Thames, where he could see a pleasure boat going past, just like the ones in Paris, its 2 decks crammed with tourists. Maigret felt so hot that he decided to shower and change. He was on the point of telephoning Paris to have news of the Baron, but changed his mind, got dressed, and opened the outer door. Number 605 was directly opposite. Light showed under the door, indicating that the curtains were open. He was about to knock when he heard the sound of bath water running, so he began to pace the corridor, smoking his pipe. The chambermaid who was passing gave him a curious look. She must have mentioned him to someone in authority, since the valet in tails came to look at him in turn. Then, seeing by his watch that it was 11:24, Maigret took the lift and was at the door to the bar the minute it opened. Other gentlemen who had been waiting in their armchairs for this moment were also hurrying inside. Scotch, sir. Yes, that'll do. Soda. His expression must have shown that he found his drink lacking in flavour, as the barman offered, "A double, sir." That felt much better already. He had never imagined that it could be as warm as this in London. He went outside for a breath of air in front of the large revolving door, glanced once more at the time, and went back to the lift. When he knocked at the door of 605, a woman's voice said, "Entrez?" Then, no doubt imagining that it was room service, she called more loudly in English, "Come in." He turned the handle and the door opened. He found himself in a room filled with dazzling sunlight, where a woman in a peignoir was sitting at her dressing table. She did not look at him at once, but went on brushing her dark hair, holding some hairpins between her teeth. It was in the mirror that she first caught sight of him. She frowned. "What do you want?" "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret from the Police Judiciaire." "Does that give you the right to walk into people's rooms?" "You said to come in." It was hard to guess her age. She must have been very beautiful once, as was still evident. At night, under artificial light, she could probably still pass for younger, especially if the hard lines round her mouth, which now appeared, would have softened. "You can take that pipe out of your mouth for a start." He did so awkwardly. He hadn't thought about his pipe. "Now, if you have anything to say to me, it had better be quick. I can't see what business the French police would have with me, especially here in London." She was still not facing him, which made their exchange difficult. She must have known this and carried on doing her hair at the dressing table, watching him in the mirror. Standing there, he was aware of feeling too big and bulky. The bed had not been made. There was a tray with the remains of breakfast, and the only seat he could see was a fragile Louis XV-style armchair which would not easily accommodate his large thighs. So, looking at her similarly by way of the mirror, he simply said, "Alain is in London." Either she had remarkable self-control or the name meant nothing to her, for she showed no reaction. He continued in the same vein. "He's carrying a gun." "And have you crossed the Channel to tell me that? Because I suppose you've come from Paris. What name did you say? Your own, I mean." He was sure she was play-acting, hoping to annoy him. "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "From which district?" "From the Police Judiciaire." "And you're looking for a young man named Alain. He's not here. You can search my rooms if you want to be sure." "He's the one who's looking for you." "Why?" "That's just what I would like to ask you." This time she stood up, and he saw that she was almost his own height. She was wearing a salmon-pink peignoir made of heavy silk, which clung to the outline of her still graceful figure. She picked up a cigarette from a side table and lit it, then rang for the maitre d'. For a moment, he thought she was going to have him thrown out of her room, but when a flunky from room service appeared, she simply said, "Scotch, no ice, tap water." Then when the door had closed, she turned towards Maigret. "I've nothing more to say to you. I'm sorry." "Alain is the son of Baron Lagrange." "Quite possibly." "And Lagrange is a friend of yours?" She nodded, with the air of someone who pities the speaker. "Listen, Inspector, I don't know what you came here for, but you're wasting your time. No doubt it's a case of mistaken identity." "You are Jean de Bulle, are you not?" "That is my name. Do you want to see my passport?" He shook his head, indicating that there was no need. "Baron Lagrange regularly visits you in your apartment on Boulevard Richard Wallace, and he probably came before that to Rue Notre-Dame-de-Rouette." "I see you've been making inquiries. So now can you tell me in what way the fact that I know Lagrange explains why you have come pursuing me to London?" "André Deltaille is dead." "You mean the politician? Was he a friend of yours too?" "I don't think I've ever met him. I've heard of him, of course, everyone has, because of the stir he makes in the Assembly. If I've ever seen him in the flesh, it would be at a nightclub or restaurant." "He was murdered." "Given his approach to politics, it wouldn't be surprising if he had a number of enemies. The murder was committed in François Lagrange's apartment." There was a knock at the door. The waiter came in with whiskey. She took a mouthful straightforwardly, like someone who is in the habit of drinking every day at the same time, and still holding the glass, went to sit down in the armchair, crossing her legs and drawing the sides of her peignoir across them. "And that's all?" she asked. "Alain Lagrange, the son, has got hold of an automatic revolver and cartridges. He showed up outside your address, a little while before your precipitate departure." "Would you mind repeating that word?" "Precipitate." "And are you in a position to know for a fact, I presume, that the previous day I had no plans to come to London?" "You hadn't told anyone." "Do you tell your housemaid what your plans are? I suppose you've been questioning Georgette." "That's of no importance. Alain came to your address." Well, nobody told me about it. I didn't hear anyone ring the bell. That's because the concierge caught up with him on the stairs and he turned tail. And he told the concierge it was me he wanted to see. He didn't say anything. Are you serious, Inspector? Have you really come all this way to tell me a lot of trivial nonsense? You received a phone call from the Baron. Is that so? And he told you what had happened? Or perhaps you already knew? He felt hot. She was giving no ground at all, sitting there calm and elegant in her morning negligee outfit. From time to time she moistened her lips from the glass, but did not offer him a drink and let him stay standing, feeling clumsy and awkward. Lagrange is under arrest. That's his business and yours, I suppose. What does he have to say about it? He's pretending to be insane. Well, he's always been a bit mad. But he was a friend of yours. No, Inspector. You can stop your devious questioning. You won't get anything out of me, for the excellent reason that I have nothing to say. You may examine my passport, and you will see from it that I come over to London for a few days from time to time. I always stay at this hotel, as the staff will confirm. As for Lagrange, poor fellow, I've known him for years. How did you meet him? That is none of your business. But I will tell you, in the most ordinary circumstances in which a man and woman may meet. Was he your lover? I must say, you are tact personified. Was he? Even supposing he might have been for a night, a week, or even a month. It must be all of 12 or 15 years ago. And you remained good friends. Were we supposed to quarrel or start hitting each other? You were in the habit of receiving him in the morning in your bedroom, before you got up. It's morning now, the bed hasn't been made, and here you are in my bedroom. Do you have any business dealings with him? She smiled. What kind of business would that be, for heaven's sake? Don't you know that any business arrangements that clown talked about are all in his mind? Didn't you make any inquiries about him? Just go to Fouquet's or Maxime's or any bar on the Champs-Élysées, and they'll soon tell you. It wasn't worth taking the boat or the plane over here to find that out. And you gave him money. Is that a crime? A lot. You would have realized by now, Inspector, that I'm being very patient. I could have had you thrown out 15 minutes ago, because you have no right to turn up like this and question me. But I will just tell you, once and for all, that you're barking up the wrong tree. Yes, I used to know Baron Lagrange in the old days, when he had some style and made a better impression. I met up with him again on the Champs-Élysées, and he did to me what he does to everyone. And that is, he tried to get money out of me. You can easily find that out. He's a man who's eternally short of a few hundred francs he needs to make some fantastic deal and get rich in a matter of days, which simply means that he doesn't have enough cash to pay for the aperitif he's drinking or the metro to get back home. I did the same as everyone else. And he also came to your home to ask for more. Yes, and that's all. Well, all the same, his son is searching for you. I've never met his son. He's been in London since last night, in this hotel. And this was the first time her voice had a slight catch in it, indicating some anxiety. No. He hesitated between two courses of action and plumped for the one he thought the better. He's staying at the Gilmore Hotel opposite Victoria Station. And how do you know it's me he's searching for? Because this morning he's already called in several hotels asking for you. He seems to be working his way through the alphabet. He'll be here in under an hour. Well, we'll find out then what he wants with me, won't we? Her voice trembled a little. As I said, he's got a gun. She shrugged her shoulders casually, stood up and looked at the door. I suppose I ought to thank you for having the goodness to watch over me. There's still time. For what? To talk. We've been doing nothing else for the past half hour, and now I'd ask you kindly to leave because I need to get dressed. She added with a little laugh and in a voice that had lost some of its edge, If this young man proposes to visit me, I better be ready, haven't I? Maigret left without another word, his shoulders hunched, infuriated both at himself and at her, since he had got nothing out of her and had felt throughout the interview that Jeanne de Bulle had had the upper hand. After closing the door, he stopped in the corridor. He would have liked to know whether she was telephoning or doing anything else in a hurry. Unfortunately, the chambermaid, who had earlier seen him lurking outside, was coming out of a nearby room and staring at him insistently. Feeling awkward, he set off towards the lift. Downstairs in the hall, he found the officer from the yard settled in one of the armchairs his eyes fixed on the revolving door. Maigret sat down alongside him. Nothing. Not yet. At this time of day there was a great deal of coming and going. A succession of cars pulled up outside the hotel, bringing not only travellers but Londoners coming to lunch, or simply for a drink at the bar. They all looked very cheerful. Indeed, everyone had the extremely happy expression that Mr. Pike had displayed earlier, because of the exceptional weather. Groups formed. There were always about 3 or 4 people standing at the reception desk. Women sat in armchairs, waiting for their escorts, whom they then followed into the dining room. Maigret remembered that there was another entrance to the hotel from the embankment. If he had been in Paris, it would have been so simple. Pike had certainly put himself out to help, but Maigret did not wish to abuse his welcome. In fact, whenever he was in England, he was always afraid of looking ridiculous. Had Inspector Pike had the same humiliating feeling on his visit to France? Upstairs in the corridor, for example, in France he would not have been put off his stroke by the appearance of a chambermaid. He would probably simply have said something to her, mentioning that he was from the police, and continued to keep watch. "Beautiful day, sir, isn't it?" Even that was beginning to get on his nerves. These people were all too satisfied with their exceptional sunshine. Nothing else seemed to matter. Passers-by in the street seemed to be walking as if in a dream. "Do you think he'll come, sir?" "Well, he probably will, won't he? The Savoy must be on his list." "I'm a little afraid that Fenton may have blundered." "Who is Fenton?" "My colleague, the man Inspector Pike posted at the Lancaster. He was supposed to sit in reception like me and wait, and then he was supposed to follow the young man." "And he's no good at his job?" "It's not that, sir. He's very good. But he has red hair and a moustache, so once you've seen him, you'll remember him if you see him again." The officer glanced at the time and sighed. Maigret was watching the lifts. Jeanne de Bull emerged from one of them wearing an elegant spring outfit. She appeared perfectly at ease. On her lips was the vague smile of a woman who knows she is beautiful and well-dressed. Several men's eyes turned towards her. Maigret had noticed the large diamond on her finger. Acting entirely naturally, she took a few steps into the hall, looking at the faces around her, then left her room key with the concierge, and hesitated. She had seen Maigret. Was it for his benefit that she staged the little scene? There were 2 possible places to eat lunch: the large dining room opening off the back of the hall with wide bay windows facing the Thames, and the Savoy Grill, smaller and less imposing, where there were more diners, with windows giving a view of the hotel entrance. It was to the Grill that she eventually headed. She spoke briefly to the maître d', who led her attentively to a little table near a window. Just then, the officer alongside Maigret said, "Here he is." Maigret turned sharply to view the street and the revolving door, but saw no one corresponding to the photograph of Alain Lagrange. He was opening his mouth to ask a question, but before the words passed his lips, he understood. A little man with flaming red hair and a conspicuous moustache was approaching the door. It wasn't Alain, but the police officer, Fenton. He looked round for his colleague, went over to him, and ignoring the presence of Maigret, asked, "He hasn't turned up?" "No. He came to the Lancaster, then I followed him. He went to the Montreal. I'm wondering whether he saw me. He turned round 2 or 3 times, then he suddenly jumped into a taxi. I lost a minute trying to find another myself. I've been to 5 hotels, and he hasn't." One of the bellhops was leaning over Maigret. "The head clerk at reception would like a word with you," he whispered. Maigret followed him. The head clerk, wearing a morning coat and a flower in his buttonhole, was holding a telephone handset. He winked at Maigret, a sign that the inspector thought he could interpret. Then he spoke into the mouthpiece. "I'll pass you on to someone who will be able to answer your question." Maigret took the receiver. "Hello? You speak French?" "Yes. Oui, je parle français. I want to know if Madame Jeanne de Bull is staying at the hotel." "On whose behalf?" "One of her friends." "Do you wish to speak to her? I can put you through to her room." No. The voice sounded distant. "Her key is not on the board, so she must be in. I expect she'll be downstairs before long." "Thank you." Can't I—" The Alain had already hung up. He was no fool, it seemed. He must have realized he was being followed, and rather than present himself in person at the different hotels, he decided to telephone, either from a public kiosk or from a bar. The reception clerk was now passing Maigret another telephone receiver. "Another call for you, Monsieur Maigret." This time it was Pike, asking if they could have lunch together. "No, it would be preferable for me to stay here." "Have my men been successful?" "Not entirely. It's not their fault." "The trail's gone cold?" "No, we will certainly be coming here sooner or later." At any rate, they will remain at your disposal. I'll keep the one who isn't called Fenton, if that's all right. Keep Brian. Good choice. He's intelligent. This evening, perhaps. Perhaps. He rejoined the two Englishmen who were still chatting, but fell silent as he arrived. Brian must have been explaining to Fenton who he was, and the redhead looked contrite. Thank you, Mr. Fenton. I've picked up the whereabouts of the young man, and we'll be needing you again today. Can I offer you a drink? Never on duty. Mr. Brian, what I'd like you to do is to go and order lunch near the lady who is wearing a blue flowered jacket and skirt. If she goes out, try to follow her. A slight smile crept across Brian's features as he watched his colleague walk off. You can count on me. I'll put the bill on my account. Maigret was feeling thirsty, and he went on feeling thirsty for half an hour. Since the deep armchairs made him feel warm, he stood up and wandered round the hall, ill at ease among these people speaking English, who all had a reason to be there. How many times did he see the door evolve, sending a flash of sunlight across the walls? It seemed to happen more than before. There was a constant flow. Cars drew up and left, the old-fashioned, comfortable and picturesque London taxis, Bentleys and Rolls-Royces, with impeccably turned-out chauffeurs, or little sports cars. His throat was swollen with thirst, and from where he stood he could see the bar full of customers, the pale martinis, which from a distance looked so cool in their clouded glasses, and the whiskies that the men standing at the bar were holding in their hands. That if he went in there he would lose sight of the door. He moved closer, then retreated, and regretted sending Fenton away, since he could after all have kept watch for a few minutes. As for Brian, he was now eating and drinking. Maigret was beginning to feel hungry as well. He was just sitting back down with a sigh when an elderly white-haired gentleman in the next armchair pressed an electric bell that Maigret had not noticed. A few moments later, a white-jacketed waiter was leaning over him. A double scotch on the rocks, please. So that was how it was done. As simple as that. It did not occur to him that he could be served in the hall. The same for me, too, please. Or, I suppose you don't have any beer? Certainly, sir. What kind of beer would you like? The bar had all kinds. Dutch, Danish, German, and even some French export beer that Maigret never heard of. In France, he would have asked for 2 glasses at once, so thirsty was he. Here he didn't dare, and he was furious with himself for not daring. It humiliated him to feel intimidated. Were the waiters, the maitre d', the bellhops and porters more impressive than in Parisian luxury hotels? It seemed to him as though everyone was staring at him, and that the old gentleman on his left was scrutinizing him with a critical eye. Now, was Alain Lagrange going to make up his mind to come or not? It was not the first time this had happened to him. Maigret was all at once, for no reason, losing confidence in himself. What was he doing here when it came down to it? He had spent a sleepless night. He had drunk coffee in a concierge's lodge, then listened to the ramblings of a plump girl in pink pajamas who kept flashing a stretch of her belly at him, and had tried very hard to seem interesting. What else? Alain Lagrange had stolen his revolver, then threatened someone in the street and seized his wallet before taking the plane to London. Meanwhile, in the special infirmary, the Baron was pretending to be insane. What if he really was insane? And supposing Alain did turn up at the hotel, what was Maigret going to do? Go up to him politely, tell him he needed to do some explaining, and that they would have to have a talk? And what if he tried to escape or turn violent? What would Maigret look like in front of all these English people, beaming at the good weather, if he attacked a youth? Perhaps everyone would fall on him. This had happened to him once when he was young, and was policing public transport. The moment he had clapped his hand on the shoulder of a pickpocket coming out of the metro, the man had started yelling, "Help! Help!" and the crowd had then held on to Maigret until the local police arrived. He was still thirsty, but hesitated to ring for a waiter, then finally pressed the white button, certain that his elderly neighbour would consider him an unmannerly fellow who drank any number of beers on end. And then he thought he saw a figure outside, and said without thinking, "A whiskey and soda." "Yes, sir." It wasn't Alain. From closer up, the man was nothing like him, and was in any case joining a girl waiting for him at the bar. Maigret was still sitting there, bemused, with a bad taste in his mouth, when Jeanne de Boule, visibly in excellent spirits, walked out of the grill towards the revolving door. Once outside, she waited for one of the porters to hail a taxi for her. Brian was following her, looking cheerful too, and he winked at Maigret as he went past. He seemed to be saying, "Don't worry," and he got into a second taxi. If Alain Lagrange had been doing them any favours, he would have turned up now. Jean de Boule had left the building. There was no danger that he would rush at her and fire his automatic. The front hall was quieter than half an hour earlier. People had finished their lunch. With flushed cheeks, they were streaming out one after another back to their offices or for a stroll down Piccadilly or Regent Street. "Same again, sir?" "No, this time I like a sandwich." "Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but we're not allowed to serve food in the hall." He could have wept with rage. "Oh, give me what you like, then. Yes, the same again." The hell with it. It wasn't his fault after all. Chapter 7. Concerning a real bar of chocolate, and a cat that caused a stir in the neighbourhood in times gone by. At 3 o'clock, 3:30, and 4 o'clock, Maigret was still there, and still as uncomfortable as when, after days of sultry, stormy weather, people glower at each other, so oppressed by the heat that you expect to see them open their mouths to pant like fish out of water. But with the difference that he was the only person in this state. There wasn't the shadow of a storm in the air. The sky above the Strand was still a brilliant blue, verging on violet, with an occasional little white cloud floating across its surface like a feather escaping from an eiderdown. Now and then he found himself examining his neighbours as if he felt personal animosity towards them. At other moments, an inferiority complex weighed down on him and made him look sullen. They were all too clean, all too sure of themselves. The most exasperating of all was the head clerk at reception in his elegant morning coat and stiff collar, which was not wilting with a drop of perspiration. He must have taken a liking to Maigret, or was possibly feeling sorry for him as from time to time he flashed him a smile, intended to be both complicit and encouraging. He seemed to be saying over the crowd of anonymous travellers, "We're both victims of our professional duty. Can I do anything for you?" Maigret would no doubt have replied, "You could bring me a sandwich." He felt sleepy, and hot, and hungry. When, a few minutes after 3 o'clock, he had rung for another glass of beer, the waiter had looked as shocked as if he had turned up at church in shirt-sleeves. "I'm sorry, sir, but the bar is now closed until 5:30. And Maigret had muttered something like, "Barbarians." 10 minutes later, he had hesitatingly approached a bellhop, the youngest and least daunting of them. "Can you go and buy me a bar of chocolate?" He could last out no longer without something to eat, so he devoured one by one small pieces from a bar of chocolate which he kept hidden in his pocket. By now, in this luxury hotel, he was surely looking like a caricature of a French policeman, the kind journalists describe as a clodhopper. He caught himself dancing at his reflection and thought he appeared clumsy and badly dressed. Pike, on the other hand, could pass for a bank manager rather than a policeman, or perhaps an assistant bank manager. At any rate, a trusted employee, a meticulous head clerk. Would Pike have been willing to sit and wait as Maigret now was, without even knowing whether anything would happen? At 20 to 4, the reception clerk beckoned him over. "Paris is on the phone for you. Perhaps you'd like to take the call from the desk." There was a row of telephone cabins on the right, but if he had gone inside one he would not have been able to watch the door. "Is that you, Chief?" It did him good to hear Luca's cheerful voice. "Any news your end?" "We found the gun. I thought it best to let you know." "Details?" "Just before noon. I went over to look round the old man's place." "Rue Pavancourt?" "Yes. I went just on the off chance to have another poke around everywhere. Didn't find anything. Then, because I heard a baby crying down in the yard, I leaned out of the window. You probably remember his apartment's on the top floor and the ceilings are quite low. There's a corner gutter to collect rainwater, and I saw that you could reach it with your hand." "And the gun was in the gutter?" "That's right, just below the window. A pretty little piece, automatic, made in Belgium, initials on it A.D. André Deltaille." "Exactly. I checked at the Prefecture of Police. A politician had a gun permit. The number matched." "And that was the murder weapon?" "Forensics have just given me a report by phone. I waited for it before calling you." "Yes, positive." "Prints?" "Just the dead man's, and François Lagrange's." "Anything else?" "The afternoon papers here are full of it. There's a crowd of reporters in our corridor. I believe one of them has heard about your going to London, and he's taken a plane over. Watteau has telephoned us 2 or 3 times to ask if you're making any progress." "And that's all?" "Lovely weather here." "Even Luca." "Have you had lunch?" "Yes, Chief, a very good one." "Well, I haven't." Hello, don't cut me off, please, mademoiselle." "Luca, are you listening? I want you to put a watch on the building at 7A, Boulevard Richard Wallace, just in case. And question the taxi drivers in case one of them picked up Alain Lagrange anywhere. The son, you know, you've got his photo.
Got it, Chief.
You'll need to find out whether anyone drove him on Thursday morning to Gare du Nord.
I thought he'd gone overnight by plane.
Never mind. Tell the chief I'll be in touch when I have an injury report.
You haven't found the kid yet?
Maigret preferred not to answer. It irked him to know that he had had Anna on the other end of the line, that for hours his movements across London had been tracked minute by minute, but that they were still no further forward. Alain Lagrange, with Maigret's large automatic in his pocket, was somewhere around, not far away, no doubt, and all the inspector could do was watch the crowd of people coming and going before his eyes. Very well, that's all for now. His eyelids were stinging. He dared not sit back down in an armchair for fear of falling asleep, and the chocolate was making him feel sick. He went out to take a breath of air on the street.
Taxi, sir?
No, he couldn't take a taxi, any more than he could go for a walk. He couldn't do anything except stay on the spot, like an imbecile.
Lovely weather, sir?
No sooner was he back inside the hall than his private enemy, the reception clerk, was calling him over, telephone in hand.
For you, Monsieur Maigret?
This time it was Pike.
I just had a report from Brian, so I'm passing it on.
Thank you. The lady left the cab at Piccadilly Circus and walked up Regent Street, doing some window shopping. She didn't seem in a hurry. She went into 2 or 3 shops, bought various items, and asked for them to be delivered to the Savoy.
To on a list?
What kind of things?
Lingerie, gloves, shoes.
Then she went on along Old Bond Street and back down Piccadilly, and half an hour ago she went into a cinema with a continuous film show. Brian is still watching her. Another detail which would ordinarily not have troubled him, but which now put him in a bad mood. Instead of telephoning Maigret directly, Brian had reported to his hierarchical superior.
Still on for dinner tonight?
I'm not sure. I'm beginning to think not.
Fenton is distraught about what happened.
It wasn't his fault.
If you need another of my men, or even several—
No. Thank you. But what in heaven's name was the wretched Anna up to? Had Maigret been mistaken about us all along? Can you get me the Gilmore Hotel? He asked once he'd finished the call with Pike. From the reception clerk's expression, he guessed this was not a 5-star hotel, and now he had to speak English since the man at the other end didn't have a word of French.
Did a Monsieur Alain Lagrange, who checked in with you very early this morning, come back during the day? Who spake him, please?
Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, Police Judiciaire, Paris.
Hold on, please.
He had called someone else, who must be more important and who had a more solemn voice. I beg your pardon, this is the manager of the Gilmore Hotel. Maigret repeated his request. Why do you want to know? He embarked on a roundabout explanation for want of finding the right words in English. In the end, the reception clerk took the telephone from him. Allow me. He needed to pronounce only 2 sentences, including a reference to Scotland Yard. When he hung up, he looked very pleased with himself. These people are always a little distrustful of foreigners. The manager of the Gilmore had been wondering, in fact, whether he should call the police. The young man picked up his key and went to his room at about 1 o'clock. He didn't stay there long. Later, one of the chambermaids was cleaning a room on the same floor, reported that her master key, which she left in the lock, had disappeared. Does that mean anything to you? Yes, indeed. In fact, it altered the impression he had had so far of Anna. The young man had been thinking hard since the morning. He had told himself that if the master key of a member of staff opens all the rooms in one hotel, there's a good chance it would open the rooms of another hotel. Maigret went back to sit down. It was 5 o'clock. Suddenly, he returned to reception. Do you think it will be possible for a key from the Gilmore to open any rooms here?
It's unlikely.
Would you mind checking that none of your chambermaids has lost a master key today?
I suppose if she had, she would have reported it to the floor manager.
And she would have.
Wait just a minute.
He finished dealing with a hotel guest who wanted to change rooms because there was too much sunlight in his, then disappeared into a nearby office, where the telephone rang several times. When he came back, he was less defensive, and his brow was furrowed.
You're right. A set of keys has gone missing on the 6th floor.
In the same way as up at Gilmore.
Yes, just the same. The maids all have this habit in spite of the rules of leaving the keys in the lock.
How long ago was this?
Half an hour ago. Do you think this is going to cause trouble for us?
And the man gazed round the hall with the anxious air of a captain responsible for his ship. Cost what it might, he needed to avoid the slightest mishap that might tarnish the brilliance of this beautiful summer's day. In France, Maigret would have said, Give me another master key, I'm going up there. If Jeanne de Bleu comes back, keep her down here for a while and warn me. But not here. He was sure they would not let him go into another person's hotel room without a warrant. He was prudent enough to carry on pacing in the hall for a while. Then he decided to wait for the bar to open, which was only a few minutes ahead, and neglecting briefly to watch the door, he allowed himself time to drink 2 half-pints of beer. "Thirsty, are we, sir?" "Yes." And his yes was ferocious enough to silence the smiling barman. He worked his way round so as not to be seen from the reception desk and took the lift, worried by the thought that his entire plan now depended on the goodwill of a member of a hotel staff. The long corridor was empty when he reached it, and he slowed down, waiting until he saw a door open. A valet in a pinstriped waistcoat emerged, holding a pair of gentlemen's shoes. Then, with the assurance of a casual guest, whistling a tune, he headed towards the man before feeling in his pockets and looking embarrassed. "Valet, please," he said in English. "Yes, sir?" He kept on patting his pockets. This wasn't the same man as earlier in the day. He must have just come on duty. "Could you be so kind as to open my door for me? To save me going downstairs to fetch my key." The valet was unsuspecting. "With pleasure, sir." When the door was opened, he did not look inside where he would have seen a woman's dressing gown hanging up. Maigret closed the door with care, mopped his forehead, and went into the middle of the bedroom, where he said in a normal voice, as if he were carrying on a conversation, "Well, here we are at last." He had not peered into the bathroom, although the door was open, nor into the cupboards. In fact, he was more apprehensive than he appeared, or than his voice would lead anyone to suspect. "Now then, son, at last we're going to be able to have a little chat. Just the two of us." He sat down heavily in an armchair, took a pipe from his pocket, and lit it. He was sure that Alain Lagrange was hiding somewhere, perhaps in one of the wardrobes, perhaps under the bed. He also knew that the young man had a gun, that he was the nervous type, and that his nerves were probably a breaking point. "All I'm asking is that you don't do anything stupid." He thought he heard a slight noise coming from the direction of the bed. He wasn't sure, and did not bend down to look. "Once upon a time," he began, as if he were going to tell a story, "I saw a very funny incident near where I live, on Boulevard Michel-Lenoir. It was summertime then, too. One evening, after a very hot day, and the heat had lingered, so all the neighbors were outside." He spoke slowly, and anyone walking in at that moment would have considered him to be eccentric at the very least. "I don't know who first spotted the cat. I think it was a little girl who should have been in bed at that time of night. It was getting dark. She pointed at a dark shape in a tree. As usual, passers-by stopped to look. From my window, leaning out, I could see them pointing up. Other people came to join them. Before long, there were about 100 of them around the base of the tree, so I ended up going to see for myself." He interrupted his story to say, "We're quite alone here, which makes it easier." What was attracting the attention of all these folk on the boulevard was a cat, a large ginger cat, clinging to the edge of a branch. It looked terrified to find itself there. It can't have realized how high it had climbed. It didn't dare turn round to get down, and it didn't dare jump either. The local women looked up and felt sorry for it. The men tried to find a way of dislodging it from its precarious position. A workman who lived opposite said, "I'll get a double ladder." So they put the ladder against the tree, and he climbed up. He was about a meter short of the branch, but seeing him stretch out his arm, the cat started spitting with anger and tried to scratch him. A small boy said, "I'll climb up." "You can't do that," people said. "The branch isn't strong enough." "Well, I could shake it, and you could stretch a sheet out underneath." He must have seen the firemen doing this, perhaps in a cinema newsreel. Things turned dramatic. The concierge brought out a bedsheet. The boy shinned up a tree and shook the branch, and the poor creature at the other end clung on with all its claws, looking wide-eyed. Everyone felt sorry for it. "Perhaps if we fetched a longer ladder. Watch out, it might be rabid. There's blood around its mouth." And that was true. They felt both sorry for the cat and afraid of it. Understand, nobody wanted to go to bed without knowing how the cat story would end. How could they persuade the animal that if it fell into the sheet it wouldn't come to any harm, or get it to turn round on its perch? Maigret was almost expecting a voice to ask, "So what did happen?" But no one spoke. So he carried on. In the end, they managed it. A big lanky man crept along one end of a branch and used a walking stick to dislodge the cat, which fell into the sheet. When they unfolded it, the cat ran away so fast that they scarcely glimpsed it cross the road and disappear through a cellar window. And that's all. This time he was sure someone had moved under the bed. The cat was frightened because it didn't realize that nobody wished it any harm. Silence. Maigret puffed on his pipe. And I don't intend any harm to come to you either. You didn't kill Henri Deltide. As for my revolver, that's not such a serious matter. At your age, if I'd been in the state you were in, I might have done the same myself. It was my fault, really. Yes, it was. If at lunchtime I hadn't gone for a drink first, I'd have arrived home half an hour earlier, and you would still have been there. He was speaking in a neutral, even soporific voice. What would have happened? You could have told me quite straightforwardly what you meant to tell me, because it was to speak to me that you'd come to our house. You had no idea that a revolver would be lying on the mantelpiece. You wanted to tell me the truth, and ask me to save your father. He fell silent for longer this time, to allow his words time to penetrate the young man's mind. Don't move yet. You don't need to. We're doing well like this. But I would just ask you to take great care with the automatic. It's a special model, and the U.S. police are very proud of it. The trigger is so sensitive that you hardly need to touch it before it discharges. I've never used it myself. It was just a souvenir. Do you understand? He sighed. Now, let's see what you would have told me if I'd got back for lunch earlier. You'd have had to tell me about the corpse. Wait, there's no hurry. In the first place, I assume you weren't in on Tuesday night when Deltide came round to see your father. If you had been there, things would have worked out differently. You must have got home when it was all over. Probably by then the body'd been hidden in the spare room, or maybe it was already inside the trunk. Your father said nothing. I'm guessing that you don't say very much to each other. He caught himself once more, waiting for an answer. Very well. Perhaps you suspected something, perhaps not. But next day you discovered the body. You said nothing. It would be difficult to raise a subject like that with one's father. And your father was in a state of collapse and sick. Then you thought of me, because you read the press cuttings that your father collected. And let's see, you probably have said something like this to me. There's a corpse in our apartment. I don't know what happened, but I know my father. For a start, he's never had a gun in the house. Because I'll bet there's never been one, has there? I don't know your father very well, but I'm pretty sure he's scared stiff of firearms. You would have gone on. He wouldn't hurt a fly, but he's the one who'll be accused of murder. He won't tell the truth because there's a woman involved. And if this was what you told me, I would of course have helped you. We would have tried together to find out the truth, and by now more than likely that woman would be in prison. Was he hoping it would happen now? He mopped his brow, waiting for a reaction that wasn't coming. I had quite a long conversation with your sister. I imagine you're not very fond of her. She's an egoist, completely self-centered. I've not had time to meet your brother Philippe, but he must even more hard-hearted. They both resent your father because of the childhood they had, and yet your father did the best he could after all. Not everyone can be strong. But you understood. Under his breath he muttered, Please God, don't let her come in now. Because if she had, it would have probably been like the story of the cat on Boulevard Michel-Lenoir, with the entire population of the Savoy crowding round a frantic teenager. Now, I have to say that there are things that you know and I don't, but there are some things I know and you don't. Your father is at present in the special infirmary at police headquarters. It means he's under arrest, but there's some doubt as to whether he's entirely sane. As usual, the psychiatrists can't agree. They never do. What must be uppermost in his mind is not knowing where you are, or what you're going to do. He knows you, and he knows you're capable of following through once you've got an idea into your head. Jeanne de Bulle, at this moment, is at the cinema. It wouldn't help anyone if she were to be shot on returning to the room. It would, in fact, be extremely unhelpful. First, because that would make it impossible to question her, and secondly, because you would be taken in charge by the British judicial system, which would most probably sentence you to hang. So, there you are, son. It's horribly hot in this room, and I'm going to open the window. I'm not armed, People wrongly imagine that inspectors from the police judiciaire carry guns. In fact, they have no more right to carry them than an ordinary citizen. I'm not looking under the bed. I know you're there. I know more or less what you're thinking. It's hard for you, of course. It's less spectacular than shooting a woman and taking justice into your own hands. He went over to the window, which he opened, then leaned his elbows on the sill, looking out. Still no sign of movement behind him. Can you not make up your mind? He grew impatient and turned once more to face the room. I'm beginning to think you're less intelligent than I reckoned. What good will it do to stay there? Answer me, you silly boy. Because that's what you are, a silly boy. You haven't understood anything about this whole story, and if you carry on like this, you're the one who'll bring the law down on your father. Just put the gun down, you hear me? I forbid you to touch it. Put it on the floor. And now, come out from under there. He seemed genuinely angry. Perhaps he really was. At any rate, he was in a hurry to be done with this unpleasant conversation. As in the case of the cat, one false move, one thought occurring to the young man would be enough to... And kill him, move on. She'll be back before long. It will look really ridiculous if she finds us both here, you under the bed, and me trying to get you to come out. I'm going to count to 3. 1, 2, and if you're not out by 3, I'll call the hotel detective. Then, at last, 2 feet appeared, shoes with worn soles, then some cotton socks and the turn-ups of a pair of trousers which rode up as the boy crawled out. To help him, Maigret returned to the window and could hear first someone sliding on the floor, then the slight sound of the same person getting to his feet. He had not forgotten that the young man had a gun, but he was giving him time to collect himself. Are you out now? He turned around. Alain was facing him, his navy blue suit covered in dust, his tie awry, and his hair tousled. He was very pale, his lips trembled, and his gaze seemed to be staring right through the objects in the room. Now give me back my automatic. Maigret held out his hand, and the youth felt in his right pocket, and held out his hand in turn. That's better, don't you think? He heard a faint, yes. Then straight away, what are you going to do? Well, first of all, have something to eat and drink. Aren't you hungry? Yes. I don't know. Well, I am very hungry. And there's an excellent grill room downstairs. He made towards the door. What have you done with the master key? Alain took not one, but a whole bunch of keys from his trouser pocket. You'd better let me hand those back in at reception, otherwise I might make a song and dance about them. In the corridor, he stopped in front of his own door. Best if we go in here and freshen up a bit. He didn't want there to be a scene. He was aware that they were on a knife edge. That was why he was keeping the young man's mind occupied with ordinary material details. Do you have a comb? No. Well, you can use mine. It's clean. He almost received a smile at this. Why are you doing all this? Or what? You know what I mean. Perhaps because I was young once, and because I had a father. Now brush your clothes a bit. Take the jacket off. The springs on that bed can't have been cleaned for a long time. He himself washed his hands and face. I think perhaps I'm going to change my shirt again. I've been sweating so much today. And he proceeded to take off his shirt, so that Alain saw him bare-chested, with his braces hanging down at his sides. You have no luggage, of course. I don't think I could go into this Savoy grill like this. Maigret looked at him critically. Well, your shirt isn't the cleanest. I suppose you slept in it. Yes. I can't lend you one of mine. It will be far too big. This time, Alain really smiled. Well, too bad if the waiters pull faces. We'll have a chat in a quiet corner, and we'll try to get them to serve us a nice cold glass of white wine. They should have some of that. I don't drink. Never? I tried once, and I was so ill I didn't try again. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Why not? I don't know. Are you shy? I don't know. You never wanted to go out with a girl? Perhaps. I think so, but it hasn't happened. Maigret gave up. He had understood him, and on leaving the room he put his large hand on his companion's shoulder. You know, you really gave me a fright, young man. A fright? Why? Would you have fired the gun? At who? At her. Yes. And then shot yourself? Maybe. Afterwards I think I would have. They passed the valet from earlier, who looked round at them. Possibly he'd seen him coming out of room 604, whereas Maigret had gone into 605. They took the lift down. Maigret had his own key in his hand as well as the bunch of master keys. He headed for reception. and he was counting on a little triumph over his private enemy, the man in the well-cut morning coat. He wanted to see the clerk's face when he spotted them together and received the master keys. Alas, it was not him on duty now, but a tall, pale young man with fair hair, who wore an identical coat and buttonhole. He didn't know Maigret at all. "I found these keys in the corridor." "Thank you, sir," he replied with an indifferent air. When Maigret turned round, there was Brian standing in the middle of the hall. To judge by his expression, he was asking if they could have a word. "Excuse me a moment," Maigret said to Anna. He went over to the English policeman. "You found him? Is that him?" "Yes, it is. The lady's just come back." "Has she gone up to her room?" "No, she's gone into the bar." "On her own?" "She's chatting to the barman." "What shall I do?" "Would you mind keeping an eye on her for another hour or two?" "No problem." "If she looks likely to go out again, let me know. I'll be in the grill." Anna had made no effort to run away. Looking awkward and embarrassed, he was waiting, standing apart from the crowd. "Enjoy your meal, sir." "Thank you." He rejoined the young man and propelled him over to the grill, saying, "I could eat a horse." And he surprised himself by remarking as he went through a ray of sunshine striking into the hall through a large bay window, "It's such a beautiful day." Chapter 8, in which Maigret would like to be God the Father, and in which air travel does not suit everybody. "Do you like lobster?" Only Maigret's eyes could be seen over the top of the gigantic menu the head waiter had handed him, and Anna had no idea what to do with his own menu. He was too shy to read it. "Yes, monsieur," he answered like a child in school. "Very well, we'll treat ourselves to homard à l'américaine. But before that I'd like plenty of hors d'oeuvre. Waiter." And once he had ordered, "When I was your age I preferred tinned lobster, and when people said that was sacrilege, I said it had more taste. We opened a tin of lobster about every 6 months on special occasions, because we weren't rich." He leaned back in his chair. "Did it make you very unhappy being short of money?" "I don't know, monsieur. I would have preferred it if my father hadn't had such trouble bringing us up." "You really won't have a drink?" "Just water." But Maigret nonetheless ordered a bottle for himself, a Rhine wine, and they were given wine glasses the colour of absinthe, with darker green stems. The lights were on in the grill, but the sun was still shining outside. The room was filling up fast, with waiters and maîtres d' circulating noiselessly in their black uniform. What fascinated Anna most were the trolleys. One of them, heaped with different hors d'oeuvre, had been wheeled over to their table, and there were others laden with pastries and desserts. One enormous silver-plated trolley had a dome on top that opened up like a box. "Before the war, they used to put a quart of a roasted ox in there," Maigret explained. "I think you eat the best roast beef in the world here. The most impressive, anyway. These days, they put a turkey inside it. Do you like turkey?" "I think so." "If you've still got some appetite left after the lobster, we could order a dish of turkey." "I'm not hungry." Sitting at their little table, they must have looked to outsiders like a rich uncle up from the country treating his nephew to a slap-up dinner at the end of the school year. "I lost my mother very young, like you, and I was brought up by my father." "Did he take you to school?" "No, he couldn't. He had to go to work. We lived in the country. When I was little, my father took me to school and fetched me. He was the only man waiting at the school doors among all the mothers. When we got back, he cooked supper for us all." "Was there a time when you had servants?" "Did he tell you that? You've talked to him?" "Yes, I talked to him." "Is he worried about me?" "I'll telephone Paris presently, so they can reassure him." Anna had not realized that he was eating hungrily, and he even drank a large mouthful of wine, which the waiter automatically served him. He didn't pull a face. It never lasted long. What didn't? Having servants. Our father was so keen for things to improve that he went in for wishful thinking. "From now on, children," he would say, "we're going to live like everyone else. We're moving house tomorrow." "So you moved about?" "Every now and then. We'd arrive in a new apartment with no furniture in it at first. It would be delivered once we were there. And there were new faces, women that my father hired through the employment agency, and who we were supposed to call by their first names. Then, almost at once, the creditors would start showing up. Bailiffs waiting for hours thinking my father was out, when he was hiding in one of the rooms. In the end, they cut off the gas and electricity. It's not his fault. He's very intelligent. He had plenty of ideas. Listen, here's an example." Maigret leaned forward the better to hear, his expression mild and his face full of sympathy.
It was years ago, but I remember that for a long time, 2 years maybe, he went hawking round a lot of offices, a project for developing and modernizing a port in Morocco. People fobbed him off with vague promises. If it had come to anything, we'd have gone to live there and been very rich. When the proposal reached a higher level, they just shrugged their shoulders. They more or less treated my father as mad for thinking of creating a huge port in that place. Now the Americans have built it.
I see. Maigret knew this kind of man so well that could he explain that to his son in present circumstances? What good would he do? The two other children, the elder son and the daughter, had long ago realized the truth and left home without any feelings of gratitude to the father who had, all the same, brought them up. From those two he could not expect an ounce of pity. Only Anna still believed in him, and that was odd, because Anna looked so like his sister that it was disconcerting. A few more mushrooms.
No thanks.
The scene on the street was catching Anna's attention. It was the time of day when, as earlier at lunchtime, cars were rolling up one after another, stopping a minute or so under the awning, where a porter in grey livery would dash forward to hold the door. Unlike at midday, the people getting out of the cars were almost all in evening dress. There were many young couples and some whole families. Most of the women were wearing orchids in their corsage. The men were in tails or tuxedos, and through the glass partition they could be seen coming and going in the hall before taking their seats in the grand dining room, from which the strains of a palm court orchestra could be heard. It had been a beautiful day from start to finish, and there was just enough light left in the setting sun to bathe their faces in an unreal glow. How long did you stay at school?
Until I was 15 and a half.
High school?
Yes, I spent 4 years there, then I left.
Why?
I wanted to earn money to help my father out.
Were you good at schoolwork?
Yes, quite good, except for maths.
Did you find a job straight away?
I got one in an office.
Did your sister give her earnings to your father?
No, she just paid for her keep. She worked it out in detail, but she didn't count the rent or lighting and heating. And she used more electricity than anyone else because she read in bed half the night.
And you handed him all your pay?
Yes.
You don't smoke?
No.
The arrival of the lobster interrupted their conversation for a good while. Alain, too, seemed more relaxed. But sitting as he was with his back to the door, he turned round towards it from time to time. What are you looking for?
Whether she'll come.
You think she will?
I noticed that you went to talk to that man, and then you glanced across at the bar. I deduced she was in there.
Do you know her?
I've never spoken to her.
And would she recognize you?
Yes, she would.
Where's she seen you before?
2 weeks ago, on Boulevard Richard Wallace.
Did you go up to her apartment?
No, I was on the other side of the street outside the gates.
You'd followed your father there?
Yes.
Why? Maigret had gone too far too fast. Anna shrank back.
I don't understand why you're doing all this.
Or what?
With his eyes he indicated the grill, the table, the lobster, the luxury with which he was being surrounded by the man who should logically have been putting him in prison.
We both needed to eat, didn't we? I hadn't had anything since this morning. What about you?
I had a sandwich in a milk bar.
So we're having dinner. Afterwards we'll see.
What are you going to do?
Probably we'll take the plane back together to Paris. Do you like flying?
Not much.
Have you been abroad before?
No. Last year I was supposed to go to Austria to a holiday camp. It's an organization that runs exchanges between the two countries. I'd signed up for it and they told me to get a passport. Then when my turn came up, I had sinusitis and was ill in bed.
Silence. Alain, too, was returning to the subject that preoccupied them both, and he had to get there without being prompted.
Have you two spoken to each other? He asked.
Who do you mean?
Her.
Yes. This morning in her room.
And what did she say?
Nothing.
She's the one who's brought all this trouble down on my father. But you'll see, it won't be possible to pin anything on her.
You believe that?
You must admit you wouldn't dare arrest her.
And why would that be?
I don't know. It's always the same with her. She's taken great care.
And you know what business she had with your father?
Not exactly. It's only in the last few weeks that I found out who she is.
But he's known her a long time.
He met her soon after my mother died. In those days he made no secret of it. I don't remember because I was a baby, but Philippe told me. Father had announced that he was going to marry again, that it would be much better for all of us because there'd be a woman to look after us.
Now that I've seen her and I know what kind of woman she is, I'm sure she was stringing him along. I think you're probably right. Yes. Philippe says that father was very unhappy about it. He would often cry himself to sleep. Then he didn't see her for years after that. Perhaps she left Paris, or perhaps she'd moved away and not told him her new address. About 2 years ago, I noticed a change in my father. What kind of change? It's hard to say. His mood was different. He was more serious, but especially he was anxious. When he heard footsteps on the stairs outside, he would jump, and he would only be reassured when he was a tradesman, even if he was coming to be paid. My brother had left home by then. My sister had announced that she was going to do the same as soon as she was 21. It didn't happen overnight, you know. It was only at times that I started to notice the difference. Before, when he was in a bar, because I sometimes had to meet him there after running some errand, he only drank Vichy water. But he started drinking aperitif, and some night he would come home very out of sorts, claiming he had a headache. His manner towards me wasn't the same. He seemed embarrassed and impatient whenever he said anything to me. Eat up. I'm sorry, I don't feel hungry anymore. A dessert, perhaps. If you like. And was it then that you started following him? Anna hesitated before answering. He frowned and stared hard at Maigret, and at that moment he looked so like his sister that Maigret had to avert his eyes. It's perfectly normal that you should have tried to find out what was going on. But I don't know what's going on. Agreed. All you know is that he often went to visit this woman, usually in the late morning. You followed him to Boulevard Richard Wallace, you said so yourself just now. You were down on the street at the edge of the Bois de Boulogne. Your father and his companion must have gone to the window of the apartment. And that's when she saw you? Yes, she pointed at me, probably because I was looking up at the window. And your father will have told her who you were. Did he mention it after that? No, I was expecting him to raise it, but he didn't. What about you? I didn't dare. Did you find some money? How did you know that? Oh, now, you looked inside your father's wallet in the evening. Not to take any money out, just to know. Not his wallet. He put the money under his shirts in a drawer. A lot? Sometimes 100,000 francs. Sometimes more. Sometimes only 50,000. And was that often? It depended. About once or twice a week. And after one of those evenings he would go to Boulevard Richard Wallace? Yes. And the money wasn't there any more. She left him a few banknotes. Helen noticed a gleam in Maigret's eyes as the inspector looked at the door, but he had sufficient self-control not to turn round. He was well aware the Jeanne de Boule had walked in. Behind her, Brian was addressing a questioning glance at Maigret, who let him know the same way that he could go off duty. If she had left it so late, it was because she had gone upstairs from the bar to change. She was not in full evening dress, but wore an elegant gown from an haute couture fashion house. On her wrist was a large diamond bracelet, and she was wearing diamond earrings as well. She had not seen Anna and the inspector and was following the maitre d', while most of the women in the room scrutinized her. She was shown to a table less than 6 meters away from them, almost facing them. She sat down, looked round as she was handed the menu, caught Maigret's eye, and immediately focused on his companion. Maigret was smiling, the smile of a man who has had a good dinner and is feeling at peace. Anna, who had blushed deeply, did not dare to turn round towards her. Has she seen me? Yes. What's she doing? She's taunting me. What do you mean? She's pretending to be completely at ease, smoking a cigarette and leaning over to look at the hors d'oeuvre on the trolley. Now she's talking to the waiter and flashing her diamonds. And you're not going to arrest her, are you? Said the boy bitterly with a touch of defiance. I won't arrest her today because, don't you see, if I was imprudent enough to do that, she would be able to wriggle out of it. She'll always be able to wriggle out of it, while my father— No, not always. Here in England, I'm at a disadvantage because I'd have to prove that she'd committed the kind of crime that's subject to the laws on extradition. But she won't stay forever in London. She needs Paris too much. She'll go back, and I'd have had time to look into her case. Even if it's not right away, her turn will come. Sometimes we leave people at liberty and give them the impression that they're putting one over on us, for months, or even years. You can look round at her. No need for you to feel ashamed. She's putting on a show. All the same, she would much rather be in your shoes than in hers. Suppose I'd left you there under her bed. She'd have gone upstairs, and by now— Don't go on. Would you have fired the gun? Yes. Why? Alain muttered between gritted teeth.
Because
Do you wish you had?
I don't know. There's no justice.
Yes, there is. And justice is doing the best it can. Of course, if I was God the Father, instead of merely being the head of the crime squad and having to report to my superiors, to the examining magistrate, the state prosecutor, and even the press, I'd arrange things differently.
How?
Well, first of all, I'd forget you pinched my revolver. I could still do that. Then I'd try to see to it that a certain businessman from somewhere in the provinces also forgets that his wallet was taken from him at gunpoint, instead of simply being lost.
The gun wasn't loaded.
Are you sure about that?
I took care to take the cartridges out. I just needed money to come to London.
You knew that the debut woman was here?
I'd followed her in the morning. First, I tried to go up to her apartment, but the concierge—
Yes, I know.
When I came out of the building, there was a policeman at the door, and I thought he must have come for me. I went round the block. When I got back, he'd gone. I hid in a park, waiting for her to come out.
To shoot her?
Maybe. She must have phoned for a taxi. I couldn't get close, but I was lucky and got another taxi on its way back from Puteaux. So I followed her to the station. I saw her get into the Calais train, but I didn't have enough money to buy a ticket.
Why didn't you kill her when she was standing at the train door? Anna shuddered, looked at Maigret to see if he was serious, and whispered,
I didn't dare.
If you didn't dare shoot when you were in a crowd, you probably wouldn't have shot her in the hotel room either. Had you been following your father for a matter of weeks?
Yes.
Do you have a list of the people he went to see?
I could write one out from memory. He went several times to a small bank in Rue Chauchat, and to a newspaper, where he visited the deputy editor. He made a lot of phone calls and was always turning round to make sure he wasn't being followed.
And did you guess what it was all about?
Not at first, but by chance I read this novel about it.
About what?
You know what I mean.
Blackmail?
It was her.
Of course it was. That's why it'll take a little time to lay hands on her. I don't know what kind of life she led before she moved to Boulevard Richard Wallace. It was probably quite eventful, and she would have known all kinds of people. A woman is better placed than a man to discover people's little secrets, especially ones they're ashamed of. When she was past the age for that kind of life, she thought of turning her acquaintances to good account.
She used my father.
Exactly. She didn't go herself to visit her victims and separate them from their money. Your father was a man who was always about town and who didn't have any obvious profession. It didn't look surprising. People almost expected it of him.
Why do you say that?
Because we have to face facts. Perhaps your father was still in love with her. That's my opinion anyway. He's the kind of man who would remain faithful to a passion like that. And Jean de Brule at least gave him enough to live on. But he went in fear of being caught. He was ashamed. He dared not look you in the face. Alain turned with a fierce glare in the direction of the woman, who wore a thin, scornful smile. One strawberry tart, please, waiter.
Aren't you having any?
Alain protested. I don't often take dessert. Bring me a coffee and a brandy. He pushed back his chair a little and took his pipe from his pocket. He was busy packing it when the head waiter came over and whispered a few words apologetically. Then Maigret stuffed the pipe back in his pocket and stopped a passing trolley carrying cigars.
You're not going to smoke your pipe?
No, it's not allowed in here. By the way, have you paid for your hotel room?
No.
Have you still got the master key from the Gilmore that you took in the corridor? He handed it across the table. Nice tart?
Yes.
Alain's mouth was full. He was still only a child, unable to resist something sweet, and at that moment he was entirely concentrating on his dessert. Did he often see Deltaille?
I saw him go twice to Deltaille's office.
Was it really necessary to reveal the whole truth? It was more than likely that the politician, whose wife was asking for a divorce, and who would therefore soon find himself with no money and obliged to leave his mansion on Avenue Henri Martin, was using his influence in return for payments. It was a more serious matter for him than for others, since he had built his entire political career on denouncing other people's scandals and corruption. Had Jean de Brule pushed him too hard? Maigret had a different view on that. Did your father stop saying he was going to change your standard of living? Despite the strawberry tart, Alain's head went up in sudden alarm. What do you mean? Well, you said that in the past he would periodically announce that everything was going to change. Then there came a time when his faith in his star seemed to waver.
He went on hoping, though.
But less than before.
Yes.
And recently?
He once or twice talked about going to live in the south.
Maigret did not press the point. It was his own affair now. It would serve nothing to explain to the son what he deduced. Francois Lagrange, who had been running errands for the debut woman for 2 years, but was being rewarded only with crumbs, had perhaps devised the idea of working on his own account. So, supposing the Jean Debut had ordered him to demand 100,000 francs from Deltaille, who was thought to be very wealthy, and supposing the Baron had asked him for 1,000,000, or more, Lagrange was the kind of man who talked in terms of large sums, having spent his life juggling imaginary fortunes, and Deltaille had decided he wasn't going to pay up. Where were you on Tuesday night? I went to the cinema. Your father had suggested you go out. Alain appeared to concentrate. This idea seemed to be striking him for the first time. Yes, I think so. He said, I think he said, there was a new film showing on the Champs-Élysées and when you got back he was in bed? Yes. I went in to kiss him good night, like every night. He was unwell. He promised he'd call the doctor. And you thought that normal? No. Why? I don't know. I felt anxious. I'd found it hard to get to sleep. There was an unusual smell in the flat, American cigarettes. In the morning I woke at dawn and walked round all the rooms. My father was still asleep. I noticed that the box room, which had been my bedroom when I was younger, was locked and that the key wasn't in the lock. I opened it. How did you do that? With a hook, a trick I learned at school. You bend some wire a certain way and yes, I know, I've done the same thing. Well, I still had one of those old wire hooks in my drawer. Then I saw the trunk in the middle of the room and left it lit. It was best to move quickly on now. Did you say anything to your father? I just couldn't. You went straight out? Yes, I walked the streets. I wanted to go to that woman's place. There must have been a scene, the details of which would never be known unless the Baron one day stopped claiming to be insane. The scene in the apartment between Francois Lagrange and Henri Deltaille. It didn't concern Anna. It was pointless to destroy the image he still had of his father. It was unlikely that the politician had gone to see Lagrange with the intention of killing him. More probably, he wanted to regain possession of the compromising documents which had led to the blackmail, using threats if he had to. And surely, it would look like an unequal contest. Deltaille was full of sarcasm. He was a man used to the cut and thrust of political life, and he was faced only by a fat coward, trembling for his survival. The papers were not in the apartment. Even if Lagrange had agreed to hand them over, he would not have been able to. What had he done? He had no doubt burst into tears, begged for forgiveness. He had promised, and all the time he would have been hypnotized by the revolver which was levelled at him. Yet he was the one who, through his very weakness, had finally gained the upper hand. How had he managed to get hold of the gun? By what trick had he managed to distract the politician's attention? And now he wasn't trembling any more. It was his turn to speak firmly and issue threats. He had probably not meant to pull the trigger. He was too cowardly, too used to shrinking away and receiving kicks up his backside ever since his school days. Then, in the end, I went to your apartment. Alain turned to look at Jean Debut, who was attempting in vain to catch some of their conversation. The sounds in the restaurant, the clatter of crockery, knives and forks, the murmur of conversations, laughter, and the music coming from a large dining room prevented her being able to hear them. We might as well get going. Alain's expression registered a mute protest. And you're going to leave her here? The woman, too, was surprised to see Maigret walk past her without a word. It all seemed too easy to her. Perhaps she'd been hoping for a scene in which she would have played a starring role. In the front hall, where he could at last take his pipe out of his pocket and victoriously crush out his cigar in a huge sand-filled ashtray, Maigret murmured, "Can you wait a moment?" He went over to the porter. "When is the next plane for Paris?" "There's one in 10 minutes, but of course you can't catch that. The next one's at 6:30 in the morning. Do you wish me to book a ticket?" 2. "Names?" He gave them to him. Anna had not moved and was staring at the bright lights of the Strand. "Just a moment. I've got a phone call to make." He need no longer call from the reception desk. He could go into one of the cabins. "Pike, is that you? I'm very sorry not to have been able to have lunch or dinner with you, and I won't see you tomorrow either. I'm leaving tonight." "The 6:30 plane? I'll give you a lift. But see you soon." It was best to let him do it, otherwise he would feel frustrated. Curiously enough, Maigret was no longer sleepy. "Should we take a little stroll outside?" "If you like. Otherwise I won't have set foot on the pavements of London in my whole trip." It was true. Was it because he was conscious of being abroad? It seemed to him that the street lamps shone differently from the Parisian ones. The night was a different colour, and that even the air tasted different. They walked along unhurriedly, looking at the entrances to the cinemas and bars. After Charing Cross, they came to a huge square with a column in the centre. "Did you come this way this morning?"
"I think so. This looks familiar."
"It's Trafalgar Square." Maigret took pleasure in recognising several sights with which he was familiar before they left London, and he took Anna along as far as Piccadilly Circus. "Now all we have to do is to go to bed." Alain could very well have run away. Maigret would not have lifted a finger to stop him, but he knew the young man would not do that. "I'd just like a glass of beer." "Do you mind?" It wasn't so much the beer as the atmosphere inside a London pub that Maigret was after. Alain did not drink anything and waited in silence. "Do you like London?"
"I don't know."
"You might be able to come back here in a few months." "Because a few months is all you'll get."
"Will I be able to see my father?"
"Yes." A little further on, Alain sniffed, which Maigret affected not to notice. As they returned to the hotel, the inspector slipped the master key and some money into an envelope which he addressed to the Gilmore Hotel. "I nearly took it back to France with me." And then to Anna, who looked lost, "Are you coming?" They took the lift.
There was a light under Jeanne de Beau's door, and she was no doubt expecting Maigret to call on her.
She would have a long wait. "Go on in. There are twin beds." And then, as his companion looked awkward, "You can just lie down in your clothes if you prefer." He ordered a morning call for 5:30 and fell into a deep sleep. As for Anna, the ringing of a telephone did not wake him up. "Come on, son. Up you get." Did François Lagrange usually wake him up? Right to the end, this is not a case like any other. "I must say, I'm very pleased."
"Why?"
"Because you didn't shoot. Let's drop the subject now." Pike was waiting for them downstairs, looking just the same as yesterday, and it was another glorious morning. "Lovely day, isn't it?" "Splendid." The car was at the door. Maigret realized that he'd not introduced his companion. "Alain Lagrange?" "Mr. Pike of Scotland Yard." Pike indicated that he had understood and did not ask any questions. Throughout the drive, he talked about the flowers in his garden, in particular an extraordinary shade of hydrangea that he'd managed to grow after years of experimenting. The plane took off into a cloudless sky, with just a little early morning mist. "What are these?" the young man asked, pointing to the stiff paper bags placed for the passengers' convenience. "In case anyone feels sick." Was that why, a few minutes later, Anna turned first white, then green, and with a desperate glance leaned over the bag? He would have given anything not to be sick, especially in front of Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. Chapter 9, in which Maigret discovers the dish tête de veau en tortue and describes London to Madame Maigret. It had been just the same as usual, except that this time a month had not passed since their last dinner. Far from it. Pardon's voice had come down the line. "Are you free tomorrow evening?" "Yes, probably." "Well, with your wife, of course." "Yes." "Do you like tête de veau en tortue?" "Never heard of it." "Well, do you like calf's head?" "It's all right." "Well, you're going to love it in this special sauce. It's a dish I discovered when I was in Belgium. You'll see. But I'm not sure what wine to serve with it. Beer, perhaps." At the last moment, Pardon had opted, as he explained almost scientifically, for a light Beaujolais. Maigret and his wife had come on foot and avoided looking at Rue Popincourt as they went past. Their fellow guest was Jussieu from the forensic lab, according to Madame Maigret, a confirmed bachelor. "I did want Professor Georges to join us, but he said he never goes out for dinner. For the last 20 years he's always eaten at home." The French windows were open, the curved shapes of the wrought iron balcony outlined against the blue of the evening. "Beautiful night, isn't it?" Maigret gave a little smile, but no one else would have been able to understand. He took 2 helpings of the Belgian dish. When they were drinking their coffee, Pardon, who was passing round the cigars, absent-mindedly offered the box to Maigret. "No, thank you. Only at the Savoy." "You smoked a cigar at the Savoy?" his wife said in surprise. "Had to. They came and whispered that my pipe wasn't allowed." Pardon had arranged this dinner party with the sole aim of talking about the Lagrange affair, and everyone was taking care not to broach the subject. They chatted in a desultory way about everything else, except the matter they were all thinking about. "So, you went to visit Scotland Yard?" No, I didn't have time.
How do you get on with them?
Excellently. They really are the most tactful of people. And he genuinely thought that, feeling a certain affection for Mr. Pike, who had waved them goodbye as the plane took off, and who had perhaps been secretly moved by the circumstances.
Are you busy at Katie's affair these days?
Just the usual. Are your patients keeping you busy?
Oh, just the usual.
Then they talked a little about medical matters. So it was 10 o'clock when Pardon decided to whisper,
Have you seen him?
Yes. Have you?
I've been round twice.
The women were discreetly pretending not to listen. As for Jussieu, the case did not concern him any more, so he'd gone to look out of the window.
Has he been confronted with the son?
Yes.
And did he say anything?
Maigret shook his head. Because François Lagrange had stuck to his first attitude, shrinking into himself like a frightened animal. When anyone approached him, he cowered against the wall, his arm raised across his face to ward off blows.
Don't hit me, please, don't hit me.
And his teeth were actually chattering. What does Jean think about him? This time it was Maigret asking the question.
Jean is an expert, perhaps one of our best psychiatrists, but he's petrified by the burden of responsibility.
I can understand that.
And as well as that, he's always been against the death penalty.
Maigret made no comment, puffing gently on his pipe.
One day, while I was talking to him about fishing, he looked horrified. He won't even kill a fish.
So?
Well, if François Lagrange carries on like this for another month.
And will he?
He's frightened enough to do it,
unless anyone pushes him to the limit. Pardon looked intently at Maigret. This was the sole reason for the dinner party, and the question he had long been waiting to ask, and which he conveyed only by his expression. Well, as far as I am concerned, Maigret said quietly, it's out of my hands. I put in my report, but the examining magistrate will abide by the decision of the experts. Why did Pardon look at him with what seemed to be gratitude? It was embarrassing. Maigret felt a little annoyed with him for his indiscretion. It was true that it was out of his hands, but he could obviously have— I've got other fish to fry, he said, standing up. Among various things, a certain Jeanne de Bulle. She came back to Paris yesterday. She still means to brazen it out. But I hope to have her in my office within a couple of months, and then we'll have a proper tete-a-tete. Just the two of us.
Anyone would think she'd wronged you personally,
remarked Madame Maigret, who had nevertheless appeared not to be listening. They dropped the subject. A quarter of an hour later on the dark street, Madame Maigret slipped her hand through her husband's arm. Funny thing, he said. In London, the street lamps, although they're almost the same. And as they walked, he described to her the Strand, Charing Cross, and Trafalgar Square. I thought you hardly had any time to eat anything while you were there. I went out for a stroll for a few minutes after dinner. Alone? No, with him. She didn't ask who he meant. As they approached Boulevard Richard Lenoir, he must have remembered the London pub where he had drunk a glass of beer before going to bed. It made him feel thirsty. Would you mind if— No, of course not. Go and have your drink. I'll wait. Because it was a little bar where she would have felt out of place. When he emerged, wiping his mouth, she took his arm again. Lovely night. Yes. What's the stars? Why was it but seeing a cat slinking into a cellar window as they approached? His face clouded over for a moment. Maigret and Monsieur Charles. Chapter 1. In a still timid ray of March sunshine, Maigret was playing. He was playing not with building bricks like when he was a child, but with pipes. There were always 5 or 6 on his desk, and each time he filled one, he had carefully selected it to suit his mood. His gaze was vague, his shoulders hunched. He had just decided on the future of his career. He had no regrets, but even so, he felt a certain sadness. Mechanically, and with the utmost seriousness, he arranged the pipes on his blotting pad to create geometric or animal shapes. The morning's post sat in a pile on the right-hand side of the desk, but he had no wish to deal with it. On his arrival at the police judiciaire just before 9 that morning, he had found a summons from the prefect of police, which was rare, and he'd gone to Boulevard du Palais, wondering what it boded. The prefect had received him at once, cordial and smiling. "Can you guess why I want to see you?" "I have to admit I can't." "Have a seat, and light your pipe."
The prefect was young, barely 40, a graduate from an elite university. He was stylish, perhaps a little too stylish. "You are aware that the head of the police judiciaire will be retiring next month after being in post for 12 years. I discussed his replacement yesterday with the Interior Minister, and we were both agreed that we should offer the position to you."
The prefect was probably expecting to see Maigret's face light up with pleasure,
But on the contrary, Maigret looked downcast. "Is that an order?" he asked, almost grumpily. "No, of course not. But you must appreciate that it is an important promotion, the biggest step up that an official of the police judiciaire can hope for." "I know. But all the same, I'd rather stay head of the crime squad. Please don't take my reply the wrong way. I've been an active police officer for 40 years, and I'd find it hard to spend my days in an office, studying files and dealing with administrative matters." The prefect did not conceal his surprise. "Why don't you take some time to think it over and give me your answer in a few days? You might also wish to discuss it with Madame Maigret. She would understand. I understand too, and I don't want to press the matter." Even so, he appeared slightly disappointed. He understood without understanding. Maigret needed the human contact his investigations afforded him, and he'd often been criticized for not conducting them from his desk, choosing instead to play an active role and undertaking tasks that were usually carried out by inspectors. He toyed with his pipes, his mind a blank. The latest arrangement reminded him of a stork. The window sparkled in the sunlight. The prefect had shown him to the door and shaken his hand warmly. Even so, Maigret knew that his superiors would be annoyed. He slowly lit one of the pipes and smoked it in little puffs. Within minutes, he decided his future, in the short term anyway, because in 3 years' time he would have to retire. At least let him spend those 3 years as he pleased, for goodness sake. He needed to get out of his office, soak up the atmosphere and discover different worlds with each new investigation. He needed the cafes and bars where he so often ended up waiting at the counter, drinking a beer or a calvados, depending on the circumstances. He needed to do battle patiently in his office with a suspect who refused to talk, and sometimes after hours and hours, to obtain a dramatic confession. He felt queasy. He was afraid that on reflection he would be forced to accept this appointment, one way or another. But he didn't want it at any price, even though it was a sort of badge of honor. He stared at the pipes, occasionally moving them like the pieces on a chessboard. He jumped when he heard discreet taps on the door between his office and that of the inspectors. Without waiting for a reply, Lapointe came in. "Sorry to disturb you, Chief." "You're not disturbing me at all." It was now nearly 10 years since Lapointe had joined the police judiciaire, and he'd been nicknamed Young Lapointe. He'd been thin and lanky in those days. Since then, he'd filled out a bit. He had married and had 2 children, but the nickname had stuck, and some called him Maigret's little puppy. "There's a woman in my office who is adamant she must see you in person. She won't say a word to me. She's sitting bolt upright, absolutely still, and is determined to have her way." This often happened. Because of articles in the press, people insisted on seeing him, and only him, and it was often difficult to get them to change their minds. Some even came to his apartment in Boulevard Vichy-Lenoir. Goodness knows how they had managed to get hold of his home address. "Did she give you her name?" "Here's her card." "Madame Saban-Levesque, 207A Boulevard Saint-Germain." "I find her strange," said Lapointe. "She stares straight ahead and has a sort of twitch that pulls down the right-hand corner of her mouth. She hasn't taken her gloves off, but you can see her fingers are clenched." "Sure in, and stay here. Grab your notebook just in case." Maigret looked at his pipes and heaved a rueful sigh. Playtime was over. When the woman entered, he rose to his feet. "Please, have a seat, madame." Her eyes bored into him. "You are Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, are you not?" "Yes." "I imagined you fatter." She was wearing a fur coat and matching hat. Was it mink? Maigret had no idea, because the wife of a divisionary chief inspector generally had to be content with rabbit, or at best, muskrat or nutria. Madame Saban-Levesque's eyes roved slowly around the office as if making an inventory. When Lapointe sat down at the end of a desk with his notebook and pencil, she asked, "Is this young man going to stay in the room?" "Of course." "Is he going to make a note of our conversation?" "It's the rule." Her brow furrowed, and she gripped her crocodile skin handbag tighter. "I thought I'd be able to speak with you in private." Maigret did not reply. He observed his customer, and like Lapointe found her odd, to say the least. Sometimes her gaze was disturbingly fixed, and sometimes she seemed absent. "I presume you know who I am." "I read your name on your card." "Do you know whom my husband is?" "I expect he has the same name as you." "He's one of the most prominent lawyers in Paris." Her lips kept twitching, one corner of her mouth turning down, trembling. She seemed to be finding it hard to remain composed. "Please, continue." "He has disappeared." "In that case, I'm not the right person to talk to. There's a special missing persons department." She gave a joyless, ironic smile. I didn't bother to reply. It was difficult to guess her age. She couldn't be much more than 40, 45 at most, but her face bore the signs of suffering, and her eyes were puffy. "Did you drink before coming here?" Maigret suddenly asked. "Is that of interest to you?" "Yes. You're the one who insisted on seeing me, aren't you? You should expect questions that you may feel are indiscreet." "I thought she would be different, more understanding." "It is precisely because I try to understand that I need to know certain things." "I had 2 glasses of brandy to give myself courage." "Only 2." She looked at him but said nothing. "When did your husband go missing?" "Over a month ago, on the 18th of February. Today is the 21st of March. "Did he tell you he was going away?" "He didn't breathe a word to me." "And it's taken you all this time to report his disappearance?" "Well, I'm used to it." "To what?" "To him disappearing for a few days." "Has this been going on for long?" "Yes. It began shortly after our marriage, 15 years ago." "He doesn't give you any reason for these trips?" "I don't think he actually goes away." "I don't understand." "He stays in Paris, or in the area." "How do you know?" "Because the first few times I had him followed by a private detective. I stopped because it was always the same thing." Her speech was slurred, and it wasn't just 2 glasses of brandy that she'd drunk, nor had it been to give herself courage, because her ravaged face and her struggle to maintain her composure revealed that she was a hardened drinker. "I'm waiting for you to give me some details." "My husband is like that." "Like what?" "He gets swept off his feet. He meets a woman he fancies and feels the urge to live with her for a few days." "Until now, his longest fling, as it were, lasted 2 weeks. You're not going to tell me that he picked them up in the street?" "Almost. Usually in nightclubs." "Did he go out alone?" "Always." "He never took you with him?" "We haven't meant anything to each other for a long time." "Even so, you are worried." "About him." "Not about yourself?" There was a steely glint of defiance in her eyes. "No." "You don't love him any more?" "No." "What about him? Does he love you?"
"Even less."
"But you still live together?"
"The apartment is large. We keep different hours, so we don't often run into each other."
Lapointe was taking notes with surprise written all over his face. "Why have you come here?"
"So that you can find him."
"Were you never worried in the past?"
"A month is a long time. He didn't take anything with him, not even a small suitcase or clean underwear, and he didn't take one of the cars, either."
"Do you own several cars?"
"2. The Bentley, which he takes most frequently, and the Fiat, which is more or less for my use."
"Do you drive?"
"The chauffeur Vittorio drives me when I go out."
"You go out a lot?"
"Nearly every afternoon."
"To meet up with women friends?"
"I don't have any friends."
He had really encountered such a bitter and disconcerting woman. "Do you go shopping?"
"I hate shopping."
"Do you go for walks in the Bois de Boulogne or elsewhere?"
I go to the cinema. Every day. Almost. When I'm not too tired. As with drug addicts, there came a moment when she needed a fix.
And that moment had come. It was obvious that she'd have given anything for a glass of brandy, but Maigret could hardly offer her one, even though there was a bottle in his cupboard for certain occasions that arose. He felt a little sorry for her. "I am trying to understand, Madame Summer."
"Summer Levesque," she corrected him. "As you prefer. Has your husband always been in the habit of absconding for days at a time?" "Never for an entire month." "You already said so." "I have a premonition."
"What premonition?"
"I'm afraid that something's happened to him."
"Do you have a reason for thinking that?"
"No. You don't need a reason to have a premonition."
"You say your husband is a prominent lawyer."
"Let us say that he has a very large firm and one of the most prestigious clienteles in Paris."
"How can he take leave so frequently?"
"Gérard does as little legal work as possible. He inherited the firm from his father, but it's mainly the chief clerk who deals with things."
"I have the impression you are tired."
"I'm always tired. I am in poor health."
"What about your husband?"
"At 48, he's like a young man."
"If I understand correctly, we're likely to learn about his movements from the nightclubs."
"I think so."
Maigret was pensive. He felt as if his questions were on the wrong track, and that the answers he received were leading nowhere. At one point he wondered whether he was in the presence of a madwoman, or in any case a neurotic. He'd seen a number of them in his office over the years, and most of them had made his life difficult. The words she spoke sounded normal, plausible. At the same time, there seemed to be a discrepancy between them and reality. "Do you think he had a lot of money on him?"
"As far as I know, he generally used his checkbook."
"Have you discussed it with the chief clerk?"
"We are not on speaking terms."
"Why not?"
"Because around 3 years ago my husband banned me from his office."
"Did he have a reason?"
"Have no idea."
"You're on bad terms with the chief clerk, but even so, you must know him."
"Lacure, that's his name, has always disapproved of me."
"Was he already part of the firm when your father-in-law died?"
"He joined at the age of 22.
"Might he have a better idea of your husband's whereabouts?"
"It's possible, but if I were to go and ask him, he wouldn't say anything."
That twitch again, which was beginning to irritate Maigret. He had the growing feeling that this interview was an ordeal for his visitor. So why had she come? "Which kind of marriage contract do you have?"
"We were married under the convention of separate assets."
"Do you have a personal fortune?"
"No."
"Does your husband give you all the money you need?"
"Yes, he's not interested in money. I can't swear to it, but I think he's very wealthy."
Maigret asked questions at random. He was trying all avenues, but so far he'd drawn a blank. "Look, you're exhausted." "Understandably. With your permission, I'll come and see you at home this afternoon."
"As you wish."
She hadn't stood up yet, but was still fiddling with her handbag.
"What do you think of me?"
she asked at last in a flat voice. "I don't think anything for now."
"You find me difficult, don't you?"
"Not necessarily."
"At school, the other girls found me difficult, and I've never had any female friends to speak of."
"And yet you are very clever."
"Do you think so?"
She gave a smile, her lips trembling.
"It hasn't done me any good."
"Have you never been happy?"
"Never. I don't know what the word means."
She pointed to Lapointe, who was still taking notes.
"Is it really essential for this conversation to be recorded? It's hard to speak freely when someone's noting down everything you say."
"If there's something you want to tell me in confidence, we'll stop taking notes."
"I don't have anything more to say right now."
She struggled to her feet. Her shoulders drooped and her back was slightly hunched. Her chest hollow.
"Does he have to come with you this afternoon?"
Maigret hesitated, wanting to give her a chance. "I'll come alone."
"At what time?"
"Whenever is best for you."
"I normally take a nap. Would 4 o'clock suit you?"
"Perfectly."
"It's on the first floor. Take the right-hand drawer under the
She did not hold out her hand. She walked stiffly over to the door as if she were afraid of falling over. "Thank you all the same for seeing me," she muttered grudgingly. Then after one last look at Maigret, she made her way towards the main staircase. The two men stared at one another, as if they were each waiting for the other to speak first. The difference was that Lapointe looked bewildered, whereas Maigret was solemn but with a roguish glint in his eyes. He went to open the window, then filled the rather fat pipe he'd selected. Lapointe couldn't contain himself any longer. "What do you think, Chief?" It was a question that his colleagues rarely ventured to ask him, because he generally replied with a grunt that had become familiar. "I don't think." This time he responded with another question. "About this business of the missing husband?" "More about her." Maigret lit his pipe, stationed himself in front of the window, and contemplating the banks of the Seine bathed in sunlight, sighed. "She's a strange woman." Nothing else. He didn't try to analyze his impressions, let alone put them into words. Lapointe gathered that he was perturbed, and regretted having asked his question so impetuously. "She might be mad," he added anyway. And Maigret gave him a brooding look without saying a word. He stayed by the window for a good while, then said, "Will you have lunch with me?" "I'd be delighted, Chief, especially since my wife is at her sister's in Saint-Cloud." "Let's say in 15 minutes." Lapointe went out. Maigret called the switchboard and requested Boulevard Chelenois. "Is that you?" queried his wife's voice before he had opened his mouth. "It's me." "I bet you're going to tell me that you're not coming home for lunch." He guessed right. "Brasserie Dauphine?" with Lapointe. A new case. 3 weeks earlier, he'd concluded his previous investigation, and this desire for lunch in Place Dauphine was a sign of his pleasure in resuming active service. It was also a little like thumbing his nose at the prefect and the interior minister, who'd taken it into their heads to shut him away in a lavish office. "Yes. I haven't seen anything in the newspapers. The press hasn't written about it yet and might not do so." "Well, enjoy it. I was only going to offer you grilled herring." He stood there thinking for a moment, then picked up the telephone again, staring at the chair in which the visitor had sat. He could picture her with her edginess, her shining eyes, and nervous twitch. "Put me through to Maître de Maison, would you?" He knew that at this hour the lawyer would be at home. "Maigret here. How are you? Have you got some poor wretch of a murderer who needs defending?" "Not yet. I simply need some information. Do you know a lawyer named Saban-Levesque, Boulevard Saint-Germain?" "Gérard? Indeed I do. We were at law school together." "What do you think of him?" "Has he run off again?" "You're in the know." "All his friends are in the know. From time to time he gets swept off his feet by a pretty woman and disappears for a night or for a few days. He has a pronounced taste for what I would call semi-professionals, striptease artists, for example, or nightclub hostesses." "Does it happen often?" "About 10 times a year, as far as I'm aware." "Is he a competent lawyer?" "He inherited one of the most prestigious clientèles in Paris, almost the entire Faubourg Saint-Germain, even though he bears no resemblance to a conventional lawyer. He wears light-coloured suits and sometimes loud, checked tweed jackets. He's a very cheerful character, full of life, who always looks on the bright side, which doesn't prevent him from managing the business entrusted to him with outstanding flair. I know several of his clients, male and female, who swear by him." "Do you know his wife?" A pregnant pause. "Yes." "And?" "Well, she's a strange person. I wouldn't like to live with her, and most likely neither does Gérard, because he sees as little of her as possible." "Does she sometimes go out with him?" "Not as far as I know." "Does she have women friends, men friends?" "Not to my knowledge either." "Lovers?" "I haven't heard any gossip about her. Most people take her for a depressive or a madwoman. She drinks like a fish." "I noticed." "I've told you everything I know. Apparently the husband's been missing for a month, and no one's heard from him." "It seems not. That's why she's worried and came to see me this morning." "Why you and not the Missing Persons Bureau?" "That's what I asked." She didn't reply. "Usually when he disappears for a few days, he stays in telephone contact with his chief clerk, whose name I've forgotten. Have you talked to him?" "I'll probably see him this afternoon." A few minutes later, Maigret opened the door to the inspector's office and beckoned to Lapointe, who hastened over with a certain awkwardness which he couldn't help in Maigret's presence. Maigret was his idol. "No need for an overcoat," muttered his chief. "We're only going round the corner." That morning he had put on a light spring coat, which was hanging from a hook. Their footsteps echoed on the pavement. It was good to be back in the atmosphere of the Brasserie Dauphine, with its aromas of cooking and alcohol. At the bar were several police officers, and Maigret waved to them. He and Lapointe went straight into the cosy restaurant with its view over the Seine. The owner shook their hands. A little pastis to welcome the spring. Maigret hesitated and ended up saying yes. Lapointe did likewise, and the owner brought the glasses. An investigation? Probably. Mind you, I'm not asking any questions. You can count on me. I'll keep it under my hat. But would you say to sweetbreads with mushrooms? Maigret savoured his pastis, because he hadn't drunk one for a long time. They were served some appetizers. I wonder whether she'd be more talkative this afternoon when I'm not there. I'm wondering the same thing. They ate a relaxed meal, rounded off with the almond cake made by the owner's wife, who served it in person after wiping her hands on her apron. It was not yet 2:00 when the two men walked up the stairs of the police judiciaire. They've modernized the building, grumbled Maigret out of breath, but it didn't occur to them to put in a lift. He went into his office, lit a pipe, and started sifting through his post, without much interest. It mainly comprised administrative forms to be completed and reports to be countersigned. The time dragged. Occasionally he looked out of the window and mentally escaped from the office. For once, spring had arrived on time. The air was limpid, the sky a pale blue, and the buds already swelling. In a few days' time, the first tender green leaves would appear. I don't know when I'll be back, he announced from the inspector's doorway. He had decided to make his way to Boulevard Saint-Germain on foot, but he regretted it, because it felt like a long walk to number 207A, and he had to mop his brow several times. The imposing stone building, which had turned grey over time, resembled most of the apartment buildings on the boulevard. He went through a polished oak double entrance door and passed beneath the archway which led to a paved courtyard and former stables converted to garages. The lawyer's gilded plaque was next to the left-hand door, and a brass nameplate read, Maître G. Sabin-Levesque, lawyer. To the right of the door opposite, a man was watching him through the windows of the concierge's lodge. Maigret's morning visitor had told him that her apartment was on the first floor. Another brass nameplate bore the words, Professor Arthur Hollin, pediatrician, third floor, by appointment only. He must be an expensive specialist. The lift was vast. Since he was only going up one floor, Maigret chose the inviting stairs covered in soft carpeting. On the first floor he rang the bell. Almost immediately the door was opened by an amiable young maid who took his hat. If you would care to come inside, Madame is expecting you. He found himself in a hallway which was covered with wood panelling, like the large drawing room he was shown into, where portraits of figures dating from the First Empire to around 1900 hung on the walls. He did not sit down. The furniture was heavy, mostly Louis Philippe style, and while the overall effect was one of opulence and comfort, there was no joyfulness. Madame is waiting for you in her boudoir. I'll show you the way. They walked through 2 or 3 rooms which Maigret didn't have the time to take in, and finally came to a little sitting room with walls covered in blue silk, where the mistress of the house lay on a chaise-longue. She was wearing a dressing gown of a darker blue than the walls, and she extended a ring-laden hand. He wondered whether he should shake it or kiss it, and he eventually brushed it with his fingertips. Do please sit down. Forgive me for receiving you like this, but I'm not feeling well, and I think I'll go back to bed after our conversation. I'll try not to keep you for long. What do you think of me? As I said this morning, that you are a very clever woman. In which you are mistaken. I merely follow my instincts. First of all, may I ask you a question? Before coming to report your husband's disappearance to me, did you ask the chief clerk whether he'd heard from him? I telephoned him several times during the past month. There's a direct line from the apartment to the office. I should tell you that this building, which used to belong to my father-in-law, is now owned by my husband. And Monsieur le Cureur? That's his name, isn't it? Monsieur le Cureur hasn't heard from him either. Nothing. Did he on previous occasions? I didn't ask him. I believe I told you that we're not on very good terms. She hesitated. Can I offer you a brandy, or would you prefer something else? No, thank you. I'll have a brandy myself. You see, I'm not ashamed to drink in front of you. Besides, everyone will tell you I'm an alcoholic, and it's true.
They might also tell you I'm mad.
She pressed a bell, and a few moments later a manservant appeared.
Honoré, bring me a brandy and a glass.
Just one, madame?
Just one, yes. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret doesn't feel the need to drink.
There was something aggressive in this new attitude. She was defying him, and her wry mouth formed the ghost of a smile. Did you and your husband sleep in the same bedroom?
We did for 3 months or so, immediately after our marriage. On this side of the main drawing room, you're in my half of the apartment. The other side is my husband's territory.
Do you usually eat together?
You have already asked me that. Occasionally, but we don't keep the same hours and we don't have the same tastes.
What do you do for the holidays?
Gérard inherited a large villa above Cannes. That's where we go. Recently he bought himself a speedboat, and I see him even less than in Paris.
Do you know if he has any enemies?
No one, as far as I'm aware. Except me.
Do you hate him?
I wouldn't say that. I don't bear him a grudge either. That's his nature.
Are you his sole heir?
The only one, yeah.
Does he have a large fortune?
One which might tempt a lot of women in my situation, but it so happens, you see, that I'm not interested in money, and I'd be happier in a 6th-floor garret.
Why don't you ask for a divorce?
Out of laziness. Or indifference. There comes a point when you no longer want anything, where each day you go through the same motions without thinking.
She picked up her glass with a trembling hand.
To your health.
She drained it in one gulp.
You see? Apparently I should be ashamed.
Is that what your husband tells you?
When I started drinking, yes. That was years and years ago.
And now?
He doesn't care.
How would you feel if you were to find out he was dead? Would it be a release?
Not really. His existence matters so little to me.
Do you think something bad has happened to him?
It's occurred to me, and that's why I came to see you.
What could have happened to him?
He was in the habit of meeting his, let's call them girlfriends, in nightclubs where you come across all sorts of people.
Are you familiar with some of these nightclubs?
2 or 3. I found matchbooks with the names on.
For example?
Le Chat Beauté, La Belle Hélène. Hold on, Le Cric-Crac.
Did you see them for yourself?
I'm not curious.
Evidently. She poured herself a drink, and her lips quivered again. Her gaze had become cloudy, absent. Maigret had the impression that she would suddenly become aware of his presence and ask him what he was doing there. In other words, you're thinking he's been murdered.
What about you?
Why not taken ill?
He has an iron constitution.
An accident?
I'd have read about it in the newspapers.
Have you telephoned the hospitals?
Yesterday.
And so, despite appearances, she had all her wits about her. On the marble mantelpiece there was a photograph in a silver frame. Maigret stood up to inspect it more closely. It was Madame Samalevesque, much younger, and married most probably, in a studied pose. In those days, she was pretty, with a gamine look.
That was me, yes. I've changed, haven't I?
Was this photo taken before or after your marriage?
A few weeks after. Gérard insisted I had my portrait taken by a famous photographer in Boulevard Haussmann.
So he was in love?
I don't know. We seem to be.
Did things deteriorate suddenly?
No. The first time he ran off for 24 hours, and I didn't say anything. He told me he'd been to visit a client in another town. Then he began to disappear when he felt like it. He stopped informing me. He'd go out after dinner, and I never had any idea when he'd be back.
What was he like when he was with those who knew him well?
They'll all say he was a happy-go-lucky fellow who got along with everyone and who was always ready to help people. Some would say there was something childlike about him.
What about you?
I have nothing to complain about. Apparently I misjudged things, or he was wrong about me. Meaning, that he thought I was different from what I am.
What did you do before you met him?
I was a legal secretary to Maître Bernard d'Argent, Rue de Rivoli. The two men knew each other. Gérard came to my boss's office several times, and one day he asked me out.
Were you born in Paris?
No, in Quimper.
Why do you think he's been killed?
Because it's the only explanation.
Is your mother still alive?
Yes. My father, his name was Louis Froissier, is dead. He was an accountant. My mother was born Countess Chekva.
Do you send her money?
Of course. Money has never meant anything to Gérard. He would give me anything I wanted without asking any questions.
She drained her glass and raised a handkerchief to her lips. May I have your permission to see the rest of the apartment?
I'll show you around.
She rose from the chaise-longue and walked towards the door, treading gingerly. Chapter 2. The place gave the impression of great wealth, evoking the prominent austere families of the 19th century. The apartment occupied the entire floor, and Madame Saban-Levesque, still unsteady on her feet, began by showing Maigret the part that was hers. Beyond the boudoir, there was a very spacious bedroom, the walls of which were also covered in blue silk, which appeared to be her favourite colour. The bed was unmade, but she wasn't bothered by this intrusion into her privacy. The furniture was white. There was a bottle of brandy on the chest of drawers. "What is your first name?" asked Maigret.
"Natalie, probably a nod to my Russian background."
The bathroom floor and walls were tiled in blue-grey marble, and like the bedroom, it was untidy. Then came a room lined with cupboards, followed by what could be called a small sitting room, a second boudoir.
"This is where I take my meals when I don't eat in the dining room."
She had the detached air of a museum guide.
"Now we're entering the servants' quarters."
A vast room, first of all, with display cabinets full of silverware, then a small dining room painted white, and lastly the kitchen, with an old-fashioned stove and copper pans. An old woman was bustling about.
"Marie Jalon, who was already here in my father-in-law's day."
"When did he die?"
10 years ago.
"So you lived here with him?"
"For 5 years.
"Did the pair of you get along well?"
"He had no interest in me whatsoever. About time I used to eat in the dining room, and I can count on one hand the number of times he spoke to me."
"What kind of relationship did he have with his son?"
"Gérard would go downstairs at 9 o'clock. He had an office to himself. I don't know what he did there exactly."
"Was he already in the habit of disappearing?"
"For 2 or 3 days, yes."
"And his father didn't say anything?"
"He pretended not to notice."
Maigret was discovering a whole world, an outmoded, inward-looking world. Perhaps in the late 19th or early 20th century there had been receptions and balls in the two drawing rooms, because there were two, and the second one was almost as vast as the first. Everywhere the walls were covered in wood panelling that had become dark in colour. Everywhere, too, were paintings from another era, portraits of men with side whiskers, their necks encased in high collars. It was as if life had come to a standstill.
"Now we're entering my husband's side."
A study with leather-bound books up to the ceiling, a walnut step-ladder to reach the top shelves. On the desk, in a corner by the window, lay a blotter and brown leather accessories, perfectly tidy. There was no indication that a person lived there. "Is this where he sits in the evenings?"
"When he's at home."
"I see he has a television."
"So do I, but I never watch it."
"Do you ever spend the evening in this room?"
"I did in the early days of our marriage."
She was struggling to find her words, letting them drop as if they were of no importance. The corners of her mouth were turned down, giving her face a bitter expression.
"His bedroom."
Maigret had had the time to verify that the desk drawers were locked. What could be in them? There were very high ceilings throughout the apartment, with very tall windows, too, their crimson velvet curtains making the rooms gloomy. The bedroom walls were covered not in wood panelling, but in fauve leather. The bed was a double bed. There were armchairs with slightly sagging seats. "Did you sleep here?"
"Sometimes."
during the first 3 months. Was that hatred in her voice, written on her face? She carried on with the guided tour, still as if in a museum. His bathroom, his toothbrush, razor, hairbrush, and comb were all still there. He never took anything with him. Not as far as I know. A dressing room, as in Natalie's side of the apartment, then a gym. Did he use it? Rarely. He'd grown plumper, not exactly fat, but bloated. She pushed open the door. The library. Thousands of books from all periods, but with very few recent works. Did he read a lot? I didn't come to see what he did in the evenings. This staircase leads directly down to the office because we've passed over the arch. Do you still need me? I shall probably need to see you again. If so, I'll telephone you. She was going to go back to her bottle. I presume you'll pay a visit to the office now? Yes. I would like to question Monsieur le Curé. I apologize for inconveniencing you. She walked off, arousing in Maigret a mixture of pity and annoyance. He took the stairs, filling a pipe at last, because he had refrained from smoking in the apartment. He found himself in a large room where half a dozen typists were tapping away feverishly. They looked up and stared at him in surprise. Monsieur le Curé, please. On the shelves were hundreds of green files, of the sort found in civil service departments and most lawyers' offices. A short, dark-haired woman invited him to follow her across a room where there was just a long table and a massive ancient safe. This way, another room where a middle-aged man sat on his own, poring over what must have been the general ledger. He shot Maigret an indifferent glance as he went through to the next room, where 5 employees were working. Is Monsieur le Curé alone? Yes, I think so. Would you telephone him and ask him if he's free to see Detective Chief Inspector Maigret? They stood, waiting for a moment. Then a padded door opened. Do come in. I am glad to see you. Le Curé was younger than Maigret had imagined when told that he had worked with Saman Levesque's late father. He couldn't have been 50. He had dark hair with a little moustache, and his suit was a deep grey, almost black. Please have a seat. Wood panelling again. The firm's founder must have had a great fondness for dark wood. I assume Madame Saman Levesque alerted you? The Empire-style furniture here was mahogany. I presume you're the person who stands in for your boss when he disappears. That is my job as chief clerk, but there are documents I am not authorized to sign, and that creates a problem for me. He was a calm man, with that particular quality of those who have had to rub shoulders with high society. He wasn't servile, but there was a touch of deference in his attitude. When he took off for a few days, did he inform you? No, it was unplanned. Of course, I know nothing of his private life. I have to make do with suppositions. He would often go out in the evenings, almost every evening, as a matter of fact. For one moment, was he actively involved in the firm's work? He spent most of his days in his office, and he received most of the clients in person. He didn't appear to be very busy, and yet he had more to do than me, especially when it came to wealth management and the sale and purchase of estates and chateaux. He was exceptionally good at his job, and I'd been incapable of taking his place. Is his office next to yours? The Curé went and opened a door. This is it. The furniture, as you can see, is of the same style, but there are 3 additional chairs. Perfectly tidy. No dust. The lawyer's office overlooked Boulevard Saint-Germain, and you could hear the drone of traffic. The 2 men sat down again. I gather his absences usually lasted only 2 or 3 days. More recently, they sometimes lasted a week. Did your boss remain in contact with you? He would nearly always telephone me to find out whether there was any new matter he needed to attend to. Do you know where he called from? No. As far as you know, did he have a bachelor pad in Paris? It's a possibility that occurred to me. He never had much cash on him, and he paid for almost everything by check. The stubs went through my hands before being passed on to the accounts department. He stopped, frowning. I'm not sure I'm authorized to discuss these things. I'm bound by professional confidentiality. Not if he's been murdered, for example. Do you seriously believe he has? His wife seems to think so. He shrugged, as if to suggest that what she said was of little consequence. I confess that I thought of that, too. It's the first time he's been away for so long and hasn't telephoned me. A week ago he had a meeting here with one of our most important clients, one of the biggest, if not the biggest landowner in France. He knew this. Despite his absent-minded air and his frivolous appearance, he never forgot anything, and he tended to be meticulous in his work. What did you do? I postponed the appointment with the excuse that he was in hospital. Why, given your suspicions, did you not inform the police? It was up to his wife to do so, not me. I understand she never comes down to the office. That is correct. In the past she came down once or twice, but she didn't stay long. Was she made to feel uncomfortable? She wasn't welcomed with open arms, not even by her husband. Why not? He fell silent again, even more embarrassed than before. I'm sorry, Inspector, but you are putting me in an awkward position. My employer's relationship with his wife is none of my business. What if a murder has been committed? That would change everything, of course. Here we love Monsieur Gérard. That's what I call him, because I knew him when he just graduated. All the staff appreciate him. No one takes the liberty of judging his private life. I believe one can't say the same for his wife. It's a little as if she were an outsider. I'm not saying she's mad, but all the same, she's a thorn in the flesh. Because she drinks. There's that, too. Was your boss unhappy with her? He's never complained. He's gradually made a separate life for himself. Earlier you mentioned check stubs that went through your hands. I assume he made payments to the women with whom he spent several days. I suppose so too, but I don't have any evidence. Those checks weren't made out to a named person, but to the bearer. There were some for 5,000 francs and others for 20,000. Were there any for the same amount every month? No. That's why I don't think he had a bachelor pad. They looked at each other now in silence. Some members of staff, sighed the chief clerk at last, saw him going into nightclubs, and then there would nearly always be an absence of a few days. You think something bad has happened to him, don't you? I fear so. What about you, Inspector? From the little I know so far, I do too. Did women sometimes telephone him at the office? I presume all calls go through the switchboard. I've questioned the switchboard operator, of course. There's no trace of any calls of that nature, which suggests that when he disappeared he didn't give his real name. There's one detail I think I should mention. 2 weeks ago I was already beginning to get worried. I telephoned Madame Sabanavesque to tell her, and I advised her to contact the police. What did she reply? That there wasn't any reason to worry yet, and that she would act when the time was right. She didn't ask you up to the apartment or come down to discuss the matter with you? No. I don't have any other questions for you at present. If there's any news, please call me at the police judiciaire. Just one thing, though. Do the servants upstairs share the feelings of the office staff concerning Madame Sabanavesque? Yes, especially the cook, Marie Janon, who's worked for the family for 40 years, and who knew Monsieur Gérard when he was a child. She hates her with a passion. What about the others? They put up with her, that's all, except the maid, Claire Morel, who's devoted to her, and undresses her before putting her to bed when she finds her employer lying in a stupor on the floor. Thank you. Are you going to open an investigation? With not much to build on. I'll keep you posted. Maigret left and went into a cafe close to the Solferino metro station. He didn't order a brandy, the thought of which he found repugnant, but a large, chilled beer. Do you have a telephone token? He shut himself up in the booth and looked for the number of the lawyer Natalie claimed to have worked for before her marriage, Maître Bernard d'Argent. He wasn't listed in the telephone directory. Maigret drank his beer and took a taxi, giving the address in Rue de Rivoli. Wait for me, I shan't be long. He went into the concierge's lodge, which was a sort of small sitting room. The concierge wasn't a woman, but a white-haired man. Maître d'Argent, please. He died at least 10 years ago. Were you already working here? I've been here for 30 years. Who took over his practice? Not a lawyer, but an architect, Monsieur Maigret. Did he keep some of the staff on? Monsieur d'Argent only had an elderly secretary who took retirement and went back to her hometown. Did you know Mademoiselle Frassier? A pretty brunette, always restless. She worked for Maître d'Argent over 20 years ago. She only stayed for a year because she didn't like the job, and I don't know what became of her.
Maigret, his brow troubled, returned to his taxi.
Admittedly, this was only the start of the investigation, but it did not bode well with so little to go on. Furthermore, he had to act with discretion, because Monsieur Saban-Levesque could well reappear at any moment. The sun had gone down behind the buildings. The air was chilly, and Maigret regretted leaving his spring coat at the office. He had the taxi drop him off at the corner of Quai des Orfèvres and Boulevard du Palais, because he felt like another glass of beer. He was still thinking about Natalie, the strange Madame Saban-Levesque, and he had a hunch that she knew a lot more than she was telling him. Back in his office, he filled one of his pipes and went over to the door into the inspector's office. Lapointe was typing, Janvier was looking out of the window, Lucas was busy on the phone. "Janvier, Lapointe, come into my office, will you?" Janvier, too, was gradually becoming more experienced and was developing a paunch. "Are you free, Janvier?" "Nothing important at the moment. I'll finish with a young car thief." "Have you got the energy to spend the night outdoors?" "Why not?" "Go to Boulevard Saint-Germain as soon as you can, and watch number 207A. If the woman matching the description I'm about to give you leaves the building, follow her. You'd better take a car. She has dark hair, is fairly tall and very thin, with staring eyes and a nervous twitch. If she leaves the building, it will probably be on foot, even though she has a chauffeur and 2 cars. One's a Bentley and the other a Fiat. Tell Lortie to relieve you tomorrow morning and pass on the instructions." "How is she dressed?" "When she came here, she was wearing a fur coat, mink, most likely." "All right, Chief." Janvier went out, and Maigret turned to Lapointe. "What about you? No news?" Lapointe blushed and stammered without looking directly at Maigret. "Yes, a phone call, a few minutes ago." "From whom?" "The woman from this morning." "What did she want?" "First of all, she asked if you were here. I said no. She sounded completely drunk. 'So who am I speaking to then?' she said. 'Inspector Lapointe.' 'It's not the young pup from earlier who was writing down everything I said.' 'Yes, it is.' 'Well, tell the detective chief inspector from me he can go to hell, and the same to you.' Lapointe added, still embarrassed, 'I could hear what sounded like a struggle. Leave me alone, damn you.' Someone must have grabbed the phone from her hands, because the line went dead." Before leaving the police judiciaire, Maigret said to Lapointe, "I'd like you to come and pick me up from my place with one of the cars at 11 o'clock. "Tomorrow morning?" "Tonight. I fancy sniffing around a few nightclubs." Madame Maigret had set aside the herrings which he loved, and he savoured them as he absently watched the news on the television. From his face, she guessed that the case in hand was no run-of-the-mill investigation, and that it was preoccupying him, that he was almost making it a personal mission. It was true. That day, that mild, clear 21st of March, he had been plunged into a world that was foreign to him. Above all, he'd found himself faced with a type of woman he had never met before, and who disconcerted him. "Take out a dark suit for me, my best one." "What's happening?" "Lapointe is coming to pick me up at 11. He and I have to visit a couple of nightclubs." "That'll cheer you up, won't it?" "If I can find answers to my questions." Ensconced in his armchair, he snoozed in front of the television, and at 10:30, his wife brought him a cup of coffee. "If you have to stay awake all night." He lit a pipe first, and then sipped his coffee. For him, coffee and pipe went hand in hand. He freshened up in the bathroom, then changed as if his appearance might be of importance. A part of him was still stuck in the days when people dressed up to go to the opera and wore a dinner jacket to go to a nightclub. It was 5 to 11. He thought he heard a car pulling up. He opened the window and saw parked at the curb one of the little black cars belonging to the police judiciaire with a lanky figure at the wheel. He kissed Madame Maigret and headed for the door, grumpy, but deep down very pleased not to be the head of the police judiciaire. "Don't wait up for me whatever you do. Don't worry, I'm sleepy." The air wasn't too cold, and the moon was rising over the chimneys. There were still a lot of windows lit up, and some of them were open. "Where are we going, Chief?" Maigret pulled from his pocket the old envelope on which he'd written down the addresses he'd found in the telephone directory. "Do you know the Charbottet?" "No." "It's in Rue du Colisée." On the Champs-Élysées, they followed the 2 lanes of cars with their lights on that flowed between the rows of neon signs. A doorman with as many stripes as a general stood outside the nightclub. He greeted them with a military salute and opened the double door for them. They went through a thick red curtain and handed their hats and coats to the coat-room attendant. The pianist was idly tinkling on the keys, the guitarist was tuning his instrument, and for the time being, no one was at the double bass. The room was red. Everything was red, the walls, the ceilings, the upholstery, an orangey red which overall was not aggressive but rather cheerful. The bar, in contrast, was in white stucco, and the bartender was drying glasses, which he put on the shelves behind him. The maître came over to them without much conviction. Perhaps he'd recognized Maigret. Perhaps the two men didn't look like genuine punters. Maigret waved him away and headed for the bar. 3 women were seated at different tables, while at another a couple appeared to be arguing. It was too early. Things would only begin to get going around midnight. "Good evening, gentlemen. What would you like to drink?" The bartender had silver hair and a distinguished appearance. He looked at them with feigned indifference.
"I don't suppose you serve beer?"
"No, Monsieur Maigret." "Give us whatever you like." "Dry martini?" "Fine." One of the women came and sat on a stool at the bar, but the silver-haired bartender discreetly signaled to her, and she went back to her table. After pouring their drinks, he asked, "Well?" Maigret smiled. "I admit," he said, "we're not here to have fun. Nor are we here to cause you trouble. It's information I'm after. If I can be of any help, it'll be a pleasure." A kind of understanding had developed between them. The difficulty for Maigret was to describe a man he had never seen. Of average height, or rather slightly shorter than average, in his early 40s, tubby and already paunchy, fair hair getting a bit thin and a chubby face. He dresses very tastefully, nearly always in beige tones. "Are you looking for him?" "I'd like to track him down." "Has he gone missing?" "Yes." "What offence has he committed?" "None." "It could be Monsieur Charles." "Does he match the description?" "More or less." "Very cheerful, isn't he? Always happy." "I believe so." "But don't you know him?" "No." "He comes here every so often and sits at the bar, orders a bottle of champagne, then he looks around the room, examining the hostesses closely, one by one. He eventually makes up his mind and has the one he likes brought over to him." "Does he stay late?" "That depends. Sometimes he leaves with a girl, other times he just discreetly slips her a 500-franc note and leaves, probably to go and look elsewhere." "How long is it since you last saw him?" "Quite a while. 6 weeks, maybe, or even 2 months." "When he left with one of the women, would she be off work for several days?" "Keep your voice down. The boss doesn't like that. And he's over there on the floor." A man in a dinner jacket, Italian-looking, with waved hair and a thin moustache. He was watching them from a distance. He, too, would probably recognize Maigret. "In theory, the hostesses aren't allowed to leave before closing time." "I know. I'm also aware that the rules aren't always enforced. Are there any young women here who have gone off with him on occasion?" "Martine, I think. If you want to talk to her, you'd do best to go and sit at her table. I'll send over a bottle." The young woman with loose shoulder-length hair gazed at them with curiosity. A few customers had arrived, some with their wives, and the band was playing a blues number. "Have you ordered drinks?" she asked. "The bartender ordered for us," grunted Maigret, thinking of the problem he was going to have with his expenses claim. "Have you been here before?" "No." "Do you want me to call one of my friends over?" The boss, standing close to the table, said to her, "Watch out, Martine. They're police." "Is it true?" she asked Maigret. "It's true." "Why do you want to talk to me?" "Because you have been out with Monsieur Charles." "And is there any harm in that?" She wasn't being defiant. She carried on talking in a sweet, soft voice, and seemed to find the whole thing amusing. "No. It so happens that Monsieur Charles has been missing for a month, since the 18th of February to be precise. Have you seen him since that date?" "Actually, I was surprised that he'd stopped coming, and I mentioned it to one of my friends." "What do you think of him?" "His name isn't Charles, obviously. He must be some big shot who has to keep his real identity secret when he wants to have a bit of fun. He's very elegant, very meticulous. I told him he had a woman's hands, they were so well manicured." "Where did you go with him?" "I thought he was going to take me to a hotel, but he asked if we could go to my place. I have a nice studio apartment on Avenue de la Grande Armée. I don't entertain anyone there. Besides, I very rarely agree to go out with a customer. People think that's what the hostesses are there for, but it's not true." The champagne was poured, and she raised her glass. "To Monsieur Charles, because it's thanks to him that you're here. I hope nothing's happened to him." We don't know. He's simply gone missing.
Is it his wife who's worried? She's mad, isn't she?
Did he talk to you about her?
We spent 4 days together. He was funny because he insisted on helping me with the cooking and washing up. From time to time he'd tell me about himself, always quite vaguely. I won't ask you who he is.
A big shot, as you guessed.
Does he live in Paris?
Yes.
And I suppose that from time to time he goes off on a little jaunt.
Exactly. 4 or 5 days, a week.
I phoned the boss, Monsieur Mazzotti, to tell him I was ill, but he probably didn't believe me. When I came back to work, he was sulking.
How long ago was this fling you're talking about?
2 months, perhaps a bit longer.
Had he never come to Rue du Colisée before?
I had occasionally spotted him at the bar, but he couldn't have found what he was looking for because he left alone.
Did he visit other clubs?
He didn't tell me, but I assume he did.
Did he have a car?
No, we walked to my place arm in arm. He was very cheerful.
Did he drink a lot?
Not what you'd call a lot, just enough to make him tipsy.
He didn't mention that he had a bachelor pad in town?
Did he?
I don't know.
No, he wanted to come to my place. During those 4 days we lived like a pair of old lovers. He'd watch me have my bath and get dressed. He'd lean on the windowsill when I went out to the shops, and by the time I got back the table was laid.
Can you think of anything else that might help me find him?
No. I'm thinking. We went for a stroll in the Bois de Boulogne, but the sky clouded over and we came home quite quickly. He was very... She stopped talking abruptly as if prudish.
Go on.
You laugh at me. He was very affectionate, full of little attentions, like a man in love. When he left, he slipped a cheque into my hand. Are you leaving so soon?
Mazzotti, the owner, was waiting for them by the red curtain concealing the door.
Have you found what you were looking for, Inspector?
Martine will tell you. Good night. They were getting a clearer idea of Savant Levesque's character, and Maigret had learned more about him than from his wife or from his chief clerk.
Shall we carry on?
Asked Lapointe. While we're about it, the Belle Hélène, Rue de Castiglione.
This club was more sophisticated in appearance. The decor was entirely in pastel colours, and violins were playing a slow waltz. Here, too, Maigret made his way over to the bar, followed by Lapointe. He looked at the bartender and frowned.
So they've let you out, he asked. I was released early for good behaviour.
It was Maurice Mocco, a Corsican gangster with an extensive criminal record. What will you have, Inspector? Oh, what about you, young man? Is he your son, Monsieur Maigret?
One of my inspectors.
You're not after me, I hope.
No.
What are you drinking?
2 beers. Unfortunately, I don't have any.
Water? Are you serious?
Yes. Do you know Monsieur Charles?
Which one? There are several.
One of them, who's completely bald and must be in his 70s, comes from Bordeaux for business once a week and takes the opportunity to drop in here.
The other one comes less regularly. Quite short, very elegant, very pleasant. Always dressed in a light-coloured suit.
Tubby?
You could say he's tubby, yes.
Has he ever gone off with a hostess?
He generally leaves them alone, but once he noticed one, Layla, who stopped working here a long time ago. It was last summer.
They sat talking at the table in the corner, over there. Layla kept shaking her head, but he was insistent. When he left, I called her over.
Who the hell is that man, she asked me. A very respectable gentleman. He insisted he wanted me to go and spend a few days in the country with him at an inn. Somewhere simple, fresh air. You've got to be kidding.
What was he offering you in exchange?
10,000 at first. When he saw I wasn't interested, he upped it to 15 and then 20,000. He couldn't believe I was saying no. To the country? No way, with all the crazy people around these days.
What became of this Layla?
I think she married an engineer from Toulouse. She never came back here. Maigret, too, was in need of some fresh air, because it was suffocating in those nightclubs, and the smell of the women's perfume was making him feel sick. He and Lapointe paced up and down the empty street.
That old crook Mocco has just given us a valuable piece of information in any case. Monsieur Charles sometimes took his conquests to the countryside.
I think I see what you mean.
Among these women there are all sorts. I knew one who had a PhD in sociology. Some have a lover, and those lovers aren't always very reputable.
It was 2 o'clock in the morning.
Maigret was no longer sleepy. 10 minutes later, they stepped out of the car outside the MEGRE in Rue Clément. Loud pop music spilled out into the street. The facade was rainbow-colored, as was the room where couples crammed the dance floor. The bar once again. But the owner, a certain Ziffé, young and fair-haired, had already approached Maigret and Lapointe. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" Maigret flashed his badge under his nose. "I'm sorry, Inspector, I didn't recognize you. It's so dark in here." The room, which wasn't large, was lit only by a slowly revolving mirror ball on the ceiling. "You won't find any irregularities in my establishment, I assure you." "Do you know Monsieur Charles?" The fair-haired Ziffé frowned, as if trying to remember something. It was the bartender who spoke, a very fat man with bushy eyebrows. "He always used to sit at the bar." "When was the last time you saw him?" "Weeks ago." "Did you see him on the 18th of February?" "What day was the 18th? A Tuesday. Book doesn't ring a bell. My last recollection is seeing him at the bar with Zoe." "Did she go off with him?" "That's not allowed, Inspector," broke in the owner. I know. Did she go off with him?" "No, but he wrote something down in a little notebook, most likely an address that Zoe gave him." "Is she here, this Zoe?" "She's on the dance floor, a platinum blonde with amazing breasts." "I'll go and fetch her for you," Ziffé hastily offered, and Maigret, mopping his forehead, said to the bartender, "I don't suppose you have any beer." Chapter 3. Zoe had the light blue eyes of an innocent little girl. She gazed with curiosity at the stranger, fluttering her eyelashes, and the owner said, "This is the famous Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, and you can be truthful with him." She did not appear to have heard of Maigret, and she waited patiently like a schoolgirl waiting for the teacher's questions. "Do you know Monsieur Charles?" "By sight, of course. He comes here every so often." "What do you call every so often?" "Almost every week." "Does he always leave with the hostess?" "Oh, no, hardly ever. He watches us all, and occasionally buys a bottle for one of us." "Does he dance?" "Yes, very badly." "How long is it since you've seen him?" She looked up at the ceiling again like a schoolgirl. "Quite a while. The last time we drank a bottle of champagne together." "Do you remember the date?" "Yes, it was the 18th of February." "How can you be certain?" "Because it was my birthday. He even bought me flowers from Josephine, the old flower seller who comes in every night." "Did he ask you to leave with him?" "Yes. I was straight with him and told him I had a boyfriend waiting for me at home, and he looked peeved. I felt bad for him because he was a sweet man." "Nothing else happened?" "I told him that if he wanted a nice girl, I had a friend who wasn't a hostess, but who sometimes entertained men at her place. Only respectable people. I asked him to excuse me for a moment so I could phone her to see if she was free. I got through to Doreen. She promised she'd be home." "So you gave her address to Monsieur Charles?" "Avenue de Town, yes." "What time was that?" "Around 1 o'clock in the morning." "Did he leave right away?" "Yes." "Have you seen Doreen since?" "I called her that same night at around 3 to find out if everything was going okay. She told me that Monsieur Charles hadn't turned up and she was still waiting. The next time I saw her, she confirmed that no one had come." "What about since then?" "What do you mean?" "Have you seen Monsieur Charles again?" "No. I was even surprised that he'd stayed away from here for so long." "Thank you, Zoe."
"Is that all?"
"Yes, for the time being." Maigret watched her walk off to her table, and the owner came over and inquired, "Are you satisfied?"
"Fairly satisfied."
So far it seemed that young Zoe was the last person to have seen the lawyer. It had been 1 o'clock in the morning when he had left her to go to Avenue de Town, but he failed to arrive. "What now, Chief?" Lapointe wanted to know once he was at the wheel of the little car. "My place. I've had enough for tonight, and you must be sleepy as well."
"Strange fellow, isn't he?"
"A strange fellow, yes. Either he had a particular taste for nightclub hostesses, or he wanted to avoid complicating his life with regular mistresses." Once home, Maigret started undressing, while Madame Maigret, who was in bed, asked him sweetly, "Had a good time?" "I think I might have made a little discovery. We'll soon find out if it's of any use."
"Not too tired?"
"No. Wake me up at the usual time." It took him a while to get to sleep, because his mind was racing. His thoughts were still filled with the packed nightclubs and the din. But all the same, he was in his office by 9 o'clock the next morning, and the first person he spotted in the inspector's office was Janvier. "Come in here." The sun was a little warmer than the previous day, and since he had a slight headache, he went over to open the window. Your night? Quiet, although there was one strange incident. Tell me. I parked the car 50 meters from the apartment building. I stayed at the wheel, my eyes glued to number 207A. A few minutes after 11 p.m., the door opened, and I saw a woman come out. Madame Saman Levesque. Yes. She was holding herself stiffly as if it was an effort for her to walk straight. I let her get a little way ahead, and then I started up the engine. She didn't go far, not even 200 meters. She went into a public telephone booth. Maigret knitted his eyebrows. She inserted a coin, but it looked as if she didn't get through because she hung up almost immediately. The same with the second coin. It wasn't until the third attempt that she began to speak. She was on the line for a long time because twice she had to put in more money. It's odd that she didn't telephone from home. She must believe her line's been tapped. I suppose so. When she came out of the phone booth, her coat fell open briefly and I saw that she was in her nightdress. She went straight back to 207A, pressed the button, and the door opened at once. Nothing further until the morning. I left instructions with Rotti, and Bon Fils will relieve them around midday. Have a wiretap put on that telephone as soon as possible. Janvier was about to leave the office, and the office number too. Then go to bed. Thanks, Chief. Maigret flicked through the post awaiting him, signed a few forms, and dropped in to update the superintendent on his progress. Are you going back there? Yes. I don't think you'll see much of me in the office in the coming days. Did the big chief know that Maigret had been offered his job? He made no reference to it, but Maigret had the impression that he was treating him with increased respect. Lapointe had arrived and was a bit out of sorts. He drove Maigret to Boulevard Saint-Germain. Shall I come up with you? Yes, I might need you to take notes. I'll bring my shorthand pad. Maigret nearly went into the office on the ground floor, but decided to go straight up to the apartment. The young maid, Claire Marel, opened the door and scowled at him. If you want to see Madame, I must tell you right away that she's sleeping. Ignoring her, Maigret stepped inside the hallway, followed by Lapointe. Have a seat, he said to the young woman, indicating a chair. I'm not supposed to sit down here. You're supposed to do what I tell you. She eventually sat on the edge of the leather-upholstered chair. This was why Maigret was sometimes criticized. A high-ranking police officer should summon witnesses to his office, and as for the clubs he'd visited the previous night, he should have sent an inspector. Maigret lit his pipe, and Claire Marel glared at him as if he were committing a crime. What time did your employer come home last night? To come home, she'd have had to go out. What time did she go out, if you prefer? I've no idea. Were you asleep? As I said, she didn't go out. Devoted as you are, and given the state she's in almost every night, I am certain you must wait up to put her to bed before going to sleep yourself. She was quite a pretty girl, but her stubborn attitude didn't suit her. She looked at Maigret with apparent indifference. So what? I can tell you that she came home at around 11:30. She's allowed to go out for some air, isn't she? Weren't you worried when you saw her go out? She was having trouble walking straight. Did you see her? One of my inspectors did. And do you know why she went out at that hour? No. The telephone from a public phone booth. Who was she in the habit of phoning before these past few days? No one. Her hairdresser? Shops? I'm talking about more private conversations. People don't call a hairdresser at 11 o'clock at night, or their bootmaker. I don't know anything. Do you feel sorry for her? Yes. Why? Because she was unlucky to land a husband like hers. She could be living the life she deserves, be a socialite, go out, entertain friends. And her husband stops her from doing so? He doesn't take any notice of her. He sometimes disappears for a whole week. At this time he's been gone for over a month. Where do you think he is? With some girl or other. He only likes girls he picks up God knows where. Has he asked you to sleep with him? Just let him try. Fine. Go and bring the cook to me, and while I'm talking to her, wake your mistress up and tell her I want to see her in around 10 minutes. She obeyed, reluctantly, after giving him a furious look, while Maigret winked at Lapointe. Marie Jalon, the cook, was short and broad, quite plump, and she stared at Maigret with curiosity, as if thrilled to meet him in the flesh. Sit down, madame. I already know that you've been part of the household for a long time. 40 years. I was here when Monsieur's father was still alive. Has anything changed since? She gave a deep sigh.
Everything has changed, my good sir. Since that woman's been here, everything's been topsy-turvy. There's no longer any routine. Meal times are whenever she decides to eat. There are days when she has nothing at all, and then in the middle of the night I hear a noise in the kitchen, and I find her rummaging around in the fridge.
Do you think it upsets your employer?
Definitely. He doesn't say anything about it. I've never heard him complain, but I know he's resigned to it. I've known him since he wasn't even 10 years old, and he was always hanging on to my apron strings. He was timid even then.
So in your view, he is a timid person?
I'll say he is. If you knew about the scenes he puts up with, without protest, and without daring to raise a hand to her.
Aren't you worried about his absence?
I wasn't at first. It's quite usual. He has to have his little compensations from time to time.
Maigret smiled at the expression. What I'm wondering is who alerted you, unless it was Monsieur le Curé.
No.
Was it Madame Saban-Levesque who came to tell you she was worried?
Yes, she spoke to me. As for worried, I can see you don't know her. She'd watch him die at her feet without raising her little finger.
Do you think she's mad?
She's an alcoholic, yes. She starts drinking before she's even finished her morning coffee.
Have you not seen your employer since the 18th of February?
No.
Have you heard from him at all?
Nothing. I have to admit that I'm really in a state about it.
Madame Saban-Levesque was standing very still by the drawing-room door. She was wearing the same dressing gown as on the previous day, and hadn't bothered to run a comb through her hair.
Have you come to see my cook?
Both of you.
I'm at your disposal.
She showed the two men into the boudoir, where she had received them the day before. There was a bottle of brandy and the glass on a silver tray.
I presume I can't offer you a drink.
Maigret shook his head.
What you want of me this time?
To ask you a question, first of all. Where did you go last night?
I know from my maid that you put me under surveillance. That saves me having to lie. I didn't feel well, and I went out for some air. On seeing a telephone booth, I had an urge to call one of my friends.
So you have friends?
It may surprise you, but I do.
Can I ask the name of the woman you called?
That's none of your business, and I shan't answer.
Was this friend of yours not at home?
How do you know?
You must have phoned 3 different numbers. She said nothing, but took a sip of brandy. She was not well. She would most likely have felt groggy on waking in the mornings, and alcohol was the only thing that restored her poise to some degree. Her face was puffy and her nose seemed longer and more pointed. Another question for you. The drawers in your husband's private desk are locked. Do you know where the keys are?
In his pocket, I presume. I haven't searched his rooms.
Who was his closest friend?
In the early days of our marriage, he often used to invite Bueno, the lawyer, and his wife to dinner. He and my husband were students together.
Do they still see each other these days?
I don't know. Be that as it may, Bueno doesn't come here any more. I didn't like him. He's a pretentious man who talks non-stop as if he thinks he's in court. As for his wife...
What about his wife?
No matter. She's very proud of having inherited her parents' chateau.
She had another drink.
Is this going to take long?
Maigret could tell she was tired, and he felt rather sorry for her.
I suppose one of your men is still keeping a watch on me.
Yes. I finished her this morning. Maigret signaled to Lapointe to follow him. Goodbye, madame. She did not reply, and the maid was waiting for them in the drawing-room to show them into the hallway, and then out of the door. On the ground floor, Maigret went through the arch, walked into the firm's office, and asked to speak to Monsieur le Curé. The latter came out to greet the 2 police officers and invited them into his office. "Do you have any news?" he asked. "Not news exactly. As far as I know, the last person who saw your boss was a hostess at the Cric-Crac in Rue Clément-Mao, and when he left her he was supposed to go to Avenue du Terme, where a young woman was expecting him. That was in the middle of the night of the 18th of February. He never turned up at Avenue du Terme."
"Perhaps he changed his mind on the way."
"Perhaps. Are you certain that he hasn't telephoned you even once for over a month?"
"Not once."
"Whereas during his previous absences he remained in telephone contact with you?"
"Every 2 or 3 days, yes. He was very conscientious. 2 years ago he came rushing back because we needed his signature." How were your relations with him?
Very cordial. He trusted me completely. Do you know what he kept in the drawers of his desk upstairs? I have no idea. I seldom went up to the apartment, and I've never seen the drawers open. Have you seen the keys? Often. He had a set which he always kept on him. Among them was the key to the big safe which you must have noticed in the typing pool. What does it contain? Our clients' confidential papers, especially their wills. Do you also have a key? Of course. Who else does? No one. Were there matters that your boss dealt with in person without talking to you about them? He saw some clients on his own in his office, almost always took notes, and once they'd left, he'd put me in the picture. Who was in charge of financial transactions when he was away? Me. I have power of attorney. Is your boss very wealthy? He's wealthy, yes. Has he increased his fortune since his father died? Most certainly. And his wife is his sole heir. I and another member of staff acted as witnesses when he drew up his will, but I didn't read it. I presume he made provision for a number of fairly large bequests. What about the firm? It will all depend on Madame Savin-Levesque. Thank you. And Maigret suddenly became aware that since Nathalie's visit to the police judiciaire, people spoke of the lawyer sometimes in the present and sometimes in the past tense. Mainly in the past. If you wish to see me today, come right away, because I'm operating at 1 o'clock. Dr. Florian, it seemed to Maigret, was not averse to a certain formality, like many society doctors. He lived on Avenue Foch, which suggested a select clientele. I'll be there in a few minutes. He and Lapointe were in a bar on Boulevard Saint-Germain having a beer and making phone calls. He's expecting us. Avenue Foch. A few moments later, the little black car was driving up the Champs-Élysées. Lapointe was silent, slightly downcast, as if there was something troubling him. What's on your mind? It's that woman. I can't help feeling sorry for her. Maigret said nothing, but he must have been thinking the same thing, because as they drove around the Arc de Triomphe, he muttered, I'm waiting to get to know her a little better. The apartment building was luxurious, imposing, more modern than the one on Boulevard Saint-Germain. A spacious lift took them smoothly up to the 6th floor, where a manservant in a striped waistcoat opened the door to them. This way. The professor is expecting you. First of all, he relieved them of their hats and coats. Then he opened a double door, guarded on either side by Greek statues that were almost intact. The surgeon was taller and broader than Maigret, and he shook his hand vigorously. Inspector Lapointe, said Maigret, introducing his colleague. I apologize for rushing you, but I have a heavy workload. For the past 15 minutes, since your telephone call, I have been wondering how I could help you. The study was vast, very luxurious, with sunlight streaming in. The French window, which opened onto a terrace, stood ajar, and the curtains billowed in the breeze. Please, have a seat. His greying hair made him look older than his years, and he was dressed austerely in striped trousers and a black jacket. You are a friend of Georges Savin-Levesque's, unless I'm mistaken. We are the same age, and we were at university together. He was studying law while I studied medicine. We were part of a boisterous crowd, and he was the life and soul. Has he changed a great deal? I haven't seen much of him since he got married. Dr. Florian's expression clouded. I have to ask you why you are questioning me like this. As a doctor, I am bound by professional confidentiality, and as a friend, I have a duty to maintain a certain discretion. I understand. Savin-Levesque has been missing for over a month. He told no one he was going away, neither his wife nor his chief clerk. One evening, on the 18th of February, he walked out of his home without any luggage. I've tracked his movements that evening, or rather that night, to a nightclub in Rue Clément-Marot, the Cric-Crac. He left alone for an address he'd been given on Avenue de Town, but he never showed up there. What does his wife say? Do you know her? In the early days of their marriage, I saw the two of them quite frequently. Was he already in the habit of what I call absconding? Oh, you know about it. Even as a student, he was drawn to women and to the atmosphere of nightclubs. He still is, but there's nothing pathological about it, and the word absconding is inappropriate as it happens. I use it for want of anything better. He didn't confide in me on that subject during our dinners, but I don't think he ever stopped going out as a bachelor, as it were. Did you know his wife well? I met her a dozen or so times. Did he tell you how they met?
He's very secretive about it. I don't think she's from the same sort of family as he is. I am vaguely aware that at one point in her life she was a secretary in a law firm, I believe."
"That's correct. What impression did you have of her?"
"She didn't say much to me. During our dinners she seemed dejected or aggressive, and sometimes she'd leave the table mumbling an excuse."
"Do you think she's of sound mind?"
"That's not my department. I am a surgeon, not a psychiatrist. I think her main problem was that she drank a lot."
"She's drinking more and more. She was inebriated when she came to Quai des Orfèvres to inform me of her husband's disappearance."
"When was that?"
2 days ago."
"And he's been missing since February."
"Yes. She waited over a month. After a week, the chief clerk suggested she speak to the police, and she told him to mind his own business."
"That's strange."
"Worrying more than anything." The doctor lit a cigarette with a gold lighter and said to Maigret,
"You may smoke a pipe. Your questions are troubling. What I can tell you is that Gerard was, and must still be, a very brilliant man. When I met him, he was already a playboy, as it's called these days. He loved sports cars and places where people have fun. He rarely turned up to lectures, I was told, but he still managed to sail through his exams. I don't know whether he's changed.
That's how people have described him to me. He appears to have married on impulse and very soon realized his mistake."
"That's what I think too.
"It's because of his wife that he's found himself socially isolated. Naturally would humiliate him in front of his friends. I never heard him respond. He would carry on the conversation as if no one had spoken. Then he lived with her as if she didn't exist. Do you think that was painful for him?"
"It is hard to judge when someone's always joking. Clearly he wasn't living a normal life. I understand the little escapades he indulged in. The fact that he's been missing for a month is more serious. Has he not even been in touch with his office?"
"Even though he was in the habit of calling in. This time he didn't bother to check whether he was needed."
"You seem very concerned about his wife."
"She lived in the same apartment, and there was probably a time when they spoke of love."
"Poor old Gerard." The doctor rose to his feet. "Forgive me, but I must get back to work. By the way, we have a mutual friend who became a psychiatrist and is based at Sainte-Anne. Dr. Amadieu, who lives in the Latin Quarter. You will find his address in the phone book. He was also a guest at several of the Saint Levesque's dinners."
He showed them to the door, where the manservant was waiting with their coats over his arm. 12:10, said Maigret once they were back in the little car. "The main thing is to find out whether Dr. Amadieu goes home for lunch," which gave him an excuse to have an aperitif in order to telephone. This time he chose a pastis without hesitating.
"The same for me," muttered Lapointe.
Amadieu was home. He didn't resume work until 2:00.
"I presume it's urgent?"
"I believe the case I'd like to discuss with you is urgent, yes. Amadieu lived in an apartment amid a certain degree of untidiness, and he appeared to be single because there was only one place setting at the table, which the maid was clearing away. He had thick auburn hair and freckles, and his tweed suit was as crumpled as if he'd slept in it. Maigret would subsequently learn that he was one of the most renowned psychiatrists in France, if not in Europe.
"Have a seat, smoke your pipe, and tell me what you'd like to drink."
"Nothing for now. I know your time is precious. You knew Saint Levesque very well."
"In our student days we went on enough jaunts together for me to know him. Don't tell me he's in trouble with the police."
"He hasn't been in touch with anyone for over a month."
"No one?"
"No one. Since he left, he hasn't even telephoned his chief clerk, as he always did when he went off for less than a week."
"What can have happened to him?"
said Amadieu to himself. Then, as if surprised,
"And how do you think I can help you?"
"I'm looking for a man I've never seen, and about whom yesterday I knew absolutely nothing, and I need to build up some idea of him."
"I see."
"Your friend Florian, from whose place I've just come and who gave me your name, considers him to be a strong character."
"So do I."
"Could the life he's been living for such a long time have pushed him to commit suicide?"
"He's not the type. Besides, he found his compensations."
"I know. I've met several of his girlfriends."
"After he got married, I went to dinner at Boulevard Saint-Germain several times."
"Merely as a friend?"
"I think I can answer that question without betraying professional confidentiality. It was Gerard who asked me to come and observe his wife. He wondered whether she was mentally sound. I discovered a woman with a sharp mind who from the first evening saw right through me. She looked at me calmly as if she was defying me. She deliberately drank non-stop. She still does. I know, but when I was there she drank twice as much, and each time she refilled her glass she would glance at me. "It's an illness, isn't it, doctor?" she'd say. "I am what's called an incurable alcoholic." People can be cured of almost anything, madame, so long as they want to be cured, of course. How can a person want it if they can't face up to life? I'm here alone, despised by a husband who doesn't have the slightest affection for me. I am certain you're mistaken. I know Gérard. If he married you, it's because he loved you. He thought he loved me. I didn't love him, but I hoped I would learn to. He's the most selfish, cynical person I've ever come across. Amadio relit his pipe and blew a puff of smoke up towards the ceiling. There were books and journals scattered all around the room, which was neither a sitting room nor a study, nor a consulting room. You see the situation in which I found myself. Poor Gérard, who was present, put up with it without batting an eyelid. On my 6th or 7th visit, she made her way over to me in the big drawing-room before I'd had a chance to greet her, and she said in a slurred voice, "Monsieur Amadio, don't bother to come any further. There won't be any dinner, and from now on you will not be welcome in this house. When I need a psychiatrist, I'll choose one for myself." She turned her back on me and stumbled in the direction of her rooms. The next day my friend Gérard turned up here to apologize. He told me that she was becoming more and more insufferable, and that he was doing everything he possibly could to avoid her. Admittedly, he added, that she was doing likewise. "Why didn't your friend ask for a divorce?" "Because, despite the life he leads, he is a fervent Catholic. And besides, his behavior would count against him." Maigret smoked and gazed pensively at the burly redhead with delft blue eyes. At length he rose and sighed. "So you don't think she's mad, after all?" "Not at first sight. Don't forget that I only saw her under the influence of drink. It would take more extensive and thorough observations to reach a diagnosis. I'm sorry I can't be of more help." They shook hands, and Amadio watched the two men go down the stairs, because there was no lift. "Brasserie Dauphine?" "Sadly, Chief." "A pity we can't send her to Saint-Anne under the care of a man like that. Her husband must find it unbearable at times to live with her, even if they avoid each other, knowing that she's under the same roof. Given her feelings towards him, I think I'd be afraid." Maigret looked at Lapointe solemnly. "Do you think she'd be capable?" "I said earlier that I felt sorry for her. I still do, because she must be very unhappy, but at the same time, she scares me." "In any case, he's out there somewhere, dead or alive." "Dead, most likely," sighed Lapointe very quietly. The first thing Maigret did on walking into the Brasserie Dauphine was to head for the telephone and request his home number. "I know," said Madame Maigret before he could open his mouth, "you won't be home for lunch. I was so certain that I haven't cooked anything, and you'd have had to make do with ham and salad." He was tempted to order a second pastis, but he remembered his friend Paudon's advice, and refrained from adding an aperitif. On the menu there was tripe à la mode de Caen, which he was also supposed to avoid, but which he relished anyway. "I am loath to ask the public prosecutor for a search warrant. I'd have difficulty obtaining one, given that there's no proof that a murder has been committed." "What would you look for?" "A weapon. Did Samuel Levesque have a revolver? Does his wife have one?" "But do you think her capable of killing him?" "I think anything is possible as far as she's concerned. She could just as well have killed him with a poker or a bottle." "And what would she have done with the body?" "I know. I can't exactly see her waiting for her husband to come out to the cric-crac, knocking him out, since there were no shots, and disposing of the body. Maybe she has an accomplice. Unless we're barking up the wrong tree and our man was attacked by thugs. People are mugged in the street every night. Why, in that case, go to the trouble of getting rid of the body?" I know. I'm going round in circles. There are moments when I think I'm getting close to the answer, and a second later I realize that it doesn't make sense." He gave a forced little laugh. "And the best thing would be if our lawyer were to reappear suddenly, bright and breezy, and ask what was wrong with us." "What do you think of le curé?" "The chief clerk? I don't like him very much, for no particular reason. He's one of those cold men who are unflappable and who remain composed in all circumstances. You spoke about what would happen to the firm if it turns out that Samuel Levesque is dead. Le curé's been working there for over 20 years. He must be tempted to consider the business almost as his own. The widow will have to agree to keep him on, which I think is unlikely. There doesn't seem to be much love lost between them. It's not as if they would kiss in front of us." Maigret gave Lapointe a long, hard look. Do you really think so? Since this morning, yes. I could be wrong, but
That would be too easy, wouldn't it? The pair of them are very clever. Natalie's really wild. You heard what the psychiatrist told us? It reminds me of a phrase I read recently. Frenzied to the point of losing consciousness. Do you reckon that could apply to her? Yes, when she's been drinking at any rate. And the way she is, under the influence of alcohol from the moment she wakes up, that makes her a dangerous woman. But to go so far as killing her husband? I know. And yet she gets carried away. I'll go back and see her just to push her into a corner. Supposing she's the one who was afraid. Of whom? Of her husband. He might sometimes want her dead. He's put up with her for over 15 years, true, but there's a point when something snaps. Maigret gave a wry laugh. Look at the pair of us, building theories on the basis of suppositions. He didn't have a brandy after his coffee. He was going to be put off brandy for a long time after seeing Madame Savan-Levesque knock it back like water. Chapter 4. Maigret was seated at his desk, staring glassily at the man sitting opposite him, who was dressed in a chauffeur's strict livery and awkwardly turning his cap over and over in his hands. Lapointe and his trusty shorthand notepad were at the back of the office. It was Lapointe who had gone to fetch the chauffeur from Boulevard Saint-Germain, and he'd found him in his room above the garages. Maigret had had to urge the nervous man to sit down. Vittorio Petrini. Yes, monsieur. He was so well trained that he looked as though he might stand to attention at any moment. You were born in Patino, a small village south of Naples. Are you married? No, monsieur. How long have you been in France? 10 years, monsieur. Did you start working for your current employers straight away? No, monsieur. I was with the Marquis d'Orsel for 4 years. Why did you leave? Because he died, monsieur. Tell me what your duties consist of at the Savan-Levesques. I don't have a lot of work, monsieur. In the morning I do the shopping for Mademoiselle Janon, the cook. She has difficulty walking. She's quite elderly. Then I maintain the cars, unless monsieur needed me. You're speaking in the past tense. I beg your pardon, monsieur. You are speaking as if that was in the past. I haven't seen monsieur for a long time. Which car did he use? Sometimes the Fiat, sometimes the Bentley. It depended on which clients he was going to see. We would sometimes travel 50, even 100 kilometers from Paris. A lot of monsieur's clients are very old and don't come into the city anymore. Some of them live in very fine chateaux. Did your boss chat to you while you drove? Sometimes, monsieur. He's a very good boss. Not proud, nearly always in a good mood. Does Madame ever go out in the morning? Almost never. Claire, her maid, told me she gets up very late. Sometimes she doesn't have lunch. What about in the afternoons? Monsieur almost never needed me. He stayed at the office. He didn't drive himself. Sometimes, but he preferred to take the Fiat. What about Madame? She would sometimes go out at around 4 or 5 o'clock. Without me. Without a car. Apparently she went to the cinema. Nearly always to one of the cinemas in the Latin Quarter, and came home by taxi. Did it not strike you as odd that she didn't ask you to drive her there or pick her up? Yes, monsieur, but it's not my place to judge. Would she sometimes ask you to drive her? Once or twice a week. Where would she usually go? Not far. Rue de Pontieu, to a little English bar where she'd stay for quite some time. Do you know the name of the bar? Yes, monsieur, the Pickwick. What state would she be in when she came out? The chauffeur was reluctant to reply. Drunk? Insisted Maigret. Sometimes I'd help her into the car. Would she go straight home? Not always. Every so often she'd ask me to stop outside another bar, the one in the Georges Simenon Hotel. Did she come out of there alone, too? Yes, monsieur. Was she able to get into the car? I'd help her, monsieur. What about the evenings? She never went out in the evenings. And your boss? He'd go out, but without a car. I think he preferred to take taxis. Every evening? Oh, no. He'd sometimes not go out for 8 or 10 days. And did he sometimes not come home for several days? Yes, monsieur. Did you ever drive them anywhere together? Never, monsieur. Or rather, only once for a funeral, 3 or 4 years ago. He was still fiddling with his peaked cap with its leather visor. His blue uniform was well tailored, his shoes gleaming. "What do you think of Madame?" He was embarrassed and gave the ghost of a smile.
"Don't you know? It's not my place to talk about her. I am only the chauffeur."
"How did she behave with you?"
"It varied. Sometimes she didn't say a word and was tight-lipped as if she was angry with me. At other times she called me her little Vito and chatted non-stop."
"About what?"
"It's hard to say. For instance, I wonder how I can put up with this life a moment longer. Or when she told me to drive her home, to the jailhouse, Vito."
"Was that what she called the apartment on Boulevard Saint-Germain?"
"When she'd been to several bars, yes. You know it's because of my pig of a husband that I drink. Any wife would do the same in my shoes. That sort of thing, you see. I'd listen in silence. I am very fond of Monsieur."
"What about her?"
"I'd prefer not to answer."
"Do you remember the 18th of February?"
"No, Monsieur."
"It's the day your boss left the apartment for the last time."
"He must have gone out alone because he didn't ask for a car."
"How do you spend your evenings?"
"I read, or I watch television. I am trying to lose my accent, but it's difficult."
The telephone rang, interrupting a conversation. Maigret signaled to Lapointe to answer it.
"Yes, he's here."
"I'll put him on." And to Maigret,
"It's the Chief Inspector of the 15th Arrondissement."
"Hello, Jadot." Maigret knew him well and liked him a lot.
"I'm sorry to bother you, Maigret. I thought that what I have to say might be of particular interest to you. A Belgian bargeman, Jeff Van Rooten, who was testing his engine at Quai de Grenelle, was surprised to see a body float up to the surface in the wash."
"Have you identified it?"
"The wallet was still in the trouser pocket. Georges Simenon. Does that ring a bell?"
"Yes."
"Damn it."
"Are you at the scene?"
"Not yet. I wanted to let you know first of all." "Who is he?"
"A lawyer from Boulevard Saint-Germain has been missing for over a month."
"I'm on my way. I'll meet you there. And thank you."
Maigret stuffed a second pipe in his pocket and turned to the chauffeur. "I don't need you any more for the time being. You may go. I appreciate your cooperation." As soon as he was alone with Lapointe, Maigret said,
"He's dead, all right."
"Savant Levesque?" "His body has just been fished out of the Seine at Quai de Grenelle. Come with me. Inform criminal records first." The little car weaved in and out of the traffic and reached Pont de Grenelle in record time. Below the road on the quayside were planks, piles of bricks, and barrels. 2 or 3 barges were unloading. Some 50 people had gathered around in inert form, and a police officer was struggling to hold the crowd back. Jadot was already there.
"The deputy public prosecutor will be here shortly."
"Do you have the wallet?"
"Yes."
He handed it over to Maigret. Naturally, it was soft, squidgy, and soaked through. It contained 3 500-franc and a few 100-franc notes, an identity card, and a driving license. The ink had run, but some words were still legible. "Nothing else?"
"Yes, a checkbook."
"Again in Savant Levesque's name?"
"Yes."
Maigret glanced furtively at the sodden form lying on the ground. He had to steel himself to go closer, as always in these cases. The bloated stomach was like an overfilled goatskin. The chest was gaping, and ugly white viscera spilled out. As for the face, there was almost nothing human left. "Lapointe, telephone le curé, and tell him to come right away." He couldn't impose such a sight on Natalie. "Where is the bargeman?" A voice with a strong Belgian accent replied,
"I'm here, monsieur."
"How long have you been moored at this spot?"
"More than 2 weeks, you see. I was planning to stay only 2 days to unload my bricks, but my engine packed up. Some mechanics came to repair it. It took a while. They finished this morning."
His flaxen-haired wife, with a blonde baby in her arms, was next to him, but she appeared not to understand French, and her eyes flitted anxiously from one of them to the other.
"At around 3 o'clock, I wanted to try out the engine myself, because I plan to leave for Belgium tomorrow morning after loading up with wine at Bercy. I noticed some resistance, and when the engine started up, this here body suddenly rose to the surface. It must have been caught on the anchor or the propeller, which explains why it's all mangled. Just my luck, isn't it, monsieur?"
The deputy public prosecutor, who was no more than 30, was called Oran. He was very dapper, very distinguished.
"Who is he?"
he asked, after shaking Maigret's hand. A man who's been missing for over a month. Saman Levesque, a lawyer from Boulevard Saint-Germain.
Did he run off with the takings? It appears not. Did he have any reason to kill himself?
I don't think so. The last person to have seen him alive was a nightclub hostess.
Might he have been murdered?
It's likely.
Here?
I don't see how he could have been brought alive to the banks of the Seine. He was no fool. Hello, Grenier. I've got an unpleasant job for you.
So I see.
He was one of the new forensic pathologists.
I can't do anything here. It would be absurd for me to certify the death because it is pretty obvious.
A van from the Forensic Institute pulled up, but first of all they had to allow the photographers from Criminal Records to do their job. The lawyer's chief clerk arrived shortly afterwards and descended the stone steps to the loading dock. Maigret pointed to the shapeless heap, giving off a fetid smell.
See if it is definitely him.
The chief clerk was loath to approach. He was rigid and held his handkerchief over his nose and mouth.
It's definitely him, he announced.
How can you recognize him?
By his face. It might be horribly disfigured, but it's definitely him. Do you think he threw himself into the water?
Why would he have done that? Mercure stepped back, keeping as far away from the body as possible.
I don't know. A lot of people throw themselves into the water.
I have his wallet and checkbook.
So I identified him correctly.
I'll summon you to Quai des Orfèvres tomorrow morning to sign your statement.
At what time?
9 o'clock. You have a taxi waiting?
Vito is just back. I asked him to drive me here. He's up there on the road with a Fiat.
In that case, I'll hop in too. Are you coming, Lapointe?
He went over to the pathologist, the only person not to seem upset by the body.
Will you be able to let me know by this evening whether he was murdered before being thrown into the river?
I'll do my best. Given the condition he's in, that won't be easy.
The three men strode through the crowd of onlookers. Jeff Van Rooten ran after Maigret.
You're in charge, aren't you?
Yes.
Can I leave tomorrow morning? I've told you everything I know.
First of all, you're going to come to the police station to sign a written statement.
Which police station?
That gentleman over there, with a black overcoat and a little moustache, is the chief inspector of the local police station, and he'll tell you what you have to do. There were 4 of them in the little Fiat, which Vito, like all private chauffeurs, drove smoothly.
Excuse me, Monsieur Maigret, muttered the chief clerk. Could we stop for a minute at a bar? If I don't have a strong drink, I might be sick.
The 3 of them got out at a bar where there were only 2 dock workers. Mercure, whey-faced, ordered a double brandy. Maigret contented himself with a beer, but Lapointe also had a brandy.
I wasn't expecting him to be found in the Seine.
Why not?
I don't know. I imagined that he'd gone off with a woman. He could have been on the Riviera, anywhere. The only thing that made me think something had happened to him was that he didn't telephone me.
They soon reached Boulevard Saint-Germain. Go over all the recent accounts and find out from the bank.
Will you give me the checkbook so that I can check the amounts on the stubs?
Maigret handed it to him and headed for the door on the right, while the chief clerk went through the one on the left.
You again?
Exclaimed the maid in annoyance on opening the door. Yes, mademoiselle, it's me again, and I'd be obliged if you tell your mistress right away that I am waiting for her. He made his own way to the boudoir, and, as if in defiance, kept his pipe in his mouth. 10 minutes or so went by, and when Natalie appeared, she was not in a dressing gown, but was wearing a very elegant suit.
I was about to go out.
To which bar?
That's none of your business.
I have some important news for you. Your husband has been found. She didn't query whether he was dead or alive.
Where?
Was all she asked. In the Seine, and a Pont de Grenelle.
I was certain something had happened to him.
The corners of her mouth were turned down, a gaze quite steadfast. She had been drinking for sure, but she held firm.
I presume I have to go and identify the body. Is he at the mortuary?
First of all, the mortuary was abolished years ago. Now it's called the Forensic Institute.
Will you be driving me there?
There's no need for you to identify him. Monsieur le Curé took charge of it. But if you insist...
Is that an insult?
How?
You believe I have such morbid desires?
One never knows. With you. The sacrosanct bottle of brandy was on the pedestal table with some glasses. She poured herself a drink without offering her visitors anything.
What's going to happen now?
By this evening, the press will know, and reporters and photographers will be ringing your doorbell.
Is there no way of stopping them?
You can refuse to speak to them.
Then what?
Then they'll go sniffing around somewhere else. They won't go easy on you, quite the opposite. They're a prickly lot. They might find out about certain things. I have nothing to hide. Do as you wish. But in your shoes I'd see them. I try to be as presentable as possible. The first ones will be here in an hour at the most. She drank a second glass nonetheless. They're in touch with the police stations. You enjoy speaking to me like this, don't you? Believe me, I don't. You hate me. I don't hate anyone. Is that all you had to say to me? That's all, yes. We'll see each other again very soon, no doubt. I have no wish to see you. I despise you, Monsieur Maigret, and now get out of here. Claire, throw these people out. There was still a police officer on the pavement opposite 207A, and Maigret was in two minds whether to stop the surveillance. But in the end he decided to continue with it. The telephone tap had been fruitless, as he should have expected, because Natalie had had no hesitation in going outside at night to call from a public phone booth, wearing a nightdress beneath her fur coat. "What do you think, Lapointe?" asked Maigret as he clambered into the car. "If she behaves like that with the reporters, she can expect some hostile press coverage tomorrow morning. I don't have anything more to do at the office today, so drop me off at home." Madame Maigret greeted him with a mischievous smile. "Happy? Why should I be happy? You found your body, haven't you?" "The radio?" "Yes, there was a brief mention on the 6 o'clock news. Are you hungry?" "No. Not after the few hours I just spent." He went over to the cupboard and wondered what to have to drink, because he was feeling queasy. In the end he poured himself a small glass of gin, which was rare. The bottle had been there for more than a year. "Do you want some?" he asked. "No, thank you. Sit down for a few minutes and read the papers, and I'll rustle up a light meal." The soup was already made. She then served a ham salad with cold potatoes. "You're worried, aren't you?" she said quietly while they were eating. "There are things I don't understand, and I don't like that." "Who are you working with?" She was aware that he always teamed up with one of his closest colleagues. Sometimes it was Janvier, sometimes Lucas, but these days it was Lucas who stood in for him when he was away. On this case he happened to be working with Lapointe. "Shall I turn the television on?" "No, I'm feeling too lazy to watch it." He settled in his armchair and went back to skimming the newspapers, his mind elsewhere, mainly on Natalie, who had just thrown him out of her apartment and spoken so rudely. By 9 o'clock, Maigret had dozed off, and his wife was about to wake him up so he could go to bed, when the telephone rang, making him jump. "Hello, yes, speaking." "Is that you, Grenier? Did you find out anything?" "First of all, a question. Was this gentleman in the habit of wearing a hat?" Maigret thought for a moment. "I've never seen him, and it didn't occur to me to question his wife or his employees on that subject." "Wait, he dressed elegantly in a very youthful style. I imagine him bareheaded. Otherwise, someone removed his hat before hitting him over the head, not just once, in my view, but a dozen times, very violently. His skull is in pieces like a jigsaw puzzle. No bullets, not in his head or anywhere else. I don't know what weapon the murderer used. A hammer, a spanner, or a tire iron? Most likely a tire iron. 2 blows would have been sufficient to kill him, but the murderer was in a frenzy." "What about that sort of hole by his waist?" "That's more recent. The body was partially decomposed when he got caught on an anchor or something like that. There's one detail I find interesting. His ankles were badly damaged by what looks like wire to me, so much so that one of his feet has almost been cut off. That wire must have been used to tie the body to a weight, a breeze block, or some heavy object. How long do you think he'd been in the water?" "It's hard to be precise. Several weeks. 4 or 5 weeks. It's possible. By the way, I examined his clothes. In one of the pockets I found a set of keys. I'll send them over to you first thing tomorrow morning." "I'm eager to see them." "You have more people than I do. You could send someone to fetch them." "All right. Leave them with the concierge. I'm now going to have a nice hot bath and treat myself to a good dinner. I wouldn't quite have to do this kind of work every day. Good night, Maigret." "Good night, Grenier. And thank you." The following morning, Maigret was in his office before 9. His first task was to send an inspector to pick up the keys from the Forensic Institute. There was a knock on his door. It was Lapointe who immediately grasped that there was a new development. "Grenier telephoned me. Savant Levesque was knocked unconscious with a blunt instrument, as they say in reports. A dozen extremely violent blows. The murderer tied a rock or a weight of some sort to his ankles before throwing him into the water. Lastly, Grenier found a set of keys in one of his pockets. Have you seen the papers? Not yet. Lapointe went to fetch them from the inspector's office and brought them to Maigret with a strange smile on his face. Look. One of the daily newspapers bore the headline, "Renowned Lawyer Murdered." The photograph was quite unexpected for someone who had seen Natalie perhaps an hour before it was taken. There wasn't the slightest trace of her drunkenness. She had made the effort to get changed and wore a black suit and white lace blouse in place of her beige suit. Her brown hair was carefully styled. The expression on her face, which looked more elongated, was sad, a photogenic sadness, and she was holding a handkerchief as if she'd just been crying and was afraid of breaking down again. His grief-stricken widow is baffled. The interview with Natalie was quite lengthy. She had received the journalist not in the boudoir, but in the big drawing room. When did your husband go missing? About a month ago. I wasn't worried because he would sometimes have to go and see one of his clients in the provinces. Who is replacing him at the firm? His chief clerk, who is very competent. My husband trusted him fully and had given him power of attorney. Did the two of you go out a lot? Really, we only entertained our few friends occasionally. We led a quiet life. Was it you who went to the police? I decided to go and see Detective Chief Inspector Maigret to tell him of my concerns. Why Maigret? I don't know. I'd read about several of his cases and felt I could trust him. There was a shorter interview with Jean le Cure. I have nothing to say. Didn't he leave you a message? No, he never left me messages, but he would telephone me every 2 or 3 days. Did he do so this time? No. Were you not worried? After around 10 days, did it not occur to you to go to the police? I merely informed Madame Savant-Levesque of my fears. Another newspaper published a photo of Natalie seated in the big drawing room. Mysterious death of Paris lawyer. The article was more or less the same, except that this newspaper emphasized the fact that the police hadn't been informed. It ended with, "It would seem that Monsieur Savant-Levesque was in the habit of mysteriously disappearing." The amazing thing, said Lapointe with admiration in his voice, is the way she transformed herself in such a short time. The inspector came back with a set of keys, which comprised half a dozen small keys and the key to a safe, probably the one on the ground floor. Bonfils brought in the list of Paris nightclubs and cabarets, and Maigret was surprised at how many there were. The list filled 3 pages, single-spaced. He stepped it into his drawer, stood up, and sighed. Boulevard Saint-Germain. You think she'll see you? She's not the person I want to see. But first of all I have to go up to the prosecutor's office. He learned that the examining magistrate in charge of the case was Coindet, a genial and good-natured elderly judge. Maigret had known him since the early days of his career. He found his office at the far end of the examining magistrate's corridor. Coindet held out his hand. I was expecting you. Have a seat. The clerk was typing and was about the same age as Coindet. I only know what I've read in the papers, since I haven't received a report yet. Because there's nothing to report, replied Maigret, returning his smile. The body was only found yesterday, remember. I've heard that you have been investigating for 3 days. In vain. I need a search warrant for this morning. Boulevard Saint-Germain? Yes. Madame Savant-Levesque has taken a dislike to me. That doesn't come across in her interview. She tells the press what she wants them to hear. I want to search the lawyer's apartment from top to bottom. Until now, I've only been able to have a quick look around. You won't leave me too long without an update. This was an allusion to Maigret's reputation. He was famed for carrying out his investigations as he saw fit, without paying any attention to the examining magistrates. 20 minutes later, he and Lapointe walked under the arch they were beginning to know well. It occurred to Maigret to go into the lodge, where he was greeted by a very dignified male concierge. The lodge was like a living room. I was wondering whether you would come and talk to me, Inspector? I've been so busy. I understand. I'm a former police officer. I used to work in traffic. I presume you're intrigued by the lady. You don't come across her sort every day. They certainly are, or were, since the man is dead, a strange couple. Here are people who have 2 cars and a chauffeur, but when they go out it's usually on foot. I've never seen them eat together, and I've heard they take their meals separately. Nearly always. They don't entertain, despite what she told the journalists. The husband goes off from time to time, his head in the clouds and his hands in his pockets like a young man, not taking anything with him. I presume he has a second household somewhere, or a bachelor pad in town. I'll come back and see you if I need to. You seem very observant. Habit, isn't it? A few moments later, Maigret rang the Saban Levesque's bell. Claire flushed with anger on seeing the two men, and she would probably have slammed the door in their faces if Maigret hadn't taken the precaution of wedging his foot in the doorway. Madame is— I'm not interested in Madame. If you can read this document. It's a search warrant issued by the examining magistrate. Unless you'd like to be arrested for obstructing the course of justice, what do you want to see? I don't need you. I know my way around. And, followed by Lapointe, he headed for the lawyer's rooms. He was particularly interested in the desk. Of all the pieces of furniture, the little mahogany desk was the only one whose 4 drawers were locked. Open the window, would you? It smells musty in here. He tried 3 keys before finding the right one. The drawer contained only letter-headed paper, envelopes, and 2 fountain pens, one of solid gold. The contents of the second drawer were more interesting. There were a number of photographs, mostly taken on the Riviera, in the grounds of an enormous 1900-style villa. Natalie was some 20 years younger, and the lawyer in his shirt-sleeves looked like a student. On the back was written La Florentine, which was clearly the name of the villa. In one of the photos, a big Alsatian stood very close to Saban Levesque. It suddenly dawned on Maigret that there was neither a dog nor a cat in the apartment. He was about to shut the drawer when, right at the back, he spotted a little passport photo of a kind that comes from an automatic booth. It was Natalie, even younger than in the cam photos, and more importantly, very different. Her smile was deliberately mysterious, her eyes questioning. On the back, a single word, a name, Trika. It was obviously an alias, and she hadn't chosen it to work as a lawyer's secretary in Rue de Rivoli. When she told Maigret about her past and given him the name of her supposed former employer, and above all, when he'd learned that the latter had been dead for 10 years, it had set Maigret thinking. At that point, she knew that her husband was dead, and there was no one to contradict her. She had probably never been a secretary or even a shorthand typist. Look, Lapointe, what does she remind you of? Lapointe thought for a moment. A high-class hooker. And we know where Saban Levesque went to look for his female companions. Maigret carefully slid the photo into his wallet. Then he opened the left-hand drawers. The top one contained unused checkbooks. But there was one that had no checks left, and the stubs, instead of having the name of the payee written on them, all said pay bearer. There were other odds and ends, a wristwatch, cufflinks, each set with a little yellow stone, elastic bands, stamps. Are you enjoying yourself? She was there, of course. Claire had dragged her out of bed. He could just tell she'd drunk a large slug of brandy, because she reeked of alcohol from a meter away. Hello, Trika. She had enough self-control not to recoil. I don't understand. It doesn't matter. Read this. He held out the search warrant, which she brushed aside. I know. My maid told me. So make yourselves at home. Do you want to search my dressing gown? Her eyes were different from the previous day. They expressed more than anxiety, a terror which you could barely disguise. Her lips were trembling more than ever, and so were her hands. I'm not done with this apartment yet. Does my presence bother you? I haven't had the occasion to set foot in these rooms for a very long time. Ignoring her, Maigret opened and shut doors and drawers, and went into the closet, sliding back the doors. He found some 30 suits, mostly in light colours. They bore the label of one of Paris's most renowned tailors. It appears your husband didn't wear a hat. Since I never went out with him, I wouldn't know. Congratulations on your performance yesterday, with the press. Despite her state of mind, she was flattered and couldn't help smiling. The bed was vast and low, the room very masculine with its leather-covered walls. The bathroom looked as if it had been used the previous day. The toothbrush was in its place in a glass, the razor on a stand with a shaving soap and an alum stone. The floor and walls were of white marble, as were the bathtub and other fittings. There was a picture window with a view over a garden, which Maigret was seeing for the first time. "Is that your garden?" he asked.
Why wouldn't it be? It was rare to find such beautiful trees in a private garden in Paris.
"By the way, Chica, in which club were you a hostess?"
"I know my rights. I'm not obliged to answer you."
"But you will have to answer the examining magistrate."
"In that case, I'll have my lawyer with me."
"Because you already have a lawyer?"
"I've had one for a very long time."
"The one on Rue de Rivoli?" he asked sardonically. He wasn't being harsh with her deliberately, but her behavior tended to exasperate him.
"That's my business."
"Now let's go into your apartment." In passing, he read a few of the titles of the books on the shelves in the study. There were contemporary authors, all distinguished names, and a number of books in English which the lawyer must have spoken fluently. After crossing the small sitting room and the drawing room, they ended up in Natalie's boudoir. She stood there, gazing at them. Maigret opened a few drawers which contained nothing but trinkets of no interest. He went into her bedroom. The bed was as big as Sabin Levesque's, but it was white, as was the rest of the furniture. The drawers mainly contained very fine underwear, most likely custom-made. The grey-blue marble bathroom was in a mess, as if it had just been used in haste. The bottle of brandy and a glass were still on one of the shelves. Dresses, coats, and suits in the closet, and on special shelving, 30 or 40 pairs of shoes. "Do you know how your husband died?" Her mouth set tight. She looked at him without answering. "He was hit over the head with a heavy object, most likely a tire iron. He wasn't hit once, but a dozen times, and his skull was literally fractured into tiny pieces." She didn't move a muscle. She stood there frozen, gazing at Maigret, and at that moment, anyone would have taken her for a madwoman. Chapter 5. Maigret stopped at the concierge's lodge. "Tell me, when he got married, Sabin Levesque had a dog, didn't he? A beautiful Alsatian, which he adored, and the dog loved him too." "Did he die?" "No. A few days after they got back from Cannes, where they spent their honeymoon, they gave it away." "Did you find that strange?" "Apparently the dog snarled every time Madame Sabin Levesque went near it. Once it even made to bite her and rip the hem of her dress. She was very scared of it. She made her husband get rid of the animal." Once in his office, Maigret sent for the photographer from Criminal Records. First he showed him the photo of the couple in Cannes with the dog. "Can you enlarge this print? The result won't be brilliant, but the people will be recognizable." "What about this one?" It was the passport photo. "I'll do my best. When do you want them for?" "Tomorrow morning." The photographer sighed. With Maigret everything was always urgent. He was long used to it. Madame Maigret glanced anxiously at her husband, as she always did when he was conducting a difficult investigation. She wasn't surprised by his silence or by his ill humor. It was as though, once home, he didn't know what to do with himself. Yet, absent-mindedly, and his wife would ask with a smile, "Are you here?" Because his mind was elsewhere. She remembered a conversation between the two men one evening, when they'd been having dinner at Dr. Pardon's. "There's one thing," Pardon had said, "that I find hard to understand. You're the exact opposite of a law enforcer. One might even say when you arrest a wrongdoer that you're sorry." "Yes, that is sometimes true. And yet you take your investigations to heart as if you're personally involved." And Maigret had merely replied, "Because each time I am caught up in a human experience. When you're called out to the bedside of an unknown patient, don't you feel personally involved too? Don't you fight against death as if the patient were someone dear to you?" He was tired and dejected. Admittedly, the sight of the body at the Grenelle docks was enough to turn the stomach even of a forensic pathologist. Maigret had grown fond of Sabin Levesque, even though he'd never met him. He'd had a friend at school who had a similar character. Outwardly he was light-hearted and carefree. In class he was the most disruptive pupil, interrupting the teacher or doodling in the margins of his exercise books. When he was sent out of the classroom for an hour, he would press his nose to the window and make funny faces. But the teachers didn't hold it against him, and they ended up laughing. Admittedly, in the exams, he was always in the top 3. The lawyer, who once led a playboy existence, had suddenly married. Why? Had he fallen head over heels in love? Had Natalie, who called herself Trika, operated with extraordinary cunning? What had she been hoping for? A society life, a luxurious apartment, travel, visits to fashionable resorts? A moment had come, after around 3 months of conjugal life, when Sabin Levesque had started going out again. Why? Maigret asked himself a question and couldn't find a satisfactory answer. Had she gradually shown herself as she was now? Peace had ceased to reign, and later they would no longer speak to each other. Neither of them had requested a divorce. Maigret ended up dropping off, his head full of question marks. When he got up, after drinking the first cup of coffee his wife brought him in bed, a fine drizzle was falling outside. Have you got a busy day ahead? I don't know. I never know what's in store for me. He took a taxi. That was a sign. He usually took the bus or the metro. The photographs were waiting on his desk, and they were unexpectedly clear. He took one of each and headed for Peretti's office at the other end of the corridor. Peretti was head of the vice squad and was the only chief inspector to wear a gold ring set with a yellow diamond, as if the people he mingled with in the line of duty had rubbed off on him. He was a good-looking man, still young, with very black hair and a flamboyant taste in clothes. Well, hello! I haven't seen you for a long time. It was true. Their offices were on the same corridor, but their paths rarely crossed. When they did, it was mainly at the Brasserie Dauphine. I don't suppose you recognize this person? Peretti examined the enlarged portrait of Natalie and went over to the window to see it in the light. Isn't that the wife of a lawyer whose photo was in the papers yesterday when she was younger? That's her, a little over 15 years ago. Here she is with her husband a few weeks or a few months later. Peretti studied the cam photo just as closely. Neither of them rings any bells. As I expected. But that's not all. I had my men draw up a list of all the nightclubs in Paris. Here's a copy. Are there any that still have the same owner as in those days? I'm particularly interested in the 8th arrondissement and around there. Peretti looked at the list. Most of these clubs didn't exist 15 years ago. Fashions change. There was a period when Montmartre was the centre of nightlife. Then there was Saint-Germain-des-Prés. Hold on. The Sieur de Lis, Rue de Pontier. It was and still is run by a charming scoundrel who's never been in trouble with the law. Any others? Chez Mademoiselle, Avenue de la Grande Armée. A very stylish place, owned by a woman, Blanche Bonnard. She must be over 50, but she's in good shape. She has another club in Montmartre, Rue Fontaine. A less classy joint, the Deux Frissons. Do you know where she lives? Her apartment is on Avenue de Wagram, and I've heard she spent a small fortune on it. I leave the list with you. I have other copies. If by chance something occurs to you. I forgot to ask where the owner of the Ciel de Lis lives. Marcel Lenoir, in the same building as his club on the 3rd or 4th floor. I've had to search his place for drugs. Thanks. Your investigation? So. Maigret went back to his office. He attended the morning briefing as usual, and looking at the superintendent in his chair, he said to himself that he could have been sitting there in a month's time. This lawyer business, Maigret. The other divisional chiefs were there, each with their case files. I haven't made any headway. I'm gathering information which may or may never be useful. He had the enlarged photo of Natalie sent to the newspapers with a caption, Madame Sabin Levesque at the age of 20. Then he went up to records to find out whether there was a file under her name or under that of Trica. There was nothing. She didn't have a criminal record, and she'd never been arrested for any reason. Will you drive me to Rue de Pontier? It was Lapointe who chauffeured him around, or Janvier, because Maigret had never sat at the wheel of a car. He had bought one recently, so they could get to their little house in Mont-sur-Oise on Saturday evenings or Sunday mornings, but Madame Maigret was the one who drove. Anything new, Chief? We're going to see the owner of a nightclub. He's been running it for over 20 years. The club's shutters were closed, but outside were photos of semi-naked women in a large frame. They walked in through the main entrance. The concierge sent them up to a 3rd floor, left-hand apartment. A little maid of dubious cleanliness opened the door. Monsieur Lenoir, I don't know if they can see you now. He's just got up and he's in the middle of his breakfast. Tell him it's Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. A moment later, Lenoir came to greet his visitors in the passage. He was enormous, very fat, and he wasn't exactly a spring chicken. He was wearing an old burgundy dressing gown over faded pajamas. To what do I owe the honor? It's not a question of honor. Carry on eating. I'm sorry to receive you like this. Lenoir was an old rogue who 25 years earlier had run a brothel. He must be around 60 now, but unshaven, his eyes still sleepy. He looked older. "Please, come this way." The apartment was as ill-kept as its occupant, and there was a mess everywhere. They went into a little dining room whose windows overlooked the street. One soft-boiled egg had been shelled, and Lenoir sliced the top off a second. "In the mornings I need to put myself to rights." He drank black coffee, and there were cigarette butts in the ashtray. "So, what do you say?" "I'd like to show you a photo and ask you if it reminds you of anything." He held out the enlarged portrait of Natalie. "I know that face from somewhere. What's her name?" "At that time, around 15 years ago, she called herself Trika. They all choose the most ridiculous pseudonyms. Trika. Do you recognize her?" "No, to be honest." "Might you be able to find her name in your books?" Lenoir ate messily and had egg yolk on his chin and on his dressing-gown lapel. "Do you think I keep a register with the names of all the girls who pass through my clubs? These women come and go. A lot of them get married, and people would be surprised to learn how many do very well for themselves. I had one who became a duchess in England." "Do you not keep their photographs either?" "They nearly all ask for them back when they leave. The others I tear up and throw away." "Thank you, Lenoir." "My pleasure." He stood up, his mouth full, and showed them out to the landing. 31 Avenue de Wagram. It was an elegant building, home to, among others, 2 doctors, a dentist, and a financial adviser. "Who shall I say is asking?" inquired the servant girl, dressed like a stage maid. "Maigret." "The detective?" "Yes." Blanche Bonheur wasn't having her breakfast, but was on the telephone. A voice could be heard coming from one of the rooms. Yes, my dear, I can't commit just like that. I need more detailed information and a report from my architect." "Yes. No, I don't know how long that'll take me." "Well, I'll see you at the club tonight." "Bye, as you wish." "Bye." She came to greet them, and her footsteps were muffled by the carpet scattered with brightly coloured rugs. She gazed steadily at Maigret and glanced only briefly at Lapointe. "You're lucky I'm up and about. I'm normally a late riser, but today I have an appointment with my business adviser. Come." The sitting-room was plush, too plush for Maigret's taste. Like Lenoir, the woman must have been over 50, but she still looked good, even in her casual morning wear. She was fat, but agreeably well-proportioned, and she had very beautiful eyes. "The Saint-Levesque case, I suppose. I was expecting you sooner or later, but I didn't think you'd be so quick." She lit a gilt-tipped cigarette. "You may smoke. Doesn't even bother my parrot. When I saw the photograph in the papers yesterday, it gave me a jolt, and I checked to make sure I wasn't mistaken." "Did you know Madame Saint-Levesque when she went by the name of Trika?" "Did I know her?" She got up and went into another room, and returned with a huge album. "Seeing as I don't have a very good memory, I keep everything. I have 5 albums like this, filled with photos. Here." She handed the open album to Maigret. On the right-hand page, there was one of those typical nightclub portraits. It was definitely Natalie, still very young, looking innocent and spontaneous. She wore a very low-cut dress that revealed her cleavage. Beside her, leaning over slightly, was Saint-Levesque. On the table, a champagne bucket and a bottle. "This is where he met her. She'd been a hostess for around 2 months. "Do you know where she came from?" "Yes, from Nice, where she worked in a fairly seedy club." "Did she confide in you?" "They all confide in me. Most of them are lonely with no one they can talk to. So they turn to Mama Blanche. Can I offer you something? I don't drink much, but it's time for my port." It was port of excellent quality, the likes of which Maigret had rarely tasted. Her surname was Fersier, and her father died when she was 15. He was a bookkeeper or something like that. Her mother was the daughter of a Russian count, and she liked everyone to know it. You see, I do remember things after all. In my club, she always sat at the same table. The clients were intimidated by her youth and innocence. They were quite tentative in approaching her. She smiled sweetly at them, but remained aloof. She really went out with anyone. I don't think it happened more than 3 times. Did she have a regular lover? No, she lived alone in a little hotel room not far from here in Roubaix. I was fond of her, but at the same time I couldn't completely understand her. One evening, Georges Simenon came in, or rather, Monsieur Charles, which is the name we all knew him by. He'd been before a long time previously. He liked gentle, quiet women, and he noticed Trika right away. He went over and sat down at her table. I imagine he asked her to go off with him, and she said no.
He returned every night for more than a week before he managed to persuade her to leave with him. She left some things here, 2 dresses, underwear, little personal knickknacks. After a few days she came back to collect her belongings. "The love of your life?" I asked her. She looked at me without answering. "Has he set you up with a place?" "There's nothing definite yet." She kissed me on both cheeks and thanked me, and that was the last I saw of her. 2 months later, though, a wedding photo was published in the Figaro. Trika wore a wedding dress, and her husband was in tails. "This morning, Monsieur Georges Simenon, the renowned lawyer of Boulevard Saint-Germain, married." Maigret and Lapointe exchanged looks. What were they to make of this story? The little girl from Quimper, the hostess in a dubious tub in Nice, and then at Chez Mademoiselle, had become the wife of one of the best-known and wealthiest lawyers in Paris. Gérard's father was still alive at the time, a man of principles. What had he said about this union? And had the 3 people who lived on the same floor got on together? After 3 months, Gérard had already gone back to his old habit of occasionally disappearing for a few days. Had Nathalie started drinking then? And did she spend most of her time in her apartment? The years passed, and she drank more and more. The lawyer had given up on the idea of married life. They'd become strangers to each other, if not enemies. And now she's free and wealthy. That niggles you, doesn't it, Inspector?
The papers didn't tell the full story. Saban-Levesque received at least 10 blows to the head from a heavy object, and his skull is in smithereens.
Do you think a woman could have done that? There are times when women can be as strong as men, if not stronger. Supposing she were guilty, where would the murder have been committed? In their apartment. He lost a lot of blood, there'd be blood stains, and she's clever enough to know it. And besides, how would she have transported the body to the Seine? How would she have got him downstairs to the car and put him inside? Of course, the killer could be some thug who attacked him in an empty street. His wallet is untouched and contained over 1,500 francs. Revenge? By whom? A lover? The lover of one of the women he picked up in a nightclub. Those people aren't jealous of paying customers. At worst, one of them would have attempted to blackmail him. Maigret glanced again at the photograph of the young couple with a bottle of champagne in front of him, and drained his glass of port. Another? No, thank you. Excellent as it is. He had learned a number of things about Nathalie's past, but where was it all leading him? He went home for lunch, and Madame Maigret was surprised, but it had no significance. Her husband was still as withdrawn, still as grumpy. He barely noticed what he was eating, even though he usually adored a pot-au-feu, served with poor man's sauce. A large cup of coffee. That meant his morning cup, which held a good third of a litre. He skimmed the papers featuring interviews with the concierge and one of the law firm's employees. Vito had also been questioned, but he had given only evasive replies. On arrival at his office, Maigret found the phone tapping report. Nathalie hadn't made a single call since her line had been tapped, but she had received an extremely brief one that same morning. "Is that you?" "Yes. I have to see you." She had hung up at once, without saying anything. On the same line, but from a different telephone most likely, the cook had called the butcher to order a veal roast which Vito would collect later. The office, on the other hand, had received an avalanche of telephone calls from anxious clients. The curé tried to reassure them and gave them the information they requested. Maigret went up to see the examining magistrate, but in all honesty he had little news for him. Good old Coindet wasn't in any hurry. Sitting at his desk, he was slowly puffing away on an old pipe and flicking through a file. "Take a seat, Maigret. I have almost nothing to tell you. I expect you've received the autopsy report." "Yes, this morning. The murderer won't be able to claim that he had no intention of killing. You have no idea where the crime was committed?" "So far, no. The forensic experts from criminal records are studying every seam of his clothing and his shoes. Given the amount of time the body was in the water, there's not much chance of obtaining any results." Maigret passed his tobacco pouch to the magistrate and lit the pipe he'd just filled. "There's only one area in which I've made some progress. Madame Saban-Levesque claimed that when she met her future husband, she was secretary to a lawyer in Rue de Rivoli. But that lawyer has been dead for 10 years, so he can't contradict her. In one of the dead man's drawers, which contained a number of photographs, I came across a snapshot of Nathalie when she was much younger, and there was a name on the back, Trika. A pseudonym, obviously. Knowing Saban-Levesque's tastes,
I went looking around the nightclubs and I learned that she'd been a hostess, not a secretary. I even found out where she met Saban Levesque. The magistrate sat there, looking pensive, his gaze following the smoke from his pipe.
Did she ever return to those places? He asked quietly.
No, not as far as I know. Once she became Madame Saban Levesque, she must have had nothing but contempt for that scene, where she felt humiliated. This morning, she received a telephone call. It was a man's voice, but we didn't have time to locate the caller. The man said, "I have to see you." She hung up without a word. I have the feeling that she knows a lot more than she's letting on. That's why I'm subjecting her to a sort of harassment. I'm going to see her again, without any particular reason. The two men smoked for a while in silence. Then they shook hands, and Maigret went back to his office. Walking into the adjacent room, he asked Janvier, "Who's on duty at Boulevard Saint-Germain?" "Inspector Baron." Turning to Lapointe, who was waiting for a signal, Maigret muttered, "I'm going there on my own. It's an experiment. She'll be less intimidated, and perhaps—" He didn't finish his sentence, but gave a dismissive gesture that meant that he didn't have high hopes. He took a taxi, which dropped him off opposite the building. A man was pacing up and down on the other side of the boulevard, and Maigret went up to him. "Has she come out?"
"No, nothing to report. Only the chauffeur drove out this morning in the Fiat, and I presume he was going to the shops because he was back soon afterwards."
The concierge was such a decent man, had been so proud to shake Maigret's hand that the latter dropped in to say hello. Apparently she hasn't left the building.
"No. The people who came in were all for the doctor on the third floor. How long have you worked here?"
16 years. I have sensitive feet, and being on traffic duty was no good for me." "When you started, was Saban Levesque still a bachelor?" "He got married 6 months after I arrived." "Did he still sometimes go off for several days at a time?" "Except the last 2 or 3 weeks before the wedding." "Was that while his father was still alive?" "Yes, a fine figure of a man, every inch the lawyer. He had a young face, but his hair was completely white." "Did he get on well with his son?" "I don't think he was all that proud of him, but he was resigned." Maigret went up to the first floor and rang the bell. Claire the maid opened the door and gave him a scornful look. "Madame Saban Levesque has gone out." "Are you certain?" "Yes." "What time did she leave?" "At around 2 o'clock. It was now 3:10. "Did she take one of the cars?" "I don't think so." Maigret knew Baron well enough to be certain that nothing could distract him from his task of watching the building. The concierge, too, would have seen Natalie go past. He went in and shut the door behind him. "What do you want to do?" "Nothing. Don't take any notice of me. If you're worried I'll pinch your trinkets, you can follow me." He began with the left wing, inspecting the rooms occupied by the young woman. He even went to the trouble of looking in the closets, which made Claire smile. "Why do you think she'd hide in a cupboard?" "It's as good a place as any." "She has no reason to hide." "Nor did she have any reason not to go out of the main entrance." He wandered around the drawing room, examining one by one the portraits of stern-faced ancestors, and thought about the life their descendant had led. Outside their portrait gravitas, might they not have done likewise? "Where is the back entrance?" "I may as well tell you because it's hardly a secret." "Via the courtyard?" "No. To the right of the lift there's a little glazed door that leads to a flight of steps down to the garden. Across the garden there's a gate in the wall which opens directly onto Rue Saint-Simon." "And this gate isn't locked?" "It is. But as Monsieur and Madame Saban Levesque are the owners, they have the key." "Where is this key?" "I don't know." That was an interesting question. Was it Gervais or his wife who had the key? And if it was him, when had she taken it? He went into the lawyer's small study and sat down in a comfortable leather armchair. "Do you plan to stay here for long?" "Until your employer comes back." "She won't be happy." "Why not?" "Because you're not supposed to be here in her absence." "You're very devoted to her, aren't you?" "Or wouldn't I be?" "Does she treat you well?" "She can sometimes be very nasty, unfair and aggressive, but I don't hold it against her." "Do you feel she's not responsible for her actions?" "At those times, yes." "Do you think she's ill?" "She can't help it if the only solace she was given was alcohol." If she were to ask you to lie for her, to commit perjury, would you?
Without hesitation.
It can't be very pleasant when she vomits in her bed at night.
Nurses had worse than that to deal with.
Maigret thought he heard a noise coming from the hallway. He didn't move, however, and the maid appeared not to have noticed.
What would you say if I were to start screaming and accused you of trying to rape me?
Maigret couldn't help laughing. It's an experiment worth trying. Let's hear you. She shrugged and walked off in the direction of the large drawing room and the other wing. She did not return. It was Natalie who came teetering across the room. She was ashen, with dark circles under her eyes, making her lipstick appear even more vivid, like a wound. She nearly fell over as she entered, and Maigret rose to assist her.
Don't worry about me. I can still stand up straight.
She sank into the armchair that matched the one in which Maigret was sitting. She looked at him with a sort of stupefaction.
Who told you?
She shook her head as if to erase the words she had just spoken.
Press the button by the door to the drawing room.
He did so. That button must ring a bell in the pantry.
Oh, it's hot.
Without getting up, she took off her brown tweed jacket.
Aren't you hot?
Not for the time being. You probably walked too fast.
How do you know I was on foot?
Because you knew that I'd have traced the driver of your taxi and found out where you went. Still looking dumbfounded, she did not appear to be fully herself.
You're clever, but you're horrible.
He had rarely seen a woman so distraught, reduced to such a state as this. Claire knew why she'd been summoned, because she was carrying a tray with a bottle of brandy, a glass, and a packet of cigarettes. She filled the glass herself and held it out to her employer, who nearly knocked it over.
You don't woman, do you? You're not an alcoholic yet.
She could barely form the word, and repeated it. Has your doctor ever advised you to seek treatment?
Him? If I were to listen to him, I'd have been put away in a psychiatric hospital a long time ago, which would have suited my husband. You see how unpredictable life is?
She stopped abruptly, as if she'd lost her train of thought.
Unpredictable.
Unpredictable, she repeated, her eyes vacant.
Oh, yes. Life. My husband's the one who's dead, and I'm the one who's alive.
She looked about her and turned towards the drawing room. Her face suddenly lit up with a sort of satisfaction. Then she drank, and said in a mournful voice,
This is mine.
He was expecting her to sliver to the floor, but despite her drunken state, she maintained some grip on reality.
I never used to come in here.
Now she was gazing at the walls of the study.
He only came in here to read.
Do you remember Chez Mademoiselle? She gave a start, and her gaze became steely again.
What do you say?
Madame Blanche, the owner of Chez Mademoiselle.
Who told you?
It doesn't matter. I have an excellent photograph of you and Gérard cracking open a bottle of champagne. It was before your marriage. She sat absolutely still, on the defensive. You never were a secretary. One of the places you worked in was a third-rate nightclub in Nice, and you were forced to go upstairs with the punters.
You are a bastard, Inspector.
And she drained her glass in one gulp.
I am now Madame Saint-Levesque,
he corrected her. Widow Saint-Levesque. She breathed haltingly. I don't suspect you of having killed your husband. Despite all your energy, you are not physically capable of it. Unless an accomplice.
I didn't even go out that evening.
The 18th of February?
Yes.
You remember it?
You're the one who mentioned that date.
Who telephoned you this morning?
I have no idea.
Someone wanted to see you at all costs and told you it was vital.
Probably a wrong number.
You hung up, suspecting that the line was being tapped, but, as if by coincidence, you went out this afternoon. You didn't use the main door, but the little garden gate. By the way, which of you had the key?
Me.
Why?
Because he never went into the garden, and sometimes in the summer I would go and sit there. I'd hidden the key in a crevice in the wall. And did you use it? To go and buy cigarettes over the road, yes. And even to go for a drink in a bar. They'll tell you, I'm a neighborhood drunk, aren't I? Where did you go this afternoon? I walked. And where did you stop? I don't know. Maybe in a bar. No. She was wavering, and in the end, he felt sorry for her. He stood up. I'm going to call your maid, and she'll help you into bed. I don't want to go to bed. The thought seemed to frighten her. She was living a nightmare which it was impossible to enter. I'll call her anyway. No. Stay here. I'd rather you were the one to stay with me. Aren't you some kind of doctor? No. Give me your hand. She placed it on her chest, where her heart was pounding rapidly. Do you think I'm going to die? No. What is the name of your doctor? I don't want to see him either. He'll have me put away. He's a very bad man. A friend of Georges. He flicked through the phone book and found the name and address of a doctor who lived round the corner in the Rue de Lille. Hello, Dr. Bloy? Inspector Maigret here. I am at the home of Madame Saban-Levesque. She does not seem at all well, and I think she needs you. Are you sure she's not putting on an act? Is that what she usually does? Yes, unless she's blind drunk. I think it's the latter today. I'll be right over. He's going to give me another injection, she moaned. He gives me one every time he comes. He's an idiot who thinks he's cleverer than everyone else. Don't go. Don't leave me alone with him. He's a bad man. The world is full of bad people. And I'm all alone. Do you hear me? All alone. She started to cry, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Her nose was running. Don't you have a handkerchief? She shook her head, and Maigret gave her his, as if she were a child. Whatever you do, don't let him send me to hospital. I don't want to go there under any circumstances. It was impossible to stop her drinking. She would suddenly grab the glass, and next moment it would be empty. The doorbell rang, and then Claire showed in a very tall man, built like an athlete, who Maigret would later learn was a former rugby player. Delighted to meet you, he said, shaking Maigret's hand. He glanced at Natalie with indifference. She did not move and stared at him in terror. So, the same thing again. Let's go into your bedroom. She tried to protest, but he took her hand, his doctor's bag in the other. Monsieur Maigret, don't let him send me. Claire followed them. Maigret didn't know what to do with himself, and he eventually sat down in one of the armchairs in the large drawing room, which the doctor would have to walk through. It took a lot less time than he had expected. The doctor came back with the same detached expression on his face. This must be the 100th time, he said. She should be in a private hospital for some time at least. Was she already like that when Saban-Levesque married her? Not as seriously, but she had a drinking habit and couldn't go without. At first there was a business with a dog that terrified her, and the fact was that the animal bared its teeth whenever she went near it or Gérard. She had the chauffeur fired and changed drivers 2 or 3 times, as she did her maids. Do you think she's mad? Not in the true sense of the word. Let's say neurotic, as a result of drinking like that. The doctor abruptly changed the subject. Have you found out who killed poor old Gérard? My parents lived in the neighborhood and we used to play together in the Luxembourg Gardens. We were up the same lycée and then at university together. He was the finest man there was. They went down the stairs, still chatting, and stood outside on the pavement together for a while. Chapter 6. Maigret walked along the embankment, gazing absently at the Seine, his pipe in his mouth and his hands in his pockets, looking very much out of sorts. He couldn't help feeling guilty. He'd been harsh, almost pitiless with Natalie, even though he felt no animosity towards her. Especially today. She was lost, incapable of playing her part to the end, and suddenly she'd caved in. He could tell that it wasn't an act, but she had no strength left. All the same, he'd done his job, convinced it was the right thing to do, and if he'd been somewhat cruel, it was because he believed it was necessary.
Besides, the doctor, who'd known her for a long time, had barely been any less hard on her. Now she was in a deep sleep, induced by the injection. But what about when she woke up? There was only one person in that vast apartment who was devoted to her, Claire Morel, her maid, and that was the way things had been for 15 years. The cook, Marie Janon, who had almost brought up Georges Simenon, had always considered her an intruder. Honoré, the manservant, viewed the procession of bottles with distaste. There was a cleaner who came every morning and whom Maigret had only glimpsed, a certain Madame Langouy, and he suspected that she, too, was on Gerard's side. The lawyer was one of those people who retain a childlike quality all their lives, and because of that are forgiven everything. In Georges Simenon, this quality was a profound selfishness, combined with a degree of innocence. Before his marriage, he was already leading the life he would resume a little later. In his law firm, he was the golden boy who was successful in everything, and in the evenings, when the fancy took him, he became Monsieur Charles. He was known in most of the nightclubs around the Champs-Élysées, but curiously there was no trace of him in Saint-Germain-des-Prés or Montmartre. He only hunted, so to speak, in a specific area, the classiest and most elegant. The moment they spotted him, the liveried doorman would say respectfully with a hint of familiarity, "Good evening, Monsieur Charles." And for a large part of the night he'd be Monsieur Charles, an eternally youthful man who smiled at everyone and handed out generous tips. The hostesses would watch him, wondering if that night would be their turn. Sometimes he was content just to drink a bottle of champagne of one of them. Other times he would leave with a girl, but the owner didn't raise any objection. He was a happy man, a man with no problems. He didn't socialize among his own circle. He was never seen in the salons. He liked the easy-going hostesses, and when he spent a few days with one of them at her place, he enjoyed helping her with the day-to-day household chores. He was certainly not looking to get married. He felt no need for a live-in wife in his apartment. And yet, he'd married Natalie. Had she acted all sweet and docile, a helpless little woman with him? It was likely. In her passport photo, she had the touching expression of a vulnerable little girl. She placed herself under his protection. She made him feel big and strong. She had worn a white wedding dress like a proper young lady, and on entering the apartment on Boulevard Saint-Germain, she had been overawed. In Cannes, too, the vast 1900s-style villa had felt like a paradise, and she'd begun to put up with a dog that wasn't hers and that snarled at her. What had caused the rift? She was alone in a huge apartment for days on end. Her father-in-law and Gerard were downstairs, each in his office, and mealtimes were rather awkward. She didn't yet have Claire, but her maid, for whom she was merely the boss's wife. Gradually she'd grown tougher. To start with, she demanded that her husband get rid of the dog, and he had done so, reluctantly. In the evenings they had nothing to say to each other. She didn't read, she simply watched television. They still slept together, without any real intimacy developing between them, and one fine day Gerard had gone out, without saying anything, to visit the Étoile district and play his part as Monsieur Charles. That was his true nature, his childlike side. He was full of life. Everyone welcomed him, celebrated him. Whereas she'd believed she would become the heart of the home, she was in fact nothing but a useless accessory. He tolerated her. He didn't speak of divorce, but they were already sleeping in separate bedrooms, and she moped in her bed, brooding endlessly over her resentment. The air was mild. The sun was setting slowly in the west, and Maigret walked without hurrying. Twice he bumped into someone coming towards him. As a hostess, she already drank, but in moderation. In the loneliness of the apartment, she began to drink more, to dull her senses. Was Maigret mistaken? That was how he pieced together the past. The more she drank, the more her husband distanced himself from her. Her father-in-law died. Gerard had additional responsibilities and had an even greater need to relax. They had held out for 15 years, both of them. And that was what astonished Maigret. For 15 years, they had crossed paths in those rooms where no one really lived. In the end, she was no longer able to sit across the table from him. She had become a stranger, and had been lucky enough to find Claire, who would become her sole ally. Why didn't she leave? Why did she put up with this suffocating existence? She went to the cinema in the afternoons, or at least that was what she claimed. From time to time she had the chauffeur drive her to a bar near the Champs-Élysées, where she drank, alone, perched on a high stool. Without being asked, the bartenders refilled her glass as soon as it was empty. She spoke to no one. No one spoke to her. As far as other people were concerned, she was the woman who drinks. Had she at last met a man who cared about her, who made her aware of her worth? So far, the investigation had not suggested that possibility. Vito stated that she always came out from the various bars she visited on her own, a little unsteady on her feet. Now she was a widow. The apartment, the firm, and fortune awaited her. But was it too late? She was drinking more than ever. She was afraid of something. She seemed to be running away from reality, from life. Where had she gone when she'd slipped out via the little garden gate, and who had telephoned her that morning? With her it was hard to differentiate between the truth and the lies. She was a skilled actress who in the space of a few minutes had transformed herself into a socialite to meet with the journalists and photographers. Maigret walked halfway across Pont-Neuf and stopped at the Brasserie Dauphine. A pastis, like the other day? No, a brandy. It was a challenge. He was imitating her. He was drinking brandy, and the first mouthful burned his throat. Even so, he ordered another before heading to the police judiciaire. A file was waiting on his desk, the same one that he had gone through with his colleague from the vice squad. He picked it up and took it into the inspector's office. There were about 20 men in the room. I need 10 of you, those who look the least like police officers. There were smiles, some of them tight-lipped. Here's a list of all the cabarets and nightclubs in Paris. That you can ignore Saint-Germain-des-Prés and Montmartre, concentrate on the 8th arrondissement and the surrounding area. He gave the list to Luca, along with a dozen prints of the Cannes photograph. You don't need to disguise the fact that you're police officers, but all the same, try not to be too conspicuous. Each one of you will be given a photograph and a number of addresses. Visit them around midnight. Question the bartender and possibly the owner, the maître d', and the hostesses. Remember the date of the 18th of February. Remember the name Monsieur Charles as well. I was forgetting that there are also the flower sellers who go from club to club. I know it will be a miracle, but I'd like to find out if anyone saw Monsieur Charles on the 18th of February. He handed the file to Luca and went back into his office, still looking thoughtful. It was perhaps a complete waste of time, but sometimes people remember a date because of a birthday or a chance incident. Lapointe had followed him. May I, Chief? I wanted to let you know about a phone call that came in for you while you were out, and then I took the liberty of answering. It was from the municipal police. Couteau informed them that one of their officers, intrigued to see a black Citroën parked by an area of wasteland for several days, had fired a report. Apparently there are bloodstains on the passenger seat, or rather on the seat back. Who does the car belong to? A certain Dennery, a civil engineer who lives in Rue La Boétie. When was the car stolen? That's the interesting point. On the 18th of February. He reported the theft at his nearest police station. No one thought of that deserted area of Puteaux. Have the number plates been changed? They haven't been touched, which is why the owner could be traced straight away. Where is the car? I asked the Puteaux chief inspector to leave it where it is, guarded by an officer. At last, a concrete clue, small, granted, but which might possibly lead somewhere. Put me through to Dr. Grenier. So long as he wasn't in the middle of an autopsy. Grenier, Maigret here, I need you. Now, as quickly as possible. A new body? No, but the car that transported a body, by the look of things. Where do I have to go? Come over here. I don't know exactly where the car is. We're calling to Puteaux police station. They have the information. All right. Give me 15 minutes. Then he called Meurs in criminal records. I need your experts, the one who dealt with the lawyer. They're here. Where do you want them to go? To Puteaux police station, where they'll be told the location of the vehicle. Maigret forgot the difficult afternoon he'd just had. He and Dr. Grenier got into a police car, and Lapointe took the wheel and drove them to Puteaux, which, at that hour, was no small thing. It's rare to see you here, Inspector. I'd like one of your men to drive us to the vehicle that has just been found. That's easy. He gave instructions to an officer who squeezed into the little police car with some difficulty. It's a stone's throw away on a demolition site. They're knocking down an old ruin to build social housing. A car was covered in dust. The tires and headlamps had been stolen. An officer was pacing up and down, and a man in his 50s rushed over to Maigret. "Do you see the state they've left it in?" "Are you the owner?" "Georges Simenon, civil engineer." "Where was the car stolen from?" "Opposite my home. My wife and I were having dinner, and we were going to drive to a cinema in the Latin Quarter. But the car had gone. I ran to the police station. Who's going to pay for new tires and headlamps and cleaning it up?" "You will have to apply to the appropriate department." "And which is the appropriate department?" Rather irritated, Maigret admitted, "I have no idea." The interior was upholstered in a grey fabric which had soaked up the blood. The forensic pathologist took some little files out of his bag and embarked on a complicated task. The team from Criminal Records looked for fingerprints on the wheel, the brake handle and gear stick, as well as on the doors. "Have you found any?" "There are some good prints on the wheel. The others aren't so clear. Someone smoked Gita because the ashtray's full of butts." "What about the passenger side?" "Nothing. Blood on the back of the seat." The doctor spoke up. "And fragments of brain," he added. "Those are precisely the traces that would have been left by the man I autopsied." They worked for another hour, meticulously. A group of curious bystanders had formed, and 2 local police officers were keeping them at bay. The car was parked halfway onto the demolition site, which seemed abandoned for the time being. Monsieur Dennery went anxiously from one man to the other, concerned only to know who would pay for the repairs. "Aren't you insured against the theft?" "Yes, but the insurance companies never pay out the full amount, and I don't want to end up out of pocket. If the streets of Paris were better policed, this wouldn't happen." "Had you left the keys in the car?" "I couldn't imagine that someone would use it. All the seats need to be recovered. I even wonder whether my wife would want to get into a car that has transported a body." The forensics team had found a few wool fibres, which seemed to have come from a tweed jacket. "I'll let you carry on, boys. Try to send me a preliminary report by tomorrow morning, even if it's incomplete." "We'll do our best, Chief." "As far as I'm concerned," said the doctor, "it'll be done quickly. A simple blood test. I'll call you at home this evening." The Pointe dropped Maigret outside his apartment building. Madame Maigret came to greet her husband at the door, and looked at him with a frown. "Not too tired?" "Very tired." "Is your investigation moving forwards?" "Possibly." He was gloomier than ever, and appeared not to notice what he was eating. After dinner he sank into his armchair, filled a pipe, and watched television. He was thinking about Natalie. Maigret was dozing in his armchair when the telephone rang, cruelly shattering the silence in which he was immersed. There was only one lamp on. The television had been switched off. Madame Maigret was nearby, sewing. She never sat in an armchair, claiming that it made her feel trapped. He lumbered over to the phone. "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret?" "Speaking, yes." His voice must have sounded gruff, because the caller asked, "Am I waking you up?" "No. Who is this?" "Dr. Boy. I am at Boulevard Saint-Germain, where Madame Saman-Levesque has just tried to commit suicide." "Is she in a serious condition?" "No. I thought you'd like to see her before I give her a stronger injection." "I'll be there right away. Thank you for letting me know." His wife was already holding out his jacket, and she went to fetch his overcoat. "I suppose you're going to be quite a while." "Call me a taxi." While she was telephoning, he filled a pipe and poured himself a little glass of plum brandy. He was distressed, Madame Maigret could tell. He didn't have all the facts about what had happened, but he felt he was partially to blame. "The taxi will be here in a minute." He kissed his wife. She went to the door with him and opened it. Leaning over the banister, she watched him go down the stairs, and he gave her a little wave. 2 minutes later, a taxi drew up outside the building. He was about to give the address where he wanted to go when the driver said with a twinkle, "Katie's or Fave?" "No, not this time. Boulevard Saint-Germain. Number 207A. One of the illuminated clocks they passed showed that it was 10:20. Without realizing it, he had slept for almost 2 hours. He paid the taxi driver and rang the main bell. The retired police officer came and opened the door. "I don't know what's happened, but the doctor's up there. He's just phoned me." Maigret went up the stairs 2 at a time, and Claire Marel let him in. Dr. Bloy was waiting for him in Georges Simenon-Levesque's little study. "Is she in bed?" "Yes." "Is her condition a cause for concern. No, luckily the maid once worked for a doctor and she immediately made a tourniquet above the wrist, even before calling me. I thought the injection was supposed to knock her out until tomorrow morning, if not longer. So it should have done. I don't understand how she could have woken up, got out of bed and moved around the apartment. The maid has set up a bed in the boudoir so as not to leave her alone. When she woke up with a jolt, she saw her employer walking past her like a ghost, if those are her words, or a sleepwalker. She crossed the big drawing room, the dining room, and went into her husband's apartment. "What are you doing, madame? You must go back to bed. You know what the doctor said." Her mouth is contorted in a sort of twisted smile. "You are a good girl, Claire." The doctor added, "Don't forget that at that point the lights weren't on, other than in the boudoir. The scene must have been frightening, but the girl didn't lose her head." "Give me a drink." "I don't think I should. In that case, I'm going to get the bottle." Claire thought it best to pour her one. She got her mistress back into bed, then telephoned me. I was playing bridge with friends and came racing over. The wound is deep and I had to apply 3 staples. She didn't say anything to me. She stared at me, her face blank, or rather, indifferent. "Does she know that you called me?" asked Maigret. "No, I phoned from the study. I thought you might like to talk to her before I send her into a deeper sleep. This woman is extraordinarily resilient. I'll go in and see her." Maigret made his way back through the apartment and into the boudoir where the camp bed still bore the imprint of a body. "You see what you've done?" said Claire without anger, but in a sad voice. "How is she?" "She's lying absolutely still, gazing at the ceiling, and she won't answer when I talk to her. Please, just be kind to her." Maigret felt awkward entering the bedroom. The covers were drawn up to Natalie's chin and her bandaged arm lay on top of the sheet. "I thought they'd call you." She spoke listlessly. "I really wanted to die. It's the only solution, isn't it?" "Why?" "Because I no longer have any reason to live." Maigret was struck by the words because they didn't seem to chime with reality. There was no love, not even the semblance of a friendship between her and her husband. So he had never been her reason for living. "I know you were only doing your job, but you were cruel." "Do you have something to tell me?" She didn't reply straight away. "Pass me the bottle. Once the doctor's given me the injection, it will be too late." He hesitated and then picked up the bottle from the chest of drawers. "No glass. My hand's shaking too much, and I'll knock it over." She drank from the bottle, and it was a sorry sight, in that bedroom where everything was luxury and sophistication. She nearly dropped it on the bedside rug, and Maigret caught it. "What are you going to do with me?" Was she in full possession of her faculties? Her words, which she spoke in a dull, choked voice, could be interpreted in different ways. "What do you hope for?" "Nothing. I have nothing left to hope for. I don't want to be alone in this huge apartment any more." "It's yours now." Her mouth contorted again. "Yes, it's mine. Everything's mine." There was a painful irony in those words. Just think if someone had predicted that, when I was a little hostess. Maigret said nothing and didn't even think of taking his pipe out of his pocket. "I am Madame Saban-Lavesse." She tried to laugh, but only managed a sort of strangled sob. "You can leave me now. I promise I won't try to kill myself again. Go home to your wife, because you're not alone, are you?" She turned her head a fraction to look at him. "You've chosen a nasty profession, but it's probably not your fault. Have a good night. Don't be afraid. This time Dr. Broy is going to increase the dose, and goodness knows when I'll wake up." "Good night, madame." Maigret tiptoed out, rather as if leaving a death chamber. Claire was waiting for him in the boudoir. "Did she talk to you?" "Yes." "Did she tell you any secrets?" "No." "Is the doctor still in the study?" "I think so." Maigret joined him. "Over to you." "I'll wait here." Maigret filled his pipe and sank into the armchair. A few moments later, Claire came into the room. She seemed less antagonistic towards him. "Why are you so harsh with her?" "Because I'm convinced she knows who killed her husband." "Do you have proof?" "No, I don't have proof. If I did, I would already have arrested her." Strangely, the girl did not protest. She's an unhappy woman. I am aware of that.
Everyone in the household hates her except me.
I'm aware of that, too.
When Monsieur Gerard married her, it was as if she'd stolen someone else's place.
Did you ever accompany her on her outings?
No?
Do you know where she went?
To the cinema.
Did you find cinema tickets in her bag or in her pockets? It was obvious that she had never asked herself the question.
No,
she replied at last after thinking for a moment. Did she spend a lot of money?
Monsieur Gerard gave her everything she wanted. She would tell me to prepare one handbag or another and to put a certain sum of money in it.
How much, for instance?
Sometimes a few hundred francs, sometimes 2,000 or 3,000.
She bit her lip.
I shouldn't have told you that.
Why not?
You know better than I do. She hardly bought anything from the shops. She had the tradesmen come here. She only went to the hairdressers in person.
The doctor came into the study and spoke to the maid. This time I think you can sleep soundly. I gave her a dose that is used in sleep treatments. Don't worry if she doesn't wake up tomorrow morning. I'll drop by just before midday.
Thank you, Doctor.
She left the room and the doctor sat down, crossing his legs. Did she tell you anything of interest? In the state she's in, people sometimes say more than they intend to. She asked me, among other things, what I plan to do with her. She's just asked me the same question. I think she knows a lot about her husband's death. In any case, she's fiercely hiding something. That's why she's in the state she's in. I'm surprised she hasn't become hysterical. She asked me for a drink, and she was so insistent that I passed her the bottle. You did the right thing, given the point she's reached. Medically, what's going to happen to her?
She will increasingly lose control of herself.
You mean she'll go mad?
I'm not a psychiatrist. As a matter of fact, in a day or two I'd like a psychiatrist to examine her. In any case, if she carries on drinking as she does, she won't last long.
She can't stay here where I don't have the necessary facilities to treat her.
She needs to be in hospital, not necessarily a psychiatric hospital.
We'll get her sober and give her the rest she needs. He sighed.
I don't like looking after this sort of patient. By the way, when do you think the funeral will be?
I haven't dared talk to her about it.
Do you think she'll want a chapel of rest?
The chief clerk will probably take care of it. She's in no state to do so.
The less disruption to the household, the better for her. I can't imagine a bier in the entrance hall or in the big drawing room.
They both rose and said good night once out in the street. Maigret went home to bed. He slept badly, had nightmares.
When his wife woke him with his cup of coffee, he ached all over as if he'd been making a great physical effort.
Lapointe, he asked on the telephone, is he there yet?
He's just come in.
Put him on, Luca.
Yes, Chief,
said Lapointe. Come and pick me up at my place, but first of all, check whether there's any news. He washed, shaved, dressed, and swallowed 2 aspirin tablets because he had a pounding headache. He barely touched his breakfast.
I'll be glad when this case is over, muttered Madame Maigret. You're taking it so much to heart that you'll end up making yourself ill.
He looked at her sullenly and tried to give her a smile.
The newspapers are hardly mentioning it any more. Why's that?
Because there's nothing to say about it at present. He found Lapointe at the wheel of the little police car and slid in beside him. Nothing on my desk.
A report from forensics. The wool fibers found in the vehicle match those of the dead man's jacket.
What about the men I sent into the nightclubs?
Monsieur Charles was known to nearly all of them, and he was thought of as a decent fellow.
The 18th.
None of the bartenders, maîtresses, or hostesses remember that night in particular. Germain might have come across something. An elderly flower seller who goes from club to club in the area. For her, the 18th of February is important because it's her daughter's birthday. She states that Monsieur Charles, who always bought flowers from her, was at the Cric-Crac in Rue Clermont-Mal that night.
Did she say anything else?
He was with Zoe, and he gave her red carnations.
Did they get her address?
Germain wrote it down. She insists on coming to see you because she met you in the past, when you were in traffic.
They had reached the entrance which Maigret was beginning to know well.
Shall I wait for you?
No, come with me.
He greeted the concierge in passing and went into the office waiting room. The receptionist let him through, and he crossed Saint Levesque's office to enter le cure's. The latter stopped dictating, signaled to his secretary to leave the room, and stood up to shake Maigret's hand.
I hear she tried to commit suicide.
and that the doctor came last night. Nothing serious. She's asleep. Why do you think she did that? If I knew, the investigation would quickly be over. What arrangements have you made as regards the formalities? The will is going to be read this afternoon at 3 o'clock. I more or less know the contents since I signed it as a witness. Madame Sarin Levesque inherits his fortune, the villa in Cannes, and the profits from the firm. The Chamber of Notaries will give a ruling on my case. Saban Levesque has expressed his wish for me to succeed him. There is another urgent matter to settle, that of the funeral. The family has a vault in Montparnasse Cemetery. That's a good thing. We can't in all decency collect the coffin from the Forensic Institute and drive it straight to the cemetery. Madame Sarin Levesque is not in a state to deal with it. Nor can I see a chapel of rest in the apartment upstairs. Why not in the office? That's what I was thinking. Would you make the necessary arrangements? I'll telephone the undertakers immediately. And I think we should send out an announcement to all the clients. I think so too. Not to mention an obituary in the newspapers. By the way, have you been mobbed by the press? Around a dozen reporters came asking indiscreet questions, and I threw them out. 2 of them asked me how much Saban Levesque's fortune was worth. Keep me posted about the funeral, but don't let anyone disturb Madame Saban Levesque. Would she go to the church? I don't think so. It's up to the doctor. Since he was on the premises, Maigret went upstairs, followed by Lapointe. Claire opened the door to them. I had business downstairs, and I want you to know if everything was all right. She's asleep. Have you received any phone calls? No, only from a journalist demanding an interview, and who was very annoyed when I said that wasn't possible. She was clearly tired. She couldn't have had much sleep. Maigret turned to Lapointe. Drive me to Rue Clément-Mao. Just to have a look. At night, the street was almost empty. The nightclub door was half open. 2 cleaners were sweeping the floor, strewn with streamers and confetti. The walls were covered in a brightly coloured fabric. What do you want? If you're looking for Monsieur Felix, he's not here. Who is Monsieur Felix? The bartender. A man came in, sure of himself. Well, Inspector Maigret, we had one of your many last night. What do you think of Louisa? She's a former streetwalker who has virtually never left the neighbourhood. As she got older, she had to find a new job. Now she sells flowers in nightclubs. Can she be trusted? In what way? She doesn't have too vivid an imagination. You can believe what she says. Definitely. She can also keep a secret. Most of these girls have one, and she knows them all. Thank you. Why are you interested in her? Because she claims to have seen Monsieur Charles here with a hostess on the night of the 18th of February. How come she remembers the date? Apparently it's her daughter's birthday. Then it must be true. The river bank wasn't far away, and a ramp led down to the river port. Chapter 7. Maigret was having lunch with Lapointe in Place Dauphine again, but during the meal he barely said a word. He wasn't exactly gloomy, but there was a leaden air about him that Lapointe knew well. He was withdrawn, wrapped up in his thoughts. When they arrived back at Quai des Orfèvres, they found an elderly woman sitting in the glass-walled waiting room, and at first Maigret didn't recognize her, but she recognized him and smiled at him through the glass. It was old Louisa, as she was now called. He had known her when she was young and spry, one of the most beautiful ladies of the night on the Champs-Élysées. He showed her into his office and removed his overcoat and hat. It's been a while, hasn't it, Inspector? You were a young whippersnapper in those days, and once you'd caught me, I thought you were going to take advantage. Have a seat, Louisa. You've come a long way, haven't you? Mind you, I'm not doing so badly myself. And my daughter, even though she was brought up in the country, is now the wife of a debt collector with the Crédit Lyonnais. She has 3 children, which makes me 3 times a grandmother. It's because of her birthday, that I remember the 18th of February clearly. First of all, there was a black car with a man inside, about 100 metres from the cric-crac. Then, inside the club, I saw Monsieur Charles sitting at a table with Zoe, the sweetest little thing. When I came out, the car was still there, and behind the wheel there was still a man smoking a cigarette. He made a little glowing dot in the darkness. Can you describe him? He was too dark. I carried on with my round. I have my routine, and I know my customers. I came back at around 3 o'clock. Car had gone. So had Monsieur Shaw, and Zoe was with a great hulk of an American.
Do you know anything else?
I came here mainly because I wanted to see you again. Men are lucky. They don't age as quickly as us.
The telephone rang and Maigret picked it up. Speaking.
Yes.
What? A man killed? Rue Jean Goujon?
Shot with 5 bullets in the chest. I'm on my way. Inform the public prosecutor and Quande, the examining magistrate. And to the elderly flower seller, thank you for coming. I have to go. That's quite all right. I've seen you. That's enough. And before leaving, she held out a timid hand.
Lapointe?
We're off again. In Rue Jean Goujon, less than 200 meters from the Seine, 2 police officers standing guard respectfully saluted Maigret. It's on the top floor. They took the lift. The door of one of the lodgings was ajar, and Maigret shook hands with the local chief inspector, who must have been a newcomer because Maigret didn't know him. It was the concierge who called us. She had gone up to do the cleaning as usual. When the tenant didn't answer the door, she used her master key to get in, and that's when she discovered the body. A tall, youngish man, aged around 30, was lying on the carpet, and a doctor was leaning over him. It wasn't an apartment proper. The entire wall on the street side was glazed, and so was part of the ceiling, like an artist's studio. Do you know his identity? Joe Fazio. He came from Marseille 4 or 5 years ago. Initially he was a pimp before finding a job as a bartender in a little, rather seedy club, the Pareo. He left around 2 years ago, and since then it's not certain how he earned his living. The doctor stood up and shook Maigret's hand. It's strange. He was shot point blank from a small caliber gun. I'd even say with a barrel against his skin. I can see that 2 bullets perforated the left lung, and there's another one lodged in his heart. The dead man's face had an expression of astonishment. As far as they could tell, he'd been a good-looking young man. He wore an elegant gabardine suit of an almost luminous brown. Has the weapon been found? No. The forensics team from Criminal Records arrived with their cumbersome equipment. Then it was the turn of the middle-aged deputy public prosecutor, who disliked Maigret but still shook his hand. Examining Magistrate Quande, however, was surprised. How come you asked for me to be appointed? Do you think this murder is connected with that of the lawyer? It's a possibility. I was half expecting it. When Natalie slipped out yesterday via the little garden gate, she had a purpose. He turned to Lapointe. Are you coming? There were too many people. He'd returned when the experts and magistrates had left the scene. He and Lapointe went into the concierge's lodge. She was a petite, lively brunette. How long had this Fazio lived up there? 2 years. He was a good tenant, quiet, who paid his rent on time. Because he was on his own, he asked me to clean his place, and I'd go up every day at lunchtime. Was he usually home when you went up? Most of the time, no, because he ate at a restaurant. I didn't always see him leave. I'm very busy. The residents come and go, and I don't take any notice. Did he have a lot of visitors? No, only a lady. And she spoke the word respectfully. Every day. Almost every day. At what time? Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Did he come in with her? No, he was up there first. Describe her to me. She was a real lady. You could see that straight away. In the winter she wore a fur coat, and she had at least 3. In the summer she usually wore a suit from one of the top couturiers. I know a bit about these things. Her face? It's hard to say. A marmalade cat rubbed itself against Maigret's legs. Young? Neither young nor old. She could have been pretty. She must have been once. I'd say around 40, but her face was ruined. What do you mean by ruined? She nearly always had dark rings under her eyes. Her features were drawn and her mouth had a strange pout. Did she speak to you? No, she'd go straight up. Did you stay long? She'd leave at around 5:30. By car? No. I noticed she came by taxi, but she got out at the corner of the street, so no one knew where she was going. Maigret took the canned photograph out of his pocket and showed it to the concierge, who went to fetch her glasses from the next room. Do you recognize her? I'm not sure. This woman's very young and doesn't have the same mouth, but overall the face is the same. Maigret then showed her the little passport photo. What about this one? That's better, with 20 years difference between the two. Do you recognize her, though? I think so.
The local chief inspector walked past the lodge. Maigret ran after him. Was the doctor able to extract the bullets?
That's the job of the forensic pathologist who's not here yet. I think they found one that had glanced off a rib.
Would you go and fetch it, Lapointe? And after thanking the inspector, he went back to the concierge. Did your tenant work?
I don't think so. Apart from meal times, he didn't go out at a regular hour.
Did he get back late at night?
I suppose I have to tell you everything.
It will be better for you because you will be cited as a witness.
Apart from the 3 o'clock lady, as I called her, he had a much younger and prettier girlfriend. She generally arrived alone or with him at around 2 or 3 in the morning and spent the rest of the night up there. Once I heard him call her Geraldine.
Maigret was impassive. He looked as if his mind were blank. Do you know where she lives?
No, she probably works around here because they always came home on foot.
Lapointe had returned with a bullet. Maigret thanked the concierge and left.
Where to now?
To Gaston Vanet's. He was the gunsmith who usually acted as an expert for the police judiciaire. The assistant who was in the shop went to fetch his employer. Well, Maigret. They had known each other for over 20 years. Maigret held out the bullet. Can you tell me off the top of your head what kind of gun this comes from?
Gaston Vanet put on his glasses like the concierge. You know, this isn't what you call an expert report. I'd need longer. It's clearly a small caliber, for example, a Browning 6.35 that's made in Belgium. There are models with a mother-of-pearl grip. I sold one that was inlaid with gold to a woman customer.
Is it lethal?
Not from a distance. Further than 3 meters, and the shot lacks precision.
The doctor reckons that the shots were fired right against the skin.
In that case, of course. How many shots?
3 or 4. 1 to the heart and 2 others which went through a lung.
Someone really wanted him dead. Who's the victim?
A certain Joe Fazio, former bartender turned gigolo.
Pleased to have seen you again. Shall I keep the bullet?
I'll tell the pathologist to send you the others.
Thank you, and happy hunting.
Maigret did not laugh at the joke, but gave a wan smile.
Chapter 8.
On the ground floor, the men from the undertakers were transforming the lawyer's office into a chapel of rest, draping the walls with black fabric. A coffin had been placed in a corner, as if no one knew what to do with it. Is the body inside?
Of course.
Jean le Curé came out of his office.
The funeral will be at 11 o'clock tomorrow, he stated. The church is almost opposite. The announcements have been sent.
Do you think Madame Saint-Levesque will attend? I'm certain she won't.
It's probably for the best. How is she? I have no news of what's happening upstairs.
Dr. Bloy must have come to see her before lunch. I'm on my way up there now. On the stairs, he said to Lapointe, make sure you note down everything that's said.
Yes, Chief.
It was the manservant who opened the door. Where's Claire?
In the boudoir, I think. She came out to meet them.
Is she asleep? Asked Maigret.
No. Since the doctor left, she's been sitting on the edge of the bed in her nightdress, and she hasn't said a word to me. She refused to have her bath, and she wouldn't let me do her hair.
What did the doctor tell you?
Nothing much. To keep an eye on her. Has she eaten?
No.
She only answers by nodding or shaking her head.
What about you? Have you had lunch?
I didn't have the stomach for it. I feel as if I'm watching a person slowly die. What's going to happen, Inspector? Apparently the coffin's downstairs.
That's correct. Before going to see her, I'd prefer it if you could get her to put on her dressing gown.
I'll certainly try.
Claire was no longer hostile towards him. He could tell she was confused. The 2 men stood waiting in the drawing room for a long time. After a quarter of an hour, Claire came to fetch them.
She's in the boudoir. I was forced to give her her bottle.
Maigret went in first. Natalie was slumped in her usual winged chair, clutching the bottle of brandy. Her gaze was steadfast, however, and her face almost peaceful.
May I?
She pretended not to have heard, and Maigret sat down facing her. She caressed the bottle as if it were her most precious possession. I have come from Boujon, he said softly, as if not to alarm her. At last she opened her mouth and said only one word, with indifference.
already."
After which she swigged from the bottle, as Maigret had seen her do before. A little colour rose to her pallid cheeks, and her mouth began to twitch again.
"I suppose it no longer matters, does it?"
"You're afraid that if he was arrested, he'd inform on you as his accomplice, weren't you?" She shook her head in denial.
"No, it's worse. He asked me to come to his place yesterday, and he demanded a very large sum of money, promising that after that he'd go back to Marseille and leave me alone."
"Did you love him?" She said nothing, and her gaze expressed a profound despair. "Why, if you loved him, did you take a gun with you?" That seemed to distress her.
"I never had any illusions about him. He was my last chance. Don't you understand anything?"
She tried to light a cigarette, but failed, because her hand was shaking. Maigret leaned forwards and held out a lit match. She did not say thank you. "You have always felt superior to others, haven't you?" She corrected him in a dull voice.
"I am proud, or rather I was. Now—"
She didn't finish her sentence. "You found working in a nightclub demeaning, and you would have felt even more humiliated behind the counter of a department store." She listened to him. The minute he started talking about her, she began to take an interest. "Sabin Levesque fell in love with you. It didn't take you long to find out who Monsieur Charles was." Still tense, she didn't bat an eyelid. "You hoped for a glittering life of luxury, cocktail parties, receptions, dinners."
"I soon found out that he was the most selfish man I'd ever met."
"Because you weren't the center of his attention." She seemed surprised, and Maigret went on, "He was everything, and you were nothing in this household." Her gaze had become steely again.
"Everyone hated me except Claire."
"Why didn't you ask for a divorce?" She looked about her as if that gaze encompassed the entire apartment, the entire home, the entire fortune of the Sabin Levesques. "Because you were greedy. You didn't care if you went off with pretty girls from time to time. You were Madame Sabin Levesque, and you intended to remain so, whatever the cost." She drank. It had become an automatic gesture. "You resorted to brandy. I suppose you also had lovers?"
"Flings. Men I met in bars."
Now she'd cracked, she no longer thought to defend herself. It was as if she felt a sort of pleasure in laying herself bare.
"Hotel rooms. Some got the wrong idea and wanted to give me money."
She grimaced. 2 years ago you met Joe Fazio."
"That was different. I love him.
"He was a bartender."
I rented a studio apartment for him, and I kept him."
Again she was cynically throwing down a challenge.
"At the point to which I had sunk, I couldn't hope that he'd love me for myself. He pretended, and I pretended to believe him."
"Who suggested doing away with your husband?"
"I believe we both thought of it."
Fazio identified the clubs frequented by the so-called Monsieur Charles. He followed him several times, while waiting for the right opportunity to present itself. She shrugged. It was so obvious. "One night, when your husband came out to the Cric-Crac, Joe Fazio took advantage of the fact that the street was empty and hit him over the head. He bungled him into a stolen car and transported him to the banks of the Seine. Then he abandoned the car on a demolition site in Puteaux."
"I didn't have anything to do with those details."
"But he telephoned you to tell you it was done."
"Yes."
"What life would you have led with your former bartender?"
"I didn't think about it."
"Admit that it's not out of affection for your lover that you had him kill your husband."
"I don't know any more."
"You had to remain Madame Sabin Levesque. Now you were the real mistress of the house."
"You think badly of me, don't you?"
"Yes. At the same time, I can't help feeling sorry for you, because you are both tough and fragile."
"Fragile?"
she sniggered, and Maigret repeated, "Fragile, yes."
"I assume you're going to arrest me?"
"It's my duty. Go and get dressed. Keep an eye on her, Lapointe, because I don't want her slipping out through the garden gate again." Maigret slowly filled his pipe, lit it, and began to pace up and down. He waited for almost half an hour. When she came back, she had Claire in tow, carrying a pigskin suitcase. Before leaving the apartment, Natalie took another long slug of brandy.
They won't give me any in there, will they?
She would be found guilty, it was certain, but given her sorry condition, she would probably be taken to the prison infirmary. The law firm's door was open. The men from the undertakers had finished hanging their drapes. She took a couple of steps forwards and looked at the coffin. Her face showed no emotion.
Is he in there?
Yes. He's being buried tomorrow.
And me? Today.
They put her suitcase in the boot, and Maigret sat next to the prisoner. She stared out at the quays, the bridges, the pedestrians, the buses and the cars, as if all that already belonged to a distant past. On arrival at the Palais de Justice, Lapointe carried the suitcase, which was too heavy for her. Maigret knocked on Coinlet's door. "She's all yours," he said morosely. He looked at her, but he had already ceased to exist to her. She sat down facing the magistrate before being invited to do so, and appeared to be very much at ease.